Do you know what? You really are a pathetic, incompetent, mouth-breathing, window-licking, spastic bastard, twat, arsehole, wanker, tosser, dickhead, knobhead, failed abortion, streak of piss, disgrace to the family name, inbred, stuck-up, poncy, Nancy, chintzy, pillow-biting, West Ham United supporting cunt! Do you know what? You really are a pathetic, incompetent, mouth-breathing, window-licking, spastic bastard, twat, arsehole, wanker, tosser, dickhead, knobhead, failed abortion, streak of piss, disgrace to the family name, inbred, stuck-up, poncy.
I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm
You
doxing
can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
She can't dox me either because I've doxed myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun. I'm doing it to amuse myself.
Yeah,
Would you like that?
that's fine. I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole
Do you
obituary
mean my
thing.
dead
Why not?
nephew?
How about?
Before I fuck you
know,
in the arse, you cunt.
Well, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So
wish.
fuck you. Fuck
You
you.
wish.
Piece of fucking shit.
You
Do you want me to send you
little
some up-to-date pictures of
Wow.
everyone bleeding?
cunt.
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date
deliberately.
ones. I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
Because
out.
you're not getting it.
I can help
I
you out.
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right?
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Jesus.
Failed.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but
Man, fuck all that, man. Keep it by the sister shit. Let's do a tranny in the good side.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
I've never done anything. I've never done anything to anybody.
No, I mean, I didn't hear or see of him, mate, or sometime last year. You seen all of him. He's another woman abusing little child nuns, that Brian Hurley. He's not a bacon. He's not a pedo.
Don't worry, girl, guys. We got all night. We got all night. Please. Don't worry, girl, guys. We got all night. We got all night. Please. Don't worry, girl, guys. We got all night. We got all night. We got all night. We got all night. Please. Don't worry, girl, guys. We got all night. All right. We got all night.
Shout out the Antilmon. Yeah? Some old school courage, I want them to feel like. Oh man. Let's go. Alright, click it. She broke up in the yeah, she got down on the Benz like Spragger. One bag of weed and bumper clock grabber. One bag of gal like Shabba. Lord, one bag of gal like a dagger. Lord, lick the gal them with the hammer. Lord, make the gal bar for the mama. Lord, make a rascal ball out, Jaja. Come, you telling me it's G-Blocker up in this bitch. Slap your name in the chat. Yeah, slap the like button. Yeah. And share the stream, so let it play. Oh man. Alright, so number one in the building, shout out OG Helen James. How you mean? Nah. Old time Nico. Nah. You better do your research right, B. Yeah? Let it play. Yeah, all eyes on you there. Walk on. Come on, big up. Donna. Walk on, hey Donna. Walk on. Okay, big up. Lord. Hold tight, man, like Simon. Walk on. I want them feel like. Hold tight, A1000. There. Come on. Charlie's girl. How you mean, country girl? Charlie's girl. Jesus Christ. You get that back there. Mad. Hold tight, strawberry freeze. They are. Come on. I want them feel like. Jeez. Nah, cuz. Yeah, hey Nico, you got that twisted, cuz, man. I was on the opposing side of that, you know. But we'll deal with that tomorrow. See who else is in there. Old time licky, don't smoke no ciggy. Come on, my G, I want them feel like. Irish flame there. Mad. Old time Debla. Jeez. Come on. Yeah, man, you know how we do. We there. Come on. We got all night. We outside away, man. Y'all let me pray, man. All right. So let's get busy straight away, man. Yeah. Tom Surbrick interviews the lawyer defending Hamas to get unprescribed. Let it play.
That the lawyers trying to remove Hamas from the UK's list of prescribed terrorist groups should be investigated and potentially struck off. Robert Jenrick calling for a thorough and transparent investigation. On Thursday, firms made a legal application to the Home Secretary challenging the prescription of Hamas in the UK as a terrorist organisation. Frank McGuinness is a barrister at Garden Court Chambers who is representing Hamas. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. As I understand it, you have...
All right, yeah, man. Frank McGuinness, yeah? Mate, sounds very foreign, innit? Yeah? Sounds like a foreign guy, yeah? Frank McGuinness. Man. Yeah, man. Let the pepper pot steam. But let it play.
Voluntarily chosen to represent a terrorist group? Why so?
Well, it's good to be here, and thank you for having me. I will answer your question, but can I just make a request that in the dialogue that you and I are going to have, we make sure that we proceed on the premise of full Palestinian humanity and dignity, because some of the press that I've been doing has been marked by an extreme disregard for that at a moment when Palestinians are facing a genocide. Now, to answer your question, it's right.
I'm going to just pause there, Frank.
It's right that I'm acting pro bono.
I'm not going to go too deep into the question of genocide. Genocide has not been found to have happened by the International Criminal Court yet. So we're going to give you one on the genocide point, but that's not actually a fact that has been established. That's what people would describe it. You say, in answer to the question, you say it's right to do it pro bono because?
I don't want to talk about...
Hey, let me pause it there, yeah? See this pro bono question, yeah, that the interviewers keep asking him? That's a super... trick question. Obviously, he's a legal representative, innit? Yeah, so he knows the different trick questions that man will try to ask him. Yeah, big up car, no tight room for debate. Yeah, come on. I want to feel like. Yeah, so. yeah, so. Hamas are a proscribed organisation, labelled as terrorists within the UK. You can't accept payment from terrorists within the UK. Or the loophole to go through that is a bit mad. So you have to do... he's done the work pro bono. Yeah, so... It's a wild one, isn't it, still, because, you know, it's obviously going to be a lot of work that my man's going to be carrying out. But he has to do it pro bono, because if he accepts a payment from a prescribed organisation, that's a whole different conundrum where, yeah, he's going to end up maybe in the fucking, you know what I'm saying, behind the docks and all them sort of things there, giving evidence and all that shit, you hear me, rather than defending anyone, yeah? So... that's why he's doing it pro bono, but you know, obviously, if you're an interviewer, innit, yeah, you have to ask them sort of questions, right? Because if you can get a gotcha moment that goes viral, you know, like, and it's a good one for the CV, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah. But anyway, let it play.
The question of why I've done it pro bono. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the application, please.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the question one more time, and you can choose not to answer it if you don't want to. Why have you chosen to represent a terror group?
I find your question extremely unprofessional.
Why?
I'm here to talk about a serious application. It's clear that the organisation I represent, Hamas, wanted to make an application under Section 4 of the Terrorism Act. They required legal assistance to do it, so I accepted a brief.
Are you being paid for it?
No, I've already told you, if you were listening, that I'm doing it pro bono.
Right. And you're happy with that because you feel like it's an application that needs to be made?
I suppose the problem is that Zionism is and always has been premised on the most staggering affront to Palestinian dignity, and that you would ask these questions instead of asking me about the mass murder of Palestinians because of their race speaks to your lack of integrity as a journalist.
Okay, Mr. McGuinness. So part of the claim...
All right, pause it there. So the lawyer fires back, yeah? Man, Mr. McGuinness, rise up the machine, cuz. How you mean? I let the Guinness flow. I want them feel like. Yeah? You, sir. Yeah. Mr. McGuinness is trying to get Tom on the back foot there. Yeah, I have to tell you the truth here. I'm not a big fan of Monsieur Swarbach, yeah? Yeah. I don't like his style, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, but anyway. Yeah. He's on it. You know what it is though, Helen, yeah? It's because instead of asking him the ins and outs or whatever, he tries to get him on like 3 gotcha moments in the first less than 5 minutes, innit? Tried to run up on him with, so yeah, he's got to fire back, man, you know what I mean? You just can't keep taking shots, cuz, you know? Yeah. Sometimes attack is the best form of defense, right? Cheats. Let's play it.
Is that Hamas poses no threat to the people of the UK, is that right?
Yes, that's right. It's clear that Britain, that Hamas only operates in Palestine. They don't operate in Britain at all, and they've never expressed any intention to do that.
Yet Hamas captured a British Israeli citizen, Emily Damari, didn't they, whom they shot twice?
Wow. Now that is a tacky situation there, yeah? Where Hamas are going to find it extremely hard to get deproscribed if, obviously, like, one of the dual citizens was a British citizen that has been shot twice. So the defense or the prosecution or the opposing side, the state, will definitely be saying like, yo, you're saying you're not a danger to any British citizens, but a British citizen that was a hostage got shot. And that Jordan saying, yeah, as well. He's gonna reply back still, yeah. So I'm not gonna reply with his reply, but I'm just gonna keep making points on the points what I pulls it on, yeah. So it's crazy, but let it play it.
That's correct. It's also the case that British citizens are going to serve in the Israeli forces while they commit what South Africa and various EU governments say is a genocide. So if we insist on centering Britain, which is of course the Home Secretary's dubious approach, that might be thought the more pressing question. The fact that British citizens
I'll get to decide what the questions I ask are. Thank you. So Emily Damari is a British Israeli citizen.
Well, you're talking over me. Just respond to the point that 10 British soldiers British people stand accused of going to join an army that's committing a genocide.
Right.
Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, I think they should be.
Yeah, that. So there was an argument the other day, right? Dark Magician and Luke, base Zionist, about any soldiers that are being tried for any war crimes or whatever. And right here, this solicitor is saying that there's at least 10 British nationals that are being tried with War crimes. Yeah? So, man. Yeah, man, this one's techie still. Yeah, so go on, man. Mr. McGuinness, Mr. Swarbuck. Let it play.
If there's evidence against them, they should be taken to court for it. Absolutely, the evidence needs to be explored. I'm just interested in how you can say that Hamas poses no threat to the people of United Kingdom people or people who are British, and yet captured a British Israeli citizen whom they shot twice.
Well, just think that through for a moment. It's the case that because Israel is an ethno-state that chooses to self-racialize and describe itself as the Jewish state, and because it gives it illegitimately claims a mandate to speak on behalf of all Jews and gives all Jews a right to return there and serve in its military, it's the case that Israeli soldiers have British citizenship. So clearly those British soldiers are going to come into conflict.
Was Emily Damari a British soldier?
No, I'm not saying that she was.
Right, so again, I come back to the point when you say they are no threat to people of the UK or UK people. In this case, they were absolutely a threat because they took an innocent British citizen hostage and shot her twice.
No, that's a absurd framing. The claim that's being
tell
made
me what the framing is then, Mr. McGuinness.
Yeah, he's going to say the framing is that you're trying to say that because she's British, when they're going to say they took her because she's Israeli. Yeah. And also, the occupation thing allows the occupiers or the occupied people to use violence to combat against the occupiers. So it's so techie, this argument. I'll tell you what, yeah, listening to the case in court would be actually interesting because you'd learn a lot about the legal arguments on both sides. It would be interesting still. Yeah, you'd learn a lot about the legal arguments on both sides and how this is going to play out still, man, because, you know, in some of these scenarios, it's 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. In some of the scenarios, it's one's right, one's wrong, and some of the, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Let it play if.
The framing should be geographical. The point is that they don't have any operations in the geographical territory of Britain. And the reason I chose the example of British soldiers who choose to go and serve in a military while it commits a genocide is that by your logic, the fact that Palestinians exercise their rights to self-defense and to use armed force in self-defense under international law to shoot at British people who are serving in the Israeli military, that's caught by your logic as well. It's not the correct framing. The correct framing is geographical.
No, I'm asking about the point is
the point that's being made is geographical.
No, it's the nature of what those people were doing. You're right, people have a right to self-defense, but there was no defence needed from a person who was not attacking them. In this case, the British Israeli citizen Emily Damari.
Do you care about Palestinian life, or do you only care about British life? You don't seem to.
Well, I'd rather you didn't impose your views onto me, Mr. McGuinness, based on things that I have said or haven't said. You have written the claim. I'm going to go. You have written the claim that Hamas poses no threat to UK people. And there is clearly evidence that Hamas does pose a threat to at least one British Israeli citizen, Emily Damari, who was not there fighting against Hamas or part of the Israeli military. She was an innocent person who was taken from a music festival, shot twice in captivity by the people that you are choosing to represent for free. And I'm just gently making the point that that is a threat, isn't it?
Well, you're not making it gently, and I understand that you feel that I'm pushing back against your framing, but that's because I think your framing is disgraceful.
Well, that's as maybe. I don't understand how the framing of what is a fact is a disgrace. The fact is Hamas took innocent people back into Gaza. They were not posing a direct threat to Hamas. They were there at a music festival and they shot them twice. And your argument is, as part of this submission, that they are no threat to UK people. That's just clearly wrong.
Do you agree that your framing is running cover for a genocide in which the British government is accused of participating? Well, it's my submission that that's exactly what you're doing.
Great.
You could have chosen to premise this on Palestinian dignity, and you've chosen to disclaim that.
Okay.
And it's a mistake, and I'm inviting you to stop making this mistake. It's a genocide. Don't become numb to that. It is beyond urgent.
Well, I understand that there is a war going on and that many, many, many lives have been lost, and it is terrible that so many have been lost in the fashions that they have, including the capturing and killing of innocent people by Hamas in Israel on October the 7th. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. I don't feel we're going to get anywhere. Frank McGuinness, barrister at Garden Court Chambers, who is choosing to represent Hamas.
It's all right, man. Yeah, we got one more of them interviews there. The Times interviewed the same guy. They had a little back and forth, yeah, so we're gonna run that in a sec, yeah. But hear what I'm saying? This is just gonna be a quick hour show, yeah. So if you wanna say anything and make any points, you need to jump on now and make the points, innit? Because it won't be it won't be like, you know? One of them long ones, you see? So, yeah, I'll have a look in a bit. Yeah, I can't look right now still, car. I'm on the M25 and I like to drive and stick to the law, so the feds can't see me no more. Jeez. Alright, man. So wait, what? Should we have a quick little music intermission before we run the next video? Or should we get straight into it? Huh? One tune, yeah? Come on. Yeah, man. Hold tight, the Anthill Mob. Yeah? Hey, they had a period for a time, yeah, where it was a Confetti Records Anthill Mob season in Garage, innit? Yeah? How want them feel like? Alright, let's go. Listen to the dust on the record.
Don't hurry,
Know how we got us. We got a night. We got a night.
Don't hurry,
Know how we
got all night. We got all night. Please, don't hurry,
Know how we got
we got all night. We got all night.
I'm underage and raving these times, there, you know.
Don't hurry, we got all night. We got
Shirts, blazer, let's go. Hey, catch your cock slow. Alright, let's check. Let's go. It's G to the blizzard. It's G to the blizzard. You know we don't stiz up. And we cop them stiz ups. And we don't shop results. It's the G to the blaze. And you know the G plus grease. No, man.
Don't hurry, girl, God. We got all night. We got all night. Please. Don't hurry, girl, God. We got all night. We got all night. Please. Don't hurry, girl, God. We got all night.
We got all night. We got all night.
Please. Don't hurry, girl, God. We got all night. 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 Don't hurry, girl. We got all night. We
Yo, hey, the ladies have got to go low on this bit here, you know, when it's tight. Let's go. Yeah, who knows how to do the Gary 2-foot skank? You gotta bend the knees and then bounce. That's bend the knees and then bounce. That's bend the knees and then bounce. Let it play. God all night. God all night.
Don't hurry up, guys. We got all night. We got all night. We 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 got all night. We got all night. We got all night.
We got all night.
We got all night. We got all night. We got all night. We got.
All right, click it. Yeah, man. A little quick garage skanking between the Hamas beef. Yeah, so let's get back to the Hamas beef. Yeah? All right. Let it play.
Me that the definition is extremely broad, then surely you would agree that the genocide that Israel stands accused of committing amounts to terrorism. Do you agree with that? Because if you do, then you're sort of understanding the point that the application's making.
Let me say this, Frank. It's not about what I agree or disagree with. I am here on this programme to ask you questions. When you have a radio programme, you invite me on and I'll maybe answer your questions at that point. What I'm asking you is, on the 7th of October, did Hamas commit a terrorist attack?
Of course, the actions on the 7th of October are caught by the very broad definition of terrorism in the Terrorism Act. That's obvious.
Now, the law firm acting for Hamas in their legal application to be removed from the UK's list of terrorist organisations says the group's prescription is disproportionate and breaches the European Convention on Human Rights. Frank McGuinness is a barrister at Riverway Law acting for Hamas in this scenario, in this circumstance. Frank, good morning.
Judith, good morning. It's barrister at Garden Court Chambers, instructed by Riverway Law. It's very good to be here.
Understood, and thank you for that clarity, Frank. A proscribed organisation, then, is an organisation or a group that is illegal to join or show support for because it has been identified as being concerned in terrorism. Help us understand why there might be grounds, as far as this proceeding is concerned, that is a breach, in the context of Hamas, of the European Convention on Human Rights.
Well, I suppose there's two main things to say. Of course, it's a legal application which does rest on very extensive legal grounds. But what I'm trying to do today is to make that legible to your audience. And so the two things I think that will most help you and I to discuss what's at issue in this application are, firstly, that, of course, there is broader context, a number of propositions, legal propositions that are by this point completely uncontroversial. Some of those come to us from the International Court of Justice. Of course, South Africa and a growing number of EU states like Ireland and Spain accuse Israel of committing a genocide, and that is something that's addressed extensively in the application. But in addition to the outstanding allegation of genocide, there are a number of things that are now simply uncontroversial as a matter of international law, one of which is that as of July last year, at the latest, the ICJ has confirmed that Israel is in breach of Article 3 of the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is to say that it's engaged in racial segregation and apartheid against Palestinians. Apartheid, of course, is legally defined as a system of racial domination. So there's no basis for doubting that Israel is an apartheid regime that's engaged in racial domination of Palestinians, and that forms a really important part of the legal argument in the application. It's also the case, of course, under international law, that the settled position is that people who find themselves.
Let me pause it there real quick still, man, because like he's saying, yeah, Hamas have been given their prescribed labels, so and so. But any sort of infringements or law breaking that is carried out by Israel seems to go unpunished. Yeah, I don't. Has Israel got? I think the last people to sanction Israel, the last government in the UK to sanction Israel, was Bumper Club Margaret Thatcher. Tell Pussy Club. Huh? Man. So, like we say, you know, no one here supports any prescribed organizations in it, but we're just saying that it seems like justice is not dealt out equally between the people that are, you know, that are committing acts that go against ICC or United Nations or, you know, international bodies and blah, 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 blah. Like, imagine all the different times that all these different countries have voted against what Israel's doing. And it's just like, so what, fam? Yeah, we're going to do what we're doing until what we're doing's done, you see? But, alright, but anyway, baby. Let it play.
Occupied, like the Palestinian people, have a right to resist. That's an uncontroversial proposition of international law. And then turning, of course, to the International Criminal Court, that court has issued arrest warrants against the sitting Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. That man's a fugitive of justice, and if he comes to this country, the United Kingdom, he will be arrested by the UK government. That's the law. And so all of that is to say that the first point is that, you know, Israel finds itself in a crisis, and it seems likely that it's going the way of apartheid South Africa, is in the process of collapsing. Okay. And if that's right.
All right, let me pause it there, man. That's actually true, right? Because I swear Keir Starmer and others said it in Houses of Parliament that, like, since the arrest warrant has been issued, if Netanyahu lands on the ends, they're going to have to arrest him, innit? That's why their man will send representatives instead. Or make sure that, like with America's not going to arrest man, so man can go there, innit? That's crazy still, because imagine, like, if there was a arrest warrant for any of the leaders on the opposing side, and they're flying here, there, and everywhere, fair people be making up noise. You hear me? Here, there, and everywhere. The whole world is a gun town. You see? But the gunners are them hot, and the youth, then are wrapped up as a shot. Yeah. We never live a day over 20. Mad. Trust, because they want to know the whole world in a gun town. Mad. All right, man. Let's play it.
Yeah. Then the Secretary of State has to ask difficult questions about what does a post-apartheid Israel look like.
Fine,
and it
but,
seems
but
like
Frank, if I may, sorry, as you'll understand, restraints of time are against us on a radio programme, and I've asked why a prescribed organisation, which Hamas is, I've asked why that would be a breach of the European Convention on Human Rights, and you've spoken a lot about Israel. So if I could just bring you back to my question, what are the grounds for this potentially being a breach of the human rights of Hamas?
Well, your framing is perhaps unhelpful. I will, of course, talk to you about human rights. The obvious human right engaged by the Terrorism Act 2000 is the Article 10 right to freedom of speech and expression, and that mostly relates to people in Britain who may not support Hamas at all, but may think that this application should be granted because the chilling effect on people's speech is so pervasive that people who want to talk about what a just solution, a peaceful solution to the conflict in Palestine might look like, find themselves unable to talk about it. Okay. And that's especially the case at the moment whenever Israel stands accused of committing genocide, right? We shouldn't become numb to how serious that allegation is.
No, and those are separate legal proceedings. And so I'm focusing today on this particular one regarding Hamas, which is, as we speak, a prescribed terrorist organisation. And the Home Secretary has chosen to prescribe this organisation under the Terrorism Act, and that is the status of Hamas right now as far as the UK is concerned. This organisation, therefore, by the judgment of several governments, commits or participates in acts of terrorism, prepares for terrorism, promotes or encourages terrorism, or is otherwise concerned in terrorism. Those are the conditions, I suppose, under which an organisation can be prescribed. Are you disputing those as part of this proceeding?
Yes, well, it's as I've said, the European Convention on Human rights arguments do form part of the application, but the application rests on a number of different grounds, some of which have really nothing to do with that at all. And one of the grounds talks about the scheme of the Terrorism Act, which does, of course, by Section 4, create provision for an organisation like Hamas to make an application to the Secretary of State to have it removed. And one of the arguments in support of the application that I've assisted with drafting is to talk about just how broad the definition of terrorism in the Terrorism Act actually is. And so what that creates is an extremely broad discretion, right? Organizations like the Ukrainian armed forces are clearly caught by the definition. It mostly revolves around things like using violence to achieve a political purpose. And if you just think about that for a moment, the armed forces of almost any nation, certainly the Israeli armed forces, are caught by that definition. So one of the arguments we're making is that, look, if you're going to create such a broad discretion, it needs to be subject to legal principles by which it can be challenged.
Fine. So your argument there is the definition is too broad, so perhaps the definition could be tightened. But hang on a second, because even tightening the definition surely would not take away the fact that Hamas is a terrorist organisation. Let's think back, shall we, to October the 7th, where Hamas killed well over 1,000 people, including 18 British nationals in that attack on the 7th of October. That was a terrorist attack committed by terrorists.
Well, lots of things happened on October 7th, and
what about that?
Agree.
Was there a terrorist attack by Hamas?
Well, hold on. If you're in agreement with me that the definition is extremely broad, then surely you would agree that the genocide that Israel stands accused of committing amounts to terrorism. Do you agree with that? Because if you do, then you're sort of understanding the point that the application is making.
Let me say this, Frank. It's not about what I agree or disagree with. I am here on this programme to ask you questions. When you have a radio programme, you invite me on and I'll maybe answer your questions at that point. What I'm asking you is, on the 7th of October, did Hamas commit a terrorist attack?
Of course, the actions on the 7th of October are caught by the very broad definition of terrorism in the Terrorism Act. That's obvious, but so too is Israel's response. And it's, I suppose, what's disturbing
what you're
about
saying there is that you're representing terrorists then in this proceeding, aren't you?
Well, it's obvious that that's the case. I mean, the organisation is a prescribed terrorist organisation, and for as long as that remains the case, then I'm representing terrorists. You seem to be suggesting that Hamas shouldn't be entitled to legal representation, and that Section 4 of the Terrorism Act, which creates a legal provision for a prescribed organisation to challenge that designation, shouldn't be entitled to legal representation. I hope you're not saying that, because that would be a really disturbing affront to the rule of law and the provision of the Terrorism Act itself, which makes clear that organisations who are going to find not just their activities, but anyone who wants to even talk about.
Alright, sorry man, let me pause it for a sec there, yeah? Was that, sorry, I was on the phone for a sec still, man, that's why I wasn't able to stop and talk or whatever. Like, you know, cash rules everything around me, cream get the money, very bills, y'all, cheats. Anyway, yeah, so, I did miss out on the last little argument he was making in it, but, you know, like, she obviously is a solicitor, a lawyer, innit, a barrister or whatever, so he will know the legal arguments of what it means to represent a prescribed organisation and ins and outs of that or whatever, innit, like, but like with the, obviously, in the radio land, interview land, YouTube land or whatever, we can frame the question or angle it a certain way and make it look like, right, and even if you say whatever, you're defending a terrorist group or whatever, and that, but, you know, legally they're entitled to representation, innit? And he's took the job up pro bono, so he doesn't break any international laws about receiving funding from a terrorist group or any sort of stuff like a prescribed organisation, and so and so. So, yeah, man, yeah, big up Jupiter, big up Khan. I don't know if you guys wanted to say anything here, but we've only got an extremely small bit of time left. I'll see if I can extend it for like another half hour or something, but yeah, I've got too much work to do today, man, and
Okay. So
yeah,
firstly, I don't understand why you're playing this. What is your position on this?
Why what?
What's your position on this? What is it that you're hoping to achieve by playing this?
We're reviewing the interview, man.
Because it seems to me that there is no benefit to actually taking Hamas off the prescribed list, and I don't understand why anyone would want to. Yeah, they've got a right to try to get off the list, and he's got a right to be a solicitor for them. No one says breaking any laws, but he can't argue that he's not supporting a terrorist group by doing so, like representing them, because he is.
No, he said that's obvious.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like he said, like he explained, yeah, the law says that people are entitled to representation. Even terrorist groups are entitled to representation to the court of law. So he's taking the job on pro bono to fight the case in it. Don't necessarily mean he's going to win the case and come forward, yeah? But he's just doing the rounds of interviews as the person that is taking up that work.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's entitled to represent them. But the fact of the matter is, what good does it do British people to take them off the list of prescribed terrorists?
Well, obviously we can't know that, innit?
Well, that's his argument. His argument has been, on the previous video we watched before, his argument was that as far as Hamas are concerned, that they're not a danger to the British governments or British citizens. One of the arguments back that Tom Sawbot made to that claim was that there was, I think her name is Emily Damari, who was
Oh, it's cutting out.
Yeah, it's driving through
I think with these people,
target British citizens.
Yeah,
they was targeting. They target. Wait, listen. Wait. They was targeting occupying force, and then he argued back to say, but she's not a soldier or wasn't fighting or whatever. She was at a music concert when she was captured. So I reckon, yeah, in court, listening to this argument between the two legal sides would be actually interesting watch or whatnot, because you know, like the legal side of it, most times we're gonna just work with feelings, isn't it? These men are gonna have to work with.
Hey, Veli, let me ask you a quick question while you're there, Veli. At what point, yeah, was these people graded as a T organization? Was it before or after Israel allowed them to stand for elections to get voted in as the leaders of
I'm not too sure, you know. I'm not too sure. You'd have to find out.
That's quite important, isn't it?
I don't know when they was prescribed, and I don't know what.
Yeah, I think they were prescribed well before that, isn't it? Because you know
So-
that leak keeps going on
I'm
about
not too
their,
sure. I'm not too sure if
their
they was prescribed
charter.
before that or after that.
Yeah, it was before that. It was before that.
So I don't think anyone's arguing that October the 7th wasn't a terrorist act, surely.
No, no one's arguing that.
So then they are terrorists.
No, committing one terrorist act doesn't make you a terrorist group. Like, it's like me saying, oh, because England bombed Dresden, that makes them a genocidal state, or because America dropped a bomb on Hiroshima, that they're a genocidal state. Like, one act doesn't make you that what it is. It's like you calling someone the N-word once doesn't make you a racist, does it?
No, the barrister's argument is going to be that that Hamas are not a danger to the British government. That's really what he's trying to argue, isn't it? Like,
well, maybe
Hamas
not by law. Not
maybe
not by law.
to
They're
British citizens.
drafting Keir Starmer, but I mean, once Keir Starmer's out of office, of course they will be again.
No, I don't think that's a good argument that he's making, because just because they're not a threat to British people doesn't mean they're not a T group. Because if Britain's got an ally, let's say America, and America's saying to Britain, look, we're calling them a T group and we need you to back us up on this, and Britain's backing them up, then they don't have to be a direct threat to British people in particular. They're still going against British interests. If
Well, they will
Britain's
be. What
choosing-
about all the British goods?
If Britain's
that will be
choosing to ally itself with America, then that's when Britain comes in on one particular side of the argument. Now, for him to say that shouldn't be the case, that comes back to what Jupiter said of where does it help British people in this matter? That's what he really needs to focus, is that, wait a minute, after all this is done, Britain's going to want to do deals. Britain's going to want to have to talk to these people. Same way they did with the IRA. They're going to have to deal with these people at some point. So sooner or later, their T status has to be revoked. Eventually.
What it was is the IRA had to make Sinn Féin and the Provi, so it was separate things.
Exactly.
So
but it's like the PKK had to change their name to the YPG. But like these things happen, innit? It's still the same people.
And also, Helen's back to the chat that it was 2021. It's 2021 when Hamas was proscribed.
Exactly.
So, wait, also, yeah, because that's like another argument, yeah, that me and Luke keep having, yeah, about. So the international, other countries, including America and Britain, were saying that they was going to refuse to recognize Hamas or whatever. But Israel and the Likud party was the ones that said that they will recognize them in the vote or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
So then when they've...
Yeah, but what does that mean? Well, what's that? How does that apply? That's got nothing to do with whether we put them on a prescribed list or not.
Well, it does. You can't have a prescribed...
Whether Israel helped them or not, it's got nothing to do with whether we put them on a prescribed list.
Recognizing them as a legitimate entity. Do you see what I mean?
The reason for their prescription.
Well, we can't deny that the entity exists. I mean, it's there.
No. It's not about whether they exist or not. It's about whether they're fit to sit at the table and even talk with you and be recognized as human beings.
No, I don't think they should be, no.
But Israel did it, though. They said, yeah, these people can run for government in Gaza.
Yeah, but that's
only because they didn't want the PLO in power.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter why. They still recognise them as a political entity that represented a group of people.
And Hamas was started by the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt.
So now you think Britain should do what Israel does? Are you on the side of Israel now, Carl?
No, I'm saying Britain should do what's right for Britain and not just be following America around doing things for America. Because as we can see, America's happy to pull the plug on Europe as a whole.
Yeah, personally, I don't think they're going to get unprescribed, innit? I don't personally think they're going to get unprescribed, right? Because
no, I'm saying they will. I'm saying they will.
Especially the Emily, Damari, and then the October 7th thing. That's going to go against their fight, right?
I'm saying they will get
prescribed. Like his argument back to that was that they didn't go for Emily because she was British. They went there because they're from Israel. But although, like, that might seem like, right, we're not attacking British citizens or whatever, but I don't see how that's going to help with the not getting prescribed or getting taken off the prescribed listing or whatever.
Yeah, but there's the equal story on the other side, really, of British Palestinians that were over in Israel and bad things happened to them. Like, British people can have dual nationality. They could turn up anywhere. Like, this whole argument, I think, is a bit weak. The fact that they're British, and he's saying, they're a threat to Britain because one British person with dual nationality happened to be there. That's a bullshit argument. Like, that will not stand up. That's like an anomaly.
They are a threat to Britain because if they came into Britain...
But that's a different... But based on that woman's case, that's a different subject.
Every time people from Palestine have gone into any other country, Lebanon, Jordan, all the surrounding countries, Egypt, there's an element of them that has involved terrorists that have then started up their own little groups and caused trouble.
So what about Palestinians that's in America, Jupes?
They would do exactly the same here.
What, you think we ain't got Palestinians living in England for the last 20 years?
Yeah, we probably have, but they're not they're not the ones out there fighting, are they?
I don't know what you mean. Like, they were the people that got kicked
out. I don't consider Hamas
by Israel.
Yeah, but
the reason why there's Palestinians living in England and America.
Hamas.
Wait. They got kicked out in the Nakba by Israel. They've got a reason to hate Israel. They got kicked out of their homes and America had to take them in and England had to take them in. They're not doing any terroristic activities.
I bet they are. Because we had that doctor that lived. We had.
So
the
your
doctor
bet,
that
we're
lived
going
here.
by your bet now, yeah?
Am I allowed to speak, or are you going to keep talking over me? It's
No,
really
because
rude.
you said that there's evidence that all Palestinians
Right,
outside
okay,
Palestine
okay.
are
Well,
starting
Veli,
up terrorist groups.
okay, Veli wants to end the show, so I might as well just leave. You want to talk to yourself?
No, just don't lie, innit?
Yeah, so I remember saying
So
that
the doctor was the deputy leader of Hamas in this country. He was a doctor practicing here. He got thrown off because of it. So don't turn around and say that we haven't got terrorist cells from Hamas working in this country, because we do.
No, you said they tried to start up their own terrorist thingies and take over.
Yeah, and if they could, if we took them off the prescribed list, I'm sure that they would start up a fucking group here.
So we're going to go by what you believe.
No, not just me. People that are far more educated than me are making the decisions.
All right, well, bring them to the table then and tell us what they think.
Whoa, but it's not. If they so this is the whole thing though, right? It's like what the right wingers do here. It's like sometimes you man agree with the decision that the government makes here, but if it's a decision that you don't like, then it's like, oh, the government are corrupt and so. So it's mad.
Obviously, I think this government are corrupt. Obviously, I think that there's probably backdoor dealings with Hamas already. Obviously, I think that they don't work for the benefit of the majority of the British citizens, because the majority of British citizens do not want terrorists from the Middle East being taken off a prescribed list so that they can come here and start bombing us for their cause.
But why would they come here?
But
they're being taken off the list so they can stay in their country.
Well, then why do they want to be taken up? For what benefit to Britain?
Because then they can.
They're not off the prescribed list yet.
Because if you're a prescribed group, you can't be the legitimate leader of a country. You can't get your sanctions taken off you. You can't get international support. You can't get people giving you aid so you can fix up your country. Now, if
why would anyone want to give aid to Hamas?
What do you mean? America's giving aid to Boko Haram, Al Qaeda, ISIS. America's on record doing all that. So I don't know what you mean.
Well, if they are, that's wrong of America, isn't it?
But it's how the world works, isn't it? Even Trump said.
And I'm sure that Trump's come in and stopped all that, hasn't he?
No, Trump's the one doing it. What?
I doubt Trump would be giving Boko Haram fucking money.
I don't know what you talk, Jukes. You just make things up as you go along. And when we say things, you just sit here nodding your head like, nah.
You said, right, where's the proof that Trump is giving Boko Haram direct money for them to go and do their terrorism?
Listen to what I'm telling you. Al Qaeda took over the whole of Syria, right? With Turkey backing them. And Trump sat there and said they've done the right thing, and this is how it's done these days.
I can't. I played a video about. Wait, listen. I played a video about that.
Opinion.
Wait. Listen. I played it. Wait. Listen, guys. Listen. I played a video the other day of the American Senate. I can't remember how long it was. Yeah, and obviously, I'm driving. I'm not going to be able to find it because I've got to keep my eyes on the road or whatever. Where one of them was saying that. Remember the American aid? We're stopping American aid because we're funding Boko Haram and all these different terrorist groups. We're funding some Afghanistani terrorist groups that is it Taliban and all that, blah 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 blah. So America have already admitted that some of their funding that they give out goes to terrorist groups.
Under Biden,
like
it's given out, and they need to stop it all. Yeah, I agree with you.
The CIA.
So under Biden. With the Democrats, there was a lot of funding that was being put out there as US aid when actually they were funding terrorist groups. And Trump wants to stop that. And I think Trump's right for that.
But what about when Trump was in then? Why didn't he stop it before then?
Well, he didn't know, did he? They didn't have
votes.
votes.
What do you mean he was the president? He was the president.
Yeah. Do you think our Prime Minister knows everything that's going on?
Yes, I do.
Lord Ali is running this country.
Yes, I do think that.
Trump's working with his allies. The same thing, yeah, because Trump's allowing Russia to infringe on allied territory and even to commit war crimes against allies and so on. So I don't know, like, but thinking like or pointing Trump out like he's some standing president. It's not really.
Who said he's a savior? I never said that. That's what you think, then, not me.
No, because you were saying about Trump. Oh, well, he stopped him, married and rah.
Yeah,
And he was like, no, the argument was...
he was funding them, and I said he's not funding them. He's
The funding is
stopping
not stopped, Dukes. The funding is not stopped. It's run through all the administrations, Trump and Biden and Obama.
Well, that's
So-
why they're trying to stop it, isn't it? Because they didn't understand that the civil service had taken over, infiltrated, and were actually doing their own
You're
fucking
just
thing.
capping, man. You're just capping now. You're just making up stories.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
You're sitting
in
here telling me
England.
he didn't know. Come off it. How do you know what he knew, what he didn't know? The fact is, he was the president for 4 years and he didn't stop no funding going to Boko Haram. And you're sitting there telling me he didn't know. Come off it, man.
He didn't know.
Come off it. How can you not know? He's the president.
Had Doge come in, and then they've also found hundreds of civilians that were getting pension money that were dead. Are you telling me about that as well?
Yeah, Doge fucked up.
He just didn't bother to investigate it.
Wait, hold on. Doge just cut a lot of money from Thingbobs and had to rehire a lot of people for the same jobs, but they've cut them from, not knowing that these jobs were essential jobs. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Yeah.
Shouting out Doge like there's some.
Yeah, well, there's bound to be mistakes. You're bound to get rid of some things and then realise actually that there was a need for this or that when you're clearing out the swamp.
Jupiter, do you want to hear what I think? Juice. I think for years, right, big countries, like proper countries that we think are, above board, have been funding these little groups all around the world and doing it to each other, doing it back and forth, right? So England's backing groups against Turkey, Turkey's backing groups against America, Iran's backing groups against Turkey. It's all back and forth, sticking a thorn in each other's sides, right? Recently, since COVID, they've all decided, wait a minute, we're wasting a lot of money doing all this. Let's just all agree to stop doing it and pull the plug on all these T groups, right? And I think that's what's made the difference of why things are the way they are now. That's why there's a global land grab. You can see there's land grabs going on everywhere, all over the place. Turkey's grabbed Syria. Turkey's grabbed Syria. Everyone's grabbing something.
Doge is another department. Doge is another department that was already created by Barack Obama to cut frivolous spending or whatever. That Donald Trump's just renamed Doge or whatever anyway. So acting like Donald Trump's like, oh, we come up with some new idea and we're going to do this. He's done the same thing as what he done the term before. Like he was riding off the back of riding off the back of Obama's policies. Yeah, the first time he came, he was riding off the back of Obama's policies. When it started going up, he started trying to take all the credit for it. Then COVID come in and all his policies went to shit. Fucking American economy nearly went into recession, and then Joe Biden got voted.
This is what people don't realise, it's the economists that run everything. The economist is the top of the tree. When they say something, everyone has to listen. Economists, they do. They say, listen, basically the economist is the equivalent of the mum in the house that does the housekeeping. If mum's saying, listen, we're cutting Sky TV because we can't afford it, because we're doing shopping at Lidl instead of Tesco's now, you lot got to take it on the chin, mate. And that's how it is. Money, the purse strings, rules everything. That's how it is in life. That's how it is in government. Without money, you can't make nothing run. Everything's about the economists.
So can I speak now?
Of course.
Anybody that thinks that any leader shouldn't be strategic in who they give money to and who they don't for their own benefit of their own country are mad. And Britain should do exactly the same. We should be putting British people first, and we should be making sure that Britain is safe. But taking Hamas off a prescribed group doesn't make them make it right for British people. We've got a lot of British Jews in this country that would immediately feel under threat, and also not just the Jews. Might I add, with the anti-white agenda and the way that things have gone in this country, we would all feel under threat. We've had terrorism running around our streets of London. Years.
1 minute, Jeeps. If what you're saying is true,
there's no evidence. There's no evidence worth its salt, worth its weight in gold that shows that there is any such thing as an anti-white agenda. This is just like far right lunacy.
Yeah, but
no, there isn't an anti-white agenda, but that's a different debate. Yeah, but there is an anti-white agenda.
Anyway, bringing it back to what you're saying, Jeeps. Al-Qaeda's been rebranded as HTS. They're running Syria. The PKK rebranded as the YPG. Now they've become the Syrian Defense Force. They're running half of Syria. All these
the only agenda that's on right now is Agenda 2025.
They all become legitimate in the end. In the end, all these terrorist groups have to be recognised and deals have to be done with them because there ain't no other leaders. Like, who's going to lead the Syrian people?
Unfortunately, Khan, you're
Remember,
correct.
Project
And
2025.
that is why I believe in the future Tommy Robinson will be seen as Mandela.
Whatever, but that's just a different issue altogether. You're running us from pillar to post. The fact is, the way how this country and the world works is, if you can't get rid of people, eventually you're going to have to recognize them. Now, you could try your best to get rid of them, but there comes a point where you're like, do you know what? We might as well just deal with them because they're the only ones that are there, that are going to sit down and talk to us and make a deal about how to move forward.
Well,
That's how it's going to have to be.
I don't even think that now is the time to even be discussing that. Because we don't know how it's going to end up with Israel. If Israel take all of Hamas out and they win the war, that's going on over there, there won't be no Hamas to negotiate.
Dukes, the other day they dropped a bomb.
Israel
and
brought Hamas in the
instead
first
of
place.
gravel and cars floating up in the air, there was dead bodies flying up in the air. Like, they bombed their corpses to death. That there's nothing left to bomb. Like, you could have the biggest stockpile of arms, but right now they're useless because there's nothing. Even Trump said there's nothing left to bomb. But the people are still there and they're still not leaving. So what are you gonna do? What, starve them to death?
I don't know what he's going to do, but he could.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. They're going to starve them to death.
But he could do. He could cut off the electricity, couldn't he?
Well, that's what they've done. They've cut off the electricity. They've cut off the food supply, and they're like, well, if we can't bomb them to death, the ones that's left is just going to have to starve to death. And that's the situation we're in now.
And what do you want me to do about it?
No, I'm just saying to you, that is the current. Like, it's not my opinion or your opinion yet. It's about what is the lay of the land, what is the situation. But
that's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying it's too soon to even think about whether there's going to be a Hamas organisation left after Israel are finished to even speak to. It's too early.
But what they're saying is, they're saying that Israel might not even last. They're saying the way how Israel's going now, they're going to have to come up with some new country, some new flag, some new leader, some new constitution, because Israel's on its last legs, they're saying.
Well, maybe they will. I don't know, but
Looking party's far right anyway, man. And obviously, if not, Israel's been classed as like an ethno state as well, like, you know what I mean? Like, so
who's saying that Israel's on its last legs out of interest? I haven't heard that.
They're saying it's going to become America's 52nd state or whatever. It's going to be part of America. The same way he's saying he's going to take over Canada and Greenland. Obviously, he's going to take over Israel as well.
Yeah,
it's going to be.
Donald Trump's only going to be here for one term, man. He ain't getting voted in another term anyway. So
there's no way he's getting Greenland or Canada. No way.
But he's got Israel already. All you've got to do is change the flag.
No, there's a lot more to it than that, mate. Israel's going nowhere.
It's easy for you to say that.
The sooner that the Palestinians realise that Israel isn't going anywhere, the better. We can't have Hamas unprescribed as a terrorist group after what they did on the 7th of October.
They'll just change their name. They'll just change their name.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So unprescribing them won't really matter. At the end of the day, you know, it's not going to work. Them sort of like just changing their name. Everyone's going to realise that the animosity is still there.
What do you mean?
Hamas changed that
Palestinians
charter.
Were all.
Listen, Hamas changed the charter before they got prescribed, didn't it? So their charter had already been changed after they.
The Palestinians are always going to hate the Israelis, and the Israelis are always going to hate the Palestinians, or those ones, you know, the extremists on both sides.
Man, you dropped off.
Hello, you're right.
Oh, you there?
Hello.
Someone else dropped off. Who dropped off?
Not me.
Must have been Jupiter.
Yeah, it was.
She runs as soon as us guys get here. She only stays when Wendy and
in the building. Jeez. Yeah, man.
Right, yeah, she only stays when Wendy and Luke and stuff are on, doesn't she? She loves to have a majority right-wing panel.
No, I disagree. She likes a panel full of cunts.
How you doing, Si?
All right.
Good, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Hamas are gonna get deprescribed still, man. Like, obviously, like their argument that they're not a threat to the British government they've never made an attack on British soil or whatever, or even British Army and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if there's still going to be enough to get them unprescribed.
The thing is, though, Phil, it's a bit hard, because what the way Hamas and Palestinians are trying to win this whole situation is basically by endurance. They're saying, we're just going to stick it out. We're not leaving. You can starve us to death. You can bomb us to death. We're not leaving, right? And technically, ever since the days of Mahatma Gandhi, that's never been attempted. No one's ever attempted it. Like I said, the last time that people were like, you know what, you can shoot us in the streets. We're not going to budge from here. We're going to sit here and put a gun to my head and shoot me. I'm not leaving, right? No one's done that since Mahatma Gandhi. And let's face it, when Mahatma Gandhi done it, he forced England to take notice. So it does work to a certain extent. So they can win still, just by enduring the whole situation and saying, look, you want us to leave, but we're not leaving. You're making life difficult, but we're not leaving. Like, this is our land. We're not leaving. Like, they can do that. They've proven, like, if they've endured this, like what we've seen them endure up until now, proves that you could throw anything at them. They're not leaving, bro. So then what are you going to do? Like I said, you got stockpiles of weapons, but there's nothing left to bomb. They dropped a bomb the other day and corpses were flying in the air, bro. And people are still saying, we're not leaving.
I can't watch that.
What are they going to do? Like, all your weapons ain't going to save you now. You can't win with your weapons. That's the fact of it. They're going to have to. They're going to have to recognise them. Still, they're going to have to.
Sorry, weaponise who, mate? Hello?
Yeah, I think he's saying they're going to have to recognise Hamas still.
Recognise, sorry.
I'm saying I don't see how that's happening, man. I can't see that happening, man.
No,
there's no
alternative.
alternative.
The Israelis wouldn't allow it.
Look, well, if you said to someone, we don't like your leadership, change your leadership, they're going to say, change it to who? You basically killed everyone. There ain't no one.
I mean,
they ain't killed everyone. See, the thing is, Hamas is just as strong as it ever was, and it will get stronger the more civilians are killed, because the quickest way to radicalise someone is to kill their family.
Who's
and what we need is killing stop on both sides.
Who's paying for the training camps?
Say again, Si.
Who is paying for the training camps?
Iran. It'll probably all be coming out of Iran.
No.
But as long as see, America is losing its soft power across the globe, you know, with the cutting of AIDS and whatever else. You know, it's like America is proving itself to be the bully that we always thought it was. And while they're doing that, you know, people are going to take ridiculous steps to do it. I mean, right now we're looking at half the world getting nuclear weapons.
The process of handing over
half the world's going to get nuclear weapons soon.
To China or Russia right now. I don't know.
Give me the button.
They're trying to hand over the crown. Just take the crown, fam. Because, you know what I'm saying? You know, India's even around the corner looking like, yo, we might be able to snatch the crown soon, you know. God,
well, India's in a really good spot right now because India hasn't really fallen out with anyone. It's got the largest population in the world. You know, so it's in a really good position to sort of take a lot of manufacturing over.
I've forgotten her name.
I mean, what are the tariffs on China now? Is it 200 and something % now?
Say again, sorry?
245.
What's the tariff
245% increase.
Yeah. 245.
Last time I mean, basically 125.
No, it's 200 and something, like Khan said now, I think, Belly. I think anyway. What's going to happen is basically it's just going to be sort of like the BRICS nations versus the G7 nations.
Yeah.
And the BRICS nations are getting more people on board than the G7 nations. And, you know, America are trying to scare everyone to death into only doing business with them. So, you know, where it's all going to go.
You've essentially nailed that.
Say again, Si.
You've essentially nailed that.
Thank you.
Coming from Simon, that's a big thing.
Because Trump has proved that he doesn't actually know what he's doing. because he put the tariffs in and then realised that a new iPhone was going to cost American subscribers to iPhone, to Apple, 2,300 quid or something stupid, wasn't it?
Well,
and then he's gone and said, "Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take the tariff off for mobile phones and a few other bits." That shows that he didn't actually think it through, because he shouldn't have put the tariff on to then have to take the tariff off and cause the instability. Because the one thing that the whole world hates is instability. Everyone wants to feel secure. And the only people that are
Chrissy,
secure...
let me ask you a quick question, Chrissy.
Go on, bro.
Can you be a terrorist in your own country?
No, not really.
So it depends. Well, it depends who your enemy is. I think the definition of terrorist would be
you can terrorize your own nation.
Yeah, but if your own, it depends who your enemy is. If you see what I'm saying. If your enemy is your government, you're a terrorist. If the enemy is, something against your government, then you'd be considered more of a patriot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, thing would be classed as terrorism as well, right? So
if you're coming to my back garden, I'm going to throw rocks at you.
Exactly. You have to be there to get rocked in the head, don't you?
Well, not if you're in your back garden. You're throwing rocks at your
No, I'm
neighbour's
saying
garden.
that if I'm throwing rocks in my garden and you get a rock in your head, my first question is, what was you doing in my garden?
Yeah, you're in my line of sight. Yeah.
But let's say it was a communal garden and there's other people in the garden.
that can only work on the, I think it's Zone C, the occupied territories.
Sorry.
Which is what? Is
and the
Gaza
other, see, the other side of the argument is, Israel have refused to draw out their,
Zone C?
Bro, hold on. That Israel have refused to draw out their borders where Israel starts and ends. So
no, the thing is, they exploit the weird teenage, mentally unwell, like me, kids. The hilltop tribes, the ones that rock and take over the unoccupied territories, they're all mental fucking kids.
yeah, but they've got the backing of fucking IDF soldiers standing there with AK-47s.
Yeah.
So if one of them slap them kids over and say fuck off and rah, they'll just get shot by the IDF.
It's a terrorist attack.
Yeah, of course.
IDF don't have AKs, Billy. They've got the AR-15, haven't they?
Sorry.
Even though it's a better weapon. But see, the thing is, the Qataris were funding Hamas
Money
all the way
has
through.
no borders. No
Sorry?
borders. Money has no borders.
Exactly. And when the Qataris said that they weren't going to continue funding Hamas or cut the funding, it was Netanyahu that was basically saying, no, please keep doing it, because they need that enemy. They need that reason to sort of, keep their army in the game. So it suits the Israelis to have an aggressive force heading Palestine. And I mean, remembering, I think, was it 2006 that was the last?
Yeah, have you seen those videos of the nurses crying because they haven't got an anaesthetic because
people don't, man.
It. They're not political.
They're
not political.
The civilian fucking casualties. I mean, apparently, by even the Israelis are saying it's 1-to-1. They're claiming that they're killing one Hamas terrorist.
How many countries have got Hamas on their T list, on the terrorist list?
Most.
I don't think that's true. I
think most have, mate.
I don't think that's true. I don't think any country that recognizes Palestine, would put Hamas down as a T group.
Well, the thing is, it's like, Palestine haven't got any real international sway whereas Israel.
See, that's the thing. If Israel ain't got an international border that's recognised, how are they saying that? Oh, on October the 7th, they came across the border and attacked us.
Well,
you ain't got a
the
border,
G7
though.
nations, the majority of them backed Israel, innit? Like, especially America and Britain,
I'm pretty sure all of them
recognize
do, don't
Israel. So that's where Hamas's issue or Palestine's issue is that when Hamas was being voted in, the international countries, apart from Netanyahu and Israel, were saying, like, we're not going to recognize these, man.
Yeah.
And still allow them to get to be, or still was happy with them and being able to be voted for as a political party to control Gaza, just to disrupt the PLOs having control of West Bank and Gaza, and then
But internationally, it's still
might be the
recognised
fight
as
against
one,
the Oslo
as
Accord.
one
They're
land, isn't it?
having to recognise the borders that was agreed up in the Oslo Accord. So, it's a mad one still. It's a mad one.
I need to read a lot more.
See, the thing is, this guy's case that he's putting forward, he might never be successful in actually achieving the goal that he set out for himself, which is to get Hamas unprescribed, right? But the fact is, the way he's sticking it to them legally, when they deny him, that makes them all culpable. Because in the future, he could turn around and say, yeah, you couldn't just sit there and ignoring this situation and making out like you didn't know, because there was a legal case put to you to recognize these people, recognize their leadership, recognize them as an entity, and you deliberately didn't do that in the face of a genocide. So you let people get genocided and at the same time refuse to recognize their leadership, or to so at that point then you're culpable. You're also guilty.
Leadership is often corruptible.
But that's irrelevant. Like,
no,
you can't.
Not.
It's like by law, the president, like, everybody gets a defense in law, right?
Yeah.
Like, even a mass murderer will have a solicitor in a court of law. So a group of people that's being possibly genocided, for them not to have any spokesperson or any recognized leader, whether they're T's or not, is a travesty of justice. Now, even if you say, well, we can't.
But the representation isn't for what's happening in between Israel and Palestine. It's only for the prescribed setting, in it, like to either get them unprescribed or carry on being a prescribed organization. So that's like what that barrister has taken on the case for, on whether Hamas should be a prescribed organization within the UK.
And I already said that. It's the first thing I said. I said that I
the
recognize
UK,
what he's saying
in Palestine,
his goal is, but I'm saying sometimes the goal that you're setting might be unattainable, but the repercussions of you even trying are still there, and it's still visible. It's still something. Like, the point that you're scoring might be so tiny, but considering the fact that it's the only point that you could score, for you to not do it, you'd have to be an idiot. And I think for him to stick it to them legally and say to them, look, legally, you're leaving a group of people that's been genocided without any leadership or any recognized talking, even spokespeople. Like, you're not even allowing them, like, ambulances. Like, you have to be, legally speaking, culpable. It's like me saying to somebody, I'm going to try you for murder, and then not letting him have a solicitor and hanging him. Right? And I'm turning around and saying, yeah, but I didn't hang him. Chrissy Morris hanged him. No,
I didn't hang anyone.
But I'm the one
just called for someone to be hung. God
He's
damn.
talking in parables. Give him a break.
But do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, for Britain to not recognise Hamas, when Hamas is the only people that could be the possible leaders of these people, is technically leaving them without any leadership at all. That's like you saying, I want to go to court to fight for the rights to see my children. And when you get there, they turn around and say, yeah, but you served 10 years in prison for armed robbery. Yeah, so what?
Yeah,
but you're an armed robber. Why should you have
the
the right to see your children? But wait a
They're
minute.
not democratic leaders, though, are they? Really?
Even murderers that's in prison can see their children, right? So there's certain rights, that inalienable rights, like for example, to be legally represented. But I'm not recognising anybody.
But I mean, legal by whose which?
What do you mean? Legal by whose?
Legal by whose which? It's.
What do you mean? There's like internationally recognised law, right? So
Yeah.
everybody deserves to be defended.
Someone has to
Right.
recognise all those things.
Yeah, but you can refuse a defence. You can refuse. You can say you're defending yourself.
No, but they still have a representative,
No,
whether
they
it's
don't.
yourself
But
or not.
If you don't
You're
want a
still
representative
defending
in
yourself.
court, if you don't want a representative in court,
No, but
you
you're
just- you
representing
say-
yourself then.
Sorry,
But then you're your own representative.
I know that's what I'm saying.
No,
So you don't have
you're
to have a
saying
representative.
that someone's case can get put forward without representation. That don't make
Yeah,
sense.
that's not true. A
It
terrorist organisation does have the right to defence in the court of law, man.
Right.
Yeah,
so
like, Luke's the one pushing this argument, which is bullshit. It's not even legal.
What
Like, these
argument?
people,
What argument?
far right dons don't know nothing about the law at all.
It's against the law for people to say that they are either a part of Hamas or support the organisation or whatever, be supporters of Hamas. But it's not against the law for them to have legal representation.
Does that?
What's against the law,
depend
yeah, is if they, as a prescribed organisation, if they pay
location?
the legal representation, then they have to go through either a third party for receiving the funds to make sure that they're not receiving funding from a prescribed organisation as well.
So the
So
way I
they
understand it, it'd have to be. I mean, it'd be a really long and protracted type, sort of like a thing that they'd be going through. But what they'd have to do is the political arm of Hamas would have to denounce the militia arm
Well-
of Hamas, and they'd have to basically, say, look, what we started as,
Yeah,
has
I'd
been
do the same
taken
thing.
over by, sort of like extremists, and we are trying to expel the extremists from our group. That'd be the way that they would get any sort of like international recognition at all. But Khan, I've got a question for you. Do you think if the shoe was on the other foot that the Palestinians would genocide the Israelis?
Yes, they would, of course.
I think they would. I think the hatred is so deep
Well,
and
it's gonna
so
be killed.
embedded that they would both, the extremists on both sides, and notice I've just said the extremists on both sides would wipe out the other. It would genocide the other if they could. That's my honest belief.
Well,
What do you reckon?
you can see videos, yeah, of I think a guy, an Israeli guy, was asking like women in Israel, "Do you feel sorry for the children that's died?" And rah rah rah, and they was like, "No, they're gonna grow up to be adults one day."
I don't think either of them do, really. I think
I think both
No, she
both
said
sides.
kill them all adults.
Let me answer. My answer is
It's all
this,
right
yeah.
for long gone.
The same way people can get radicalized into hating each other over how many years, the same effort that has to be put into de-radicalizing them and making them actually both agree.
It's 3 times as worse.
It don't matter. It don't matter. That's the process, isn't it? You can't radicalize people, put them against each other, let them fight a war, and then think, oh, they're going to wake up tomorrow and forget all about it. There has to be a lot of time and effort put into making them understand that they've got a common cause, right? Which is the land, isn't it? They want to live side by side as neighbours. They have to agree that for their own prosperity, for their own survival, they have to basically get along with each other, and that don't happen overnight.
No.
That don't happen
But
overnight.
Israel's got Palestinian children in jail, though.
Imagine
Do you
it was your
believe, Khan, that
ex-wife.
both sides would genocide each other if they had the chance?
Imagine
No, I'm saying
And
to you, the
Israel
same way,
keep
Chrissy, the
breaking
same way
international
they've
laws
been,
in the way that they're
the same way
treating
they've been manipulated
Palestinian
into those
prisoners as well.
positions of hatred, they have to be manipulated out of them as well.
Right, but do you? But I agree. I mean, there's going to be no quick fix. There can't be a quick fix. Time is the great healer, and time is ultimately what will make them forget their hatred for each other and a shared prosperity, as you said. But the question I asked was, do you believe that both sides would genocide each other currently if they could?
I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think
probably.
I don't think either side was willingly genociding the other side. I think that if the Israelis could pull up 5 huge buses and say to them all, get on the bus, like Schindler's List, like get on the train and see you later, they would have opted for that. They would have opted for that. They wouldn't have wanted to kill all those people if they could have got away with just deporting them. But the Palestinians just were like, we're not leaving. You can kill us. We're not leaving. That's the difference. But in Germany, when they said to the Jews, get on the fucking train and stuck a fucking gun in their face, they fucking had to do it.
In Germany, they went up and...
But what's the difference? Because getting...
The difference is you're saying that people hate each other so much...
Let me finish. Bro, let me finish.
What do you mean? You've asked me a question.
Bro, let me finish, bruv. Bruv, let me finish. So... Your analogy about
like to go into a back and forth with you like this is.
Are you gonna allow me to finish my sentence?
Allow it, bruv. I'm going on mute, bruv. Man's going on like he's Parkinson, bruv.
Calm down.
How many questions you gonna ask me?
I'm asking you a fucking question, and you keep
You're not letting me answer the question, you dickhead.
I'm asking. I haven't asked it yet. I'm asking. ING, not ED.
You're still on your first question.
Calm down.
No, we're not still on the first question.
I'm asking question and then give my answer.
Analogy, and I'd like to explore your analogy. You just said that people had a gun stuck in their face and were told to get in the boxcar. Yeah. So do you think there's much difference between transporting a person to their death than actually killing them where they are?
No.
I'm not going to let somebody like lead us down a merry path of question and answer if I don't know where you're taking us. My fact is this. My answer is this.
I'm not taking you anyway. I'm using your analogy.
Exactly. If you're building
I'm using your analogy to ask you a question.
You're speaking
to
over
make
me
something
right now.
Clear.
You're speaking over. You pass the mic to me. It's my turn to speak, right? I'm saying if I could feel that you somehow going to conclude a point, I might help you build the point towards that conclusion.
It's your point.
You're just leading us round the houses as usual because you want to do this back
your
and forth.
Point.
Chrissy asks question time. Allow it, bro.
Your
anyway,
point.
my point is this. Let me make my point, yeah? My point is this. Chrissy's saying that both sides hate each other so much that they would willingly genocide each other. And I'm saying, no, that's not true.
The extremists on both sides.
I'm saying even the most extreme, hate-filled, horrible Israeli fucking G-siding Zionist would not want to G-side them people if they could get away with just deporting them.
They would.
They wouldn't. If they could get away with just deporting them and getting rid of them. Because I'll tell you why, Simon.
Where would you deport them to?
I'll tell you why, Simon. Is your name Simon? I'll tell you why, Simon. Is because it's actually a more conclusive ending to the scenario. When you try to kill people, there's always going to be some survivors. And unless they concede to basically accepting your authority, which they never will, right? Yeah. They'll always be there and they'll always claim that land, no matter how many of them you kill, right? But if they agree to leave, then that's you've won at that point.
But what if they don't agree to leave?
The people that write history.
I think that's the point. They're not
and the
leaving.
point is that they're never going to agree to leave that land, not all of them. So if they don't agree to leave that land and they keep chucking stupid rockets at Israel, how do you deal with them?
My argument is this: no matter how much Israelis hate Palestinians and want them gone, they'd rather them voluntarily leave than have to physically kill them, because physically killing them. Physically killing them means that there'll always be survivors.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. I would rather someone give. That's what I'm saying. I would rather give. That's what I'm saying. I would rather someone give me their money than me have to take it.
Exactly. If you're a thief, if you're a mugger, listen. If you're a mugger and you're worth your salt, you'll always give your victim the option of coughing up before you fucking forcibly take their money off them.
Yep. But what if they don't then? What if they say, fuck you, mate, I'm not giving you a thing? You have to mug them, don't you?
Let's do
now, the analogy is that the Palestinians are being asked to leave. They won't, which is their right. And I agree that they should be able to stay in the land that they was born in. As I also agree that the Israelis should be able to stay in the land they was born in.
Yeah.
So what happens now? The two countries hate each other. We need a two-state solution, and they need to be fucking parted for as long as it takes, which is probably going to be a couple of generations.
For that to happen, yeah. Hey, Chrissy, for that to happen, obviously Israel has to state its true borders, and then Palestine has to be recognised by the international community.
Yeah, that's what I'd want.
Happen, then that's never gonna take place.
I don't know about never. I think it will eventually, because that's the only way I can say. I mean, they're just going to continue killing each other.
If none of them recognise it, then that's not going to happen. If the international countries
just going to continue killing each other,
meaning the G7, the main G7 countries, America, UK, any of the European Union countries, Japan, and so and so. If none of them are recognising Palestine as an actual state, and Israel doesn't draw up their borders, then this two-state solution was never going to happen.
Billy. A lot of them have said they're in favour of a two-state solution, because when you actually think about it logically and take the emotion out of it, that's the only way it's going to work. There's no way Israel are just going to pack up their boats and, go and leave the territory. There's no way Palestine.
Yeah, that's not a two-state solution, though, right? If Israel having to leave or Palestine having to leave, that's not a two-state solution.
Almost everyone as a state. Israel is almost recognised by everyone as a state. Palestine isn't. But all the people in the right places agree that the only way it's going to work is a two-state solution, and basically keep the fuckers apart for a couple of generations, because that level of hatred is never, ever going to be fucking forgotten by the current population. Yeah, Israel are never going to forget what happened on the 7th of October, and the Palestinians are never going to forget Nakba.
Historically, give us an example. Give us an example of what you're saying that happened in real life. It seems like you're making it up, mate.
I've got to say,
making what up?
A couple of generations forgettable memory. That's a really good point.
Yeah,
how many generations?
Like was saying, yeah.
How many
listen,
generations?
Wait, listen.
Let me just make
if
one
the guy, like, listen.
He's already going off half cocked.
Listen. What happens? Like you say, if Israel marks out its borders and then Palestine's recognised as a state or whatever, then obviously they could start to move on to the next solution where, like, the Palestinians could start building up their country, economy, and blah 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 blah.
No one's kids want to grow up fighting. Like, no one.
In generations to come, obviously there will be the children of both that only know the two states.
Some of those people that
two-state solution
understand
could actually work out. Because you know that obviously theories of this place done that and that place done that and rah. My family got killed here and my family got killed there. It's going to take a little while for that sort of stuff to die down with the heat in their bellies, right? Now imagine you lost your child got killed in one of these things, or your uncle got killed, or your mum, your so and so, or whatever. You're going to hold them feelings for a little while, man.
Well done. Yeah.
So that two-state solution is going to take generations of
to make out that people hating each other is some sort of obstacle to the solution is not true. How many generations did England oppress Ireland for? I said to make out that people hating each other is an obstacle to a peace process is not true.
The English,
it's not true. English hate the French. Don't mean they're going to go to war with them.
They demolished the Irish.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? Do the Irish who had to endure hundreds of years of British occupation, right? Yeah, do they now that a peace process has been achieved, are they now still carrying on hating England?
Yes.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Not onto the level that you're making out, Simon. Not onto the level that's going to infringe upon them being two separate countries that are
the danger of the IRA has got
this
so small
that
now.
Chris has brought to the table. It's a misnomer. It's a misnomer.
They've got a new one now, and I don't think it's anything to do with the last two.
What, the IRA?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that the IRA, that version of political activism had sort of died down.
I thought so.
Like, loads of shit fell over.
But people can hate each other and still get along, man.
Messy as fuck.
There's
Exactly.
married people that hate each other and they still get along.
Yes.
For the kids. But hating someone ain't something to bring to the table. Like, oh, they hate each other, then it's never going to work. Oh, they need us there in the middle. No, that's not true.
But you've got to be realistic with your your starting points and your goals. And the thing is, mate, it's like, there's no way that the current regime in Israel and Hamas are going to get on. There's no way. It's just not going to happen.
No,
they've been trying it for centuries. Well, not centuries, but
it will take
the argument has been going on for quite some time, and it's never going to be resolved with those two groups as they are. So they've got to change, and I think the only way that's going to happen,
if they were left alone, I think they probably
for them to get mellow. And as both groups mellow,
the
they
party are not going with a
two-state common ground
with Hamas. So it's going to take at least two different parties to be in power.
Two generations, I reckon.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to take at least two different parties to be in power. And they, in my opinion, they could have been closer to a two-state solution with PLO rather than with Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd have
not saying that PLO are the perfect party and so and so, but I'm saying that they're more on politics than independent. Hamas are.
But if PLO was there, they wouldn't have been able to do as many land grabs, would they? Because ultimately, that seems to be
what a lot of
the
Zionists are after. The land grabs is happening. The land grabs is happening on the PLO controlled territory of the West Bank.
But it's not going on as that seems to be the goal of Israel. Is to basically grab the land, and obviously that helps with their security. That's the sort of like the logic that they're using. So if that was to happen, there would be no problem. But where do the people go if they're not prepared to leave?
What is the ultimate objective? What is the ultimate objective?
What do you mean?
The highest goal
what people?
possible.
What do you mean? The people in the occupied territory?
Anyone that is on land that Israel wants, if they're not prepared to go, what's going to happen to them? If you're not prepared to leave,
that's the whole thing, right? Because where the borders have been refused to draw out, the occupied territory is being claimed by both sides. Places like Jerusalem and others are being claimed by both sides. So until there's an actual border that says this is Israel and this is Palestine, how can they ever draw up a two-state solution?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, obviously, part of the two-state solution would be that they have to come together to make some compromise or be forced into a compromise that was respected by the United Nations.
He's saying if there's a two-state solution, right, it's incumbent upon one side agreeing, right, then how are you going to make it happen when it's not in their interest for it to happen? But it's not in their interest. You've got no leverage on them.
Well, if you're
Israel has to draw up their borders.
If you're the UN, you've got the backing of the United States.
With more of a centrist, centre-left party. Hamas needs to be replaced with a more of a democratic sort of party or whatever. There's loads of different things that need to happen before the two-state solution. Seems like it could be a thing that both sides would accept.
Agreed. But no one's taking any steps to try and make that happen. And that's because you've got the far you've got the far right.
But why would Likud give up their position of power at the moment? When
but I mean,
places like Britain and America are in support of Israel and so, like why the hell would Likud give up their position?
But it's only the establishment and the governments of most countries that are supporting them. It's not the actual people. And when the people start voting out
can all agree on
the establishments and the governments that don't support his views, that's when. I mean, Israel so far they've massively lost the PR war. I mean, the war on the ground, they're unbeatable. They've got an army, a navy, and an air force. Whereas Palestine, they've got nothing but militia. So there's no win there for Palestine. But what's happening is the whole world are going, hang on a minute, you've got an army, navy, and an air force, and currently you're killing one civilian to one, Hamas terrorist, and that isn't acceptable. There's far too many civilians dying, and the whole world. I mean, I think it's something like 80% of the world is actually against Israel and what the Israeli government are doing. And 80% of the world wants peace, and that's just not happening on either side. I mean, I'm as pissed off with Hamas as I am with the Israeli government.
If I called you a cunt now, you wouldn't bomb my house.
No, I ain't got explosives. But yeah, the way that most people see it, and this is where the media and the establishments in the countries are trying to persuade it. If you're against the killing of the Palestinian people, you're a Hamas supporter, when most of us aren't. I'm not. I think, fuck Hamas. What they did on the 7th of October was fucking awful.
Well,
yeah, and there's no way I'm going to support Hamas ever.
Yes,
because of what they stood for and what they've done.
But you only have to explain that to the simple mind. Anyone that's trying to, Chrissy, if you're arguing against someone that's sensible,
awful shit as Hamas has. And as
if
far
you're
as I'm
arguing
concerned,
against someone that's sensible with logic here, you wouldn't need to explain that calling for a ceasefire doesn't mean that you support fucking Hamas. It's only in these sort of circles where a man want to try and get gotcha moments where you can say,
Belly,
wait, listen,
you're
listen,
above average intelligence. You're above average intelligence, Belly. So am I. But most of the people
but listen to the point.
You're not above average intelligence.
You gotta listen to the point, though, bro. Listen to the point, cuz, is that if you're in arguments where everyone's trying to get a gotcha moment or whatever, a man will try to say, you calling for a ceasefire is the same as supporting Hamas or whatever. But like in a court of law, that could never stand up or whatever, or even any sort of proper situations or scenarios, debates or discussions that could never stand up in it. Like, because the same sort of thing. Calling for a ceasefire is not the same thing as supporting any political party. Yeah. You could actually hate Hamas and still want a ceasefire. So
yeah, I totally agree. But the thing is, there's too many people out there that want you to either support one side or the other, when the majority of the people are moderate and just want the killing to end. I mean, that's been my stance from the beginning. The 7th of October was fucking awful. And yeah, I'm against Hamas, but I don't believe in collective punishment. And to kill sort of like 20,000 children, innocent children.
Let's stop the foolishness. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Uncle EIE. Welcome to the panel.
But let's have a gentleman conversation today and be just.
Let's try.
Can we admit that Israel is an occupier? Can we come to some
occupied zone that is recognized by the
understanding of the facts?
EIE, there's a zone that is recognized as occupied, that there's Israelis and Palestinian living.
Let me dispel that belief, Veli. Israel is an occupier. It controls the Palestinian people by land, sea, and air. There is nowhere that the Palestinians are not occupied on their land. Right. Nowhere, Veli. Israel is an occupying power as stated by the United Nations. It's not in dispute. Even the British government, that's their policy, that Israel is an occupier. There's certain responsibilities that an occupier has to the population. In international law, those who are occupied have the right to resist. But because Israel has the media and Britain and the United States, it's warped reality in having people think it's the oppressor who has the right.
Everyone has the right to resist.
No, not an occupier in occupied land.
Everyone.
No.
Everyone.
You can do a simple Google search.
I
if
resist
you want
you
to be
now.
Honest
Everyone has
no,
the right
you do. That's true. It is true what you say. Like if you're a sovereign territory and your space is encroached upon, you have the right to resist as well. So
yeah, Veli, if you're an occupier, you do not have the right to defend yourself against the people who you're occupying.
You're talking from the other person's
No,
side.
you do have the
Are
right.
you not listening to what EIE is saying, bro?
Have the
He's
right to
100%
defend
They're not
right. I don't know
listening,
what
sovereign
you're not
territory.
even listening
They're
to
not
what I'm
listening
saying to
to
you.
him.
But EIE, you know what it is, yeah? It's because obviously you're only speaking on the occupied territory, which that international law is resistance of. And obviously, Hamas's October the 7th attack was on sovereign territory.
No, it was not.
No, it wasn't, because they don't have an
It was
internationally recognized
occupied
border. You said
land.
it yourself.
The Israelis built a kibbutz, a heaven right next to the hell, the biggest open air prison in the world. They did that. Imagine if the Germans had built a
red
5-star
cows.
Ritz hotel. If the
They're
Germans
breeding
had built
red
a Ritz
cows.
hotel next to the concentration camp, wouldn't they be condemned, and rightfully so? Why is Israel getting away with that? And then they claim, oh, you attacked us. You attacked us. You built your dreamland right next to the largest open air prison. These people could see you dancing and celebrating from their misery right next door.
I mean, you wouldn't kill
It
those
was
people.
occupied land. And Israel has no right to defense, as stated by international law.
But you wouldn't kill those dancing kids on drugs.
Don't tell me what to kill when you occupy.
He's telling you what
Do
international
not
law
tell
is
me
telling
what to
us.
kill when your boot is on my neck.
I'm not.
You cannot have your boot on my neck and tell me how to resist.
I wouldn't.
Right.
You'd probably strangle me.
You cannot, oppressor, tell me how to resist you.
I'm not. I'm not an oppressor.
No, I'm just saying for argument's sake.
Okay.
Yo, hey, listen, I got to jump off, yeah? I'm going to leave you on the panel. It's going to end soon. I don't know when it's going to end, though, yeah? Hey, guys, hold on. I'm going to leave you guys on the panel, yeah? And it's going to cut off. I don't know when it's going to cut off, though, yeah? Because it's like in the last hour.
Yeah, but this is a conversation that needs to be had.
Take care, Billy.
So when you see Jewish people, people who were in even the concentration camps of Auschwitz being called anti-Semitic for being out there saying this is wrong, you know there's something wrong. In America and Great Britain, most of the people who are supporting are not most in Great Britain, but I can tell you over here, the Jewish people who have been supporting Palestine over here have been called all manner of names, have been banned, have been treated like dog. These are people who have been in concentration camps and are saying, we recognize what's going on. Stop it before it gets too far.
Well, I mean, it's already too far.
It is too far. But let me tell you one thing I've learned a long time ago. Never blame Nero. Look at Nero's friends.
Nero.
Never blame Nero. Nero is going to be Nero. You know who Nero is?
Yeah, Nero was one of the people that was identified as the Antichrist.
Yes, 616, Mr. 616 himself, the Antichrist. And there's an old saying, never blame Nero, but look who his friends are. Who are Israel's friends?
I'm fairly sure that.
Find who Israel's friends are and you find the problem.
I'm fairly sure Baron Trump is the Antichrist or X.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is,
Israel's friends are the ones that are promoting this foolishness.
To the Middle East,
Britain,
is the Antichrist,
UK,
according to the Book of Revelations.
Yeah, but I'm just giving you an old saying. You never look at the person who's the wicked, evil person. That person can only do so much. Who are the ones who are the friends of this person, helping them carry out these deeds? Who? Find those people and you find the problem.
Who's putting the batteries in whose back?
And you will find the UK, you'll find the United States, you'll find Hungary, you'll find, and it's not 90% of the world that are 80% of the world that support Israel. All you got to do is look at the last UN vote. You got to look at the last UN vote. Less than 5% of the world supports Israel now.
No, I think it's a bit more than that.
When I say support, I'm talking on books.
It's the important.
Nobody wants Israel to be destroyed. What people want is that system Israel, to go away.
For instance, whoever America supports, that's who's got the power in this world. because America have got the military.
But I mean,
that's what you think. We're finding the you know what? If you had told me that a year ago, I would have said you had a case. But you know what? You can be so arrogant, and I'm not speaking you per se now. I'm just saying hypothetically. One can be so arrogant as to think they're so powerful that they can never be touched.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not thinking
when
that.
you make
Currently, that
decisions,
is the situation.
Trump is making America touchable right now. Am I lying?
I'm not sure.
When you turn against Great Britain, when you turn against Canada, when you turn against Germany, when you turn against the very people, remember, Nero has friends. When Nero turns against his friends, because let's make no mistake, the biggest Nero on this planet, we all know what stripes, what stars and stripes that is.
So America, I mean Trump in particular, has worked out that if you've got an obedient dog, you can slap it and it will still love you, and that's what he's doing.
He's about to find the folly of his ways.
So he's
about to find the folly of his ways. I live in this country. I don't want to see, as much as I have the issues I have with America's history, I want this country to be successful. I am sick of what this man is doing with this country. I got 5 kids here. I've got stake here. What this man is doing to this country is shameful.
What Trump's doing to America?
Yeah, what he's doing is shameful.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Don't get me to lie and make it sound like I was in support of what Biden did either, because I wasn't.
No, I mean there was never a choice between one of them is incompetent and the other one is corrupt. Well, they're both corrupt.
Well, they're both.
But it's wrong. It's how it's going to turn out for the world, and only ceding power to China and Russia. I mean, me and Khan had this one out the other day. Khan was saying about there's only one bully in the playground, which is America. But I'm like, no, there's 3. You just don't realise.
But what would be so bad in not ceding power, but sharing power? Because I can see no world in where America won't still be a prominent member of this world family. There's no world that America is going to be in a position where it's subservient to anyone. But what America will have to do is learn to share this world. I learned the statistics a long time ago that was scary. America is 5% of the world's population and uses 35% of the world's resources. I was so shocked when I found that out. That is not
350 million of you, bruv. That's a lot of people to use that 35%, though, isn't it?
Who owns Hawaii?
Well, it's a
Hawaii is a state.
Puerto Rico. There are places America's.
Puerto Rico is like a side piece.
18 point.
Exactly.
Side piece. They got Puerto Rico under their sphere of influence, but they haven't given them full statehood. You see what I'm saying? Pretty much the same way they have the UK, the United Kingdom right now.
It's all old family stuff.
And that's a shock, guys. Because we have to admit, dog,
what America is
slowly
doing,
becoming what they're trying to turn Canada into. The UK is slowly becoming America's 52nd state.
No, it was, and it's moved away from that now. I think that America will push the UK back into Europe. The UK have got more in common with Europe than they have with the United States. And if the United States aren't going to offer them the military umbrella that has always kept us with the United States, then it's going to be
Did you
right.
Hear me when I said there is no? I apologize. There's no way America is going to be diminished to the point where America's military power is going to not be still what it is. What I'm
America's military power may only last one more generation, because EIE, are you aware of what the BRICS nations are?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, the BRICS nations are rising, and the US dollar, G7 nations, they're diminishing. And when it finally gets to the BRICS nations having more financial power than the US dollar, that's when the US military will start feeling the pinch.
And
And
that's why I'm
when
telling
the
you, there's no
Chinese
way. Yes,
and
respectfully,
the Russians will then start exerting their military power, because they will be in a more favourable financial situation, because they're in the BRICS nations, and the US dollar will lose its world currency.
I
And
don't see
that's
that
when
happening.
the USA will go from the richest country in the world to not even in the top 10.
Let me tell you something that I have seen as an immigrant to the United States. People will never stop wanting to come to the United States. The United States holds a unique place on this planet that cannot be replaced. My thing is not for the United States to be diminished. I just want the United States to learn to share.
To learn what, sorry?
To share.
To share.
Share,
That's
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I
it.
agree.
I cannot see a world. And even though you hear me get up every day and I talk about the UK and how full of shit the king is, I don't want to see the UK destroyed. There's too much black people in the UK for me to see it destroyed. The UK has too much.
That's racist.
Take the black out of it, bro. Just
I don't
like
give a
people.
shit what you say. I don't want to see my people destroyed. And plus, the UK still is the head
I don't
of
think you will
Jamaica.
see
I
any
don't want to
people
see Jamaica
destroyed.
destroyed. What I'm
Anyone.
saying is we need a revamping of how the system is.
Of course.
You see what I'm saying? And the thing I see is there are people who are holding on to old behaviors, old mentalities, and they're refusing. And situation is going to make them have to adjust. You see what I'm saying? Like Trump coming in right now and doing all this stupid stuff. I mean, who knew? Canada woke up one day and realized that this country that they invested in, Canada had no other option but the United States. They invested so much in the United States.
Landmass.
They had no other option. Canada is looking right now like, what do we do?
They put all their eggs in one
busy
basket.
trying to find new partners to work with when all this time they could have diversified. But because America was just this big, easy lunch, they just kept eating, and now they're fat off the hog. And one guy came in and said, you know what, enough. And now
what the world is going to learn, EIE, what the world will learn is that every country needs to be, to a certain extent, self-sufficient, so that if Trump or another Trump was to come along and do this again, it wouldn't hit their economy so hard, and they can rely on their own country to support itself.
And
so
this is where I'm going to say to you.
And the other thing it will teach them is that there's not too many security guarantees in this world anymore. So we need a nuclear weapon, and that is going to be where the problem is. And that could be world's end.
Hear me out.
Hang on, I've not finished, bruv. That could be world's end, because all these other small countries are going, hang on a minute, look what happened to Ukraine. Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, and then Russia invaded them. And basically, without nuclear weapons, all countries are vulnerable. If you've got a nuclear weapon, you're not as vulnerable. So now, all these smaller countries that believed that they could rely on America and rely on whatever country to help them are going to turn and go, we can't rely on their help anymore. So we need now to start a nuclear weapons program. And the more countries that have nuclear weapons, the more chance there will be of nuclear war. And as Reagan said way back in, I think, the 70s or 80s, no one will win a nuclear war.
Let me put a scenario to you. If the UK was smart, with this former empire that they had called the Commonwealth, with that much population at its disposal, so-called shared experience that they claimed they had with us, should the UK had ventured off into being more independent, growing its Commonwealth, looking to be more let's just say
Commonwealth,
spreading the wealth, the technology, the the assistance, all the wealth that was gained from out of our hides. If the UK was smart, do you think it would have done what it did as far as to put all its eggs in the basket, in the American basket? Or should it had went about the Commonwealth and build up these people by changing the old mentality? The king had the opportunity to do it, you know. He could have went around and said, okay, the past is what it is. We now want a future based on equal opportunity.
That was the lie that was sold to the other Commonwealth countries at the beginning of the Commonwealth.
Want me to tell you how you're wrong?
And it only enriched this country.
When Biden went and started this war with Russia, what did the rest of the black world say when Biden wanted us to join? The rest of the black world, I'm not talking black Americans, I'm talking black people out of America. Did they join the United States to get at Russia? No.
Well, I mean, it was a diplomatic push, wasn't it, by Biden?
But it failed, didn't it? And why did it fail?
To use Ukraine to take the wind out.
Why did it fail? Why did it fail? Because people remembered
what he wanted to do. What
people
failed?
Remembered
he didn't get back in, power to carry on.
Let me tell you why it failed, bro, man. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you. You go all over the British Commonwealth, you will find AK-47s and flags, and people indebted to the Soviet Union.
Did I invest in this land, Ryan?
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
You go all over the Commonwealth, you will find people indebted to Russia for doing what? Helping them fight neocolonialism and getting their independence. To the point when Biden...
I don't know, brother. I don't know.
Let me tell you something. Black people, we loyal and we don't forget. We know who our friends are. And we know who our enemies are.
I don't think it's a black or white thing.
It is.
No, it's not.
No, only you Europeans think it's not.
You
created the game and then trying to convince us it's not.
The last time I spoke to him...
Are you American? Are you American?
The last time I spoke to
him,
he threatened to cut my tongue out and put a hole through it.
No, but I'm just saying that is that
I agree with you.
You will hear Europeans saying the same thing. It's not a race thing. I'm saying to you, it is a race thing.
I agree with you. But the last time we spoke to each other, you literally threatened to cut my tongue out of my head.
That was a different time, buddy.
It was
different times.
It was a long time ago. Yes.
Yes. But my point is, if the Russians were surprised that black people supported there's this thing called non-alignment that we learned a long time ago. We don't have to be in league with the Russians, but we're not going to be their enemies because we understand that if we become the Russians' enemies and help white supremacy destroy the Russians, who's going to be standing in the way of white supremacy? White supremacy will have the open
the Russians
field.
Wouldn't look at it as a race thing, though, would they? They'd look at it as a nationality type thing. They'd look at it
is a
as
race thing.
If you're in NATO or if you are a certain nationality.
No, it is a race thing because NATO don't see the Russians as worthy white folks. You know this.
NATO don't see the Russians as worthy.
No,
well, they do because they set up a whole organization to make sure that they couldn't.
NATO sees Russia. Russia is not a white country to you guys. Russia is not a white country to you guys.
Everywhere is white to me.
Do you know the difference ethnically between Russia and Europe? Do you know?
Russia is one of the most diverse countries on the planet.
Russia is a mixture of Turks, Mongols, Slavs, and maybe a little bit of Vikings in there somewhere. But compared to Europe, they're not that white.
Who are the fit Turks with beards?
Can we not have a serious conversation, Simon? Take your butt plug out, man. You don't seem to be enjoying yourself too much. Man's on the verge of titillation here. Relax, bro.
Turkish wrestling?
Big man are talking.
Turkish.
So,
anyway,
Russia are very Russia are very national. They're a
Trying to
very
have a honest conversation, but the white guys are starting to act white now.
Haplogroup something.
Russia's
They're
very
reverting
national.
back to their playground days, isn't it? The childhood days. They're good at that.
I'm just saying is white supremacy is not smart. What's happening is there's a hierarchy to white supremacy, like I keep saying.
Yeah, they call it the purity spiral.
Yes. And even though the UK is as white as you can be as far as a white country, don't let the few little black folks and Asians over there fool you. UK is a white country. It is the standard for whiteness.
Can't believe you said that.
Okay? UK is the standard for whiteness. Let's just admit it.
So there are countries that have got more indigenous white people than England, than the UK, though.
Well, Germany.
What he's saying, he's saying some whites.
This country. I know I'm always complaining about it, but this country is very, very accommodating.
It's not about the amount. It's not about the amount of people. There's obviously more people.
But there's levels to what he just said, Khan. Because when I said whiteness, you notice I said whites, and I didn't say Germans, and I didn't say English.
Ethnicities here, then how can that be?
Because
I know I slag this country off a lot, but
some whites are whiter than others.
This is a very welcoming country to ethnic minorities.
The point is,
we are one of the least
created whiteness.
Because it keeps the empire going.
Your countrymen, not your country. Your countrymen created whiteness. That's why I say England is the most white of all white. You have a queen that powdered her face. And
which ones?
Not just their face, but from what I've heard.
You guys are the white people. Okay, you Anglos and Saxons are the white people.
Yeah.
And that is it.
We've been
invaded. This system of whiteness.
But I mean,
we came to this country.
You know that we've been invaded as well.
Come on, man. Yes, I know you've been invaded.
Of course you do.
But that's not the point, though.
I like the way the invader himself is saying we've been invaded. Use the invader, motherfucker.
Did you just call me an invader?
Have you when people of your color got here, Simon, the old Cheddar Man was running around. Do you look like Cheddar Man?
Cheddar Gorge, yes, almost.
So EIE, this time last year, we had an Indian guy as the most powerful man in our country.
Look, man, come on. We know how whiteness works, man.
Indian people are really.
We know how this works.
No, tell me how whiteness works. Tell me how whiteness works, because I'm struggling.
He's telling you, man.
He was a Gunga Din with ideas. Let's just put it this way.
That's a little bit racist, bruv, calling him that.
He was a Gunga Din with ideas.
That's a little bit racist.
To be white, to be a white supremacist.
No, when he gets into the position and start playing,
actually be
then
white
he deserves it.
No, so you guys have got it wrong, yeah? It's not about the colour of skin. It's about the class. It's about the class and the money.
No, it's first of all the colour of skin. No, when there's a hierarchy. First of all, in this world we live in, it's a white man's world. It is the color of skin first. And then at a second level, then it's about money.
Rishi is way above me.
I don't care how rich an Arab, I don't care how rich an Indian is. White people got the gunpowder right now and can destable and take away anybody's riches. Gaddafi was a rich motherfucker.
I could not
Gaddafi was rich.
destabilize Rishi.
You see where Gaddafi is right now? There's a lot of rich people out there who are not white.
Yeah. And they're all
their money is
different colours
stored
and
in white
cultures,
countries. Their money is, you know what?
And they're all different colours.
And some upper class families.
The Indians don't even trust their people. They don't keep their money in India. The Indians keep their money in white countries.
No country trusts its people. No country trusts its people.
So why the hell do white people keep their money in white countries? The white people don't keep their money in black countries.
We haven't kept our money here. Everything we've got around us is property of a different country now.
Let me tell you the secret.
We've sold off everything. We've privatised
it off to the Cayman Islands, which you own anyway.
We don't
There's over
own the
500
Cayman
banks
Islands,
on the
do we?
Cayman Islands. I was
Right,
there
right.
recently. That's where you store
Okay, so
your
if we
money.
own the Cayman Islands, why aren't we raiding their banks and taking the
Because
taxes
you own it.
that are being stored in it?
You don't need to raid what you own.
I don't own it. I ain't got nothing in the Caymans.
I know you're a poor white, but
Well,
you know what I
you're
mean.
enjoying this now.
Yeah, but we are poor. We are poor. Everyone on this channel is poor. Even if we think
The bottom line
we're
is
actually the poor people of the world.
the
All
rich
of us.
white English
And
hide their money in small countries that they call
of course they do. Jersey,
Cayman
colonies.
Islands, Turks and Caicos. The
Yes.
list goes on,
yeah,
bro. We know where your money is.
what you're doing is you're being selective in who you're picking on there, because it's not just white
so?
English, it's rich people. That is
No.
the defining group.
No, I'm telling you, there's
They're
look,
all
man,
the people that have got their money in offshore bank
the
accounts.
pyramid
and
goes
tax,
like this.
They are
At the
all
top of the
sorts of
top,
different colours, different religions, and different nationalities. They're not just white English.
No. This world is a white Christian world.
No,
you hear what I just said?
It's not.
Mostly.
This is a white Christian world, my buddy.
No.
Why do they call you, Chrissy? Why do they call you
Christian
wasps?
world?
Why are you called a wasp?
What most people believe
A
in.
white Anglo-Saxon
White
person.
Anglo-Saxon Christian world. That's what we're living in.
Sorry, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Sorry.
Yeah, Protestant. Protestant. Yeah, put that on. Because the Catholics lost their power a long time ago. The Catholics are wish they were. It's the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant world we live in.
Catholics
Guys, there are more people that are atheists than religious.
But it's not a head count, Chrissy. It's about power.
That's not the point.
I mean, okay, so most powerful religion in the world, what is it?
Christianity.
Yeah. Well, Christianity, but specifically Catholicism, I believe.
Christians ship the bombs and the guns to Muslim countries.
Your morals are upstream.
Christian countries keep Muslim countries armed.
I would hope.
No. Greedy people keep people armed.
No. The bombs and the guns come from here. And the Muslims know that. You talk shit.
It's not about
these bombs and guns gonna stop coming.
It's not about what we're selling.
You know what scares white people?
Wherever we can, because
you know what about Islam scares white people? Let me tell you what about Islam scares white people.
Yeah.
They've got a few things that make it more palatable for people to join. Muslims are more dedicated to their religion. They're more what you would say, they're more fun. Because unless you are a woman, Islam is fun as fuck.
No, Islam is more disciplined.
If you join Islam as a man, you know it's okay to have about 4 or 5 wives.
Right.
Yeah, but the reality of that is that
do you know how much that draws men to that religion?
I know quite a few Muslims, and I don't know a single one that's got 2 wives.
That's their
and
choice,
I don't know a single man.
That's by choice.
I don't know a single man that would want
my
2
point
wives.
is by choice. That's by choice. If you can, as far as I understand in Islam, if you can afford it, you can have more than 1 wife.
Right, but who would want more than 1 wife? Who would
Somebody
want
who
more
likes
than 1 wife?
more headaches.
No, anyone.
I don't want all that headache. I don't want it.
Exactly. Neither do I. Neither does anybody. That's why.
Headache.
That's why it's a trope that is used, against Islam. And I'm an atheist. I'm not atheist.
As a Muslim, let me tell you
not
something.
religious.
The reason why they don't want Islam is because if everyone was Muslim, overnight the American dollar would not be able to use as currency, because there's only certain things that is actually recognized as currency, and this made-up paper money with no backing, no gold standard. As a Muslim, you can't even use it as money because it's not money. It's just debt. It's just debt. It's a debt-based economy. Islamically, that can't run.
Yeah, but
you can't have dollar.
But the majority of the Muslim world don't regard that what you've just said, though, do they? Otherwise,
he said about Islam. He didn't say about what Muslims are doing today.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you're making the correct case, yeah, because I know what you're saying is right.
Chrissy, what if we got rid of interest in that overnight? What would happen to the whole world economy now?
In realism, yeah, that isn't what's actually happening. Everyone is using the world
currency.
What I'm saying to you.
in actual real version of Islam, right? You can't have interest. You can't have debt like we got now.
Yeah.
Right?
But
How am I going to stick you in debt without charging you interest?
You can't actually have it in the Torah either.
Right. So the thing is, guys, it's like, religion is losing its foothold in the world. And that is the whole
point,
of the world.
Chrissy, because Islam's not just religion. It's a military system. It's a financial system. It's a judiciary. It's so many things that you can't just palm it off as a religion.
Some religions are growing, but some are dying out.
Religion is the fundamental. Religion is the fundamental thing of Islam, yeah?
But it doesn't matter. Like, you could set up a country tomorrow, like Afghanistan, for example. You say, we're going to run it by the Sharia, and you've got everything covered. You don't need a separate system. It's just one system runs everything.
Well,
it's all encompassing.
Religion is culture, period. It's culture.
It ain't like Christianity, where you need a king and you need a separate army and all that. It's just all, Islam is just one system.
Idealism is a bit like communism.
One system wouldn't be fucking utilised by all the people.
Can I push back on that a little?
EIE, what religion are you? Are you religious, EIE?
I serve at the altar of Pum Pum. But
so are you religious, EIE?
He wants 4 wives.
Weed and pussy.
Yeah, that don't sound too bad. That sound like heaven right there. That sound like heaven right there.
It's hard to recognize the beauty. If you had 4 wives, how many children would you have? And how many of them children would be working in the field producing crops?
I can answer that easily, Khan.
Rice?
I got 7 kids with 4 women. I don't need to be married.
No, but I'm saying to you that if them children was all working for you, if you own some land, you said, right, I'm going to grow some fig trees and I'm going to export these figs to Europe, right? And you just start growing figs or oranges or olives or whatever you was growing, right? The more women you got, the more children you got, the more hands on deck you got, the more production you got. Simon's living next door to you, man's gay as fuck, he's got no woman, he's got no kids and a bottle of whiskey. He ain't producing shit.
Correct.
Simon ain't producing nothing.
Correct.
You get me? Unfortunately. So if you had the farm next door to Simon, how many years would it take you to buy Simon's farm off of him? Not long. So the more wives you got, the more kids you got, the more production you got, the more land you're going to have.
Don't try and spark him off against me.
I'm just saying that, unfortunately,
let me
he's already asked to get his tongue.
How many kids you raised, Khan?
What are you saying?
Have you ever raised? I'm not being smart now.
How many kids have I got in real life?
Yeah, have you raised
2?
2?
I got 2, yeah, but I obviously raised a few others here and there.
Are they teenagers yet?
They are now, yeah.
Khan, can you honestly tell me, with what you're dealing with teenagers right now, you would want more about 10, 15 teenagers to deal with, bro?
Brother, in what we call a rural economy, in a production economy, rural, like growing stuff, right? In the countryside, let's say. When you show your child, listen, one day, my son, all this will be yours. You're not just working for pups out here.
You mean the firstborn? You mean the firstborn from the first wife? You mean the firstborn from the first wife?
It's the contract, isn't it? It's the contract.
The firstborn from the first wife. So what does the secondborn from the second wife get?
He has to play second fiddle.
You mean like Prince Andrew? Like what's the prince name?
Prince Andrew.
No.
Sometimes the second son gets more of a freedom, you know. Like, he might not inherit everything, but he don't have to manage it either. He can just relax.
Yeah.
Can we find out who this new guy is?
Like
some new guy on the panel.
Oh.
Is it? Oh, damn, Bansky, you still here? I thought you'd be in Ukraine by now, Bansky.
Why would I be in Ukraine?
I've got issues with you.
No, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Come on now, Bansky.
Why would I be in Ukraine?
Because you're a patriot, buddy. Britain needs good men right now.
He's Iranian. He's not English.
Thanks, he's not a good man.
No, I'm not a fucking patriot for Ukraine.
You're right.
No, I'm a patriot for Britain. I'm not a patriot for Ukraine.
No, but I like Pavlov.
That's the same thing.
Pavlov is a patriot for
that's the same thing these
Portugal
days,
right
buddy.
now.
That's
Pavlov is a dessert, isn't it?
You can't be a good British if you're not waving that blue and yellow flag, buddy. Come on.
No, it ain't.
Hey,
No, not at all. I do not support Ukraine and this entire
Just like you
debacle.
can't be a good British if you're not waving that Israeli
But
flag.
I do.
Come on,
but
buddy.
I
Get with it.
do. Oh no, I waved the Israeli flag. I'm Israel Chai for sure.
You're
What does Chai mean? What does Chai mean?
You're everything.
I'm
What
Israel
does it
Chai.
mean? What does that mean? It sounds a bit gay, but what does it mean?
It means the Jews live, or Israel.
It's
lives.
plural.
Let Israel
They
live.
just told him to say that on his last trip.
Yeah.
I thought he was saying L'chaim. You know, like, you know.
No, L'chaim is but Am is Israel Chai.
Sounds
You're
gay.
high on Israel.
On his last trip, they say when they tell you say this, hi, say this, hi.
Hitler. Hi, Israel.
Who is this new guy? Veli, you've soloed out. Everything is everything.
At all.
But there's a new
talking
person.
about
No, not everything. There's someone else on the panel that he's
EIE.
soloed out because
Is it me, Elliot?
Yeah,
because he's not sure if it's a porn bomber or not.
He's talking about Elliot. Me.
No, he didn't recognize me today. I'm not shouting.
No, I know everything. There's another guy that he soloed out.
If everyone quietens down.
It's Hector's worst accent.
Okay, is it anyone that we should care about?
Hello, mate. Are you there? Can you speak? Introduce yourself.
No.
What? Yeah. What's his name?
What's your name?
You.
Yeah,
you,
I
mate?
kept asking if you were talking about me. I tried to join earlier when you were talking about Israel, but I've been in the back panel for like 30 minutes.
An hour. Yeah, because Veli's an
State your
absent
case.
landlord.
State your case. Let's hear it. What you got to say?
No, it was what's everything? Everything is everything. What's his name? What should I call him?
Everything is everything.
Call him
Rasta.
EIE.
Rasta.
EIE. Yeah, I just wanted to know what his opinion on the Reconquista was.
On the what?
Give me a second.
On the what? Sorry.
On the
That weed smoke. Yeah. What you say now?
Yeah, your opinion on the Reconquista. Because what happened there was after Muslims marched on Israel, they then switched over to like Spain and the Spanish and the Portuguese regions, and then the Spanish took like 800 years to like beat the Jews out and the Muslims out.
What year was this?
So it started in like I think 722, and it ended in like I'm not sure.
Why are you mentioning Israel at that time period?
Because it lasted about 800 years, right? And my argument
did it happen in Poland or Germany or Russia?
So I don't think Muslims managed to conquer Russia or Poland. I think it was mainly like
the people who creating all this bullshit in the Middle East right now came from Poland and Russia in the early 20s or so. So that question really don't apply.
He's talking about back in the days of the Spanish Inquisition and all that before they discovered America.
But that's the thing. Jews were living in countries all over the region, and they were living at peace with the people in the countries they were living in. The issue for Jews only started really when Israel came about.
No, the Muslims, they marched on like half of the world, and they controlled half of the world, and they managed to push the Spanish out of their own country, basically. And
I understand what you're saying, but hear me, because you're asking it in reference.
If the United Nations existed back then, because you were saying it's illegal, you're saying it's illegal. You're saying it's illegal. Let me just finish quick. You're saying what Israel's doing is illegal, right? Per like United Nations rules, right? But if the United Nations existed back in the 1000 in the 10th century, they would have said that the Spanish Reconquista was illegal, and that the Spanish, as a result, wouldn't have a country.
So what's your
You
point?
saying the United Nations existed when?
Fake.
If it existed in the 10th century.
Are you
How
kidding me?
Does that make sense what you're saying, bro?
Did you just come up here to
How does it make sense what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that the United Nations lacks legitimacy because it would have also said that the Reconquista was illegal.
So you're saying let's do away with the United Nations and go back to more primitive times.
I'm saying we should look at conflicts with more of a historical background and go back to when they started, because the United Nations.
So you're saying that the things what happened in Spain is intrinsic to European identity, that kicking out foreigners is part of what you lot do.
No, what I'm saying is that they had the Spanish and the Portuguese had a right to reclaim their country, just like the Jews do.
Who was the Spanish dictator?
Are you kidding me? This guy. Wait a minute. Are you claiming that the Jews from Poland and Russia have some claim to the Middle East?
Yes.
And I'm saying that you're pseudo.
I'm Sorrel.
Pseudo.
Pseudo.
I don't know what that
Pseudo.
You're pseudo. Your logic is pseudo.
Although
you're not making any sense.
It's
First of all, this claim that Jews talk about they 2,000 years ago that was their country. That is such a bullshit. That is such a bullshit. Do you know how human migration works, buddy? Do you know what the body goes through when it migrates and it mutates and migrates and mutates and migrates? The Jews in Poland and Russia are so not Jews that it doesn't even make no sense. The people who stayed in that region may have a claim. But don't tell me that the people who came from Poland and Russia and created the problem in the Middle East, thanks to the Balfour Declaration, have
I disagree with you.
Pot to pissing.
I do believe
Can we get away from the history type things, right?
No, they don't.
Can I ask him one question, though? He made the point about the United Nations, right? And we should do away with it. What would be the repercussions and the knock-on effect of, let's say, throwing the whole of international law in the bin right now and going with a might is right kind of strategy?
That's what America and Israel want to do.
If we did do that, like, I'm Turkish, so I know we'd come out on top. But I'm saying, how do you think England's going to come out? How is England going to come out in a might is right type scenario?
No, so I wasn't making the argument to do away with the United Nations. I was making the argument the United Nations should approach conflicts with more of a historical background.
No. If you're going to say the word historical and then use the rhetoric you just used,
So what is your everything is everything? What is your opinion on the Reconquista? Do you think the Spanish should have just given up their country?
No.
It's ethnic cleansing, bro. They kicked out all the Muslims and the Jews out of Spain.
Yeah, because the Muslims and the Jews were conquering Spain, weren't they?
A lot of them were Spanish.
What you're talking about is warfare. If you're going to talk about warfare, buddy, that's one thing. But if you're going to talk about a religious war where people from a specific religion are trying to, get rid of the native population or kick out another group of people, that's a whole different thing. Wars will be wars. Like I was explaining to Betty, when people who were fighting in Africa got people from war, they might have sold them not knowing what they were doing. You see what I'm saying? But after they find out, then things change. The point I'm making is you can't say that the Spanish conquistadors or this or that and then mix it with religion, bro. That's
the Red Cross.
Well, it was a religious war, wasn't it? The Muslims marched on Spain and completely took over like not 80% of the country. And most of the Muslims that did it were primarily Arabs, Berbers, and North Africans, not Spanish.
Berber. I was looking for that word.
Are you gonna miss the fact that those Muslims were enslaving a large group of people that also fought in that?
Don't make sense what you're saying. That why were the Romans and the Greeks in the Middle East and in Jerusalem and them places in North Africa then?
Language.
What? Explain that.
Language.
Why were the Romans in North Africa and Egypt and places like that then?
Language.
Yeah. So the Jews have a right to reclaim their land and push the Romans back out, and they have a right to push the Greeks back out. My argument is whoever was there first.
Their land mess, bro. You can't keep saying that, man. That's a fallacy.
I do believe
you can't reclaim something you never had.
Yeah, because they did have it. They did have that land.
No, they did
first.
not have it.
Of course, they had that land first.
I never proved
the native people who lived there.
All right. So when the Egyptians kicked out the Jews and Moses and Aaron walked them through the Canaanite lands to go back to Jerusalem,
that never happened.
And Moses died on the way. Aaron got to Jerusalem. How long did their kingdom last for?
Oh my God.
That didn't happen either, man. Come on.
How long did, based on their book, how long did their kingdom last for? Because I swear it was like 300 years.
Well,
did they go into Babylonian exile in the?
Why did they chip his face off the statues?
I'm trying to have a conversation with you guys, but
the thing is, unfortunately, everything. He's just pissed that he was buck broken. His grandpappy was buck broken by the West Indian Company, and he's still hung up about that. That's why this piece of shit lives in America, but doesn't call himself American. He's still not an American. This is what I'm saying about these foreigners. When you let these foreigners into your country, his grandpappy was buck broken in the East Indian Company, and his great uncle was castrated by some Arab to fucking look after the harem up in Saudi Arabia. That's why these fucking people lose their shit. The fact of the matter is the Temple of Solomon was destroyed. The Temple of Solomon was destroyed for a mosque to be built upon. That's why we know Jews were there. Where was the Dead Sea Scrolls found? Where was the Dead Sea Scrolls found? Where was the Dead Sea Scrolls found? Where are the hundreds of thousands of artifacts that show the heritage of the Jews in that land? The Jews were there. The Quran says Jerusalem belongs to the Jews. The fucking Quran says Jerusalem belongs to the Jews. It is the Jewish land.
The Romans made the Jews relevant, Afro. No Romans, no Jews. If it wasn't for the Romans, the Jews wouldn't be shit.
You don't follow.
The Romans made the Jews relevant.
Nevertheless, it wasn't the fucking Arabs. It was no fucking Palestinian that made that country relevant. No, it was the Jews that were there long before any fucking Arab ever crawled out of that desert-dwelling Bedouins from the fucking Saudi Arabia. So there is no fucking Jew. The Jews have more rights in that land than any of the fucking Arabs that claim it. The Jews have more rights in that land than any of the fucking Arabs that claim it. The Arabs are the colonizers. The Arabs are the actual occupiers. They're the ones who came from Iraq, who came from Saudi Arabia and from Kuwait and invaded Israel.
The real people who practice the faith, they said that they were living peacefully in Iraq. Jews were living peacefully in Iraq, in Iran, in Turkey. All over.
No, they weren't. You have no fucking clue. Sir, you just have to worry about your uncle's fucking buck-broken fucking back. That's all. Because the fact of the matter is the Jews were not living happily in Iran. They were not living happily in Iraq. They were being persecuted in Iran, especially after the Islamic Revolution. They were being persecuted in Iraq. They were eradicated from Saudi Arabia. There was many Jewish tribes in Saudi Arabia that were eradicated. Where are the Jews in Saudi Arabia if they were living happily? Where are the Jews in Yemen? Where are the Jews in Oman? They don't exist anymore. You know why? Because they eradicated them. They fucking exterminated them from the Middle East. And yet you're still pissed. You're still pissed and butthurt because a bunch of Jews have a sliver of a land in the Middle East. The fact is that the Muslims dominate that entire area, and you're still pissed that the Jews have a sliver of a land in that part of the world. Well, they're going to hold on to that fucking land because they don't have anywhere else to go, and they're going to fucking kill every cunt who tries to take their land from them and murders their women and children in their homes and in their concerts and dance parties. Every fucking Arab who comes out and raises his fucking head from now on is going to get a fucking AK-47. It's going to get an M16 and an M36 dropped a fucking bomb on it. That's what's going to happen. Every fucking Arab in that region, whoever dares to raise their fucking head is going to have a predator drone shoved up their fucking assholes. That's what's going to happen because the Jews are not fucking leaving.
Is usurping the Jewish faith.
What was Khan going to say?
You are my bitch.
Zionism is usurping the Jewish faith.
What he was saying. Let Khan go.
I was actually going to say to Banksy that when the Muslims took over Jerusalem and they were like, where are all the Jews? Why are there no Jews here? Someone go and get the Jews and bring them back. They didn't go to Poland looking for Jews, did they? Banksy.
No, the fact is that the Jews put out a call to all Jews around the world, the Jews from Iraq, the Jews from Iran, the Jews from Syria, the Jews from Ethiopia. They put out a call. My mum was literally neighbors with Jews in Iran. And in the 1960s, yes, they fucking, you don't even know about Ethiopian Jews, you fucking idiots. Dude, you just need to go and smoke some of your fucking ganja back on your fucking Caribbean island, because you don't clearly know what the fuck is going on. There are Ethiopian Jews who serve in the IDF. There are Ethiopian Jews who serve in the fucking IDF. You stupid fucking idiot.
Biblical verse was removed.
All Jews are converts.
From the
every
King
single
James
one
version.
of them. Converts. Every single Jew on this planet is a convert. Everyone.
Yeah, that's because you're the true Hebrew Israelite, right? You're the real ones, right? You're the fuckers who built the pyramids. You was Kangs. You were the ones who built the pyramids and the Hebrew Israelites.
Jupiter built the pyramids. Jupiter built the
Moses
pyramids while
didn't
you were
exist.
sucking Danny
Abraham
Roscoe's
didn't exist. It's a creation story from a certain culture. That's all it is.
Even if you
and the Romans made it relevant. The Roman Empire made this Jewish story relevant. No Romans, no Hebrew story.
No Romans, no Jews.
There you go.
even if you believe it's a made-up story, the Jews were there first.
So you need to thank the Romans for this.
The fact of the matter is, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter, because right now the fucking Jews run shit. You know it, and you're pissed about it. You're pissed about it. But the thing is, everything. The problem is, if the white man wasn't running things, and if the Jews weren't running things, you fuckers from Africa wouldn't be running shit. You're not. It's not like you're second in line, third in line to run shit. You would still be buck broken. You would still be conquered people. And you would still be serving the fucking white man. That's the way you are right now in the United States, kissing the white man's ass, living on the white man's infrastructure, living in a white man's country that they built, and you would still be serving the fucking white man. It doesn't matter if the white people fall, if the Jewish people fall, your people are not next in line to be kangs again. Everything. You will never be king again, okay? That's never coming. That isn't on the cards for you. You're not running shit. The next group of people that even have a slight chance of running shit will be the fucking Chinese. It'll be the Majuj and Majuj who'll be running the fucking show. You'll be serving the fucking Chinese. You'd have a Chinese fucking guy fucking you in the ass and buck breaking your next generation. It wouldn't be you lot. You guys won't be running shit.
Not really.
Speak your mind, why don't you?
Take a breath. Out
Yeah.
of anger, in with love.
Thanks. I don't think the Chinese are into anal sex. That's your law.
I guess you don't really know much about Chinese history or the Chinese and the Japanese cultures.
Tell us all about it. Go on, tell us.
Yeah, go on.
Well, it's famous that the Japanese fucking fuck boys, the samurais fuck boys all day long.
The Russians gonna make a man out of you after they capture you.
Yes.
I never knew that.
Well, you should really go check out the history. You really don't really know the perversive side of the Chinese and the Japanese. There's a reason they call them Ajuj and Majuj.
Baskin know a lot of creepy, unnecessary things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But the thing is, you see, the difference is everything. I'm not delusional about how we was Kangs. Actually, my people were Kangs. We were literally genuine Kangs. They were running shit one time. But the fact is that I'm also aware of the fact that we've fallen from grace. We're a fallen people, and I have to accept my lot in life. But I don't fucking sit around and pretend. Well, it is. Iran is a fallen country. It's a shithole.
Don't get
The Iranians on the unfortunately are in a shithole nation, and it is our lot. I recognize my lot in life, but the fact of the matter is, everything.
A bunch of dirty, hairy Arabs.
Everything. It makes no difference. It makes no difference. Your people, everything, were always at the bottom of the fucking barrel. They were either being castrated by the Arabs to look after their harems, or they were being fucking buck broken in by the West Indian Company. Your shit has never been. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the walls of Benin can fucking come and save you. I don't know what you've got, but your people. But the difference is, you see, the main point I want to make is that the mistake that the white man's making in the white countries, that is allowing black and brown people like you have fucking advantages and run and be in the houses of power. That's the biggest fucking crime that I see that's happening in Europe. The fact that this country had an Indian prime minister is a disgrace. Is a disgrace to the history and the culture of this nation. That they allowed a brown fucking Indian to be the prime minister of the United Kingdom and some Pakistani to be the fucking first minister of Scotland is a disgrace and a stain upon the history of this nation. It is a disgrace that they allowed these brown and black foreigners to run their houses of power. What the fuck are they thinking? What is wrong with the fucking English? What happened to you? Where did your balls fucking go? At what point did fucking people like everything and assholes like Rishi Sunak cut off your balls? I want to know, when was the day that the guillotine went down on the testicles of the Englishmen? Because you fuckers used to actually have a backbone. You used to be able to run shit in the world. Ask everything's ancestors how you fucked them over in the West Indian Company.
Are you finished? He threatened to kill me.
You're so racist.
Is he done?
Yeah, I heard you agreeing.
Is he done?
I don't know.
I did your mama. That's what I'm done.
Oh, you're like Sabida.
I wonder what Bansky was like in Iran. What do y'all think he was like in Iran? Because he couldn't be gay in Iran.
I sucked your mum. That's
Banksy's
level.
What were you in Iran, Bansky?
Let go. Think about it.
Is he gone?
Deep breath.
Is he gone?
Oh no, I'm still here, buck breaking boy. I'm still here. I'm ready. I'm ready to fucking get that buck breaking fucking tools out again.
You've just reduced it to what? Hybrid donkey fucking.
Well, whatever it is that those white folks were doing down in Alabama.
And you just called me racist. What?
He's not white enough to be racist, man. Come on. He's not white enough. Don't make him get don't make him feel good. He's not white enough to be racist.
Oh no, I'm far from white. I am disappointed in the white is what I am. I am furiously disappointed in the whites and how they have fucking come to this state of affairs where they have brown and black people in their own homeland telling them what to do, telling them how to fucking talk and walk. Yeah. There are people right now. There are videos on X. There are videos on X of a fucking Jobsworth police officer. There is a video right now on X with a Jobsworth police officer telling a white Englishman, "Did you say that this guy does he speak English?" Because that is a hate crime. That is a fucking disgrace that an Englishman has to ask a foreigner, "Do you speak English?" And that is considered a fucking hate crime. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. Every white man should hang his head in fucking shame that in their country, when they ask another fucking foreigner, "Do you speak English?" they have to worry about being charged with a hate crime. How fucking disgraceful is that? And the fucked up thing is, it is weak men like Simon and fucking what's his name? Weak, yes, weak men, weak spined men like you and like that fucking Mosley. I forgot his name.
Mosley.
Now, what's his name? The guy, the bald dude that's on the panel. The bald man on the panel.
No.
Fuck. What's that bold? Who's this prick on the fucking panel?
Just say white man.
The other white bald man on the panel.
I'm just noting.
The other white guy.
Check the name.
Chrissy.
Check the
Chrissy,
name.
yes, Chrissy Morris. That's it. It's weak. It's weak-spined men like you who've taken this country down.
I have an idea.
It is people like you. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. You used to fucking rule the world. The sun didn't set on the British Empire, and now the sun has set upon your fucking nation and upon your race.
How am I weak?
The sun has set on my race.
How am I weak when I want the most competent person to be in the role? How is that?
Oh,
do you not think it's sad though that like your children and that won't grow up in a white country? They'll grow up in like a country full of browns and blacks.
I want my children to grow up in a happy country, into a prosperous country.
You hippie.
You don't mind how it looks.
Exactly. He's a fucking pathetic, weak-spined sack of shit. And these are the weak men who destroy. You know, they say hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create fucking Chrissy Morrises, and Chrissy Morrises create fucking hard times. That's what it is. These yellow-livered, sissy, spineless sacks of shit who are dragging this country down and allow brown men and black men to sit in the houses of power, to run the mayor, to be the mayors of their country, cities, to run their cities like this is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
My country, but your voice is very wrong.
You're fucking disgraceful.
You need a strong white man,
I'm more
Bansky.
disgraceful than you.
Bansky, you want a strong white man, though?
Yeah, I do. I want the whites to take their fucking position again. I want the sun never to set on the white empire. That's what I want, because the white people know how to run shit. Because the white people know how to run shit. Yeah, the best person is a white man. That's what the best person is. The best person is a white man. Okay? If the brown man and the black man were the best person for the job, Chrissy, listen. Even listen to yourself, Chrissy. Chrissy, the problem is you have no logical thinking. If you actually followed your logical pathway, think about this.
Low-skilled workers out of this country.
I would fucking, if there's 20 million of Chrissy Morrises in this country, I would instantly deport them into outer space if I fucking could.
I've got a passport here.
If I could, I would literally eject all you cunts into the sun.
Tell me not to listen to.
But the fact of the matter is, the best person for the job, is a white man for a white country. Because if the brown and the black man could run countries well, they would have their own countries running like fucking paradises. The reason India is a shithole, the reason every African nation is an absolute shithole, is because it is being run by brown and black men. Why would you bring such a fucking person to run your beautiful white nation? You are insane to think that a brown and a black man can do better for your nation than they could for a fucking African nation or an Indian or a Middle Eastern nation. The brown and black people can't barely run their own fucking countries. They couldn't fucking run a bath. Do not let them in the houses of power in your fucking cities, in your towns, in your fucking houses of commons. There should be not a single brown and black person in the houses of commons. If the British had sense, they would put every fucking white person. I would take a fucking jobless bum on the streets that's English white over a fucking PhD brown man. That's how I would do it. In this country, every member of the Houses of Commons should be a white man. I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be in the Houses of Commons. I wouldn't want to be Prime Minister. Yes. When it comes to being Prime Minister, when it comes to being the Mayor of London, when it comes to being the Chancellor of Exchequer, every fucking one of them should be white. Every one of those people in the house. No. Because when I'm fucking your mother. That's why. So if you want your mother to be fucked by a white man, it'll either be this Iranian dick or a fucking Anglo-Saxon. Otherwise, shut your fucking mouth.
I prefer the white man to do everything, even fuck my bitch.
Reductionist. Let's reduce it to how big your dick is.
Racist bigot, Banksy.
Yeah. How am I the first person pointing out?
The white man does it better. Nobody does it like you.
I know I've got a bigger dick than Banksy.
Just bring your bitch to the white man, Bansky.
No, there's no bigger dick than Banksy.
Bring your bitch to Chrissy Morris. Let Chrissy do that work, Banksy.
You see, someone actually put mighty midget trap actually put in the chat. I agree. I repealed the Jewish Reform Act of the 1858. Yes, not even a fucking Jew should be running this country either. No, Anglo-Saxons only. No Jews, no Muslims, no Hindus, no Buddhists, no Sikhs. None of those cunts. Protestant Anglo-Saxons should be running this nation. When I grow up, I want to be just like the white man.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! You want to be? Say it again.
I want to be like you.
I want to be where the white people are. I want to be surrounded by them.
Poor little Annie
I want to be dancing and frolicking around all the beautiful white people. Because white people bring fucking security. Have you ever, everything. Have you ever noticed in your, I notice it in London. You know when I go through a white part of London, the roads are fucking beautiful, everything is clean, there are no potholes, everything is nice, the houses look clean, the gardens have been trimmed. When I go through an ethnic part of London, when I say ethnic, I mean mostly black and brown people, so we're talking Brixton, we're talking fucking Peckham, we're talking Commercial Street. When I go through Pakistani and Indian and black, African, Jamaican, whatever areas, it's shit. It's horrific. Number one, I'll have to lock all my doors in the car because there's no fucking way I can go through this fucking part of town with my doors just unlocked. So the doors immediately have to get locked. You can just see the shops look like shit. Graffiti everywhere. There's fucking potholes. Grass hasn't been cut. Trees haven't been trimmed. Everything looks like crap. It's immediate. I swear to God, when I used to ride my motorbike, I could feel it through the handlebars of my bike that I was going through a fucking ethnic area and into a white area. It was so obvious. I could feel the ethnic change through the motorcycle handlebars. I could feel the ethnic change between whether I'm going through an ethnic area or whether I'm going through a white area. Because immediately my motorbike would stop fucking rattling like a coin in a tin can.
Are you still talking about driving?
Everything. Have you ever visited London?
Prick. Are you still talking about driving?
I'm talking about driving or riding a motorbike through London. Go through London and I guarantee you will know immediately which ethnicities live where. Because of the fucking conditions of the roads and the area around you. I can tell you immediately this is a fucking ethnically diverse area or if it's a white area. Because you know where that fucking area is.
If you look at Birmingham now, like the bins and like the rubbish is all piled up.
Yeah. How is that working out for Birmingham? The diversity is our strength.
Then people will go and take it to the tip. I'd go and drive it to the tip. I wouldn't just dump it on the street.
Bansky has a healthy fetish, boy, I tell you.
It's not getting enough.
That's what it is. I have a healthy fetish for not wanting to get stabbed in the streets. I have a healthy fetish for my mobile phone not to be snatched out of my hand. I have a healthy fetish for children being able to play in the school in the parks again. I have a healthy fetish for women and children to be safe in the streets again. I have a healthy fetish for the streets to be clean again. Yes, I have a terrible disease. I have a terrible disease that wants law and order and people behaving well and people not mugging and stealing shit from other people. I have a terrible disease that likes those things.
You say you caught a disease for handling the white man's handlebar? What did you say?
You can't have unhealthy.
Have you ever been to Birmingham or London?
Obviously.
For about 5 minutes. You cannot have.
Oh, why? Why don't you live there, Simon? Why only 5 minutes? Why don't you? It's such a diverse place. You and Chrissy Morris would love fucking Birmingham and what was it? Bradford, London. Well, I mean, they live in London, so they fucking love it over here. But you'd love it even more in Birmingham, in Bradford, in Savile Row or Savile Town, sorry, where it's 98% Muslim. I'm sure you guys would love it. The thing is, the very thing I'm talking about is the very thing Simon and Morris themselves fucking avoid. They hate these fucking ethnic minorities and the shithole enclaves that they've created in Britain. They themselves hate it, and they themselves avoid those areas as well. But they don't. But they talk about diversity is our strength. Oh, racism. We should have brown and black people just running the whole country because it's just so good. Because everywhere that there's diversity, it's just mountains upon mountains of fucking bin bags and shit.
I remember when I went to school and they didn't have to lock the school up. And everything is getting locked up because people are scared of like Islamic terrorism.
No, it's not because of that.
Yeah. I love it. No, you're right. I love when London has bollards fucking everywhere now because of the trucks of peace ramming into people. I love the fact that Westminster Bridge has to literally put bollards where the footpaths are because of so many trucks of peace that ran into people. Yeah, London was so much uglier when it didn't have all these bollards and shit everywhere. It needed a bit of diversity in order to put all these bollards of peace fucking all over London. Because we needed that, right? London has been glamorized. It's like bejazzling fucking London, putting bollards of fucking peace everywhere.
Banksy, are you a token? Are you a token, Banksy?
No. What I am is a realist, and what I am is someone who's got his eyes open. I'm not so caught up in my own fucking little delusion of a world in which diversity will somehow help make everything better. No, I came to England. My family came to England. You know why? Because it was full of English people. It was meant to be English. I came here because of the English. Otherwise, we would have gone to fucking Turkey, or we would have gone to some other fucking brown country. No, we came because we wanted to live amongst the white people. We wanted to live amongst the whites. We love the whites. We like the whites. We want to live with the whites. Unfortunately, England isn't white anymore. It just isn't. The fucking Ukrainians are telling you this. Ukrainians. This is the irony. This is the irony. The Ukrainians are more based than the fucking English. The Ukrainians came to this country and they're like, where the fuck are the white people? We came to a white country. I didn't fucking come to Africa.
Yeah, that's why they don't
I didn't go to fucking India. I came to a fucking white nation, and now I can't fucking find any white people. So now I have to go back. I have to go back to Ukraine. At least Ukraine is being invaded by fellow white people. At least Ukraine is being invaded by another fellow white person. If Russia takes over Ukraine, you know the ethnic. No. If the Ukrainians get invaded, they are Caucasian and white. The problem is your definition. The thing is everything. Your definition of white is moronic. You think the only people that are white are the English.
You don't even know
the Ukrainians are as white as any German or any fucking English person.
The Germans are not Slavs, idiot.
The fact is that they're still white. They're in the white category of people.
They don't know shit about
but
white
even if Russia takes over the entire Ukraine, it will still be a white country. It will still be a white country.
They're all the same because they got pale skin, you dumbass.
No. Look, everything. Just because a Slav didn't buck break you, it doesn't mean that they're not white. They're still white. It's just the ones that buck broke you. They came from the Anglo-Saxon sphere.
In what world are they white? In what world is a Slav white?
I just Googled it. It says the term Slavs refer to an ethno-linguistic group primarily associated with Eastern Europe, including groups like Russian, Poles, Ukrainians, Serbs, and others. In terms of racial categorization, Slavs are generally considered white in modern Western racial frameworks.
Yeah, modern Western
yeah, but facts don't bother everything.
Modern,
facts,
Arab
unfortunately, don't really
Arab is a
bother
white
him.
man too, according to
He doesn't deal in facts. He deals in his own emotions.
An Arab is not a white man. An Arab does not belong here.
A pale Arab is a white man, motherfucker, in your country and in this country. They play white people. They come over here and play like they're white people. Why do you think Banksy can sit over there and play like he's white?
Yeah, I don't think you know much about facts.
What?
Yeah, you see, the thing is, everything is kind of allergic to facts. It's like an allergic reaction. It's like hay fever for him. He has to take an antihistamine every time someone points a facts out. He just told you what a white fucking person is. You denied that Ukrainians were white until he actually read out the fucking definition of what they are.
You come up here and preach to Khan and everybody about the Cuban Missile Crisis and everything, and had the white bitches, the old racist.
Listen, everything.
Oh yeah, Khan, yours.
You have. I know you have alternative facts.
Khan, you remember? You remember this conversation we had? Then Banksy came behind me talking the same shit, and the racist granny's there agreeing with him, as if I didn't say the same shit already. You full of shit, Banksy. You know what? You don't know the West enough. That's your problem. You just parachuted over here, and you think you know.
This man here, with a 2-minute Google search, slam dunked your entire fucking argument about Slavs and their whiteness. It took a 2-minute fucking Google search to fucking crush you, and you're still a moron who denies it. You see, this is what I'm saying about how allergic he is to actual facts. He still holds on to his bullshit theory.
Irish are not white. Italians are not white. Slavs are not white, you dumbass.
Europeans are white.
No, they're not.
We'll go back to Africa and learn some fucking about racial history.
You're this pale motherfucker. Europeans are not white. Anglo-Saxons are white, you dumbass.
Okay.
Anglo-Saxons are white, not Europeans. You must be a fucking Irish while you want to.
What race are Europeans?
You must be Irish. You must be Irish, aren't you? What are you?
What
are
am
you
I?
Anglo-Saxon?
I'm not African.
Yeah, there are more Africans walking around with Anglo-Saxon blood than most of you Irish bastards. Let me tell you that. There are black people walking around with more Anglo-Saxon blood than some of you Irish, Poles, and fuckers. Don't let the skin color fool you, bastard. So shut the fuck up. You're not white. If you're not Anglo or Saxon, you're not white.
Answer Chrissy.
What race are Europeans, please, EIE?
European is not a race, you dumb fuck.
Well, you just said Europeans are not white. So
they're not.
Basically conflated the two. So that's why I conflated my question to match yours.
You're not. You're not.
Okay,
you're being stupid. Europeans are not white.
What Europeans are not white, please?
Everything that's not Anglo-Saxon.
Right. Anglo-Saxons are what? White. Indigenous UK?
They created the system of whiteness.
So why are
they created the system? Because whiteness is a... You know what whiteness is, idiot?
Everything.
You think it's some ordained...
So you've got
you have some right to whiteness.
EIE.
Everything.
Whiteness is a hierarchy, you dumbass.
Italians are not white.
No, let me just ask this quickly. Right,
okay,
so you've got Anglo-Saxons.
What race are Italians? What race are Italians if they're not white?
They're Italians, and Italian is a nationality. And stop saying race. There's only one race, and it's the human race, you fucking idiot.
And I agree with that.
Do you know where the name Anglo-Saxon comes from?
To pigeonhole it. So you are the one that said Europeans are not white. You said
right.
Okay, so what race?
Europeans are English, they're French, they're Germans, they're Italians.
Those are all nationalities.
They're not whites.
Those are all nationalities.
Yeah,
those are all nationalities.
And within those nationalities are subgroups of people from different cultures.
Right, but are they? So there are no people of different races in those subgroups. Is that what you're saying, or?
What I'm saying is, there's only one race. When you talk to me, you're gonna have to be more specific than that.
I agree, but are me and you the same color?
And let me give you an example. The Isle of the UK has many different fucking cultures. You understand me?
Where do you think Anglo-Saxons come from?
Okay. And not all of them is white. Because the Irish damn sure is not white.
But a culture,
Northern Ireland is not white.
Isn't governed by its colour.
The Irish in Northern Ireland are not white. Only the white Anglo-Saxons are white. Because by law,
Irish
that's
aren't Anglo-Saxon.
That's what they were ordained to be, white.
Right, look. Are the Irish Anglo-Saxon?
No.
What are they then, please?
Celts.
Right, so there are not Celts in England and there are not Anglo-Saxons in Ireland.
You just fucked up.
Carl wants to be let on.
You just fucked up.
How?
Because you just said a tongue twister.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I said a tongue twister. What was it?
Repeat it.
No, you repeat it. You're trying to pull me
It's
up
your
on my
dumbass point. You repeat it. I'm not
my
repeating your dumbass point.
I said to you, what are the people of Ireland? Are they Anglo-Saxon or not? And you told me they were Celts. So are Celts and Anglo-Saxons a different race?
They're same race from the human species, but different cultures.
They're a different race.
Different cultures. They're the same race of people called the human race, and they're different cultures.
Okay. Next question. Yeah.
The people from the Anglo-Saxon culture created a system called whiteness.
Take a Brit, take an Irish person, and now
they invited the Irish in.
Now take an Italian. You put an Italian next to the Brit and the Irishman, right? What is the difference in race?
Let me tell you something about the Italians, the Romans.
No, answer the question.
They used to call you pale Europeans barbarians.
I don't give a fuck what they call
You know that? Do you know the Romans used to call you pale Europeans barbarians?
Right, look, ask you a question.
Do you know that?
Can you answer it?
Why did the Romans used to call you pale Northern Europeans barbarians?
A simple question, can you? You can't answer a simple question, can you?
Very simple.
You're asking dumbass questions.
It's not a dumbass question. It's a question you can't answer.
I thought white people were smarter than that.
Argument.
You keep asking dumbass questions.
You can't answer because it will undermine your argument, isn't it?
My argument stands
your argument is
you
made the
whiteness was created in America.
You are
and it extends to people who are Anglo-Saxon first and only at first, and then it was extended to people who are from the Irish culture, the Italian culture, the Polish culture. It was extended to those who are not Anglo-Saxons.
The indigenous Polish people, are they white?
No.
What color?
So what are they? What are they then?
I don't know what the fuck they are. They're not white.
They're white.
Oh,
I've been to Poland. I've worked in Poland.
No, because you're doing skin color game, motherfucker. You're
doing skin color because you're the one that's saying
what culture are people in Poland?
It's not the same
race people in Poland, cracker. I know you're pissing me off. What
2 seconds.
What
right,
culture are the people in Poland?
Everything, right? So you're saying Anglo-Saxons are the only whites, right? So you should understand, right, that the Anglo-Saxons are from the Celts and from the Germans, right?
So well, the Celts, the Germans,
if they're from Celts and Germans, that must also mean that Celts are white.
Listen to me. If I mistakenly call Irish Celts, I mistakenly call the Irish Celts. The Irish are
it's
not
a mistake now.
White.
It's a mistake now, right?
Are you trying to play games? Listen to me. The Irish are not
you're
white.
The one that's playing the games. You said that the Irish were Celts.
I may have been mistaken in calling them Celts.
Oh, right.
I don't know if they're Celts.
What else are you mistaken?
What do they call themselves? Is it Celtics or Celts? Is it Celts or something another with a C? I forgot what the fuck it is, but I know the Irish are not white.
Well, they are white.
And then
something. What are you? What the fuck are you? Let me ask you, because you're trying real hard to be white. What are you?
No, I'm not trying real hard to be white. I don't give a fuck what colour anyone is.
What are you?
I'm a meat popsicle.
What is your culture?
I'm a meat try to be anything. He is white.
What is your culture?
I haven't really got a culture.
Oh,
I've
you
got
don't,
my
do you?
culture.
You don't, do you?
Well, I just like to simply say that I'm glad that I've exposed everything is everything for the moron that I've always said he was. And I called it. When Chrissy Morris, you were kissing his ass, I was the one who called him a fucking moron. And it just took long enough for you to come to my way of thinking. It just took a while, but you eventually reached where I was at the beginning of this conversation. You were fucking humoring him. You were kissing his ass. Whilst I knew him for the moron that he immediately was.
Just like when you're right, I'll agree.
I just want to let you guys know.
This is G Block.
I want to be where the white people are. I want to see them dancing badly, walking around on those, what do they call them? White feet, up where they walk. Up where they run, up where they wear suntan in the suntan lotion in the sun.
You're an immature.
Wandering free,
Let him sing.
wish I could be part of the white world.
Let the gay Iranian sing.
Khan wants to join.
This is the guy with all the facts right here. You motherfuckers just don't understand. You don't want to say what you are because you know you're not white. You know you're not white, don't you? You just don't want to say it because whiteness works for you.
Who are you talking to?
Whoever I was having that debate a while ago. I don't know you crackers. I can't tell you by the voice. Y'all sound alike to me. Y'all all sound alike to me.
I've never been called a cracker.
I was dealing with a while ago said
no.
He
are you being racist?
Is white.
EIE.
And I asked him, what is your background? What is your culture? And he don't want to say.
And I haven't really got a culture. What is your culture?
What is your culture?
What is your culture?
I haven't got one. Are you an Irishman? What are you?
I'm a meat popsicle. That's how I identify. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is your
meat
culture?
popsicle.
Are you Jamaican? Are you American? Are you African? What is your culture?
I'm an Afro-Jamaican.
You're an African Jamaican, so you haven't really got a culture. You have a mix of cultures, just like what I fucking said.
No, I don't. That's a classification.
Oh my god! No, I promise you, it's not.
And you see how dumb you are.
It's not.
It's a classification. You fucking white
fucking
people.
Not.
You so-called white people created.
How can you classify what a fucking culture is?
What did you classify yourself as?
I said I didn't.
So what are you?
I'm nothing. There is no fucking classification of culture.
Say it again. What
How
are
can
you?
you classify your culture?
Say it again.
What is your classification of your culture?
I just want the world to hear the smart white man, yo. Say it again. What are you?
Yes, I am a smart white man. Does that bother you?
What are you?
Does that bother you that I'm a smart white man?
At least the little faggot Iranian dude know what he is.
So now
you?
Now you're being homophobic.
What is
Earlier
that?
on you was
What is that?
racist. Now you're being homophobic.
What is that?
That's when you've got a hatred for people that aren't of the same sexuality.
Hatred? I thought phobia means fear.
Well,
but
it
anyway,
can
you're
mean
the
that.
smart white man.
It can, I'm the smart man. That's why I can see the subtle differences
I have
in
a
language.
phobia, but be
That's
fearful.
why I see the subtle differences in language.
Listen to me, dumbass. I'm being factual.
Don't
You're
call him a
being
dumbass. He's not a
stupid.
dumbass. He's controlled himself.
There's only one race, many cultures. I ask you what your
agree
culture
there is one race, the human race.
My culture,
I'm a
I
great
have a
fan of
Jamaican,
that. You seem to
African
be
culture.
You seem to be racist.
If you're asking me what my freaking down to the core is, I can tell you I'm an African from different tribes of Western Central African. And
Right,
a
so
little
you have an
gene from
African
Europe
culture,
that
yeah?
a rapist
Have you got an
European put in
African
there.
culture?
But I
Have you
can
got an
tell you
African
I'm not a
culture?
white man. I
Have
can
you
tell
got
you
an
I'm not a
African
white man.
culture?
Are you a white man? Because I want to know what the fuck you're defending. What are you defending?
Maybe an African shouldn't be defining what a white man is.
Have you got an African culture?
So are you going strictly by skin color? Is that it?
No, I'm asking, have you got an African culture? You've just
What is
said
the
you're
white
African.
culture?
Have you got an African culture?
Tell me the white culture. Tell me the white
I'm
culture.
asking you the question. You answer my question, then we'll get on to
I got an
I'll
African
answer your
culture.
one.
No,
So
tell me, do you have a white culture?
Yeah, it's
No.
based on white skin.
No, it's not.
There you go. There you go. There you go. That's a honest cracker. Who was that?
So why are you being racist again? Why are you being
I'll show
racist?
you whoever said it's based
Why
on
are you
white
being
skin.
racist?
You're honest.
You've lost the argument. So you.
So the one who just said his culture is white skin, that's a honest cracker. That's
yeah,
a
I
very
think
honest cracker.
I think our culture should be
Because that's all you're going
white.
by, skin color.
I think our culture
You
should
think
be
because you got
white.
pale skin, you white. I got news for you, buddy. You're not. Because whiteness has a hierarchy.
Yeah, but you don't even know what whiteness
What color
is.
hair do you have, white, pale skin dude? Do you have black hair? Is your eyes blue or green?
I got dark hair, blue eyes.
Dark hair, blue eye. You're not white enough.
Am I not?
No.
See what I mean?
No.
The man is a
You're not white
moron.
enough.
Why? Why are you still entertaining this man? At this point, I think you two white folks are fucking with this slightly special black man. I think you guys are like now fucking. This is like special aid shit. Now you're just picking on him because this guy is a fucking moron, and I personally think he's on the retarded sort of scale. And you white folks, I mean, I have to now support him because you white folks are now at this point being cruel. You're just picking on a special boy.
Don't ever come over to the black side, motherfucker.
Oh no, I'm not on your side. I'm on the side of the retarded.
Stay over the.
That's what it is. I'm taking the side of the special needs kid in the class.
Don't even agree with me in principle, buddy. I don't even want your agreements in principle. Stay the fuck over there with your gay Iranian ass.
You I mean, I hope you weren't asking Chrissy Morris what his hair color was, because that would have been a fucking interesting answer.
I want to know. I want to know who the blackheads are on the platform. The blackhead white people.
Oh, we don't really care about your definition of whiteness. It's retarded.
It's not my definition, dumbass.
It is. I think you're retard.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I think you're a retard.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
I know you are.
All right. You want to humor me for a second? You want to humor me for a second and see who the retard is?
No.
Because the reason why I'm just laughing at you, because because this platform been around for a while. You guys must know whiteness started at a certain point. Y'all must know that, right?
You think only white people can be Anglo-Saxons? It's retarded.
What is whiteness? Do you know when whiteness started? Do you know when whiteness started?
Yeah, when the first white man was born.
That's when it started? Okay. All right. Y'all the smart white men up here. In the
Yeah. When the Homo sapiens sapien crawled out of that shithole they call Africa and finally found his way into Europe and then fucked all the what's it called, the Neanderthals.
Do y'all even know why whiteness?
That's when whiteness was created. It was that harmonious moment when a Neanderthal pussy and a Homo sapien African dick met in the middle, and it was like a moment of a sparkle of light just came forth, and the white man was born. A Neanderthal mother held a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed little white angel.
Google it quickly and see when whiteness started. Can you smart white men Google it? One of you.
So what are you doing in Jamaica then? You said you were like Afro-Caribbean. So what are you doing over there?
You're not going to Google it?
No, I'm just asking you. What are you up to over there?
Your fucking cracker-ass ancestors dragged my ass over there. That's what happened. You didn't know that either? You didn't know that either? Tell me you didn't know that either.
Yeah, I don't know who the main ethnic group was shipping people over.
Why you crackers ask so much stupid ass questions? Can one of you Google when whiteness started and why was it started? Can one of you crackers do that? If you care.
I just gave you the glorious fucking mental imagery.
No, that's just your
and
Iranian.
Yet you deny it.
That's
you deny it. It was that glorious moment when a semi-white Neanderthal mother held this beautiful little white baby that just glowed in the sun. It just glowed. It was like a little glow lamp. And then from that one singularity of whiteness, other whiteness emerged throughout the world. The glorious white man started to walk around and then looked at the African Homo sapien and went, "What the fuck is this thing? Let's build some bombs and kill these fuckers first."
Silent and you chatting shit, Banksy? Because they figured out I'm right. But you just a parachuter. Your mama came here came to the West, fucking a white man. That's how she got her red book. You already admitted it on YouTube, bruh. But did you any one of you white men Googled when
it was
whiteness?
glorious? It was a glorious moment where a Persian
Is there one honest
Caucasoid
white man left on
met
the panel?
an Anglo-Saxon Caucasoid, and it came together and created something
Is there
magnificent.
one
The
honest
whiteness,
white man left
there
on
wasn't.
the
You
panel?
couldn't.
Did
You couldn't put
Google
a
it?
tissue paper between those two white skins. It was
Google
so
it, white
glorious. The whites of the East and the whites of the West came harmoniously and gloriously together in my household. And I was proud. I was a proud little brown Iranian child looking at this whiteness of this white Englishman and the whiteness of my mum and going, oh my God, can there be so much white
Will you
in one
believe me if
place?
I tell you something, Banksy? The British people see you as a fucking idiot.
I think the arguments he's made so
They
far
love
on the
me.
panel has been quite good, to be honest.
They love me. They love me. I see white people
British
all the
people
time.
see
You know
you
when
as
I
a
go,
fucking
you know when I,
idiot,
you know everything. I go to the
So was
West
there a white
Country.
man who Googled what I said?
Yeah. Listen, I
Was
went to the
there
West
one white
Country. I
man
went
who
to
Googled what I
Devon
said?
and Cornwall. Like it was a couple of years ago now. A friend of mine moved over there. It is the most gloriously white place ever. You barely see a couple of brown. I was like the brownest person there. I swear to God, I was so exotic to these people. They were like stroking my hair and holding my hand like, who is this non-white person here glorifying us with his presence? They loved us. They loved us brownish. But you see, the thing was though, we were brown enough, but not too brown.
In the room, Banksy, you're embarrassing whiteness.
Can Khan
You're
join
embarrassing
so we can
whiteness
up
right
the
now,
IQ
Banksy.
of this conversation slightly? He's in the background. Khan
Yeah, let the fat kebab eater on the panel. We need a doner.
But seriously,
I need a
Banksy, you
doner
embarrass white people.
with
You
salad
don't
and
believe me, do you?
sauce.
Whiteness operates in secret. When you try to put whiteness out there in front page like that, you embarrass them. They don't like you.
You do realize whiteness, wandered the world with full view. A couple of hundred years ago, whiteness was not operating in the shadows. No, the problem is people like Chrissy Morris, people like Simon, weak fucking liberal men are the ones who force the white man to work in the shadows. They work in the shadows now because the weak men of their society have forced them into those corners.
Wants to Google it.
Couple of hundred years ago, white men were walking around with their chest puffed out, and they were coming into the brown and the black countries and like, what the fuck are you Neanderthal animals doing here? What are you savages doing? Let us civilize you. We're going to give you some fire water. We're going to give you a boom boom stick, and we're going to put some clothes on those fucking raggedy asses of yours, because this loincloth shit, it ain't playing no more. We're going to wear shirts. You're going to wear trousers. Your women are going to wear skirts, and they're going to drink half a pint of shandy, and you can have a whole pint of ale.
You want to know a fact?
That's
Banksy?
what you're allowed.
You want to know a fact, Banksy? When white people came to the so-called tropical regions, they literally were still building their houses with fireplace, Banksy. They were wearing the same outfits they were wearing in England. And you know what happened, Banksy? They almost died. A lot of them died. In a couple of years, they were walking around naked like the Africans because the Africans understood their environment, Banksy. I mean, dumb Iranians like
you were savages in loincloths and spears. Have you seen the movie Zulu? Have you seen the movie Zulu? What was it, like 20 Englishmen, English redcoats with muskets took out like 1,000 fucking Zulus with leather shields?
Was the first colony the
with
British
leather
owned.
shields. No, the fact is Barbados isn't your land. You come from the continent of Africa. Africa is where you belong. You don't belong in Barbados. You're not an indigenous person of Barbados. You're not indigenous to fucking Barbados and what's it called? And Jamaica.
You know what they had to realize, Banksy?
You're not indigenous to the Caribbean, sir. You were taken there in order to work the fields. That's where you were. That's why. You're not. No, you're indigenous to the Congo, Nigeria, probably Ghana, which is majority where the slave trade took place.
Africans to the Caribbean.
You were indigenous
we were
to Ghana, sir.
To the weather.
You're indigenous
the
to Sierra
goes around
Leone.
the planet,
You're indigenous to
the equator goes around the planet,
what was it called?
The equator covers the Caribbean and West Africa, where we're from. So the white man said, these people are not like the native Indians. They have more strength. Do you know that most of the natives died off
you're easily controlled. You're more malleable. You can be buck broken probably much more easily than the natives. So yes, they took you because you were easier as sheeps. You were sheep, sir. You were cattle. They took you in order to make sure that their lands are tilled and the cotton is picked.
Your stupidity precedes you.
Who sold
I try not to engage you, but because you're just a big glob of dumbass. But Banksy, try to go get informed about the subject matter you're trying to engage in.
No, I'm clearly far more informed than you. Right now, two white men have humiliated you repeatedly about what is a white person. You don't even know what a white person is, and yet you still think you're a black person. You don't even know what a white person is.
Insult me.
Oh no, my insults hit hard. Tonight, you'll be taking a cold shower, sucking your thumb, wishing Banksy wasn't fucking your brain. I will live rent-free in your head, sir, for months. I know that. I know that.
You sit in a corner where the white man say, I need to spit. Open up, Banksy. And you swallow it. You're the white man's spit cup.
Oh, let's put it this way. I would rather be the white man's spitter than to be buck broken by the white man and then forced to pick his fucking cotton. My people have never picked a single fucking ounce of cotton for any white man ever. I tell you that. I can look into the history of my people and my own family for 1,000 years, and not a single fucking bit of cotton was picked for a fucking redneck down in Alabama. Okay? But I can't speak for you, sir. I don't know what cotton pickers were in your lineage.
They did not conquer the world being faggots like you, Banksy. Stop trying to tie yourself to them. You're a British trained faggot.
Right.
That's what you are. You did not conquer the world being a battyman. So shut your fucking mouth.
Oh no, we was kangs. We were actually kangs. Unlike your wishful thinking of Hebrew Israelites and the pyramid builders. Unlike your wishful thinking, I was actually kangs. I hail from those great people.
Shut the fuck up and sit in the corner.
Whilst you, sir, you can go back about 3.
And tell you to shut the fuck up.
You can go back about 3 generations, and your ass was being whipped. There was a crack of a whip at the end of your ass. That's what it was, and you were picking cotton and saying yes, massa. That was your fucking lineage. That's literally 3 generations, 4 generations. Mine, I can go back 1,000 years, and I'll still be a fucking king. I'll still be ruling shit. We ran shit.
Tell me
you
which Iranian
ran for
king
us.
was a faggot. Tell me the Iranian king that was gay. Tell me.
There was no Iranian king that was gay.
Okay.
They were all fucking hard, pussy-loving bitches. They were pussy-loving motherfuckers. They were pimps. They put the pimp hand on all those Persian and Arab pussies. You know Iranians. They even during the Iranian Shah's time, literally 2 generations. Reza Shah Pahlavi, before the last Shah of Iran, he used to ride into India and invade India for the weekend to just fuck a few Indians. And then ride back.
Not you.
That's how they used to fucking roll back then.
Not you. Not you. Not you, Banksy.
And that's to all you Indians and Pakistanis. Yes, we used to come and fuck your women for the fucking joy of it. Your Indian chicks were our side fucking chicks. That's what they were.
You were calling me racist. Now you sexist, racist, and everything in one sentence. You just went for.
I'm just trying to tally up how many different groups I can offend in one fucking sitting on a chat program, and I think right now I'm at like 50. I'm not entirely sure. Have I fucked with the Polynesians or the Indonesians yet? I don't know. If you're out there and I haven't insulted you at this point, put your hand up.
Got some pussy. Basky, be honest. When was the last time you have some pussy?
Literally last Saturday, and I will be getting some more this Saturday.
Last Saturday? Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
unfortunately, I get to see my girlfriend once or twice a week.
Once or twice. You know how I know you're lying, Bansky? Getting pussy don't work like that.
Banksy, what
Once or
ethnicity
twice
is
a
she?
week? You're a liar.
Okay, I'm a liar.
You are
I don't.
damn
In fact,
liar.
I am a homosexual, and I will
Never tell
only
lion
suck cock.
pussy, Bansky.
Whatever.
Never tell lion pussy. You're a damn liar.
Yeah, I'm a liar, sir.
Banksy,
I'm a liar.
What ethnicity is she?
Sorry.
What ethnicity is she? Are we allowed to know?
Yeah.
She's of my people, shall we say?
Of his
Okay,
people.
that's cool, man.
She is. I'm not invading the white, beautiful white women of Britain. I'm allowing you guys to procreate with your people, for you need it. Okay, I'm not gonna come over and take that shit from you. I'm giving you guys some leeway. If you don't fucking do it, I may have to fucking just man up here and do your fucking job for you. But I'm still hopeful that the Englishman will eventually buck up their ideas, get their fucking testicles, and fuck a bunch of fucking white people and have some white kids.
Is she Muslim?
Well, I mean, she's religious light, shall we
So
say?
you helped her to broke her faith.
Well, no, I mean, she wasn't. I mean, anyone
You
who I
helped
get
her
with
to-
isn't of a religious
Hellfire for
person.
you, Banksy.
I'm not gonna
Hellfire.
go with a
You
woman
took her
that's
off her
religious,
path.
am I?
So not only are you, I don't believe you, but you say you took her off her path, right?
No, I
Why
didn't
you
take
don't
her off
marry
anything. She's just
Why you don't marry her?
because I don't. We're not getting married. She's
don't wanna
already
marry-
divorced. I don't want to get married.
You don't think it's time for you to have some young Bankskis?
Because
You don't want to have some young Bankskis running around Banks?
No, because if I have children, I'll be doing a disservice to this country. I will be adding to the foreign numbers of this country. Although my children will still be lily white, but nevertheless, there will be. I would literally. I am such a patriot that I am withholding my own procreation just for the sake of the British Isles to be able to continue with their path of trying to reproduce and make it white
your
again.
mama grandchild. You didn't give your mama grandchild.
That's
You
how
didn't
much I
give
love
yourself
Britain.
a child because
That's how much I love
you are
Britain,
trying
sir.
to save Britain. You're trying to save Britain.
That's the patriot that's in me.
Oh,
that is the kind of love I have for this country, that I will refuse to have children and procreate on this land,
Let me
so
do
that
my
the men of
shit.
Britain
Cat?
will continue
Do y'all hear
keeping
that, cat?
Britain British. Make British white again.
If only more immigrants did that.
Yeah, unfortunately, mate, I can't speak for the other ones. Every fucking Somali that rocks
know
up
what,
here,
Bansky?
he's got 12 fucking kids following him. They're like little satellites.
talk to you,
They're like
Bansky,
a fucking a star from the Andromeda galaxy with like 14 fucking planets around them. So yeah, it's unfortunately I can't speak for the Somalis or the Pakistanis. They seem to be fucking procreating like rabbits. But us Iranians, we're trying to hold it down for you, man. We're trying to fucking save you, even though we're actually white, so we could technically blend in much easier.
I'm gonna leave y'all in the capable hands of Banksy, the man who's
But-
saving Britain by being a gelding.
Make Britain white again. That's my mission. Make
need
Britain
kids, bruh.
white
Britain
again.
need children.
White.
You just
white
trying to be a
kids.
gelding.
Britain needs white kids. Britain needs white children. White. Make sure you have that white in there. Because I'm not accepting any fucking Pakistani, Jamaican fucking children to just rock up here and claim this shit. White, clear white, lily white. Although you know, Jupes does have a combination of white kids and the mixed race kids who seem to be extremely lovely and patriotic. So I will give. There are certain, like you know Trump's golden card, golden
Visa.
ticket, the golden visa. There are some that mixed race people that seem to maybe get those golden tickets, but there's a very small number of golden tickets, a very handful. The rest have to be white Scots, white Welsh, white English. None of this fucking bullshit rocking up here and just say, oh, I live in London for 12 years now, I'm white English, I'll play for the fucking England team. None of that bullshit. No, white people. White. If it ain't white, it ain't right. Remember that.
Yeah. Is Khan still in the back?
I don't know what the fuck's in the back. Is it just you and me now? I don't know. He's soloed out, and I think everything is jumped off or something. So I'm now full screen. There's someone says baby killer, Giselle. Yeah, someone's. There's a baby killer in the back. That's awesome. I don't see anyone else though. No one else in the back making messages. Veli, you absentee landlord. Where are you? I can't even I shouldn't even be on here right now. I'm at work. I'm just waiting for a call. There's a meeting that I'm waiting on. I got to go in a minute.
Oh, I appreciate your arguments.
Look, dude. The thing is, you see, you know what got my goat actually when I was listening to Everything Is Everything. I wasn't gonna I don't really give a shit about what his opinions are. But when he said, when Chrissy asked him, "Are you American?" He said, "No, I'm black. I'm African." And I'm like, you see, this is the shit. This is what the foreigner does. This man probably lives in America. He has multiple children. He was raising his kids in America. He owes everything to America. And yet at the same time, he won't identify as American. No. I'm a black man. He's African first before he's American. Even though America is what's giving him everything. His life, his liberties, his rights, his standard of living, everything he gets from America, but he won't even bring himself to identify as an American because he's a pathetic foreigner who's just a leech consuming from the American society.
Man, shut your Iranian ass up, man. You've been up here bitching for like 2 hours. Crying and shit. Like a little bitch. The fuck's wrong with this bitch, man? No, the white man. Man, shut your beak, bro, man. What's wrong with this cunt, man? God damn. Fucking hell. Who else is sick of Banksy? God damn. This brother has been crying like biggest bitch.
I think everything is a bit worse.
God damn. I'm inside this job sweating like a cunt thinking, when's this pussy all gonna shut up?
I accidentally kicked myself off, man. The fuck
are you going back to Iran to fix up your country? Yo, this is what's mad about Banksy, yeah? He's out here telling people, you're a traitor because you don't fix up your country. While he's in a whole nother country, caping, calling his own country shit, and blah, blah, blah. I know what the fuck's wrong with this guy, man. Is he mad?
He's right though, because if Banksy's not white, then he can't be racist.
He's not talking for me.
Because he's saying Banksy's not white, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if he's not white, then he can't be. So he can get away with saying all this shit.
How about that, man? He's just a beggar.
He's just like a bleached out Pakistani.
He's not brown.
Banks is just a Begatron, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's out here, false patriot. He's not even an Iranian patriot back telling us about patriot. I'm a patriot. Man, shut up, bruv, man.
Please,
fuck back to Iran and fix that up, cuz, before you tell anyone else to go back to their country.
I want to be your cameraman, Danny Roscoe. What? I want to be your cameraman, Danny Roscoe. What? You got shit in your eyes.
I think just because he's a foreigner doesn't mean he can't pick up on trends. Well, like if I went to Japan, I would be able to pick up on trends.
What to do with it? It's got to do with ignoring blatant facts in your face.
What facts was he ignoring?
Got all of them.
What about like Muslim barriers to stop people crashing into like pedestrians and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, it's a white country. That's true as well.
Bro, there's nothing wrong with it being a European country. We're in fucking Europe. What other country is it going to be? Of course it's a white country. We're in England, bro.
They saying by 2060, it's not going to be a white country anymore, is it?
Well, you better start having some kids then, mate. If you don't have no kids, then you know what's going to happen, mate.
I can agree with you. There's also like white people should be having more kids, but we also shouldn't be having to outbreed all the invaders that are coming in.
Are you a Welsh lesbian?
Invaders?
Yeah.
Who are the invaders?
Who's the invader? Who's the invaders?
The people.
Because England ain't been invaded.
The people that.
This is a strange.
The people that are arriving on boats have got two options.
The so-called patriots try to take is like this. They claim that England's being invaded. You can't get invaded with an invitation. That don't make sense.
Sorry,
How the
we're
fuck
not-
can you have an invitation to come to the country and then be an invader?
Yeah. So there are lots of people that are given invitations, unfortunately, by the government.
The
But
majority of
there
migrants
there
that
are
are in the
loads-
country
there
have
are
got
loads
a
that are
visa.
coming without. There are loads that are coming without invitation.
Yeah, a lot of them getting sent back though.
Well, I don't believe that. I think what do they send back so far? It's like, they've sent back like 28,000, but there's like a huge there's like a backlog of like 1.2 million.
Yeah, there's a backlog because Conservatives didn't do anything for like 15 years.
They didn't do anything because of international law.
No, but they didn't do anything on purpose because.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
homeowners
so
are becoming
is
millionaires.
it
They're
okay
getting
for
so
the
rich
people
off
them
of it.
to follow laws of the land? Yeah, which the law of, if you want to claim asylum in the UK, means you have to get to British soil. The other part of the conundrum is that there's no such visa. Well, there is a visa that you can get, yeah, but it's not applicable to every single country. So they've made special visas for certain countries to just be able to. Now Banks is on mute, man. He's at work as well, innit? Like, so, but he's here still. But you know, obviously we still got to check out Elliot, innit? You know, he's a good contributor, innit? But you know,
I'm not going to pull one, yeah. I won't.
Yeah, I know, man. I can't take your word for it, though. You know, actions speak louder than the words. We have to let you on a few times and see it. Yeah, because it does happen. People join in the conversation, make good points, and then want to get their fucking bits and pieces out on the stream and that, and it's ruining it for everyone else, isn't it?
That's fair.
Yeah. So, but like we're saying, yeah, if the laws of the like England's specific asylum seeker laws means that you must be in the country to claim asylum, but there's no legal transportation you can get to the country to claim asylum. How does one claim asylum in the UK?
Please turn next left. So I think the law is quite clear where it says that the first safe country you enter is the country you're supposed to claim asylum in. So
no, that's not true.
Nah, mate.
I'm pretty sure
that's not true. That's not true.
I'll double check it. For you
It's
right
not.
now.
It's not part of the Geneva Convention. It's not part of the.
No one
I
said.
think it's part of European law, isn't it?
No one said first.
No, it's not. It's not. You don't have to claim in the first country you get to, or whatever. Else the majority of people would be asylum seekers in places like Greece and Turkey.
Yeah, I'm just double checking.
Because like, a lot of the times, those are the first kind of countries they get to, and they do take quite a lot of asylum seekers. Yeah, so you are allowed to claim asylum in these in another country as well. Still, so if you're from a Middle Eastern country and you've got ties to the UK, you can go through these other countries and then claim in the UK. Your asylum claim ain't going to be refused because you came from another country. It's depending on, is it valid? Is your life really in danger? Is your government unable to protect your life? And then that's really how the asylum works. Hello? Still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just reading. Sorry.
Yeah, where do you get these right-wing talking points from? Because it seems like you've been manipulated a little bit. Because I talk to some people on TikTok and they just reel them off one after the other, after all these unsubstantiated, like what Jupiter claims now, beliefs. We'll call that the right-wing position is firmly based on beliefs now. It's a belief system. It's not really founded on any facts or any kind of like evidence. It's just like a belief system being far right now.
It's just the man them say it because, and then the evidence is, trust me, bro. That's what the evidence is always. Yeah, trust me, bro. That's what it says. We're like, yeah, all right, mate. When we do look into the evidence, it says nothing to the source of what the man them are claiming.
Some of the mad things he's not claiming as well, man. Fucking hell. Now, when you hit them with the facts, though, they don't know what to do with it. It's like, do you realise that these people that come over on boats are just like 1% of all immigrants? Like all immigration to this country, you're talking about 1%
It's dangerous.
of all
I
of
want
that.
people to stop getting on boats as well because it's a danger to their life. And obviously, what really should, as a civilized country, as you know, one of the most civilized countries in the world or whatever, really they should have a safe route of passage for people that need to claim so they can fix their shit up and then go back to their country or whatever it is that they need to do once they're fixed up or whatever, innit? Like, what's the issue with that?
I've just been reading up, right? And the European Union's Dublin Sorry.
Go on. Let him read it. What did you say, bro?
So I've just read up about the European law on the first country you land in, you're supposed to claim asylum. So the European Union's Dublin regulation is European law that determines which European member state is responsible for processing asylum applications. Typically assigns responsibility to the first European Union country where the asylum seeker was fingerprinted and formally entered. So there is a vague rule within the European Union.
So the first country that they enter, they don't get their fingerprints taken. Even by the time they get to Calais and France, the random men had their fingerprints taken. But England could have had a processing centre in Calais, which they could have been able to lower the amount of claims that were coming through or whatever, or people coming through on boats and all that sort of stuff there, and just only had people that were processed coming through. But you know how that goes.
Yeah, so I would argue against that happening. I would say we should only be taking asylum seekers from countries that are like on our border, or you cross by like.
Well, that's France, isn't it? France is on your border.
What borders?
Yeah. But France is on your border, and they refuse to open up a processing centre.
Wait, I'll finish. Right. So before Clan started laughing, right? So it's not just it's a country on our border, right? Or like our maritime border. So we'd take from France, from Norway, from Sweden.
Right. What about your former colonies? What about your former colonies? If I come from Egypt, my family's got like hundreds of years of relationship with England, and something bad happens in Egypt, should I have to go and live in Turkey when I can come to England?
No, Khan, you should go to the first safe country you can get to.
No. That's not real. What you're saying is not real. It's a made up thing that you're saying.
What the Dublin regulations?
Yeah, people claim asylum. This is a mistake that the guys make as well, right? France takes more asylum seekers than the UK, so people do claim asylum in France. People do claim asylum in Germany, in Spain, and the other countries or whatever. It's only the people that have ties to other countries that move on to these other countries. Like, you're not going to go halfway across the continent to just some random country or whatever, innit? Like, you're going to more likely head to a country you've got ties with.
You got to dumb down the argument before you try to answer it. You've got to understand what he's saying. He's saying that they should be able to refuse you entry or asylum into UK based on the fact that you came from a safe country like France. That's his argument.
Yep.
I hate French people.
Yeah. Well, people do get refused asylum, innit, if their claim's not up to standard or whatever, innit? Like, so
well, that's quite lax, isn't it? Because you can just say you're gay. That's quite a lax rule, though, isn't it? Because you can just say you're gay and like you live in an
but by your argument,
country.
no one would actually get to England ever.
Well, no, they would if there was like a war in France. Why would a Frenchman seek asylum in England?
No, the correct answer is good. No one will ever get to England ever. That is the correct answer. Yes, Con. No one will ever get to England ever.
When are you leaving? Because it's like you're out here campaigning for people to leave.
Fair enough.
You're out here campaigning for people not to come here, and so and so while you're living your best life, employed and rah in the UK. When are you fucking off then and setting the example that you want to see? Nah, I'm talking to Banksy, man. But when are you going to go back to Iran, cuz?
Now, see, the problem is at this stage, Veli, since I've explained this to you multiple times in an analogy that you should even be able to understand, at this point, I'm on the two impressions. You're either willfully ignoring my explanation or you're too stupid to understand my explanation, but I will not repeat it again. The fact of the matter is that those who've already come, they took advantage of a window of opportunity. That window has now closed, and you cannot no longer come in. It's like a nightclub, Veli. You know, I know you like your nightclubs. Maybe I could put it in an analogy of a nightclub. You know how a nightclub bouncer has one of those little clicker counters, and if you come too late and the place is full, he puts his hand out and says, "Sorry, mate, we're full. You can't can't come anymore. You're going to have to come another night. Now, you might get all pissed off about it. You might be all leery and like, oh, fuck you, man. I know people here. I'm a VIP. I spend a lot of money here, man. But the bouncer will say, I'm sorry, mate. We're full. You can't come in tonight. Come next week.
We can't come in because the place is full.
Yeah, that works for the nightclub.
If we're going to deport
wait, hold on, that analogy works for the nightclub, but not in a fucking country, you donut. If they're processing claims today, tomorrow, and next week, then there ain't the nightclub's full, you can't come in, your name's not there, and you're not coming in or whatever. Is your claim valid? If your claim is valid, you can come in. If your claim isn't valid, you can't come in.
Banksy's
trying to hit you off with some emotional bullshit, talking about nightclubs. Oh, the nightclub.
Listen, Banksy. In a nightclub, right? They've got a different clicker for men and women, right?
Clicker.
He tried to hit you off with some emotional
They're
shit.
counting people that's coming in, right, Banksy? They have a different amount of women and a different amount of men. Is that right?
I tell you what, I've done a lot more doors than Brian Hill.
So they do have a clicker, Khan. What's the point, Khan?
My point is, right, if there's people living in this country that have been on benefits for like 5 generations and refuse to contribute to this country, surely if anyone's getting deported, it should be them. And then you can't make the argument, then you shouldn't really be able to make the argument that the country's full and we can't take in vulnerable people who need asylum, legally need asylum, right?
Yeah, but those people are ethnically from here. They deserve protection from the country they were born and they're from, their blood and soil.
No. Asylum is a human right that everybody's entitled to. You can't take that away.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's only a human right under what, like the United Nations Refugee Convention on Refugees, which is like 1951, and we can leave that convention, and then it's a right that we can.
But you haven't left it yet. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to say that the grounds for not accepting people is that we're full up, then surely we should start getting rid of all the dead wood and make room for new people, because some of these immigrants that are coming over, they could be potentially doctors, lawyers, solicitors. Like when we look at the track record of immigrants that have come into this country, they've really outperformed the indigenous people. And I think as a government, as an establishment, surely getting rid of some of these like chavs would be beneficial.
So I don't think I've made the argument it's full. I know some other people have, but I don't think kicking out people to bring in foreigners is a good thing. I think we should be protecting our own.
If our criteria is based on the
but no one's not calling for that. It's only the right-wing lunatics that are calling for them.
I'm calling for it. I'm calling for it. I'm saying if the basis of denying people is the fact that we're full up, then I'm saying let's make some room. Well, the people that we're letting in could be better than the people that we've got here already.
Well, okay. Well, let's start with the ethnic minorities.
No. Why are we starting with ethnic minorities who have got houses bought and paid for?
No.
They own half of Bradford.
No, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. I was saying we should get rid of the ethnic minorities that aren't contributing, that are sucking off the system.
Okay. All right. But here's my thing, though. I'm not making it racial. I'm saying if you've been on benefits for more than a year, your name should go on a list and then should possibly be asked to leave the country. Same like when they asked Trump the other day, they said to him, Donald Trump, you're asking for people to leave the country. How, does that apply to US citizens as well? And he said, well, if you're a criminal or you're a thug or you're no good or we don't like you, yes, that should apply to you as well. No one should automatically be allowed to keep their citizenship. And I think Donald's right. And I agree with Donald on this, that we should apply that same thing to England, that just because you was born here or just because you're a certain colour, that's not enough of a reason for you to suck the blood out of this country. You should be put on the next plane to Australia or Israel or wherever they need white people. Just get rid of them from here.
Nah, that's stupid, man. Just dashing people out of the country and all that sort of stuff there. You should have to do something wrong before you get
he's saying that the country's full, though. He's saying the country's full.
Who is?
But it's not full.
No, Banksy's saying the argument for not letting people in
Yeah,
is that the country's full. And I'm saying, based
Banksy's
on that
maths
argument,
is spot on.
based on that
You know what I
argument,
mean?
like if you're saying it's not, but if he's saying it's not a
Banksy's less
racist
white than
policy,
you are.
no, but for him to be saying that it's not a racist policy, that means that we have to deport people not based on their skin color or ethnicity, but it has to be based on how shit they are.
And yeah, he's right. That already happened. Remember what Australia, New Zealand,
right?
Maybe Banksy just means the country's full of ethnic minorities.
Canada.
But why do you keep mentioning ethnic minorities when they're actually paying a lot more tax into the system than some of these whites?
If you look at the statistics on who takes more and like benefits and stuff, it's not white people, it's all ethnic minorities. So
Don't
that's
be
why I'm
silly.
going after ethnic minorities.
That's impossible. That's not true what you're saying, Elliot. You need to look into this.
I've looked into it, I've seen the statistics. When you break it down, like
True, because you can't claim you can't claim benefits if you ain't a British citizen, innit? Like, so only British citizens are like entitled to benefits, and only people that have been granted asylum are entitled to benefits. Innit?
We give passports out like candy.
Who's we?
British
You are?
state.
Say that again, bro.
No, I said we give passports out like candy. So there's loads of ethnic minorities that can take benefits, and if you look at the statistics, like per capita, so like the same amount. If you've got the same amount of black people and the same amount of white people, the black people will be taking more.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting these stats from, though. That's the thing, Elliot. We need to look into this.
We need to look at these statistics. No.
I'll come back with some.
But what it is, is that like again, even that's still a bait and switch anyway, because the same sort of thing, like people that are British citizens are entitled to claim benefits. So
yeah, but a piece of paper says you're a British citizen. It literally is just we give them out.
So that's what entitles you to claim benefits. If you're entitled to claim benefits, why can't you claim them?
Yeah. So but that means that we're giving benefits out to ethnic minorities that aren't even from here.
So they're
why
British
do they need to
citizens.
be from here?
That is national suicide.
It's not. It's the law of the land.
Suicide? I don't get it. What do you mean national suicide?
Well, we're just allowing our complete replacement.
It's the law of the land, bro.
We're
You
basically
want to go against the law of the land now. See, this is the funny thing, innit? It's like the man didn't want to say to people, yo, you man don't want to follow the rules of the country. You want to change our laws and so and so, so and so. While this guy's here talking about we should change the law of the country. Yeah. And this other guy's talking about we should change the law of the country. Man, it's like what the fuck are these guys on, bro?
Benny, can I ask Khan a question? Right, Khan.
Yes, Donna. Sorry, Donna.
You just said that you want anybody who's been on benefits and stuff like that, even English people, need to be deported. Can I ask you a really important question? Where the fuck are you gonna fucking deport them to?
I told you, Israel. Donald Trump said he's going to build up the Gaza Strip and make
Israel.
it like some heaven.
What's wrong with this guy?
We need more white people in Israel.
Oh my!
This is a Babs and Khan argument. Yeah, this ain't my argument. I ain't saying that no one should get deported to Israel.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying. Sorry, Veli. I'm saying off the back of what Donald Trump argued, that if you're an American citizen, you can just as easily get deported as some of these people that he's recently sent to. Was it El Salvador?
The reception is going to cut out for me, so I'm going to leave you on. I don't know how long's left here. It's longer than I thought was left. Anyway, so
okay.
Sorry, let Babs have a say then.
So this is what I'm saying, Khan. So you want to kick people who were actually born here and probably had their parents born here and their grannies born here and their great grannies born here. You want to kick them out of our country for people who don't have any association with this country.
This is the thing.
But
I
even
think,
worse, actually hate
Babs,
this country.
Wait a sec, Babs. Wait a sec. I don't think that you being born here and not actually owning a property or owning a business entitles you to call it our country, right? I don't care what your ethnicity is because you're saying we're not racist, right? So I don't care what your skin color is because you're saying we're not racist, right? So if we're not racist as a country, then you being white or you being born here doesn't make a difference. Like Donald Trump said, because Donald Trump's not racist. Donald Trump saying, if you're American and you're going around the streets with a baseball bat, whacking grannies on the head, his exact words, we should be able to deport.
Yeah, I totally agree, Khan. But you
All
can't
right.
just turn around and say because somebody doesn't own a house or somebody doesn't own a business that they've got to leave the country to give room to people that actually hate us to come into the country.
No, but Babs, here's the thing. What I'm saying to you, from a government's point of view, they don't care how patriotic you are. They care about how much tax you're paying. So if people that are coming in are going to get jobs and work harder and become doctors and lawyers, and the people that are already here have been on benefits for 5 generations, surely we can't like look at them the same.
Well, it's a white country, so why don't we just start with the ethnic?
But is it a white country though?
Yeah, it is. It's like, what is it?
What makes it a white country?
You're a fool, Khan, if you actually believe that.
It's 84% white, isn't it?
Ginger.
Is it not 84% white, Khan?
Ginger.
Yeah, but that's just because that's not really like part of the decision-making process.
Well, it should be.
It's like that just happened to be like people just happen to be white. The country isn't based on whiteness as a principle of the country. If anything, that's the opposite. But what I'm saying is the whiteness of the population isn't anything to do with the culture.
Yeah, it is.
How is it?
Well, it's who you see around. It's who you interact with. It's everything that makes your village or your town.
Sure, it's how you live in that environment. So, for example, Australians got a different environment from us, so they got a different culture. Canadians might live in igloos because it's all ice up there. They got a different culture. We're English. We live in England. We're the people that are on the land. We represent the culture of this land and how you have to be to survive here.
Yeah, my point is that culture is downstream from ethnicity. So ethnicity is what forms culture.
I don't know what that means. I'm a bit dumb. You have to explain that.
Yeah.
So downstream means like it. So ethnicity is what defines our culture.
But it isn't though.
Of course it is.
Because we got English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Celts, Saxons, Anglo-Saxons.
Red flag.
You name it, we've got it, right?
Flag.
Yeah.
We've got Jamaicans. We've got everything here. We've got Pakistanis. The whole of the Commonwealth is here, and then some, and then some. So how does what you're saying make sense?
Well, it's 84% white.
Well, but not for long. It won't be like that for long.
Yeah, but it should remain like that, and
But
if anything, it should go up.
But what I'm saying is, if Donald Trump's saying you being American doesn't guarantee you a citizenship, I'm saying why can't we do that here?
Yeah, but Khan, he's looking at the most extreme people, the people that rape 87-year-old grannies, and to be honest, I don't even know if it's possible whether he can deport his own nationals.
Do you really think that?
What do you mean by law?
Yeah, I'm very skeptical whether he can actually do it.
I don't think he would be able to. And by the way, it's nice to meet you, Elliot.
Hey, nice to meet you as well.
Nice to hear somebody with some sense on the panel.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Yeah. You know,
By the way,
I'm not a racist, Khan, but you.
I know you're not, Babs.
What you say?
Just
because
you call people packy.
Any sense.
Just because you call people packy don't make you racist.
Yeah. The fact is that at this stage.
Hang on a minute, Khan.
I'm joking.
Yeah?
I'm joking with you.
I said that once. But
I'm joking.
Babs, don't apologize. Don't apologize to this kebab eating Turk.
No, I'm not, because he has said it as well.
You're greasy. Okay, you're greasy. That denotes, that puts you at least 4 levels below a white person. The fact of the matter is, Babs, that, and also Elliot, you know, when Khan said that, you're not going to be 80% white for long, that will no longer be England anymore. The people make a country. The people make a culture. The land doesn't magically make culture. The fact is that all these other cultures that live in Britain live under the umbrella of the British culture. So the white Anglo-Saxon, Celt, Welsh. That is the dominant culture, which is what makes up the British culture, and all these other cultures live. Now, once the white English people, once the white, no, but the fact is that the homogenous ethnicities are not from Pakistan, they're not from Turkey, they're not from Africa, they're not from Asia. The homogenous ethnicities are from these isles. They're either Celtic or Anglo-Saxon or Welsh or Irish. That is the homogenous. Once those people don't exist. No, the fact is, once
about England,
yes,
it's just coast to coast. There's more to England.
The fact of the matter is that India, if this country becomes majority 80% Pakistani, it will no longer be England. It will no longer have the British culture. It will no longer be Britain. It will become something else.
Is Pakistan part of the British Empire?
It doesn't matter. They're not part of the British culture. They're not part of the British culture. No, they're not. No, they're not. Pakistani culture is distinctly different from British culture.
Please, can I make my point, bro, please? I'm saying to you, Pakistanis and Indians in general spoke English in their own countries. They had English laws and English administration. They contributed to the British Empire before you was even a glint in your dad's eye.
They're still not British. They're still not English. They don't make up the English culture. They are British subjects of a Pakistani or Indian origin. That's it. They're not part of the English culture. They're not part of the fabric of what made England and Britannia.
They have entry-level citizenship.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you take any single ethnicity, if you take a billion, I don't know, let's say 100 million Japanese and import them into Australia, Australia will no longer be what it is. It will be Japanese.
Elliot, I'll speak about myself, right, Elliot? I'm from an island called Cyprus. My granddad was born with a British passport.
You're from the Turkish part of Cyprus, yeah?
Yeah, but we have British army bases on our island. We contribute to Britain and to the British Empire. Historically, we have done so. Who the fuck is this Iranian twat telling me I'm not British?
You're not British.
You're not.
You're less British than he is.
My granddad was born with a British
So what? So what? I could be from fucking Mars and still recognize English British culture. This is insane that you think that by saying you are more British than me, somehow that's an argument. That is not an argument. Make an argument as to why you fall under the umbrella of British culture. Is your culture in line with Britain?
You can't deny me the rights that the British establishment has chosen to award me. If they say to me,
yes, we can. The British realm can deny you anything they want. You don't have rights unless someone forces it for you.
You can't say that.
Okay, I can't say it, but I can say it on behalf of the British. I can say the truth, what it is.
Talking on behalf of the British. Because I'm getting proper offended.
If he's not British by ethnicity, if he's not British by ethnicity, how has he awarded himself the right to speak on behalf of British people if he's saying Britishness is based on ethnicity?
Khan, so I don't get, like, Banksy speaks for himself, doesn't he? But
I know, but one saying by his argument, if Britishness and what.
Stop talking over people.
Babs, 1 second. I'm going to make the point clear, though, to help him answer. So I'm saying, Elliot, is if the argument is that culture is an expression of ethnicity, right? Then surely by that argument, which Banksy's backing you up on that claim, then Banksy's the least qualified person to speak.
No. So sometimes it takes like a foreigner or like someone that's not new, like new to the environment, to point it out. And so, Banksy's not British. He might have a British passport. That's meaningless. But he has every right to speak out and point out like the shit that's going on in this country.
Look, Elliot. The point is, Elliot. The point is.
Sorry, Banksy. I'll just be really quick here, bro. he can't say that Cypriots shouldn't have British citizenship and the right to come to England, because the British establishment, the British government, has seen fit to bestow that right on those people. Like, who are you to say they shouldn't have that right?
Okay, I will tell you this. I will tell you why. Because there are what is known as universal truths. Universal truths apply to all things at all time and in all situations. So when I look at these universal truths and I look at Britain and how it's changing its ethnicity, will change its culture, and it will change it will change the very fabric of what it is to be British. It applies to everyone in the world. The fact is, the rules, Elliot, the rules that they advocate for you, for your country, they won't allow for their own. Go and ask Khan, why is there a Turkish side of Cyprus and why is there a Greek side of Cyprus? Because they don't want to mix their culture with the Greeks. They keep themselves Turkish because okay, why wouldn't you allow? Yes, because the Pakistanis, because the Indians. Shut up.
Cypriot, what?
Oh, but it's the British that administrated over that whole scenario. What do you mean?
Yeah, but Khan, just because the government has issued like a passport to you, it doesn't make you British. You just got a piece of paper.
No, but they haven't issued it to an individual. They've seen fit to give it to that whole country.
But why is that matter?
My point is this, Elliot. My point is this, right? Surely the British knows what's good for them, right? If they're saying, well, we've got a British... One minute.
No, but that's...
1 minute, Elliot. One sec. Let me finish my point.
Okay, right.
If there's a British airbase called Akrotiri, which is the biggest airbase in the whole Eastern Mediterranean, where Britain basically dominates the whole Middle East from that airbase, and they're saying, well, we can't afford to lose this airbase, right?
Yep.
So we have to be nice to the people there. Right?
How much do we pay?
We have to allow them. We have to allow them certain privileges of being British, right? Because if we're going to go there and take over their land and put a base on it, then surely we have to allow the people that live there to be equal to us and come here too, right?
I understand your point. Right, so let's just.
So what I'm saying is, you'd lose a lot more. You'd lose a lot more than what we would. Like if you said, "All right, all Cypriots have to go back to Cyprus, and we're withdrawing the Akrotiri and Dilekaya bases from Cyprus," what do you think would happen to
we
British?
Paid for that base. We paid for that base.
But you haven't. No, they haven't.
We do.
You don't.
In 2003, a report from Declassified stated that we paid 20.5 million for that fiscal year. So we're paying like 20 million for this base. We don't have to give you 3 pieces of paper. We're like, as in passports.
What do you mean? You don't have to. I'm saying they've chosen. I'm not saying there's no have to. They've chosen to.
Yeah, they've chosen to. So that we can choose not to.
But Elliot, if you also research how much does the British government owe for those bases, I guarantee you it's a lot of money that they actually owe, because they might have paid that much money in that year, but overall they are in debt over the payment for the rent. So you are in arrears.
Well, is Cyprus in debt to us at all? I bet they are, because we're all in debt to each other, aren't we?
They're not. I think what England's doing though is they're renting out the bases to America. So America's going to sort of help them clear the debt a little bit. But like they are still in debt. They are still in debt to the government of Cyprus.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I heard this. They're far right now, no?
Who's far right? The Americans?
Cyprus.
I don't think so. There is some far rights there. I don't think there's that many.
Golden something.
No. Greeks ain't. No, there's not that many.
Banksy, anyway, are you still here? Banksy.
So, Babs, what do you think about benefit scroungers being shown the door?
Well, that.
What'd you say?
I don't. That obviously includes you, so yeah.
I don't know what you mean by that, mate. I don't know what you mean.
Well, you're obviously not working.
Today I'm not working. I might be working from home. You don't know. I might be working from home. You don't know that.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, whatever.
I might be sitting in my car right now, driving people around.
Yeah, you don't even drive, you idiot. Drive people up the wall. Yeah.
What do you mean I don't drive? Where do you get these informations from? I do drive, I have you know.
idea was it that you're going to kick the benefit scroungers out? And you better not be
I
directing
know
that
I've paid
at
more
me,
tax than any
because
of
I've
you.
worked all my life until December, and I retired in December, and I'm living on a pension that I paid into.
I'm just saying, Babs, if I was the government, right, and there was asylum seekers with a legitimate claim of being vulnerable to come and live in this country, I would have to give them a chance. And if it was based on the fact that there wasn't enough space here, I'd have to make some space, and I'd clear out a lot of the dead wood. And I think like there are people that could get sent to certain places. Like we do need to start sending people places where historically, like someone said, we sent people to Australia and Canada and America. And like, I'm thinking Israel might need some more people there.
Well, this is precisely why. This is precisely why we shouldn't have foreigners making our foreign policy decisions.
Exactly.
But you want Banksy to do it, though. You want
No,
Banksy to make the decision.
I don't want Banksy to do it.
But you just said you're happy for Banksy to point things out.
No, I'm happy for Banksy to make statements that agree with myself, 100%. Why would I not? Of
course. Well, how can we know if we agree with you until we actually make the statement?
Well, I've listened to yourself, and I haven't agreed with much of you said, but I've agreed with a fair bit of what Banksy said.
Yeah, but Banksy's just like
he's Iranian.
Yeah, he's Iranian.
You have a problem with Iranians?
Me?
Yes, you just said he's Iranian.
The first girl I fell in love with was Iranian.
Right.
The first girl that you fell in love with?
Yes.
Okay.
My first love.
Sam.
I think Banksy is absolutely 100%.
No, oh bless
spot
you.
on.
Bless you, hon.
Yeah,
Bless you.
Yeah, he did. I've been listening. I was putting one.
Oh, Babs, if I lived around the corner from you, would you let me come round for a cup of tea?
And,
Hey, Babs.
well, at least I don't criticize some other people for things that I do myself.
Are you sure about that?
Would you put out some Victoria sponge for me if I lived around the corner from you?
As long as it was laced with arsenic, yeah.
Yeah.
Arse? Laced with arse what?
Arsenic.
Nick.
Arsenic.
Arsenic.
Fucking idiot.
I thought it said arsnip. I was going to say, is that like catnip?
Catnip.
You're a fucking twat,
He's
aren't
like
you?
Mexican mint.
You actually really are a fucking twat.
Wait, so how did you get a British passport then? If you're from like Turkish Cyprus and the base is in,
he was born in fucking Green Lanes.
No, because my
oh, was it?
Peckham, actually, I'll have you know, I'm up market. Yeah. My lot came here before the war, Elliot. The war was in like 73 or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
So my lot were already here.
And they how did they manage to get here so easily if they were from the Turkish side?
Well, the British were giving out passports back then, weren't they? They were giving them out for free. There weren't no Turkish side back then. It was before the war.
Sorry. Okay, cool. All right, I understand.
So it was like it was British colony, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So everyone had British. Well, it was part of the British Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they all had British passports, and they had they gave them free visas to come. I don't think you even had to pay back then.
And was the passport? Was it a full-on British passport, or was it like a British Cypriot passport?
No, it's a British passport.
Wow.
Yeah, but they were British, right?
No, I disagree, man. I think you have to be like ethnically.
So this is the thing, Elliot. We look at things retrospectively, right? So in history, if you look at certain maps, right, there's maps that show you the whole British Isles as being England. Right? Over Ireland, over Scotland, over Wales, everywhere, it writes England. England, right? Writes it everywhere. Now, the reason why they changed it is because people complaining that, like, their own individual identities weren't sort of being recognised. But England obviously didn't want to look like they were, like, just colonising everything in sight. So they called it Britain and gave everyone the right to sort of have their own sort of like localized governments. right? Now, England does things like this, like it gives people this kind of like fake independence, where it's like, oh, Jamaica's independent since 1923, and Barbados is independent, and like everywhere's Iraq is independent. But really, none of these countries are really independent. They're always going to be part of the Commonwealth, part of the Empire, part of the British realm. Like Sykes-Picot, like carved up the whole Middle East between England and France, and a lot of those countries, right? Like, for example, Lebanon belongs to France,
Yeah, but
right?
the reason they sliced it up was so that they could give Israel back to the Jews,
Who
right?
speaks which language?
Well, let's leave the Jews out of it for a minute. But what I'm saying is, if Lebanon belongs to France, right, that means that England shouldn't really go in there ever. Like, if there's any problems in Lebanon, like Big Daddy France comes and sorts it out. Same as like Algeria or any of their former colonies. So they don't basically step on each other's toes when it comes to their it's like I wouldn't date your ex-wife, Elliot. Me and you are brothers, right? I wouldn't date your ex-wife. It's that sort of an agreement, right? So these countries like have still got a sort of connection with England. No, I wouldn't. These countries have still got allegiance to England, where, so for example, when things happen in countries like Iraq, if they've got like a history with England, this is not a previous point I was trying to make, they're within their rights to come and live in England. And England would extend that courtesy to them. The same way we saw when the British troops withdrew from Afghanistan, they brought a lot of Afghans here with them, right? I'm not talking about the ones that are coming in boats, but I'm saying there was a lot of people that helped England while they were in Afghanistan. And as a reward, they were given citizenship. Right? Now, Banksy's from a country where he hates Afghans and he sees them lower than Pakistanis. And he's like, why is England doing this? England shouldn't be doing this. England's not allowed to bring people that I hate into this country.
He's not
But here's the thing, it's their country. They can do what they want.
No, can't. It's not.
It's your country to decide, right, as an English person,
but
who you have allegiances with and who you favouritize. And just because Banksy wants it to be based on skin colour and whiteness, it doesn't mean that it should be.
I think a lot of people want it to be based on skin colour and whiteness.
I understand that, but I'm saying from the point of view of the elites and from the government and the administrators and people who run this shit, they don't care about skin colour. They care about how useful people are. So Banksy's like, I don't like driving through Brixton because it's full of Jamaicans and I have to lock my doors and windows. Right?
Yeah, but
how can you then at that point convince Britain that they should have nothing to do with Jamaica?
What do you mean? How can we convince
I'm
people?
saying, if you don't like driving through areas where, let's say, it's predominantly Jamaican area, and you don't like seeing these people because you think you're better than them and they're beneath you, how does that translate to you telling the people that run this country to not have anything to do with Jamaica, when England makes a lot of money out of Jamaica, still to this day? They make a lot of money out of Jamaica. Like, why would they forego that just to make Banksy's drive through South London more pleasant?
Well,
it doesn't equate, does it?
I think our leaders are traitors, and we've just been led by like foreigners, haven't we? For like, what was it? Like the Scottish had a foreigner, we had a foreigner. We got Kemi Badenoch in opposition. She's a fucking foreigner.
I thought you were talking about Saxons or Normans.
No, he means recently.
I'm talking about the people making these decisions.
We have been invited.
So, Elliot, I take it you're Anglo-Saxon, proper English. Like, you're not Jewish or nothing, are you?
I'm pretty. I've never done an ancestry. All my family are from England. My mum's like a bit Welsh. I've got like a Portuguese great grandma. But yeah, I'm pretty much
predominantly
English. It's my knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. I was just checking you weren't Jewish because in your picture you look a little bit Jewish there.
I think I look more Portuguese than.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you got the Jose Mourinho look.
Yeah, but I think it's mainly the tash, right?
Yeah. What, you got a tash like that? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Wow. That's a decent tash.
It's all right.
Banksy's beard is a killer, though. Look at that beard he's got there. That's a proper beard, mate.
I've got issues.
What have you got there, Simon?
Ask me later.
Sorry, Elliot. Go on.
So pick something to talk about.
Let's talk about you just calling Kenny Badenoch a fucking foreigner.
All
How
right.
about that?
Yeah, so she was born here, but then as soon as she was born here, she moved back to Nigeria. She says she's got ethnic enemies in Nigeria. She
enemies.
Yeah, that's
Muslims.
a quote from her.
Define that.
No, that's a quote. That's a quote from her.
Define an ethnic enemy.
I can't define her own quote.
Tribal rivalries. Tribal rivalries.
I don't know who they are. Yeah. So she was an anchor baby that was born here. Then she fucked off back to Nigeria. Then came back here.
One.
I've got no problem because she's married to an English person. I've got no problem with her having like residency here. But I would not consider her English or British by any standards.
Right.
Do you disagree?
So you're
with that?
saying we should have those rules that like they've got in America, those rules where you have to be American to be president and that.
I think that would be beneficial. Yeah.
But why do you think like we don't have that? What's the reason for us not having it?
Do they have that in Turkey? So in Turkey, do they ever have?
No, I don't think Erdogan's ethnically Turkish.
Okay, where's he
I think
from?
he's Georgian. I think he might be Georgian or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a huge minority of Georgians that live in Turkey. I think there's more Georgians in Turkey than there is in Georgia.
They're the hairy ones.
Right.
Same as Armenia. There's more Armenian Turks than there is the population of Armenia.
So how many generations is he down?
Mate, no one can ever know. They could have been in those territories from like the Stone Age, like that
Oh,
goes
really?
way back.
Okay. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the question you asked?
My question was like in America, you obviously have to be American. So like Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example, he was I think he was a congressman or something. He had some official status. Now people were saying that he should have run for president and he would get it. Right, sort of like Donald Trump. But the thing is, I don't think he was born in America, so he couldn't actually like qualify for it. So that's how I found out that there's certain rules to applying for being a president. And I remember when Obama wanted to be president, some people were saying he wasn't even born in America, so he shouldn't be able to run. I think Donald Trump said it even. So like, they do have certain ruls. But I think, like you said, Kemi Badenoch might sort of squeeze through the net on that one because she was actually born here.
Yeah, so I would change that rule. I don't think it's about where you're born. I think you can be born in Britain and not be British. I think it mainly stems from your ethnicity.
Is he male and female, or which?
Who? Sorry? Obama's wife?
Michael.
Michelle. Michael, Michelle, potato.
I can't
tomato. Well, her being a woman don't really help her, does it? Like the state of it, like, she might as well be a dude. She's a mess.
I wouldn't fuck it.
Well, if Simon wouldn't fuck it, throw it out the window. Just throw it out the window. No, but Simon, are you fussy?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Or have you got a type?
Yes.
Does it make a difference, like whether, like, does your type change based on who you're fucking or who's fucking you?
No.
So it's the same type?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm thinking about
I thought it was really funny when you said to Bleeding Heart. When you said to Bleeding Heart, I'll fuck you in the ass, you cunt. I thought that was so funny.
Oh,
that was hilarious.
Right.
I was wetting myself laughing.
Thank you. Thank you for the opening.
I was just imagining you with a magazine, right, and some dude in it. cut a hole out and just placed it over Bleeding Heart's ass.
I mean, I can blatantly fuck out anything. But she's using her
That is an admirable trait, though. That is,
yeah.
I have to respect that.
She's using her brother's image and name. She's putting out, right. I think the moment I cut out was when she's posting her own mother's obituary, and she's expecting trolls to post that, and where I am, no, I'm not. I God bless Bednar's mum. It's not something I do. The fact she's doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a fucked up world we're living in, mate. There's a lot of fucked up people.
Yeah. I don't.
So, Elliot, do you go to other countries, like on holiday and whatever?
So I got yeah, I've been to other countries. I prefer to stay in Europe though, but yeah.
I don't like other countries. It's either too hot or too cold, and I'm like properly acclimatized to North London. I don't like even I can't go to Cornwall and places like that. It's just too hot.
So you wouldn't do well in Turkey then if you were all back in
I fucking hate it, man.
Oh, we're gonna have to work on
Simon
that.
loves it. He runs around naked.
Yeah.
I love Turkey.
He's a big hit out there. Our Simon's a big hit out there. He's very popular.
Hey.
It's all right. It's all right. Once we deport him, he'll climatize to Cyprus. We'll send him. We'll send him with a basket of suntan lotion or maybe kebab grease. Just run the kebab grease all over your body.
I'm sure
you'll be fine.
Survive, if we went too far south to Cornwall,
Dude, I was in Cyprus in 2022. I did a live stream from Cyprus. Yeah, no, the Philippines was fucking... Yeah, because the Philippines was insanely hot. Do you know the seawater in Philippines was hotter than the pool? This fucking sea was hotter than the pool.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Have you ever committed a crime here, Khan?
No, I've never served a sentence either.
Okay.
I don't agree with crime. I'm not a criminal, and I don't glorify crime or gangsterism of any sort.
No, does Jimmy so.
And you don't claim benefits or anything from
no,
British
fuck no.
Right, so, yeah, you wouldn't be on like the first list to deport then, I guess.
No, of course not. But the thing is, I don't even live in a capital accommodation. I've got my own property. How are you going to deport someone who owns a part of this country? Like, if someone doesn't own property or a business, I think that their citizenship should actually be up for question at the minute right now. Because what the fuck have you been doing?
I'm questioning Banksy right now.
Banksy owns a car, he pays MOT.
Well, because you don't take from the state, you've never committed a crime. What I'd do is I'd.
You're going to put a good word in for me, yeah?
No, I'd just say maybe
when the clan comes round.
You shouldn't have a British passport, but you can stay until you've committed a crime, maybe something like that.
No.
Listen, mate, the way things are going, mate. I'm going to sell up and move to Cyprus because once they sort out the Cyprus beef, mate, it's back on.
That's been on for.
Well, they're having the final stage of talks now, isn't it? Like they're going to sort out this whole Cyprus drama. So we might all get to go home.
What they're going to sort out between the north and the south, or what? What do you mean?
Yeah. They're saying they're going to sort it out finally.
Okay. What
yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
Do you know any of the mechanics of it, or?
Well, I think they're arguing because there's permanently stationed Turkish bases in the north, and the Greeks are saying that unless you remove those bases, we're not going to have any talks whatsoever. I think the British are sort of twisting their arm and saying, well, let them have at least one tiny little base because we've got our base. Let them have a small little base sort of thing. So that's one argument. The second argument is over the percentage of land that each side should own in a bi-federal state. So if there's two states, like federal states within the one kind of like overarching government, bizonal, bi-federal, whatever they call it, I forget the official terminology, but like they're arguing over should the Turks get, I think 23% or is it 26% of the island? Like 3% of Cyprus is actually quite a lot because it's a small place, so they're arguing over that. And then there's a crossing points they're arguing over how many crossing points there should be between the north and the south and where they should be and what communities could like benefit from having the crossing points like where they are sort of thing. So like you can't have all the Greeks having all the crossing points and the Turks not having none. So they're going to kind of like share them out equally and how many crossing points there should be.
How would it work, right? Because don't like the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, especially like the youth, they don't fucking like each other, do they?
Yeah, so there's going to be like a big 5-year program of getting everyone back on track with like understanding that. Yeah, they're going to have to like, you know, re-educate people to realize that there's like some sort of communal wealth that's like available that they should all sort of contribute.
Surely they should sort that out first. Surely they should sort that bit out first rather than join the two countries.
Well, they need something for people to commit to, right? So they have to give them some sort of a promise that this is the deal that we've agreed to and we haven't let you down sort of thing as your leaders. So then when we say to you, you know, now we've got to kiss and make up, you're more likely to follow the lead of the leaders. Because if they get you a good deal and they're saying, look, we're going up against Turkey, they're a big country, do you know what I mean? We've come off all right. Then the population would be more likely to sort of agree to their, like, but if their leaders turn around and say, oh, they fucked us over, like, we've been abused, then they're going to say, well, you're fucking incompetent, why should we fucking stick to your deal? Do you see what I mean? So
I told about that.
it's a very delicate matter, but like they've got the whole world involved now. England's involved, like everyone's involved now. They're really trying to sort it out, and I think it's a really good opportunity because where Turkey's got a lot of other fish to fry at the minute, like in things like Syria, things like, you know, the middle, what's it called, Central Europe countries, and Central Asian countries and things like that going on. Like they're more likely to want to give up Cyprus right now.
What do you reckon about
Erdogan's?
Yeah,
I'm amazed. Because Turkey's trying to get as much territory as it can at the moment, right?
Yeah, but they want good relationships with Europe because they don't want to be fighting on two fronts. They want to be able to move where the money is, because like if they're going to take northern Syria from the Kurds, that's where all the oil fields are, and they're going to get to run all of that. So
if
do you know what I mean? Don't forget, like before when ISIS were running some of the oil fields, Turkey was still managing to wangle some of the oil out of them, which everyone was complaining about. So there's a lot of oil floating around that area. I think Turkey's best bet is like sort out the Cyprus issue, make peace with Europe, because they've got another argument with Greece over the thingy islands, the Greek islands and that. Sort out the Greek islands, sort out Cyprus, sort out that whole Libya, Eastern Mediterranean situation, and then just focus on just like moving towards where the money is, which is Syria, Iraq, and sort of Azerbaijan, and from there cross over into Central Asia and maybe Turkmenistan, out towards Russia, China. That's where all the money is right now. You know, so as the world sort of moves more towards the east, they can sort of adapt.
It sounds like a very long-term plan. How long do you think Erdogan's got left?
Well, the thing is, Erdogan sort of picked his successor, which is Hakan Fidan, which is the current. He's the current.
There's bodies where his boat is.
He's the current.
There's bodies.
Thingy minister, international, well, not international, but like foreign minister. He's the current foreign minister. If you want to look him up, but he's a Kurd, ethnic.
Oh,
Kurd.
really?
But like,
so are the Kurds pissed off with Erdogan there? Because they're fucking stealing their land, aren't they?
No. Because Erdogan's given a lot to the Kurds. Like he's actually like within Turkey. Like I'm saying.
But
he's given them a lot.
He's taking more than he's giving, 100%.
Oh man, Kurds do.
Well, the Kurds are going to have to sort of give up their dream of having their own homeland, right? They've got like a semi-autonomous status in Iraq.
Yeah, is that where Shamima Begum still is? Are they still looking after Begum?
She's in Syria, I think.
Yeah, but she was in a Kurdish camp in Syria. Are they still looking after her there?
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah.
Okay, right. Well,
yeah, because like obviously the Kurds are sort of sitting on that whole area, looking after the ex-ISIS oil fields.
Yeah. And so they're going to try and they're going to give up all their ambitions for nationality,
well, they're going to have
nationalism.
to. They're going to have to. Unfortunately, the dice didn't really roll in their favor.
Right.
And like they made a lot of mistakes as well. Like they didn't know whether to choose between Russia and America, and they broke up into different groups, and like everyone picked a different side. And like if they'd have stuck together and stuck by their guns, I think they would have come off better. But that's the thing with Kurds, like those kind of little groups like Kurds and Arabs, they do have that problem. And that's why the Middle East is so unstable, is because there's so many different small little groups. People don't really realize, like all this Islamophobia, they don't realize that Islam is what keeps all those people all on the same page. So for example, Syria now, they've got the HTS, former Al-Qaeda government there running it. They're saying that there's 20 separate Muslim groups alone, not counting the Druze, not counting the Shias, not counting the Kurds. Yeah, like there's like all different little ethnicities in there. Like there's so many different groups in Syria. Like previously they were saying, oh, only Assad can keep them all together. Yeah, but Assad was the one that was killing them all. Like, he killed like 400,000 people or something like that. Assad was a mad one. Do you know what I mean? So like the new government is going to have a lot of backing, but the problem is you've got Israel undermining them, coming in through the Golan Heights, grabbing land. They're 40 miles from the capital. They can take the capital.
Wait. Who are you saying they're undermining? Who is Israel undermining?
Israel's undermining the whole Syria project right now.
No, it's not, man. It's fucking protecting the Druze. It's literally taking all the Druze.
But you've gone into someone else's country to do that.
No, the Druze fucking invited.
Fuck the Syrians. Fuck the Syrians. When they're killing, when they're literally killing and murdering the Druze, the Yazidis, was it Ismailis. There was like a whole bunch of different. They were talking. They were literally. There's a video on X. They asked this guy, "Are you Muslim?" The guy says yes, and they say, "What Muslim? What sect?" He gives the wrong answer. They shoot him right there. Just boom, take him out.
Who did that?
The new regime of Syria. They're going around literally shooting people. If you give the wrong answer to the God belief, they literally kill you on the spot. They just shoot the guy.
I personally don't believe that. I do believe that it happened. What you're saying.
Do you want me to send you? Do you want me to send you the video? I'm going to find the fucking video. I'll post the link.
It probably did happen because, like, when
no, it actually happened. It's on video.
Finish what I'm saying. When there's lawlessness and war situations, people do take advantage and start killing their historical rivals, right? So like little groups like the Jews will get attacked in them situations. But I'm saying to blame it on the government or the new government is a bit out of order because it's within their interest to keep the whole thing together.
The fact is that it's not that. When we were saying why Israel is where they are, and they're actually taking in all these are all the people that are running away from this regime.
No, Israel don't care about none of that.
Who is we?
Israel don't care about none of that. Israel's just grabbed the Golan Heights that they've always had. They've had an agreement with Assad.
The Druze invited Israel in. They literally had meetings together where the Druze went right.
And the Turkish Cypriots invited Turkey in. Yeah, of course.
Turkish. So you don't think the Druze want Israeli protection?
You can't invite someone into someone else's country.
Sorry,
yes,
it's a failed state.
You literally can.
Wait, Banksy. It's a failed state, right?
It's not a failed state. That's the thing. You want it to be a failed state. You want it to be a failed state.
They're literally being led by the leader of Al Qaeda.
Yeah, which Trump's recognised.
Yeah, fuck him, man.
The funny thing is,
what do you mean, fuck?
It's a mathematical term.
The fact is, when Kuwait invited America to come and help them against Saddam. So yes, you can literally invite a foreign army to come and help you against an enemy. I don't give a shit whether you agree with it. You said you can't invite people into your country to help you. Yes, you can.
No, it's not your country though. You're just a minority that lives there.
No.
Oh! Suddenly it's not that. So Britain isn't your country, right? Britain isn't your country. You're just a minority who lives here, right?
It's not your country.
I've never claimed
It's
to
mine.
be English.
Well, you claimed to be British, didn't you?
Definitely
I said the British citizen by citizenship. And as we already agreed, that
But it's not your country. It's not your country, right? So you can't talk about immigration and who the real British want to invite into this country, because you're not British. You're just a passport holder. So if the Yazidis, if the Druids can't invite Israel to come and save them from the fucking Muslim fanatics, you can't say shit about immigrants in Britain and what Britain should do as far as their immigration law is concerned and who they can invite.
Look, based on international law, it's not legal to invade a country just because some minority there invited you in to do that. It's not legal.
Yes, yes, you can. That's what America did with Kuwait.
But we know that America doesn't always do things by the book, right?
So wait, is Turkey breaking the law now as well then? Because they're also trying to take the top of Syria, aren't they?
No, because what Turkey's trying to do, well, this is what they're claiming. I'm not advocating for Turkey. I'm saying what they're claiming is to maintain the national borders and the national integrity of Syria as an entirety. So rather than it becoming a failed state and rather than it getting divided up and balkanized, they're trying to keep it as one country.
That's bullshit.
Well, no one else is trying to do that.
They'll put a border on the Kurdish line and they'll fuck the rest of Syria off once they've secured their oil fields.
Well, then Israel can have the other half then.
Well, Israel can have the Druze part, and then the fucking Arabs that are like causing mayhem, I guess they can fuck the rest up if they want.
Yeah.
And Jews are Arabs.
The Druze, I was distinguishing between like the Muslim Arabs, sorry.
I didn't mean
Oh, right, so you just don't like Muslims.
Do I not like Muslims? No, I got a friend that's a Muslim. But
Elliot, don't let him put you in that position. No, I don't give a shit about Muslims. I despise Islam. Islam as a totalitarian, authoritarian ideology can go fuck itself. I despise Islam. Muslims, they can change their mind, and they have over the years. Arabs were never always Muslims. The Iraqis were never always Muslims. Syrians were never always Muslims. They can become something else. They don't have to remain Muslim. Fuck Islam.
Fuck Islam. Yeah. But I'm not. Yeah, exactly.
Go on.
Yeah, so basically Turkey and Israel are at odds with each other, and I think Trump's going to have to sort it out.
Oh.
Yeah. Turkey have got the better side of the deal, ain't they? Because they've got all the oil fields in the top of Syria. So
exactly.
But then Israel, they've got strategically they're taking the mountains.
Israel just wants the south. They want the south because then that gives them a fast route straight to the border of Iran, which really is their main objective.
What are you talking about? The border of Iran? Do you know how far Israel is from Iran? They have to go through Iraq before they can even get close to fucking Iran.
Yeah, but Iraq's a failed state, isn't it? It's not really an obstacle, is it?
No, the reason they want the Druze area is because it's like a highly mountainous area, which means they can like mount antennas and stuff, which means they can scan the sky a bit better. Because obviously, if you've got your antennas below a mountain, the mountain's going to block a lot of it out.
How many degrees?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, it's a strategic location, Golan Heights. That's why Israel won't give it back, because it's a military strategic place.
Right. So Israel will get the Golan Heights, Turkey will get the Russian ports. So they're going to share it out, really, isn't they? To be honest.
Yeah. So are you just as annoyed at Turkey for doing what Israel is doing then?
Well, I think the only problem with what Israel's doing is that the mass slaughter of civilians that have been implicated as being Hamas when we know they're not. So that's the only objective. I'm 90% of the time I sort of agree with Banksy on this whole might is right sort of mentality, because obviously we go back to ancient civilizations and we sort of have a more warrior-like mentality. Right,
barbarian savages.
Yeah,
yes.
we're like the warmongers. Like we just come out and just we think that war. What's the word, Banksy? The thingy, the age of conquest. We're from that age of conquest. That's what it is. We're from there. So I don't really have a problem if you're strong enough to take it. then you should take it, as Simon would say.
Hello.
Thank you, Con. Finally, Con. I'm Israel Chai, Con. I'm Israel Chai. Finally, Con has come aboard the Israel conquest train.
Problem I think a lot of people have with Israel is treatment of civilians.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You see, the thing is, you see, Con. You see, now we're in a different paradigm. Shit! I gotta go.
What was your last sentence, Khan?
The bitches be ringing.
Khan, what did you say just before Banksy started speaking?
I said my main gripe with Israel is this treatment of innocent civilians and children. Like that is really it. Do you know what I mean?
So
like,
then
I personally believe if America, if America turns around and says, right, that from the other side of the world, we now have the capability of sending ships straight through Morocco, straight through the Mediterranean, land them off the coast of Cyprus, bang on the Gazan border, and we need this little bit of land, North Gaza, for us. And they've got the power to take it, and Israel wants them to have it. Then that's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? They should really, if they have the might to back that up, then and it's going to help them, and it's going to help the world trade situation. But then fair enough. But the thing is that they shouldn't have basically treated the people that live there so badly. I don't think. I think that there was always going to be another way around it. But these lot just went the easy option and thought, let's just G-side everyone.
Yeah, but Con, you just said like it was all about like protection of civilians and like the innocent, right? So then why are you critical of what Israel's doing by protecting the Druze?
I'm not critical. I'm saying that the structural integrity of the country is being put at jeopardy by Israel, basically destabilizing it by going in.
Sorry, say that again.
I said that if you think about the internationally recognized borders of the country that is called Syria, right?
Okay, yeah.
Anyone taking any of that land destabilizes the unity of that country.
Well, it's already been destabilized massively by that coup.
All right, but the whole point is that countries in the region that want stability should be supporting the country staying together as one whole country.
Yeah, but then they should also be like supporting like democratically like elected people, I guess, and doing it properly.
But they've invited everybody in. They've invited the whole world in to kind of like help them run the country. It's not like they're trying to turn it into like ISIS Part 2. They're saying like we want all our sanctions lifted. We want to like basically be a normal country.
Yeah, but it is turning into ISIS.
They're not bringing in Sharia law, are they?
No, but they are shooting Christians like point blank range. And,
but so did Israel. So did Israel.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Israel going up to them and then shooting them at point blank range and putting them in like mass graves. I don't think that's happening.
Israel's killing journalists, ambulance drivers, aid
workers. Not in the same way.
Doctors.
Not in the same way.
Come
not
on,
in the same way.
There's little kids turning up that's been double tapped in the head.
Yeah, but right. The Jews aren't walking up to them, fucking tying their hands behind their back.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are.
Not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They've got mass graves of people. But it's all over the media. There's mass graves of people wrapped in plastic sheets, all buried in a line.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's what is happening in Gaza is not the same thing as happening in Israel, in Syria,
in Palestine.
Yeah.
I'm asking
it's
him.
not the same thing that's happening in Syria. They are shooting them. I'm not denying that.
In Syria, it's an actual war, and in war, like I said, minorities can come off bad. Yeah, I agree with that. That they shouldn't like take advantage of the situation and think, all right, let's kill off some minorities here. I don't agree with that. I'm not advocating for that. I'm saying that you can't then try to compare that to what's gone on in Israel, which has been just a massacre. It's literally like they've surpassed the Nazis. They've gone that much into a Holocaust scenario.
I don't agree with that.
Of course they have.
I don't think they have, mate. I think
2 years.
Of course they have.
I think they've got every right to kick every single Muslim or like like Jordanian or Egyptian out of Gaza. Not like it's their country, isn't it? They can do what they want.
I don't think you're fully educated, so I'm just put your thing down to ignorance. Like, why would you even say that? It's just
well, because like I think it's what most of the ethnicity of the Gazans are Egyptian, aren't they? And then most of the ethnicity of the people in the West Bank are Jordanian.
It's not true.
That is true.
It's not. I don't know where you get these facts from.
Right, I'll find it for you.
They're Canaan.
They're not.
They are.
They are.
Bullshit.
Did I need to think? Cain and Abel.
No, it's not Cain and Abel.
No, I mean it is.
The Canaanites.
Yeah.
Canaan, basically. Is that whole region, is that what it was called, that coastline running from Egypt all the way up to Turkey?
Hold on.
I don't know where Elliot gets these facts from, man. I swear he goes on to some right-wing fucking websites or something.
No, well, no. The most prominent surname in Gaza is Egyptian, isn't it?
Yeah, but names we don't have as Muslims. We don't have names the way you have names.
Well, when did you start having names the way we started having names?
Who's we?
Well, traditionally, you get the name of your father as your surname. So, for example, if your name's Ali, your dad's name's Hassan, then your name would be Ali Hassan or Ali Ibn Hassan. Like for example, you got Mohammed bin Salman, the ruler of the Prince of Saudi Arabia. His dad's name is Salman, so his name is Mohammed bin Salman. In other words, the son of Salman, right? So where we have names like Smithson, like that's that same tradition, right?
Yeah.
That's how names work. But your name wouldn't be the same as your father's name or the same as your grandfather's name, because, for example, if your name's Mohammed Salman and your dad's name's Salman Ali and your granddad would have been Ali Hassan, like you've all got different names.
And he used to
Do you
make
get me?
vowels.
Yeah.
So like this thing about surnames only comes about when you force people, like what we as British obviously went over there and forced everyone to have a passport and have an identity paper and whatever, right? But even then, like it's difficult because you got people that are named after places. Like you might have a friend called, I don't know, Michael Winchester because his ancestors came from Winchester. Or if you go to America, like there's people that are named Joseph Edmonton because his family came from Edmonton. Like people named after places as well. So it's really difficult to locate someone's like ethnic origin based on the surname. It's not really a viable or a long-term strategy of naming people. I don't agree. I think there's so many different ways of naming people that like it's not really gonna like ethnicity is not really gonna come into it. And there's so many arguments that like people put from both sides. It just becomes a headache after a while. You just got to bring it down to simple things, which is human rights, like basic human rights. Like, should people be G-sided? No. Simple as that.
What's G-sided?
Like, genocided.
Oh right, okay.
Like, should people be ethnically cleansed en masse, like asked to move from one place to another just because America wants to set up a base? Like, really and truly.
Yeah,
humans should come first, right? Human rights should come first.
No, I think you should be allowed to ethnically cleanse people out of areas.
Yeah.
Well, that's obviously we're going to agree to disagree on that one, but I'm saying that according to international law, according to the standards of humanity up until recently, I would say ethnically cleansing populations was seen as abhorrent.
I suppose I'd probably more be inclined to like ethnic displacement. I wouldn't want to like kill them. Cleanse implies like killing them, so I wouldn't want that. I just want them gone. Like,
like removing them by any means necessary. Really, I don't think anyone's going out of their way to kill people if they can just get rid of them.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm struggling to find this claim I made, but I honestly did read that the Gazans and the others in the West Bank.
I think when you look at the ethnic mix of the area, I think there was 20% of Palestinians were from Arab stock, so from the Arabian Peninsula. But when you look at the definition of what is an Arab, even somebody who speaks Arabic can be regarded as an Arab. So there's stages of Arab culture where like you're either ethnically an Arab, or just linguistically an Arab. So obviously the ethnic groups, the smallest, the genetically groups the smallest, then the ethnic group's bigger because obviously you've got some people that have just married into them, so that makes the group bigger. And then you've got the linguistic groups, which are even the biggest group, which means that there's people that actually are not related to them, not from where they're from, not married into them, but yet culturally and linguistically share some sort of history with them. So when you look at like these 3 stages of being an Arab, you could apply that to any population really. Like you could say like, I don't know, let's pick someone at the top of our heads, for example, French, right? You could argue that the French that lived in the north of France were the original French. The ones that they dominated in the south of France and made it one country eventually were ethnically French, but not genetically fully French. And then when they went to America and took over places like Louisiana, and a lot of French moved out there and married into people from there, then a lot of the people from there learned to speak French. And in places like Africa, there's countries where they speak French. They might regard themselves as French, right? But they're not ethnically or culturally, they're not French really. So you could apply that to any kind of like population really. Like this thing about being an Arab, what does it really mean? Like if we're looking at it from a point of view where we're saying you've got to be from the Arabian Peninsula, you've got to be from Arab lands to be an Arab, then the majority of the people we're classing as Arabs ain't going to really even fit into that.
That's
because you've got the whole of North Africa, you've got the whole of the Levant, you've got like a lot of places outside like of actual Saudi Arabia that would be regarded as Arab.
It's not like both barrels.
Exactly. Exactly. Do you know what I mean? So now when we're calling these people Arabs, is that like really how they identify? Like in North Africa, people are saying they're Amazigh or they're Berbers, right? We've only recently discovered that they're not Arabs, like they don't class themselves as Arabs. Same as in the Levant region, right? Those people don't class themselves as Arabs. They're saying we're Canaanites or we're Levantines or we're Lebanese or whatever they are, the Samaritans, or they like in places like Africa, they might not even have ever thought of themselves as being African. They might just think of themselves as being from whatever tribe that they're from.
Do you know that?
They might not have, in their mind, they might not have anything to do with the rest of Africa. They might not even look at them as the same race or the same culture or the same people. But in our minds, we'll put them all in one big group together.
There's a lot of people that don't.
It's like as English people, do we think of Americans and Australians as English? We don't.
No.
But other people might look and think, oh, that's just an extension of the British Empire. Then people got there from England, right? Obviously, they took a lot of Germans and whoever with them and Irish, right? But predominantly, their culture, their language, their ancient allegiances would have been to the crown, to England. So a lot of people could think of them as English. Like we don't really see it that way. But you got to realise a lot of these things is subjective. Like this is the thing with being an ethno-nat and just looking at everything and in terms of genetics, it's not really the full story. Because everyone's sort of mixed. Like so like even when you look at the DNA situation and you say, how far do these haploid groups actually go back? Like they go back like 30,000 years. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're looking at 30,000 years ago, what the fuck? Like you cannot even try to say how you got from 30,000 years ago to fucking 2,000, 3,000, 6,000 years ago.
Do you know the point?
Because in the Bible, 6,000 years ago, we're saying is the time of Adam and Eve. So Adam and Eve till now, we're saying that that's 6,000 years. So what the fuck was happening 30,000 years ago?
I've got to shoot off. But we'll carry the conversation on another time. Nice speaking to you.
Yeah, take care.
Okay.
It's all about how you want to measure things, isn't it? It's like, what are you using as your metric? That's very important.
Qubits.
Yeah, whatever it is. whatever it is. And it's like, then after you've put all your parameters of measuring people, then it also comes down to their own identity of what they actually
I'm the worst measure of people.
But you're not. I bet you measure them down to the inch, mate.
I was talking.
He's like, that's 1, 2,
Spiritually,
3, 4.
I was talking spiritually.
I
didn't mean dick.
You're a liar. Dirty little liar. Yeah, I just want to know when Banksy's going to come out the closet. Banksy, when you coming out the closet, man?
Oh, the fact is, he's rimming Danny Roscoe's rim piece.
Rimming him, boy. He's rimming him so hard that these two should just move to Rimini.
Please let me be your cameraman.
Please let me be inside your anus.
It's disgusting.
But really, if you think about it, Danny Roscoe and Banksy is like a natural allegiance that, like, really, like, they should be magnetizing towards each other.
It's not coconut enough.
Exactly. The brothers McGregor. Got one black one and one white one. Do you know what I mean? They're perfect match for each other, these two, man. I reckon they'll be a good team. They'll be formidable. I think if we allied Danny Roscoe and Banksy together, all right, he's like, I've got the looks, you got the brains.
Shit.
They could take on, I reckon they could take out Tommy Robinson as the leader.
No, I'd still fuck that.
Why?
It's just
what's Tommy got going for him apart from he's like the blue-eyed boy? Apart from that, what has he got?
Oh, I mean...
No, but saying that does count for a lot in their movement, doesn't it?
It does.
It's true.
Yeah, Babs. All those old ladies are sexy.
Oh, they're flicking the bean to that.
They are sexy.
They're eating baked beans to that, mate. I'm telling you. All of them, innit? They're all bad as each other. Have you noticed Jupiter's got a thing for the blonde, blue-eyed boys as well? Remember Braden?
Yeah,
Remember Braden? He was a favourite.
Do you remember when he climbed up the outside of the RCJ?
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. One low IQ spastic.
He likes getting beaten up.
Yeah.
He loves it.
A lot of these football hooligans do as well. I'm surprised that they spend a lot of money on clothes. You know, their whole thingy culture, like casuals and all that, dressing up. And then they turn up and just like get blood all over their clothes and smash each other up and stab each other. I couldn't do that. I couldn't spend money on clothes and then turn up and that. If I went to stab somebody and I'm like, oh shit, I can't stab you. That's a Dior shirt. I couldn't do it. I couldn't ruin the shirt. I'll be like, no, I can't do it.
I've got so many mixed opinions on things.
What, on fashion?
No, that Battle of Trafalgar were Respect promoted actually more than Tommy Robinson.
I'll tell you what, it's ironic that Tommy Robinson, he's done so well out of people that hate him. It's so amazing. Like fucking he had the little beef with Ali Dawah, he had the little beef with Thing, he had the little beef with Respect, he had the little beef with Zabida and them like at the park. He's done all right out of these lot, isn't he, Tommy?
Yeah. Brayton walked in the middle of Trafalgar Square calling people monkeys and got punched off his head.
He got chin, didn't he? He got chin, bro. That fucking Braden, what an idiot.
He loves it.
He's a dickhead. But he's doing crack on fucking TV. He's doing crack on YouTube, bro.
Soho Square Gardens. I would find him.
Simon, have you ever tried crack?
Once in Brixton.
What, by accident? Someone passed you a spliff and didn't tell you what was in it. Or that can happen, you know. I'll tell you, that can happen. Some people are like, oh, have a couple of puffs of that. And you're like, what is it? And before you know it, like, oh, by the way, it's fucking Colombian fucking heroin. Like, what the fuck? And then you end up like Babs. Poor Babs.
Please don't ask me.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't. This is the thing, though, isn't it? Like the older you get, the more stories you've got, isn't it?
Yeah, I
people
don't
hold
like
this shit against you.
I don't like downers. I prefer up, down, or sideways.
Easy, Tiger. Nah, I've not got a good relationship with substances,
Rugs.
man.
Yeah, no.
I've not.
Yeah.
Nah.
I've noticed recently.
My drug of choice was carbohydrates. Donuts, ice buns, chocolate eclairs. That was my drug, man.
I can achieve the same level of psychosis on alcohol as I can on DMT, LSD, 2CB.
You're naming things that I ain't even heard of before.
I
DMT, LSD. See the alphabet drugs.
You have one. But yeah, I can achieve the same level of psychosis of.
It's just not attractive to me, though, Simon. Doesn't like. I'm a person who likes to think. Like when I was younger, I used to smoke a bit of weed, and it used to really trick my brain into like these mad thought processes where I was getting encyclopedias and reading them at 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's where I'm tuning in, because it gets really confusing, and you have to have a cut-off point.
Yeah, I get you. I agree. Where's Banksy, man? Banksy, what's going on, man?
He's rimming Danny Roscoe and saying, "Can I be your cameraman?" The fact I know Sarah Rushton from episode 4 of The Rape of Britain is a blatant cunt. Apparently I am schizophrenic. That just happened. Don't make me monologue.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Okay. Wendy.
Hello.
Morning.
Afternoon.
Good early evening.
It's your fucking clock.
4:30.
So it's afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, so Khan, you were talking absolute shit earlier about Palestine and Israel. Honest to God.
Taking sides already.
1 minute, I'm just talking to my old dude. I'll be 1 second.
God, he's still living with Mama. Where's Banksy gone then? Is he on here on strike or something? Because
he's hiding because he's scared.
Scared of what?
Me.
Yeah, I'm back.
Scared of what, Simon?
My mum always gets me to proofread stuff for her, but like her English is actually better than mine. She's just not got the confidence. She's like, "Is that all right?" Like, it's fucking all right. You've been reading shit to me for 20 years. You never got one thing wrong. She goes, "Yeah, but I just want you to proofread it."
It's love.
No,
yeah,
she
but
waits.
Khan,
She thinks
it's a good job she
I've got-
doesn't. I don't know if she can hear what you
Go on.
say, Khan, but you talk a lot of shit. You really do.
So do you.
If you could name something specifically where I've talked
Palestine
shit,
and Israel.
but I said specifically.
Palestine and Israel.
But be specific. What is it that you don't agree with? Because you can't just call someone a shit talker and not say why you think that.
Well, I must remember I'm talking to a
Well, see, then it just
professional
looks
debater.
like you just hate me. That's how it just
No,
comes
I don't
across as
hate you
it's
at
just
all.
like-
Wait.
No, but I'm saying it-
I don't
I'm not
hate-
saying you do.
I
I'm just
don't
saying it
hate
comes
you at
across
all,
like.
Khan.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying it comes across as if you hate me.
I don't think she does.
I don't
No, I
hate
don't
you
think
at
she
all.
does. I don't think she does, but I'm saying it comes across as like petty and like, I think you're talking shit. All right, why? You know what I mean? It's like,
well, when you go on about Palestine, like they're all so fucking innocent, and you know they're not.
What do you mean? Who's not innocent? Like children?
The Palestinian people and Hamas. So if you had a 14-year-old walk up to you with an AK-47, what would you do then?
I'd kill them.
I don't think they've got them
So
sort of weapons.
there you go. Look, Simon would do the right thing, but Khan would stand there and go, "Little boy, you should be in the house watching the telly."
I don't think that they have those sort of weapons, Wendy.
They do.
Well, so why were they throwing stones at tanks?
What do you think they've got then, Khan?
Like 14-year-old boys. I don't think they have them sort of weapons, Wendy.
Really? What have they got? What do they fire with?
They've been throwing stones, haven't they?
Oh, so you one of them that thinks they only throw stones?
Well, the 14-year-old boys, I mean.
Yeah.
You see, this is where you're deluded, Khan.
I don't know. I've just said that I personally don't think that the politics or the history or the religion should come into it. It should just be about humanitarianism. And when we look at
I know, it's about religion. You can't say it shouldn't come into it. We don't live there.
I'm saying from my point of view, from my point of view, I'm not getting involved with a religious argument or a political argument. Like that's for me. As human beings, even in times of war, we should be abiding to certain standards.
It's been injected.
I personally do think that. Like, the whole world might disagree with me. I'm not going to change my point of view. I think that even in warfare, there should be certain standards of behaviour.
But there is. But you see, on one side, you're not dealing with an army, are you? You're dealing with terrorists. So they don't go by they don't go by the laws of war.
But they can't have statehood, can they? Because like America and
they don't
Israel
deserve
won't allow them.
They don't deserve statehood, and the best thing would be a one-state solution, where Israel just takes over the whole lot.
Yeah, but to achieve a one-state solution, you'd have to give other people also the same rights as you, and I don't think the Constitution of Israel allows that.
Well,
can I have the password?
To what?
That
account. To letting people on. Jump on. Simon's on his own one, bruv. Go on, Wendy.
Yeah. No, until October the 7th. I mean, you've got to remember that a lot of Palestinians were going in and out of Israel to work and everything else.
There's been a whole series of like protest raves in the Golan Heights where the Palestinians get dragged out first. And the Israelis are there getting like, we're not about politics.
What, the Israeli population?
I don't know, some hippies at rave.
Oh, right. So the ones that are turning against Netanyahu, them ones.
Look, they just made the whole area Israel. It'd be a lot better.
But then what are you going to do with the people? So Wendy, you haven't thought this out, have you? Because if they turn around and made the whole place Israel, then they'd have a lot of people running around that ain't Israeli.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do with them?
Well, they can be Israeli nationals, can't they?
They don't want them as Israeli nationals because then, in a democratic country, they'd be outnumbered within their own country.
So, you see, what I'm going to do here... What I'm going to do here is I'm going to throw back at you something else I heard you say earlier, which, annoyed me.
Yes.
How much?
I heard you say that. I heard you say that the British and the Irish. So I'm going to say to you. So what you just said about the Palestinians not wanting to be part of Israel and all the rest of it, and what you're going to do with the people, the same thing goes for Northern Ireland, then, doesn't it? What you're going to do with the people that don't want to be part of Ireland?
Did they force the Irish to leave? Did they force the Catholics to leave Northern Ireland?
No, I don't know.
I don't think they
No,
did.
what would happen? What would happen if you had a unified Ireland? What would happen is the Catholics would force the Protestants to leave.
Oh, you mean if they basically remove the border as it is now?
Yeah,
And withdrew
you've
the
got a
British
uniform. Wait,
troops?
there is no fucking border. Anyone can walk through the border at any fucking
Okay,
time.
so what's stopping them deporting them now then?
Deporting who?
The Protestants.
The ones on the other side.
Well, the law. It's called the law, Khan.
But the law has
because
to be enforced,
those people
surely.
have a right to be there. You see, so
But, like,
I'm
who's
using your
enforcing the
same
law?
argument, but you
I
won't
understand
have
that.
it. You see, because it's fucking it's
what I'm
Ireland,
trying
isn't
to
it?
say, what I'm trying to work out is how far you've actually invested into thinking through the
Did you
statement
just
you're
call
making.
her? You lot. Sorry.
Yeah, there's 6 of me.
Hey, Wendy, I'm saying if you thought it through, you'd realise that laws have to be enforced.
Right. So, if there was a unified Ireland, the
Yeah.
Protestants, right, the loyalists,
Yeah.
they wouldn't accept it because they want to
Right.
still be part of England. Great
Right.
Britain. So, how do you get a unified Ireland? Beans as you blame the British for everything. How do we sort that out? You know, because you seem to think that the
It's
Palestinians
the
have a
same way you
right.
sort out. It's the same way how you sort
Yeah.
out Cyprus.
No.
It's
Let's
the
not
same
talk
way.
about sunny Cyprus. You said the Palestinians have a right to stay where they are. So
Yeah.
I'm saying that you were going on about Ireland, blaming the British when all the time it's been about the loyalists will not leave Ireland, and why should they?
What I'm trying to show you, Wendy, is that when it comes to governments and administrations and councils and controlling populations, there's levels to it. So, for example, in Cyprus, right, you could have 2 separate sides, the same way you've got in Northern Ireland, the North and the South, but they would have a higher level government, right? And you'd have, like
It
America,
annoys
where,
me when people do that. It
Can I just
annoys
say-
me.
can I just say
No, wait a
something?
minute, because
No, 'cause
you annoy me when you go, you have the North and the South. No, you have the North, which is part of Great Britain, and Ireland. The island of Ireland is a country all on its own.
All right, so in that case, to match Cyprus with Ireland, what we'd have to do is take Northern Cyprus and annex it with Turkey. And then we'd be in the same situation as Ireland is, because England has annexed a part of Ireland.
But we haven't, you see.
I don't annex you on a Sunday morning, but
Look, we haven't annexed anywhere.
What do you mean?
Wendy.
Northern Ireland is part of England.
Yeah, Great Britain, not England, Great Britain.
Okay, whatever you want to call it, but I'm saying technically it's not part of the Republic of Ireland.
But the people living in Northern Ireland see themselves as British, always
Which
will
is fair
see
enough.
themselves as British.
Okay. All right. I don't
So,
get your point. I don't get your point. Like, if you make a point clearly, then I might be able to
You were
reply.
saying, so, what would you do with the people in Palestine? And I said, so you were talking about Ireland earlier, you blamed the British, when in fact what it is the people of Northern Ireland, the loyalists, do not want to be seen as part of Ireland.
Okay, so based on what you've said, if we're having a one-state solution and the whole thing should be Israel, are you now saying that in Ireland we should have a one-state solution where the whole thing is England?
No, I'm saying to you, what would
then?
you do?
Let's make
What
it
you said.
Welsh.
Pointing
I'm saying,
your
what would you
inconsistency.
do with the
Let's
people
make it Welsh.
in Northern Ireland who don't want to be part of Ireland,
The problem
and they
is
want to
when
remain British?
the people in Palestine, there isn't like a group that wants to be part of Israel. At least not that we know of. They mostly just they want separatism. They want to be completely separate from Israel. But the whole thing about this whole Israel issue, that what you were saying about a single state, I personally think, number one, yes, a single state is the only solution, an Israeli state. The population problem that Israel is going to have with the Muslims breeding like rats and just basically overrunning the Jews. The thing is that what the Israelis should have done, and they could potentially possibly do this at some point in the future. But look, the fact is that what the Israelis should have done in 48, sorry, when the Arabs attacked them, is they should have done an Australia, United States type of situation. They should have just eradicated most of the Arabs, and then whatever Arabs that were left, they say you either live as Israelis or you die.
But Israel don't want them, though. Israel don't want them. It don't make sense
Sorry?
what you're saying.
Why is
It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
No. Of course, Israel has 20%. Israel's 20% of Israel's population is Arab.
Yeah,
So yes, they can have it. No, the fact is, I'm just going to explain to you. I'm going to explain to you. The fact is, the United States basically culled the Native Americans, and in Australia they basically mostly culled the Aboriginals down to a controlled, managed numbers, and that's what you kind of do. Well, the remainder, you see, what you do with the remainder is that in America they introduce something called the Planned Parenthood. Well, not really a reservation. What you do is you introduce Planned Parenthood, where you encourage. Yeah, well, no, they gave them reservations, but that's with the Native Americans. But what I'm saying is, in the case of Israel, because it's too small, you would introduce a Planned Parenthood program where you would encourage the Arabs mostly to have lots of abortions on a regular basis. Either that or the children just go missing. And so that would essentially every few years you would essentially keep the numbers of the Arabs in a controlled state. It's like having rats or deers. In a particular given field, you have a deer population and you don't have many predators, and you have to cull the deers in order to keep them at a certain number. You just keep them at those numbers.
Instead of giving them the Gaza Strip, right? Why didn't they just basically give them that land that's right next to the border of Egypt? Why didn't they just stick them there?
Hang on.
That is the Gaza Strip. This is right next to the border of Egypt.
No, I mean like the Gaza Strip that goes along the coastline.
But you're forgetting that
and it comes down to Egypt, and it comes down to the border of Egypt.
Yeah, eventually
none
it
of
does. What I'm
this
saying, why
needed to
didn't they
have
just
happened. I don't
basically
know why.
give them the equal amount of lands, but in a different place, which was like bordering onto Egypt?
Well, so not give them Gaza, but give them one on the side of the West Bank kind of thing. That way, all the Palestinians will be in one side rather than just split.
No, the West Bank borders onto Jordan. I'm talking about the bottom part where it borders onto Egypt.
Yeah, well, why should they?
Right?
Why should they give them that part at the bottom?
I'm saying if you're going to take their land off them, why don't you give them a different bit of land?
So you're saying take all of Gaza and then create a new Gaza bordering a stretch across the Egyptian border.
So what they could do then at that
wait,
point...
calm down. Right, listen, right? So when Israel was first made, kind of thing, they all decided to go to war with Israel. And they all lost, all of these little Muslim countries. Arab countries, they all lost, right? So Israel took a bit more land. Then there was the 6-Day War in 1967. They lost again. Israel took a bit more. So to me, it's their fault anyway.
It is their fault.
What I'm saying is
the whole time is their fault.
Now, if we took a tape measure and measured the land in Gaza and said to them, see this land, right? We're going to give you an equivalent bit of land onto the border of Egypt, right? You're all going to move there, and we're going to build a brick wall around all you Arabs, and we don't want none of you coming into Israel.
Well, they have built a brick wall.
Let me finish my point. They could do that because on the other side of Gaza 2.0 would be
Egypt.
Another country, Egypt. But where they did it, the other side of Gaza was a sea, where the people had nowhere to go.
Yeah, but Egypt don't
the
want
fact
them
is,
anyway.
Egypt has built a bigger wall and a bigger border than Israel's border between Gaza and
from the point of
Israel.
view of Israel, right? How could Israel have done this? And we said that they need a reservation. And I'm saying, if you want to have a reservation of people on your border, right, you're either going to have them where they can come freely into your country, or if you're saying, well, on ethnic grounds, we don't want these people, and you're going to build a brick wall around them, surely you can't face them towards a sea.
No, because you can. That is actually better for Gazans because they have a seaport. They can actually have, if they were peaceful, they can have goods and services come and go from a seaport. No, they don't because Israel can't allow them to build rockets and bombs and tanks. If they leave the port, but you got to realize you see, if you actually think of this logically, if the Palestinians were peaceful and wanted to live with Israel, Gaza would be a paradise for them because they would have a seaport, they would have access to goods and services from around the world, they would be able to build that entire section to become the new Monte Carlo. It could be Monaco. They could literally have a paradise on their hand if they wanted to, with a seaport, which is far better than just barren land.
The argument, you wouldn't want them joining up with Egypt because they'd be able to get resources to mount
But Egypt doesn't give them resources. They have a border with Egypt right now.
I'm saying hypothetically, you wouldn't want to put your enemies together. You would always want to separate
but the thing is, the
enemies.
Egyptians have separated themselves from the Gazans. They don't help the Gazans. They're not going to help Palestinians. You can see it from what the fucking border wall that they built right now as we speak. Egypt could open its southern border. Egypt could open its southern border and allow the Palestinians through. Who the fuck's going to stop? How is Israel going to stop Egypt? How would Israel going to stop them? How? No, of course they don't. You're ridiculous if you think that they run the Egyptian side of the border.
Yeah, they do.
No, of course they don't. You're insane.
Israel's threatened to even take that land from Egypt.
Israel asked Egypt to take the people
Yes!
in. And they said no.
Even Donald Trump suggested to bring them all into the Sinai part of Egypt and have them temporarily housed there.
I'm saying to you that Israel threatened to take that land that you're saying is in Egypt. They threatened that whole bit of desert. That's on the other side of Israel,
they
from
didn't.
Egypt.
No, the fact of the matter is that belonged to Israel. That belonged to Israel because they lost it. The Egyptians lost the Sinai during the war that they went against Israel. But Israel gave it back to Egypt. It returned it back to Egypt. So they're not going to just fucking take it again, are they?
What do you mean? You've already just told me that piece of desert, which is part of Egypt, was taken by Israel and then given back. So
during a war.
Why do we need to
now
look at the context
they're
of it?
in
Why does it
peacetime. They
matter?
have agreements. Israel has agreements with Egypt, peace agreements. If Israel is to take that border and let and take that part of Egypt again, they'll break the treaties and Egypt will go to war with Israel. You think Israel wants to go to war with Egypt, with Syria, with Jordan and the Palestinians?
Geographically speaking, the other side of the thingy border, the Israel-Egypt
the Egyptian Gaza border,
is a desert, right? Which Egypt doesn't police or control. They just leave it.
Yes,
like that.
no, they do.
It's a desert.
They 100% police. They doubled their fucking guards during this conflict at the Gaza border. They doubled the number of guards patrolling that border because they don't want the Palestinians
Currently,
in.
as we speak, Israel's being accused of not letting aid into Gaza, starving them of food and water.
That's not true because it's coming in through the port.
That's bullshit
That's
anyway.
Accusation.
We've got ships taking aid to Palestine. What are you talking about?
Who has?
We have.
From where?
I confused.
Iceland, the UK. What are you talking about?
The Europeans, but that's not the point.
England and go all the way to Palestine. It's not
Yes, ships. But dude, do you realize the Suez Canal is almost right next to this whole shit? People literally go through the Suez Canal and they're in the Mediterranean and they can go to fucking Gaza.
You've got to get past the Houthis to do that.
Well, that's why.
So what? Houthis can't do shit. The Houthis are getting their asses handed to them.
Yeah.
That's only been in the last couple of months, though.
They've been getting bombed by us in America for I don't know, about 6 weeks now, haven't they, Banksy?
Yeah, they're getting
You're just saying what I'm saying.
The fact is, they only started it.
Different than when I say it.
Look,
you don't understand, Con.
What is it that I don't understand? Explain it to me.
The Houthis are not the problem. The fact of the matter is, the problem is that the Gazans, once they deliver the goods and services to them, they tend to fucking build bombs and rockets with them. And that's why it has to be a tight control of exactly what the Gazans get. Because the minute they get some sort of equipment that they can turn into a weapon, they'll fucking turn it into a weapon and try to kill Israelis with it.
You're kind of like dumping a lot of information into this conversation unnecessarily. I understand that this is your favorite topic and you probably know a lot about it. But like, let's just try to stay on track. Your initial argument
when you were
was
talking earlier, you seem to know what you're talking about, Khan. You're very clear in your way.
I'm saying that his initial argument was whether you stick them by the sea or whether you stick them on the coast of on the border of Egypt, their aim is to get strong, get weapons, get money, and attack Israel. So
yes, but they're not going to be allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's what that's what they've consistently done. Every time they've been left alone for a while, they've created a scenario in which they built up arms in order to attack Israel. So Israel just simply cannot allow that anymore. And so they have to control all the things that come in and out of Gaza because they can't allow these guys from fucking keep killing them.
Given that scenario, why doesn't Israel then deal with the international backing, including the United Nations resolutions against them, which is saying to them, you have to do things differently? They're saying to them, listen, you have to recognize these people. They have got the right to resist you.
No, Israel do not have to follow the United Nations if they don't want to, just like America did.
I'm not saying they have to. I'm not saying they have to. I'm saying that if you're saying that these people won't give up fighting and they won't give up like warfare and they won't resort to peace, then you've got to realize that these people are being internationally supported, right? People are telling them you're within your rights. The whole world is saying to them that,
no one's telling them they're within their rights to murder babies and rape women. Raping women and killing babies isn't resistance. No, well, if they're telling them that, the United Nations is just as much of a fucking monster as Hamas is.
They're saying that you have got no right to defend yourself as an occupier.
Israel does have a right.
So if you are being
murdering and raping women is not self-defense.
I'm saying to you
that is not resistance. If that is resistance, then they deserve everything they have coming to them. Personally, I think Israel hasn't killed enough of them. If that's the case,
you're not getting it. I'm saying to you, before you get to the ethics and morals of it, you got to look at the legal standing of it, and the legal standing of it is as an occupier. You do not have the right to defend yourself. That means that no matter how you're attacked, you do not, legally speaking, have a defense for that.
No, they're not, Simon. No, they're not, because at the beginning, when Israel and Palestine were made, Palestine could have done what Israel did and made their own state, country of but they no, we want it all. We don't want Israel next door.
From the river to the fucking sea.
But my argument's not that. My argument is internationally. And by the United Nations, their claim has been recognised and legitimized.
But no, internationally, then they can go kick rocks.
G-block is irrelevant.
No, the fact is,
what you think is irrelevant. The fact is,
but the fact, the reality,
these people have the right to
raping and killing babies is not resistance. And if you want to make it that, then if you make it if that's the case, then Israel will defend itself by any means necessary. So don't cry about 3-year-olds being buried on the rubble. Don't come to me about Palestinian babies when you don't give a shit about Israeli babies. If you think killing Israeli babies and raping Israeli women is okay, is resistance, then you can't really bitch about how Israel responds to that.
Imagine you're sitting in your mansion, in your house, right? And I break in. I've committed a crime, right? And imagine I take over one of your rooms, right? And I'm occupying it. I've committed 2 crimes. And imagine you come into that room to fight me, yeah? And you do something disgusting, like, I don't know, kill my child. And in that
but that's
scenario,
not the way it works.
I end up killing you. I end up killing you. I've committed 3 crimes. And you've committed 1 crime.
You see, okay, no, it's okay, Wendy, I can actually reply to that very easily. Imagine this. Imagine you buy a house that the bank sold you. The bank sold you a house. They said, this is your house now. You can live here. And then some other cunt rocks up and says, no, this wasn't your house. This was my house. I don't give a shit what the bank says. This is my house. I'm going to fucking come and take 2 of your rooms. And then you even say, okay, you take those 2 rooms, but I'm going to live in this other part of the house. And then the cunt that's living in those 2 rooms starts to kill your people and starts to attack you in the middle of the fucking night. And I'm still expected expected to consider this person a neighbor. I'm expected to still live along with this person because he decided, even though I bought this house from the bank and the bank gave me legitimate right to live in this house, that cunt still wants to kill me and chuck me out of my own house.
Because you're going to have to come back at me, because when I say this to you is, the difference between my scenario and your scenario is that mine has parallels with reality, whereas yours is a fictitious, made-up scenario where it has no bearing on the current situation. Because what you're calling the bank is what in this scenario? England.
The United Nations, the League of Nations that gave me that house.
But in my scenario, the police, the bank, and everybody agrees with me.
It doesn't matter. It was the bank and the police who they were the ones who gave me the fucking house in the first place. Now they've changed their fucking mind and they're siding with the prick who lives in 2 of my bedrooms.
Are you in debt?
I'm giving you the exact equivalent scenario. I am giving you the exact no, because you're not giving an apples for apples scenario when it comes to your comparison to Israel. You're not because you're not mentioning what happened, who gave that land to Israel. You're not mentioning that part. You're omitting that part. The fact is, you think that Israel just simply rocked up and lived in that house. No, they were given that house by the police, by the bank, and now the bank and the police have changed their fucking mind because they've been captured by some wokey pricks.
Is Gaza a territory that belongs to Israel? Yes or no?
He can't even go to the gym.
The territory that Israel occupies right now belongs to Israel. Gaza is not occupied. That Israel doesn't occupy Gaza.
No, it has nothing to do with Gaza.
Gaza was given back to the people of Palestine.
So it's counted as occupied because Israel controls the electric that goes in there, the water that goes in there, the food that goes in there.
Actually, no. The fact of the matter is that the reason Israel controls all that. You see, this is what morons don't seem to know. The fact is that number one, does Israel have to supply the people with electricity? You're telling me that the Palestinians are incapable of actually generating electricity for themselves. They don't have any kind of means to generate electricity. They can't get. They could literally cover that entire Gaza with solar panels and use solar energy. There are fucking idiots who set up their own house and their own vans or whatever to become off the grid. And you're telling me that Israel has to give them electricity, has to give them food. No, because you're an idiot. The fact is that the reason Gaza doesn't have water, doesn't have electricity, is because the Gazans, the Hamas government, spends more time building rockets and tunnels to kill Jews than to build solar panels and start the desalination centers in order to take that seawater and make it drinkable. That's why Israel has to give them these things, because Israel, the Hamas government doesn't build shit to let these people survive.
I can hear you reading a script.
Dude, this is straight off the top of my head.
No,
I am not even. I'm looking at Twitter. I'm trying to find the video that the guy in Syria got shot because he gave the wrong answer to the God question. That's all I'm trying to find.
Oh my God!
I'm reading your script.
Okay, go ahead and read the script, whatever, dude. That is the truth. The fact is that Gaza, instead of the Hamas spending time and money and the billions that those fuckers have that were given by NGOs to make Gaza a livable place, build power stations, build factories where they could filter the water, desalination factories, etc. They didn't do any of that. No. Israel is providing them with water because they don't fucking have their own water. Israel is providing them with electricity because they can't generate their own electricity. They're doing them a fucking favor. And then they complain when they cut them off because you try to kill their women and children. How the fuck does this even make sense to anyone? If I'm giving you electricity and then you kill my kids and then I cut off that electricity, go fuck yourself. You killed my kids, you asshole. You still expect me to provide you with electricity?
Yeah.
This is taking the piss. It is absolutely taking the piss. I come and kill your people and then complain why you're not giving me electricity and water. How is this even a thing? This is more entitlement than any fucking millennial and Gen Z that I've ever met in my life. Don't kill the Israelis. If you like your electricity if you like your water, don't kill the Israelis. Don't kill women and children. Don't bash babies' heads in. Don't kill kids at dance parties. Here's a hint. I don't know, maybe I'm just putting it out, the public service announcement. If you rely on Israel for your electricity and water, please don't kill them.
Don't attack them.
Get out.
I've just learned something.
Unbelievable cheek. It's unbelievable cheek to ask for shit that you don't even deserve, that you should have built yourself.
I've never heard anything so honest coming from such an uncompromisable individual.
Yes, I am.
What's wrong with you,
very
Simon?
uncompromisable. I will not compromise on killing. Simon, you were the one who were fucking pissed off 8 months ago. You were seething the fact that they killed all these kids at a dance party. What the fuck happened to you, Simon? Are you that schizophrenic that you forgot about those teenagers that were slaughtered at a dance party? You were the one who likes going to these festivals and dance parties and all of this shit. You completely forgot about those kids being slaughtered and the ones that they captured being brutally raped before they were released from those dungeons. How about the Bibas babies? Do you have any fucking sympathy for those babies that they literally bashed their fucking skulls in?
Why do I have the footage of the worst chill out ever? Why?
Huh?
Why?
What?
Why do I have all the footage of the worst chill out at that dance party ever?
I don't know. Should you have it?
Well, it got sent to me.
What do you want to be looking at stuff like that for?
No. So I wouldn't try and twist it like that.
No, I'm just saying, what do you want to look at stuff like that for?
I don't.
So what's happened to you? Because you were really angry about it, and now it's like, oh.
It has to stop now.
Why?
Because
it has to stop so they can do it again.
I'm not playing You Said This.
What?
I'm not playing You Said This.
Are you drunk, Simon?
Not yet. But I'm not playing this game.
I said why no, what I said was why, so they can do it again, because that's what they'll do. They'll do it again.
They will. They have said that, yes.
So personally, I don't blame Israel.
No, like I said, I'd be chucking rocks in your back garden as well. I'm very basic and territorial.
You seem to have gone a bit, I don't know, a bit on the left when it comes to this argument or disagreement or whatever you want to call it.
In regards to Israel and Palestine, I would rather it was not in my country, but
you see, it is.
But
there's loads of them, like little fucking ants running around, isn't there? I mean, they're all over protesting. I mean, why? You don't see them protesting over Ukraine and Russia. Why? Why do they protest over this? Because it's the Jews.
No, they are. I promise you, the overview is quite fascinating. It's like being a drone.
Simon, you're not a drone.
Drone.
You're not a drone.
No, I'm not.
The overview is fascinating. It's like being a drone. You're not a fucking drone. So what are you on about, Simon?
So zoom out.
Right.
Think about it like a seating plan. And who's putting which protest in order of which counter protest? If you think it's not staged, it really is.
Well, for me, there's just too many of them in this country willing to wander up down London all the time, screaming Allah Akbar or whatever else they want to scream. So therefore, it's in this country.
So what you just said is
There's too much of it in this country. It needs to be gone.
What's it?
Huh?
What's it?
Well, what are you saying? What's it for?
What is it?
Islam. Because I also heard that nutty Khan or somebody saying, yeah, if the PLO, Hamas is the PLO, just a different name.
Well, you know,
and that Yahya Sinwar, I mean, it's a good job he's gone, because he was just as he's just as evil. He was more evil than the Nazis. That man.
Do you know there's a less extreme version of Hope Not Hate?
Is there?
Apparently so.
What's that called then?
I don't know. So I heard.
Oh yeah, and I heard you say, oh, there's another IRA. What are they called then? Simon, it should just come to your head what they called.
It does. I like reading things.
You like
reading?
Well, I just asked you a question. You said, oh, you know that video that you made once? You and some others. No.
Video you made once.
Listen, no, you know which one I'm on about.
Don't.
It was to do with Tommy Robinson and his prolific friend who has some connections with the IRA.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. How did you find out about it?
Well, you know.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to check.
You can work it out.
Yeah.
Sinner.
Pardon?
Sinner.
Sinner.
Synod.
Synod. I
haven't Googled it. It's just coming back into my mind.
Synod. Okay, I'll have to have a look at that then. It doesn't sound very Irish to me, but there you go.
Rory Synod. That's. I'm the drunk person with no memory.
Well, who said you were a drunk person with no memory? I didn't say that.
Me.
I've just put a good little link there at Banksy in the back to what you were talking about before with it's an SAS soldier talking, Phil Campion, he's a Belter fella, talking about when Hamas took back over of the Gaza Strip.
Oh, your voice.
And then a power station was damaged during it. So it's basically his story of going back in with Swedes to fix the power station. And they were actually protected by Hamas.
Power station. Where do I subscribe?
Well, it was only the Swedish engineers that knew how to fix it.
Right, where are these terrorist sympathisers? I know who fucking wants it. Good Friday, Sal.
Me.
Good. So yeah, it was about 9 months ago that all you was focused on, Simon, is but all they did is go to a rave and they was killed and they were slaughtered. You were just hyper fixated on the fact that they went to a rave and they got slaughtered.
And what
I don't know what's
just
changed.
say? Nothing.
Well,
not one thing. I'm not the person that flip-flops.
Say again?
I'm not the person that flip-flops.
Who is? You do flip flop. You have flip flops. So you've gone from 9 months ago saying that the only thing that you was bothered about is these poor children who were slaughtered at a rave, and you've now flip flopped and you don't really show empathy towards them. So you definitely
Don't
flip flop.
call me a flip flop.
Flip flop.
Good luck.
You're not a sandal, are you?
Me? Who?
So do you want it? Have you got anything to sympathise? Do you sympathise with terrorists?
So what you said is...
Were these terrorist sympathisers, and do they want it Good Friday style?
Don't play basic games with me. Young
well,
man.
don't be basic.
Well,
Simon, I'll run things around you all day. Like, I don't know. You're too old. You're too drunk. You've had that many drugs in your body that you just can't keep up with me.
Enough. And you still can't run rings around me. How is that? Do you sympathise with terrorists? No.
Well, be quiet then.
Well, no.
Well, so when I said, were these terrorist sympathisers and do you want it Good Friday style? Why did you say yes, me?
I do not negotiate with terrorists. So shut up then means fuck off. Do you understand?
If you put your teeth in, I might understand better.
I'll take them out, love.
So, any more terrorist sympathisers?
Any more?
Any
Did
more?
you just call me a terrorist?
No, you did. I said, Simon, where are these terrorist sympathisers? And do they want it Good Friday style? And your response was me. So you called yourself a terrorist sympathiser.
Imagine you're a homosexual, asexual, weird little cunt.
Imagine you have to lie about your partner being ill and you still live at home with your mum.
You what?
Imagine you having to lie about your partner being ill but still living at home with your mum.
Say that again.
3 times.
Yeah.
Imagine you having to lie about your partner being ill but then living at home with your mum.
Lie
Do it
about
4th time.
what?
Imagine lying about your partner being ill but living at home with your mum. Do you want it to 5 times?
About what? Yes.
Oh,
Carry
it's 5
on.
times. Lying about your
Carry
partner
on.
being ill, living at home with your mum.
Carry on.
I'm not going to say it again. You just
Well,
back up. You can rewind now. You can rewind anywhere past like in the last 1
And
minute.
the amount of times you say it doesn't make it true, love.
So do you sympathise with terrorists or not then?
I don't.
Do you
think
sympathise with
qualify.
Hamas or not?
You do not qualify to question me.
I do.
No, you
Who are you for me not to question you? You're not achieving anything you like. It's not like you're
Me?
highly qualified in something
No,
or you're highly educated in something. You're a bum with no teeth.
Am I not?
What do you mean I can't question you?
Am I not?
No, you're a bum with no teeth. I've seen you. You got into the face of Amy, threatening her, and it was all like gangrene teeth.
Bless you.
Bless your teeth.
Big up Bridget.
Bless your dentist.
Big up. Yeah, Bridget. Bridget Fisher.
Was she the one who went to court with it and was reading like a Quran and stuff? I've got her number actually. I've got Bridget's number in my phone, I think. Let me have a look.
Have you?
Yeah, I do actually, right here.
She's got great tits.
So I've got based Amy, based Bridget, and based Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've still got the numbers.
Yeah.
What about her?
I don't know. I mean, same page.
Why'd you bring up Bridget then?
I like her tits.
Hey, what's Bridget got to do with a good price of Amy?
Nice tits. The price of Amy.
Birdnest, I know you're a terrorist supervisor, if not a terrorist. Do you want to jump on and have a discussion about Hamas, Palestine, the savage Palestinians that are indoctrinated by an extreme religion, where they bum off Sahih Bukhari, where Sahih Bukhari orders these Muslims to go and slaughter any Jew where they find them?
Bukabazi?
No, that's Afghans.
Do you know what I do find mad though? I find like a lot of these like people who are like on the Palestinian protests sort of the rhetoric is like keep fighting, which I can empathize with, not sympathise, but I can empathize with. And I don't know, I see the government is the same with Ukraine. Like Ukraine aren't going to win their war, are they?
Just keep killing yourselves.
You know what I mean? So I think it's sort of the same paradigm that the government are back in Ukraine, and the same as the sort of Palestinian protest movements are in Palestine.
I think gone are the days where people are willing to admit defeat.
Here.
What, Simon? Go on.
I don't want it here.
You don't want what here?
It's been exported like Black Lives Matter with a trademarked donate here swipe card.
Oh, the Palestinian protest, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, if it was up to me, I'd be outright banning it. It's showing support for terrorist organisation, regardless of how you want to package it up. Inadvertently.
Am I wrong to think that they have, though? Am I wrong to think that I see in a headline where they say that they are going to start getting rid of like foreign students, like what America are doing, sort of foreign agitators? Yeah.
Germany have already started within this week. They're already cracking down on the protest.
Got booted out of America.
What?
Some Palestinian woman got booted out of America for writing some words on a piece of paper.
Yeah, supporting terrorists. She was doing. You're not allowed to support terrorists.
Where are they going to deport her to? They can't.
I don't know what she wrote.
I think she was from Palestine. She's gone back there. You can go and fight for your country.
I'll tell you what. I'll read it.
But where did you drop her off? You know what I mean? How'd you get her? How'd you drop her back off in Palestine? You know what I mean?
Attach it to like a parachute.
It's like I can't.
Just chuck it in one of fucking air packages.
Why are you being so hostile? You frigid bitch. Why are you being so hostile?
Did you call Jupiter frigid?
No, you.
I'm not saying because I've not said anything to you. Jupiter was calling you. See now, how am I frigid?
I hadn't noticed. But why are you being so?
So what?
Hostile.
I'm not.
You are.
I came on, and said, who's defending terrorists? So every time I try and explain something, you just interrupt again. So if you be quiet, I'll tell you where you've messed up. So I came on and I said, who's defending terrorists? Who's defending terrorists? Because you're gonna get it, Good Friday style. And you turned around and said, me. So you volunteered yourself as a terrorist sympathiser.
Oh, careful.
You volunteered yourself as a terrorist sympathiser. I said specifically, who is sympathising with terrorists? And you turned around and said, me. Mongo.
Essentially,
not sympathising with terrorists, don't volunteer that you do.
An asexual bum boy. Don't call me a fucking terrorist.
I'd rather be asexual than my fucking ass rabbit by multiple men on the night. Like, we've all heard the stories of how you hit games and you set up sex swings and shit. Like, disgusting. Your bum's dripping with cum.
Oh, I wish it was. You dirty little cunt. You wish. That's your sick imagination.
No, that's just you. You told us about how you put sex swings up and shit like that. Who has sex swings?
Shut up.
It's usually girls who go in sex swings, not men. You literally sit there like suspended in midair with your fucking legs spread over your head, waiting for the next man to
What? YouTube?
I got you wash it afterwards. Dirty bastard.
Oh, you're like a row of dirty sex toys, you. I've used.
So, is anybody defending terrorism? Thank you. So, Skyworks has backed up what I said. You claim to be one yourself, Simon. Thank you.
Claim to be what?
A terrorist sympathiser.
So what you said is?
I'll say it again for the 10th time, Simon. I said,
good.
I said, where are the terrorist sympathisers? Because you're gonna get it, Good Friday style. And you said, me.
So what you said is?
I'm not going to repeat it again. You're fucking deluded.
Don't fucking tell me what they said.
I'll tell you what I want, you little smack rat.
No, I won't, you little fucking smack fucking.
I just called you a smack rat. You can't call me a smack rat in response. It's just weak.
Well, I mean,
Spice rat.
Spice rat.
Who looks more like a spice rat, me or you? I mean, come on. Come on. Spice? It looks like you had 12 years on fucking heroin, you silly cunt.
No, I actually, no.
12 fucking years of black. That's what you've had.
Do you know what? No, I don't think you deserve this title.
I don't care.
Well, good. I
don't know where the debate's gone, Belly. I've been looking for the terrorist sympathisers. They seem to have got all the way. Bird's Nest, if you want to jump on, I've heard you defend them.
You're a loaded little cunt, though, aren't you?
Islamic extremism before. Khan, if you want to jump on, I know that you was waiting to come back on. You've not come back on though. If you want to come on and your arguments about, and again, Khan, what I need to call you out for is because
you're like Esau.
You keep conflating, Khan, like domestic law and domestic crimes to like somebody breaking into somebody's house and committing murder to international or war crimes. Like there is no comparison. So you cannot have the same standards for domestic law as you do for war crimes and shit like that. It's just completely, absolutely ridiculous, and it just shows your lack of knowledge. Next. You big fat fucking turkey pig. Look at you, sweaty tits. Get on panel and fucking say it with your fucking tits.
Get your moves out.
You don't have moves. He has boobs, not moves.
Moves, not moves.
Oh, by the way, Khan, I'm not sure if you heard about yesterday, but you can no longer call yourself a female, regardless of how big tits you are. You cannot call yourself a female.
Good to see you, base.
Big up.
Oh, you're such a...
I'm Israel Chai, my man. I'm Israel Chai.
Such a cock.
Yeah, Hamas have committed war crimes, Veli. What's your point? What is your point?
Oh, Veli is so cocked when it comes to the Palestine.
Publish it cocked. You're the most cocked person here.
Thanks. You put a little link in the back there. Just have a little look at that when you get if you get a chance.
Oh, sure, Heathen. Let me see.
Brilliant little video.
That is the point. Bro, you spoke about war crimes. You only pointed out one side committing war crimes, like the other side ain't committing war crimes also.
I didn't point out any side committing war crimes. You can't compare domestic major echo, yeah.
I've gone a bit busy.
I think it's fairly, yeah. So you can't compare. So like,
can you hear me?
When Banksy makes up like an analogy. Sorry, not Banksy.
Is it clear?
Khan makes
Can
up
you
like
hear it clear, or is it too low?
No, that's fine. That's not an option. When Big Khan like makes an analogy and compares it to like somebody breaking into somebody's house and occupying a room, I said you're absolutely stupid because you cannot compare domestic law with war laws and shit like that. Two completely different legislations. So two completely different standards and expectations.
Well, how would you know? What do you know about law?
I know that you can't compare domestic law with war laws. You cannot do that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You can, because judges often use analogies like these when they're making
domestic
up,
law. They don't use domestic law.
They do. Yeah, they do.
They
do.
It ends in the same
have an example?
letters.
Yeah.
Can I have an example definition?
So if you go and read any Supreme Court law,
no, can you give me one? I don't need to read any. You give me an example of where.
For instance,
not Supreme Court. We're talking about Supreme Court. We're talking about the international criminal courts, like the war crime courts, not Supreme Court.
It's the same basis. No, the same judges, the same basis. Yeah, it is. I'm a lawyer. I've got a law degree. I work in law. I read cases.
You are very confused if you think that domestic law can be seen and can be compared to
family
that's not what I said.
International law. I think base
international law. So Banksy, what I'm saying is when
that's not what I said.
It's like, it's like me having a house and somebody breaks
I was
into my
talking
house
about
and
analogies.
a room. That's all an emotional argument.
All the
it's
time.
in no way comparison to international law.
It's not even an apples for apples comparison anyway.
It's gonna echo, yeah. But obviously that comparison is being made on the occupied side of the occupation, in it, the people that's being removed from the house.
Yeah, same, but it's just emotional, Billy. Courts aren't going to. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I agree with that comparison. That's just an emotional argument that the left make, but the courts don't take that into consideration.
Also, as I say, he wasn't making an apples for apples comparison anyway.
Listen, the international
analogy wasn't even comparable.
The international courts that have claimed that the places are what they call occupied or whatever, ain't that how they made the thing up? Like, obviously, they.
No, I'll give an example. So,
taking everything.
This echo's really annoying. So what Khan's saying is basically if I go into if I take over your house now, occupy a room, and then you commit murder on me or multiple murders and then start killing my entire family with it, it can be compared with Israel when they drop a bomb on a terrorist, but then it kills women and children inadvertently. They're saying that those two scenarios can be compared. It's not. So if I was to break into your home, Billy, and you was to commit mass murder, including my family members, you'd be charged as such.
You literally just.
If it was a war, if it was in the midst of a war, and you dropped a bomb on a terrorist, you could prove it, but unfortunately, it's taken out 10 children as well. You may be found completely innocent and justified in doing so. Completely two different scenarios, completely two different sets of laws cannot be compared. Dr. Magician said they can. Can you tell me how?
I can still qualify for
No, what I'm saying is when we're making analogies, judges make analogies in arguments all the time. They do.
Yeah, but not about. They don't confuse
in this particular. You just spoke. Be quiet.
They don't confuse international with domestic.
You want me to answer? You do this all
not
the
really.
time.
Let him reply. It's gonna keep that.
And you're a bumbo.
So the judges will often use analogies when they're making up arguments. They will do that. But we don't need to do that because we have set out laws like the Geneva Convention, which already sets out the international laws in terms of what constitutes war crimes. So you don't need to do that. There's already set laws.
I agree with that. So why there's
exactly.
I stand corrected.
I'm not agreeing with Khan's point. I'm not agreeing with Khan's point. I think it was a poorly put analogy. For me, I would say the better analogy would be have you got a daughter?
No.
Yeah.
Have you got a son?
No.
Have you got a mum?
Yeah.
Say Hamas grabbed your mum tomorrow, outside the shopping centre, and then the Preston police turn up, wherever it is you're from, and they say, fuck this, I'm just going to shoot straight through your mum and straight through the Hamas and just kill everybody just to keep everybody safe. Do you think you would feel okay about that?
Again, you confuse. Again, so you're making the same confusion.
I'm not comparing nothing. I'm asking you a question. Would you be okay with that? Would you be okay with that?
I'll explain why. So I wouldn't be okay with it. Let me explain, Dom. So I wouldn't be okay with it in any way, shape, or form. But again, you are confused. So you've just done the exact same of what Khan's done, even though you've changed the analogy. You've compared, Simon. You've compared a domestic situation which involves local police to an international situation which involves an army. You are incorrect. And if you say you are working in law, you need to get out of it because you're doing the wrong job.
I wouldn't use that argument in law, and it doesn't need to.
You've just used the argument.
I would say that that is an argument that can be used here.
It's an emotional argument. It's an emotional argument. It has no standing.
Exactly. I'm not saying it isn't.
I don't deal with emotion.
It's a moral and ethical argument. Obviously, you could not use that in law. You have set out conventions already setting out international engagement.
We refer to the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, and the International Criminal Court has said that Israel have committed war crimes. So
you agree?
Yeah, so there you go. We don't need analogies.
Hey, Luke, do you accept that ICC have already said Israel have committed war crimes? Do you accept that?
They have said that. Yeah. Do you accept their outcome? Do we accept the ICC in its entirety? No, I don't. I think it's beyond corrupt.
Oh.
And I can evidence why.
Luke.
Okay, go on then.
So we'll take a look at the country. We'll take a look at the countries that vote, and we'll see that they are highly dominated by people who have been religiously indoctrinated to hate Jews. So whenever there is a court case and there's a vote against Israel, 100% of the time it will always go against Israel because the vast majority of the people who vote for the ICC are Arab nations. Checkmate.
That makes you right.
What?
Arab nations make up the majority of people who vote for these cases. They balance things out now. Do you know what they've done? So the former leader of the ICC is now the leader of a country.
We're not allowed to make emotional arguments.
The new leader of the ICC. This is how corrupt it is. The new leader of the ICC was the one person in South Africa who sided with Israel. They put her in the ICC now. ICC is corrupt as fuck.
But
no, it's not. It's absolutely not. That's just an emotional argument.
It's not. It's corrupt. I can show you where it's corrupt.
It is actually very corrupt and very captured. The thing is, this
not.
entire situation. Yes, it is. The thing is,
man, not going to say that shit, yeah. No. But then these men don't want to. Bro, listen. If the ICC was agreeing with your points, you man would be going, "Oh, the ICC."
Whatever, man.
When you say it's corrupt. You
the
guys
point
always
is,
do.
it is corrupt. It is corrupt.
Any
It
international
is
organization
protected by the law, and you're echoing like crazy,
No
Billy.
evidence of that whatsoever.
But the fact of the matter is, it's irrelevant anyway. It's like having a child say you're committing war crimes, and you're like, so what are you going to do about
that's
it?
ridiculous. You can't.
Yes, yes, it is. They are toothless anyway. They are. What is the ICC going to actually do? How are they going to enforce their decision? How are they going to do that? How are they going to do that? They will never be able to do that. You're insane.
Netanyahu comes to England, he'll get arrested. The only reason why he goes to America because he won't get arrested in America. You know, if he goes to any of the countries that will arrest him for the arrest warrant, he'll get nicked. So I don't know why you keep playing this silly games.
Hungary
the same as
and they're setting up arrest warrants.
It's the same as what's it called? Kim Il Sung. The same as Putin. If they go anywhere, it's the same as the Ayatollah. If they go into various international countries, yes, they may or may not get arrested. But the fact is, none of them are going to get arrested ever. These people are toothless. The ICC will do, as Conor McGregor says, nothing. You'll do nothing.
Sorry, guys. I've got one last echo before I jump off here. I'm going to let Jupiter jump on the panel and take my place here. Sorry, Dark, bro. But I'll be back to help you out in a bit. Yeah.
This is light work. No worries.
It's mad still, man. But the man them would say that these people are corrupt as soon as the ruling goes against what the man them want to believe is true. But then anytime these men make a ruling to say, it's so and so, yeah, see, you see, it even says it here. Like, so.
I've always been the ICC and not many Indians.
That's just
and that's
fantasy.
the same with the EU. That's the same with the ICC. It's the same with the European Courts of Human Rights. Anything that has too many players involved is very easily open to corruption.
But but I'd rather go down a different route, Luke, and say, like, so let's say the Geneva Convention, right? That's recognised, but it's mainly recognised by European countries. If we went to war with another European
it's recognised by the UN. It's a UN document.
It's recognised by the UN. All right, well, it wasn't recognised in Afghanistan, and it wasn't recognised in Iraq when we were fighting there. Because they wouldn't put on uniforms. They wouldn't adhere to the rules of law that the Europeans did. I don't want to argue with you, lad. I'm just let me get out.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Do you know what I mean? Like you can only be shot at. You can only shoot if you're being shot upon. Do you know what I mean? I had a mate serving in Afghanistan, and I've told this story loads of times. Like he was getting sniped, and one of the lads who had the sniper rifle recognised the fella when they carried on the patrol after getting shot at. This fella was then selling him a can of coke in the shop down the road. You know what I mean? And there was nothing that they could do because the British Army adhere to international rules. But when you're fighting these type of wars, these people don't recognise them. And sometimes it's through ideology. Like you're not going to impose on Islamists an international law that they don't recognise.
Exactly. This is the problem. This is the problem. Israel is fighting an asymmetric war. One side can do whatever the hell they want. They can kill babies. They can rape women with impunity, and yet nothing happens.
With impunity.
Yes, they rape and
ICC arrest warrants for Hamas leaders.
Rape.
What are you talking about?
They are raping and killing babies without any real issues because they're recognized.
Any real issues?
Yes, because they're already recognized as a terrorist organization.
You're more intelligent than that. I'm going to give you a bit more.
The fact is,
they
already recognized as because they're you're right. You're right that they have warrants out on them, but the fact is that they still carry on doing it and have been for 15 years, and nothing has happened. The only time the Hamas leadership has suffered is in the last year. The Hamas still gets aid money that's sent to them from NGOs. The Hamas leaders are only suffering now. Yes, because of Israel. because of what Israel does.
You're
Not because
saying
of
nothing happens to them with complete impunity.
No,
That's
it doesn't.
nonsense.
Nothing happens to them from the criminal courts. It doesn't happen to them from the UN. There's no UN. Nothing has ever happened to any of these people from the UN or from the criminal courts. The fact is that the only time they
What are
get
you
their
talking about? You just
comeuppance
literally
is when
admitted
Israel
that
does
ICC
things to them.
I've got an arrest warrant out for them.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I said to you at the beginning, the ICC is a toothless fucking lion. It has no power to do anything. They can make decrees. They do nothing. They do nothing.
They do something, but it's all
I'm not going to sit here.
It's all bullshit. It's all virtue signaling. It's all just signaling. They do nothing about anything. The fact is, Putin is still running around free. Kim Jong-sul is still running around free. The Ayatollah of Iran is still running around free. And
why do you think that is?
And Netanyahu will carry on running around free, and they will get nothing done. And neither did any of the Hamas leaders.
Enforced it all. You just get new leaders come up to carry. I don't know what their problem is.
Exactly. The fact is that they want Israel to abide by the rules of the laws of war, and yet Hamas has no restrictions.
Israel doesn't and hasn't
there
done,
is nothing.
done since its conception.
Yeah, because their enemy doesn't follow those same rules. So since their enemy breaks the rules, they are perfectly justified to break those rules too. But the fact is, Israel actually goes out of their way. Israel actually goes out of their way to send leaflets. How many wars have you ever noticed whether your enemy sends you leaflets telling you that they're coming to bomb your area? When the fuck does the Royal Air Force, the British Air Force, when on earth, who has ever sent out leaflets telling their enemies that no, it is literally thousands upon thousands of leaflets. The leaflets fucking exist. Do you want me to Google the leaflets? Shall I Google the leaflets and send you an image? Find the fucking.
There's too many people talking.
I know there is.
Too many people talking.
So, Dr. Magician, you just said it was propaganda about the leaflets. Can you elaborate on that?
Iranian men, do I need to explain about
at the beginning?
You don't have to
me. No, I do.
Go on, Dr. Magician.
And I can
elaborate on the propaganda of the leaflets.
At the beginning of the conflict, since October 7th, Israel did this, and what they did is they sent maps showing safe zones. Yeah, and they were telling people to go to safe zones, and they're still doing this now. And when the people went to the safe zones, they were bombing the safe zones and killing people and sniping them. So no, it's propaganda and nonsense. It's well documented.
It's well documented.
Go and have a look at the Amnesty International report and what's been going on. No, I don't look at Amnesty
International. Look, if you make statements, then it's usually like a good idea.
Evidence here. Go and have a look at Amnesty International, Médecins Frontières, B'Tselem, Médecins Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. It's all up there. It's all there to see.
Right, so you're not going
to. I told you last time we spoke. We were talking about a doctor who was speaking at the select committee about what he saw when he went over there. He's a very well-known surgeon.
And what did you say before you said that? Though? Before you made that statement, before you made that statement, what did you say out loud to everybody? You said, "Now, we don't know whether this is true or not." So why are you using that as factual evidence when you?
No, I'm saying you
admitted that you don't know whether it's true or not. It's third party.
What are you talking about? You don't make
any sense. That you don't even know whether these propagandas are true.
You said before you told us this story, you said that you don't know whether he's telling the truth or not. You can't verify it. It's coming from a third party. So that, but
I was talking about something completely different.
Yeah, but now you're bringing that.
You're talking about a previous conversation that Banksy was not a privy to.
You brought it up about the doctor.
No, the Médecins Frontières doctor who was speaking at I can actually put a link in the back for you to see, and you can watch the actual, because the select committees are actually filmed, and you can actually watch and listen to him speak. He's talking about first-hand eyewitnesses.
Yeah, person.
But no, it's not because the whole he has to go back to the
and those people and those first-hand eyewitnesses are telling the truth, right? They're the reliable truth tellers.
A well-renowned British surgeon who works for Médecins.
And he talks to other people. You said he gets his evidence from people in Gaza that this has happened.
He's there.
I am rude. Yes, fuck him.
He's there in Gaza, Banksy.
Oh, so Banksy, he saw this.
Listen,
he witnessed this himself firsthand.
Don't start getting rude, bro, because if I was standing in front of you, bro, you would not be getting rude.
Go fuck yourself. I will fuck you, your dad, and your entire fucking family. What are you gonna do now? What the fuck are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're not gonna do shit. You're a shit talker on a fucking on the internet. I'm not going to take you at an ounce fucking serious. Don't fucking threaten me. I will fuck your mother in the skull. How about this? I will grab your mother's eye and I will skull fuck her.
See, you're a joker, bro. Honestly,
what the fuck you gonna do? What are you gonna do, bitch? You ain't doing shit. So don't make threats when you can't do shit about it.
I ain't making no threats. I ain't making no threats.
Shut your fucking mouth and get back on topic.
Stop going on like you're
I have posted images of the leaflets. I've posted images of the leaflets that the IDF sends out to tell its enemies that they're coming to attack. This is something that no one else does in any other military in the entire fucking world.
Because it's ridiculous. Because it's ridiculous.
Well, at least I've given you evidence. I've given you evidence that this is what the IDF does to try to avoid killing civilians.
I never said that they don't do it. I never said that they don't do it. Stop going on like you're a gangster, Banksy. You're fat, you're overweight, and you're scared of everybody.
No. It's nothing to do with being gangster. I'm saying this.
Like that,
you said I wouldn't say this in front of you. I will skull fuck your mother in front of you.
We'll see.
What are you going to do now?
We'll see if you've got that energy. We'll see if you've got that energy, bro. We'll see if you've got that energy, yeah? Remember, we'll see if you've got that energy, bro. I'm going to be... I'll come and see you. Trust me, down Speaker's Corner. I'll see you. And we'll see if you got that energy, bro.
Come find me, bitch.
Why don't you save the energy and go and fight for Palestine?
I'll get someone to film it as well and we'll put it up on here.
Why fight Banksy when you can go and fight the IDF? You little fucking dweeb. Look,
I would actually do that.
Violent out of nowhere. Billy, it's not him getting drawn out. We've been making arguments based on the fucking conflict, and this guy out of nowhere started threatening Banksy.
I never threatened him. What did I do? How did I threaten him? What did I say? What did I say?
You literally said,
at least I know you're
if you wouldn't stand in front of me and say that, don't be rude. I just said to you, go fuck yourself.
That's not threatening. You threatened me. I never threatened you.
No, I never threatened you.
I did not threaten you.
I never threatened you. I said I will skull fuck your mother in front of you. That's not threatening you.
Yeah, that came
That's threatening me.
That came post.
That is threatening. That's threatening behaviour. I never threatened you. I said stop acting like a gangster because you ain't. You're fat, you're overweight, and you're scared of everybody. When you're down at Speaker's Corner, you ain't got this energy. So don't be going on like this. It's not like you either. You usually
come find me, pussy. Come fucking find me. You know where I'm at.
And you'll be trembling, bro. You'll be trembling.
No one's going to find anyone. No one's going to bother.
Oh, calm down.
Just here to talk.
Put your buttons down.
Yeah.
You're usually, Banksy, you're usually better than this.
Dark Magician, just
no, you're better than this. What are you talking about? You went there first, Dark Magician. Don't even try and put it on.
I never said nothing. I said to him, stop acting like a gangster, because he ain't.
But he wasn't acting like a gangster. He was making an argument.
Yeah, he was.
Whilst he was acting like a gangster. And you ain't.
Dark Magician, how do you fight a war if people won't put a uniform on to fight?
Say that again.
I'm not taking sides or anything, but how do you fight the war if the other side won't put a uniform on and clearly be identified as the opposite side?
Yeah, look, can I? So earlier on we were talking
genuinely,
about
genuinely,
like, can I answer? Do you want me to answer it? Yeah. Right. Earlier on, what was his name? Cole Frotch. Luke, Baz, whatever you call yourself.
I get called Carl Frotch quite often. You're not the first person to say that.
You look like a pound man, Carl Frotch.
And you're like a fucking crackhead version of Jeremy Corbyn.
I don't even know who that is.
The boxer.
What, Carl Frotch? The boxer?
Frotch.
Oh, but that's quite a compliment. He thinks you can get you.
He's a good looking lad, Juice. He's a good looking lad.
Yeah, but you ain't, bruv. Look at that nose, man. You look like you've been hit with a frying pan.
You look like you've been run over by a fucking Hamas.
Do you know who you look like? Do you remember that girl from Everything But the Girl?
You do want,
do you remember that singer from Everything But the Girl?
You look like
he's had his nose broken 9 times and he's still standing, so don't worry.
Let us see this guy's face, because I can guarantee you 3 things. Pink hair, nose ring, and fucking earrings. About 7 earrings in each ear.
It sounds like some dirty queer stuff.
So show us your face.
So earlier on,
looks.
So earlier on,
the argument like you was
we were saying
because you don't actually have an argument, do you? You know that you're already losing.
I do.
You're
So
surrounded by
earlier,
sharks. Now swim fishing.
Look, if you're just look, you do this all the time, Cole. You do it all the time. You just talk over
have the
people.
conversation that you was having with Heathen. I don't know why you brought me into it.
Yeah, just get on
Lisa.
with it.
It's a bit of banter, bro. Like you're getting triggered out of your face.
It's not it might be banter, but what you're doing is you're showing that you can't actually reply to Heathen. You just want to go back.
I'm trying to do that. Can I do it? Yeah. So earlier on, you were like, I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you.
Mental. So twice in 5 minutes, we're seeing how he started something, and then he's tried to gaslight, saying that we've started it. He's done it with Banksy, and he's done it with me. Twice in 5 minutes. This guy.
I don't gaslight, man.
I'm going to stop.
I don't gaslight. Right. Okay, so earlier on, you were saying that we need to find common ground. Yeah. So I'm going to try and do that. Okay. So.
Can you reply to Heathen?
I agree that Hamas is a terrorist organisation, and what you were pointing out, the Liverpudlian, what you were pointing out is how do you stop an ideology? How do you kill it? How do you combat it? How do you stop it? Well, I don't know what the answer. You don't. That's how you create it and keep it going.
You just asked me how you kill it.
Yes, and I don't agree with that, Jupiter, because you're gonna carry on perpetuating that.
Killing is very specific, isn't it? It involves murder.
Give her but you're going to kill little kids. Are going to see their little kids are seeing their whole families get wiped out. They've got nothing else to lose now.
No, little kids are being taught to stab Jews and kill Jews by Hamas and the
exactly, and that's wrong.
Let me answer. So as soon as they're born, they're religiously indoctrinated into this religion, and this religion specifically tells them that they must kill and fight Jews until the very end of times. So these little children, from the minute that they can pick up a knife, are taught to stab Jews. I don't sympathise with fucking savages.
They all have the same verses.
No,
do you agree?
Jews don't have any verses that says you must go and find the Jews and kill them. Do you
agree that children do not have consent?
Listen, no, they don't. There's verses in the Quran that have come from the Torah. That verse came from Sahih Bukhari. He made that verse himself. Sahih Bukhari. You don't have a clue what you're talking about, Simon.
Do children have consent?
Information. They do, Luke.
In Islam, they don't need consent. You speak about Islam, aren't you? No, they don't need consent.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about our version of. Does a child have? Yeah, but we're talking about it from our point of view, not theirs.
Just before I go, sorry, matey. Just before I go, I think this is where I was sort of trying to lead it to. Is I think we need to recognise that we're fighting under one rule of law, and we're fighting against another rule of law, and I think both sides need to recognise their own rules. Do you know what I mean? And we need to understand what they can do during war, and what our restraints are during war.
No, good point. Great point. Great point. But this isn't like we're not just, this meeting of minds is not the first time ever discovering this question and debating it. This question has been going on for like millennia, right? So the way in which you defeat ideologies is by not stooping yourself to that level and becoming what they are. You do not become that which you hate. Like Cole Young said, he said, when you look into the abyss, be careful the abyss does not look back into you. He's saying there is he's saying that do careful that in your pursuit to destroy that which you hate, you do not become what you hate.
Yeah,
I agree, but then
that's my point.
You do have to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I get that, but you don't send leaflets down to people telling them to go to a safe area, and then you send in and you bomb them in that safe area. That is definitely documented, and that's true. That's happened.
I think that's
and then you try and say, "Oh, Hamas is there. Hamas is there. Hamas is there." Like that.
I think that's slightly better. I think that's slightly more moral than sending people over in parachutes, raping babies, beheading babies, kidnapping hostages and taking them back to your land. I think
fuck Hamas, bro.
Sending leaflets down and then firing rockets.
You don't need to explain to me. Fuck Hamas. Hamas is the worst thing that's ever happened to the Palestinian people. Do you see what I'm saying? I say that 100%, and I'll argue that with the left, and I'll argue
the Palestinians would vote Hamas in over and over and over. The Palestinians hate the Jews.
No, they don't. That's where you're wrong. Do you know the median age?
We will fight the Jews for you. That's why
the median ages. Do you know what the median age is?
Listen,
do you even know what median is? Do you even know what median?
Using too many things here, magician.
Do you know what median is?
you're ignoring the fact that there is an embedded intolerance and hatred towards the Jews, and that if Hamas, I agree that if Hamas was to go, another party will come along saying that we will fight the Jews, and then these savage Palestinians will
No,
then
not at all. The PLO don't take that stance, and they're still getting slaughtered over the people.
So
over
when
in
was the last time the
West Bank are
PLO
still
got?
getting
When was the last time they had a vote in the West Bank?
They're completely out of the West Bank because Hamas got rid of them completely.
Yeah. So when was the last time?
They're a dictatorship. You don't have to explain to me that Hamas is the worst thing
I've not finished my point. Let me make my statement before you respond to it. So you're trying to say that well, you mentioned the PLO. Let's mention Fatah, who are slightly less terroristic. Even then, when was the last time that Fatah allowed the people to vote?
As far as I know from the history, I don't think the PLO have been inside the Gaza Strip since the 1970s.
So when was the last time when was the last time West Bankers were given the vote? Do you know
I think 2017. 2017. I think the last election was in 2017, and it was resounding for Hamas. But what you have to understand is the median age. The median age in Gaza is 19 years of age. That means most of the people in there are children.
Gaza. No, Gaza's vote last one was 2005.
No, it was 2017. I'm pretty sure.
Talk about West Bank, the last vote in the West Bank. So the fact it's been a long time anyway, and I'm getting to a point. Is because the West Bank will also vote in Hamas. That's why the Fatah won't give them the vote anymore.
There's no Hamas in West Bank.
Are savage people and they hate the Jews. And the fact that Hamas are saying, "Look,
that's an emotional argument."
That's why they're voting in. It's not emotional. It's based on religion and fact. It's based on their charter.
Yeah. No, you could say exactly the same thing about.
No, I can show you the charter.
Jews.
No, I can show you the charter about the fundamental Jews. Kill the Jews.
So there were recently riots. There was recently riots in Israel where they were rioting.
Don't say it's an emotional argument.
You're clearly being.
Is that not barbaric?
Say it again.
So there was recent riots in Israel because they wanted soldiers to have the right to rape prisoners of war.
I don't believe that.
It's true.
Everybody
knows it was happening.
You have to show me that, and then
okay, let me get a link and I'll put it in the back.
If it's genuinely true that, so who wanted to allow
Israelis?
Yeah, but no, you said Israelis, Israeli government or
Israeli citizens. Israeli citizens.
Yeah, but
you were talking about sick and barbaric people.
I'm responding to you. So the citizens in this country who want to go into women's bathrooms and shit, and I don't agree with that. So there might be people in Israel that might agree to certain things that the government.
That's a tiny minority.
Now.
You can't put that on Israel if it's a group of people.
Yes, I can.
Well,
yes, I can.
Because that's saying that the entirety of Americans are racist. KKK. How is that?
Government looking after the girls getting raped here before we start worrying about what Israel were doing to Palestinians.
Honestly, Simon, you
can't look after young children.
Are you on stack, Simon, or what?
Me? I wish I was.
There's been extensive Pew. Have you heard of Pew Research Centre?
Yeah, Pew Research.
Yeah, they've done extensive polling about Israelis' views and people in Gaza, so it is well documented. And also, it wasn't just the people writing. There was also television panel shows talking about this and saying they side with the people, and these are the people that set the narrative and the agenda when they're talking about stuff in the news. They're talking about it on their shows, saying that they side with the people writing and saying we should have the right. These are animals, just like what you're doing. You're dehumanizing them, and you're saying they're barbaric and they're animals and they come from a dirty ideology. But the thing is, I take a different stand to you. So here's where me and you depart, right? We both believe that Islam is terrible. I believe that too, right? But I believe in the ideology being terrible, not the human being. I believe that the human being is born like the children. You're saying those children are born that way. They're not born that way. They are taught.
They were born that way. No, you're lying. I said they were born that way. I said they're indoctrinated into it.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So I'll take that back. Okay. That's fair. I agree with you then. Okay. Yeah. Great. So then you're saying that they are innocent. Then.
Can I just give you a slight response?
You're agreeing they're innocent then.
Yeah. So I've always said that the main victims of Islam are Muslims themselves. I've always said that.
I've said it on this show many times, and I've had Islamists go crazy at me. I say that Muslims are the greatest victims of Islam.
Can I respond to you, please? So stop conflating me with these like far right people that you're probably used to arguing with, because I'm not one of those.
Far right.
I also use Pew
Did you
Research.
just call
And
someone
yes, I
far
agree.
right?
That Islam is the ideology and Muslims are the people. I use Pew Research, which tells us, and I've done a study, that Islam, yes, is an extremist ideology.
You've done a study.
No, I've read the Pew Research report. And this was a good, 10, maybe even 15 years ago. So it might have changed from now. But out of the 1.2 billion Muslims that were in existence at that time of that research report, 1/3 of those people, so approximately 350 to 450 million Muslims on this planet, are extremist Muslims. And they're the ones who believe in killing the Jews. Now do you understand Israel, surrounded by these people, what they have to put up with? And the defense
absolutely, and I agree.
They have to do. And the fact that they have every single right. Just let me finish this point, Dark Magician. So the fact that they have every single right, reading the charter of Hamas, where Hamas says that the intent in wiping out every single Jewish person, Israel is right to fucking do a preemptive strike to ensure that they never do that. They've not even done that. They tried to point out
that was removed from the charter in 2017.
It doesn't matter whether it's removed. The fact that it was there in the first place and the Palestinians voted them on that fact is enough for Israel to never want to have a peace deal with them. Ever.
No, but then Israel still has to submit to international law. It cannot be seen. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, then it's going to pay the price if it does not.
Good luck with that. That's what Israel
says. Is going to be like, you have to understand, Israel. This is the end for Israel. It's not like the beginning of a new future.
This is the beginning of a new Israel. No,
it's not. It's the end. You're going to see this country. It's going to be completely ostracized from the rest of the world.
It's going to be
okay. We're going to see. We're going to see. And when it happens, we're going to come on, and you guys are not going to be anywhere around. You're not going to be anywhere. You're going to be hiding away. Oh, we don't want to talk about this no more.
It's not even decided. I mean, the dust hasn't even settled
yet.
To
be fair, I don't think it's our business in the first place. I think we should be worried about British people.
Dust.
I also take into account like the British views over here.
Jupiter, out of the 600 reconnaissance flights by the IRF, they've all been on behalf of Israel. So we've had RAF flights, reconnaissance, going over and over and over Gaza. This has all been done through Freedom of Information request by Declassified. And they found that 650 flights over Gaza since October the 7th have all been by the IRF on behalf of Israel. So we are completely embedded in this.
Good.
We are completely embedded.
We need help as well.
So we can't just say, "Oh, it's nothing to do with us. We're just allies." No, we are actually involved in this. And when the dust settles,
involved if all we've done is fly over and observe what's happening.
She can't even count them.
Oh, be quiet, Simon.
Do you understand what reconnaissance flights are, Jupiter?
Well, it's to go over and see what's going on discreetly.
Yeah. Right, and then if you want to do that for yourself, that's fine. But if you're getting permission from Israeli Air Force and then reporting back to them, that's collusion. Do you understand that?
Allies, it's not collusion.
I would have thought that if they go over, they're going to tell Israel so Israel don't fucking shoot them.
We're on team. I mean, you might be against Israel, but the government isn't. Maybe that's
this is why you have a serious lack of understanding about geopolitics, about international law.
You do.
You don't understand
domestic law. You conflate international
law.
law.
I did not. You tried to do that. You tried to do that.
No, Connie told me that.
It doesn't matter.
You can't do that. Then you offer an argument where you can. So you did that, not me.
Okay.
I'll run rings around with you, Dominic, all day long.
You don't run rings around me, bro. You don't. Stop saying stupid stuff. Stop saying stupid things. Stop saying stupid things. You don't run rings around anybody. What you do is you talk over people and you don't actually make proper points.
You know that, magician. I'm not sure if you realise.
I don't. I make actual points. I make actual points, and I challenge you on your bullshit.
You make emotional arguments 90% of the time.
I don't make emotional arguments. What emotional arguments have I made?
About the fact that
I said a better analogy.
The last conversation that we had, you was talking about how you're a humanitarian.
Khan would have made a better. What? Say what?
How you're a humanitarian and it's not moral and
I'm a humanitarian. I believe in the international law.
You've interrupted me. I'm not finished. So Jupiter even said before that the way to get rid of something is by eradicating it and bombing it, and you said no, but that's not fair. So you do make emotional arguments.
I did not say it was not fair. This is what I mean. You have a serious lack of understanding about rhetoric and arguments. You have a serious lack of your vocabulary is not big enough.
Don't you think even before they went in on October the 7th, right?
You have a fucking lack of a tight bum all, Simon.
That the Palestinians were stupid to believe they had any chance of winning a war by provoking them into a war.
I don't think the Palestinians had any say in the matter.
She doesn't know.
That's the whole point.
All right,
Palestinians
Hamas. Don't you think Hamas?
Something, they voted
yeah, I do. Yeah, they were stupid. They were stupid.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have
very
done that.
stupid. I mean, even
We're finding out now. We're finding out now that actually months before this happened, they were running drills just off the just not too far from where they actually attacked, and Israel knew about this very well. Netanyahu knew about it very well.
Well, maybe Israel let the silly bastards do it.
Can I just finish? Because of Netanyahu and his, issues that are going on with him, with his corruption, with his wife and stuff like that, he knew he had to do a Thatcher moment, and he made this his Falklands. That's what he did. He created.
Right, so
he allowed.
I'll accept
there was
that.
no other time has they ever been able to come near that fence. They would get.
No, I'm not even saying it's true, Gypsy. I'm saying let me just accept that. That still doesn't take away from the intent from these savage beasts who want to eradicate every single Jew.
Savage.
So you keep offering excuses for why they do it, but you don't look at the actual reason that these people are not willing to live with Jews because the religious text tells them that they must kill and fight the Jews wherever they find them. And that no tree or stone will hide the Jew.
Is your name Luke? Is your name Luke?
You're not going around in
Is your name Luke?
What is the actual purpose of this debate? Like, what is the point of contention?
No.
What is actually the point?
I think it's just we're throwing our opinions out there and people are offering counter arguments.
Yeah, I think Dark Magician thinks that for some reason Israel should back down because they've been doing nasty things during war. But during war, nasty things happen. And it's only afterwards that people get their reckoning.
Look, there's international engagement laws for war, right?
Yeah, no, I understand
broken many
that.
of them. Yeah.
I understand that, but I think
is that what you're trying to say, Dark Magician? Again, is that your main purpose of this conversation, that they're breaking the laws? So therefore,
I'm not really sure what this conversation is, to be honest with you. I just know that I was trying to find common ground, and I think we weren't making it. But who is this talking anyway?
That's Reggie.
Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie. Yeah.
Big
of
up.
course it is, Reggie. Of course it is.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm not very good at this shouting.
Age degenerate.
Like you, I don't know, man. I don't know how you do it for hours. But
Reggie, my point was that because I've been hearing Khan do a lot of like comparisons to like domestic crimes. Like, so say for example, imagine if I was to break into your flat and occupy a room, and then when you try and take it back from me, I kill you and all. I'm like, you can't compare domestic situations where if I killed 3 people in the UK, I'd be charged with 3 fucking murders to international like war situations where you may drop a bomb and if you can evidence that the target was this terrorist and you've taken that terrorist out, then you're allowed up to a certain amount of fucking casualties before you're even taken to court or pulled in front of the war.
How many casualties are you allowed?
Already established, like say for the Geneva Convention, what you're allowed to do during war.
And that's
what
the
are
other
you talking
thing,
about?
Dark Magician. Earlier on, you were saying about if your mum got kidnapped and then shot.
Yeah, that's those type of arguments. Like,
But for me, I think that's a bit silly because if we're realistic, right, nobody wants to lose their mother under any conditions. So for example, if my mum got kidnapped, right, but I knew that the only way to stop those bastards from killing hundreds of people is that there's a chance that she could get caught in crossfire. I'm realistic about it.
You're a horrible cunt.
I'd see her as a hero. I'd actually say my mother was a hero.
Horrible.
Okay, can I pick up that point?
Right, honestly. You're not adding any fucking context to any conversation. You're just adding fucking you're not adding anything.
You short, thick spaz.
Melly brings on these people to
Go break a leg, Simon.
So would you like to see the law change then? Do you think that police in domestic or in domestic and in international, they should be able to do whatever they need to do in order what they see is fit? The means justifies the end. Is that is that kind of what you're saying here?
Well, I think we already have that in law, but I obviously
we don't.
obviously we would still have to have people that check that that's what it was, and there was no other alternative.
Check ourselves, yeah.
She don't know.
Yeah.
So have an internal investigation into our own behaviour, and that's totally fine by you, yeah.
She does not understand the question.
When you've got millions of people in a country, I'm sure you can find people that are politically neutral who are going to make some good discussions. I mean, we've got plenty of scientists and psychologists and therapists that have made all these analysation sheets on whether to work out whether someone's neutral or inherently biased. I'm sure they could go through that kind of scrutiny before they get onto some board that make these decisions within our country. Yes.
Yeah, we do have that. They're called Amnesty International, Médecins Français, B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, and many others. And 250 of those organisations have signed a document saying that what's going on there is a genocide and it's war crimes. So
I don't think
there you go.
I mean, you wouldn't say it's a genocide. I mean,
that's what they say. It meets the
but it's not. It's incorrect. It's an emotional argument. Do you believe that October the 7th?
The RCT agrees. The RCT agrees.
Right, okay, but do you believe that? I'm asking your personal opinion here. Do you believe that October the 7th was a potential genocide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was. I think because it's the intention, right? So the intention was to go and kill innocent people and to wipe them out. So
So now that the IDF, when they do get pulled into court, will be able to show how they've dropped these leaflets, they've given this amount of time, they've told people to go here and there and everywhere. I'm guaranteeing you.
So you think they should present themselves?
They will say if it's 10 things that they're going to be charged with, 9 of them they're going to be found completely innocent of. And
that's your opinion.
That's your opinion. Look back. Please just let me finish, Dr. Magician. We're going to look back at this conflict and we're going to actually hail him.
You can't finish.
The caution that they took, the lack of deaths that they've caused, the fact that there's so little deaths that have been caused through this conflict compared to all other wars. Okay. I'm not sure if you realised it. Dr. Magician, just let me finish, please. I'll be 30 more seconds. So already, before the dust had even settled, Hamas have removed 1,000 children's names from the list of dead civilians in Gaza. 1,000 children. So in October, they released, they said 12,000 children killed. They've released a new report where 11,000 names have been completely removed. So we had this Hamas are lying, and they're already covering it up.
Speaking over people, and they're
no, I want you to explain to me in a way I understand.
Right, so Dark Magician, right?
No.
Imagine this, right? If you say for example, Netanyahu and his highly skilled soldiers, right, the ones at the top, the officials, they go, and it's found that one of these people has given a directive to put the leaflets over, and then also gave a directive to bomb people, right, in that area. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You could look at that and you could say, right, that's clear as day. They wanted to get as many people over there to kill them. But if you look at the death toll and it turns out actually they put that bomb down and it killed, 20 Hamas members and only 2 innocent civilians, you would say you wouldn't want to prosecute, would you?
You wouldn't be able to.
You know, that the thing is this.
I don't understand. So the war crimes set out in the Geneva Convention are pretty clear. And if you are purposely targeting individuals, in innocent civilians, man, women, or children, that is a war crime, and
that's yet to be proven.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But that's not what I said.
There are certain instances. There are certain instances that we already know that Israel. They openly said the reason why we attacked that position was because Hamas was there.
Yeah,
that means
that's not a justification.
It is.
Yeah, no. But
it's not. It's not. See, this is where you have a fundamental misunderstanding and lack of knowledge of international war crime law. You don't.
So, do you understand where the loophole is, though, Dark Magician? Do you understand that these people are just going to pretend that they're ordinary Palestinians?
You can't shut up for 5 minutes.
Jupiter, listen, not only that, Jupiter, in order for you to rely on international law to fucking be your defender, you have to follow international law. And that means not building fucking rocket launching pads from in hospitals or schools, not
Exactly.
putting children
Yeah.
over these fucking places. Because then what you're doing is 1 minute.
That's not true at all.
I've not finished. Stop interrupting me. You keep complaining about people.
Yeah, but you're talking. You don't allow anybody else to speak.
Stop.
No.
What they are doing
No,
is
you
highly
can't stop
illegal under
speaking.
international law, which is
You keep
using human
speaking,
shields.
but
So
it's
therefore,
like-
the international law will go
it's like
down
being
double on them,
insult.
and they'll back up Israel and say, "Well done, Israel. You took fucking great precaution. You had to do what you had to do." You are
That's not
deluded
how
if
it
you believe
works.
that international law is going to side with Hamas over fucking Israel.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't
We'll see
work
about
like
that, won't
that.
we? We'll see about
International
that.
law and the Geneva Convention is not suspended because one or the other side together are both.
We'll see about that, won't we?
Yeah,
committing
but if they're both
war.
breaking the laws, why do you want to get involved?
Because I don't want to see innocent women, men, and children die the way that they have, like literally being burned like a Holocaust.
Can I ask you something?
Like a wait, it wasn't being burned like a Holocaust. You're a liar.
They are. They're being burned in bombs.
He just said
Just go online and
because the
they're
Jews
being
were
burned.
during the Holocaust.
They're being burnt
And he's
alive.
trying to
They're being
you.
burnt alive.
I see where you're coming from, you little scumbag. I see where you're coming from, you little scumbag.
Can I ask you a question?
It's a song.
The Jews have been taken out from all over the Middle Eastern countries outside of Israel. In fact, you've struggled to find a Jew in Palestine, and they used to be there. You struggled to find a Jew in Jordan, in Egypt, etc. Is that also genocide?
No, that's them leaving of their own accord.
Or is it them leaving of their own accord?
Reggie, you ain't the smartest knife in the drawer, are you, son?
No. I'm asking you a question because you're saying it's them leaving of their own accord. Do you think?
It is. We already know this. We know this from the flight plans. Jews are leaving in their droves.
Do you think it would be safe for them to live in Egypt at the current moment?
I don't know where. Like many of them are coming back to Europe where they already have homes.
Do you think it would be safe for Jewish people to live in Egypt as at today?
So what the fuck were they doing out
I think
there?
Jews already do live in Egypt.
It's a bit.
Do they?
Jews already do live in Egypt.
The Jewish population in Egypt has fallen. The Jewish population in Jordan has fallen. The Jewish population in Lebanon has fallen.
Yeah,
these are all the markers.
Yeah, because what this is the reason for this is because
there's 12 Jews in Egypt, by the way. 12
tribes.
That is a classic example of genocide. When the population
Egyptians living in Cairo. I mean, the Egyptian Jews living in Cairo.
No, it's not.
When an area becomes untenable because of the threat of violence,
that's called ethnic cleansing. You see, you don't know what you're talking about, Reggie. You shouldn't be on this panel. You don't have a grasp of these concepts and these issues. You need to go back and read a bit more instead of reading the Bible all the time and doing your Bible studies. Actually, read some real
stop with your
books.
personals, mate. It's not good.
It's not being personal. It's so frustrating that you guys are just like don't have any idea. The only person here who has any idea what they're talking about is this Luke guy. He's the only one.
Yeah,
the rest of you don't have a clue what you're talking about. I mean, Wendy yesterday was like, "Oh, the Statue of Rome. We haven't been in Rome for years." It's like, what are you talking? Oh my God! Like seriously, and you've got a brass neck to come out and talk about this issue. Like, be quiet. Just be quiet. Don't talk about these issues.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that. I disagree with.
Who the fuck do you think you are? Because you disagree in law.
Think you are?
No, he ain't got no degree in law. He's just a fake lawyer. But the
I've
fact
got fucking family members who
Yeah,
have degrees in law. What's
That
it called?
magician.
Who do you think you are? Special?
Who's
Now I'm just going to ask you
I'm
a completely
special.
sensible question.
Compared to you,
that
I am
expecting
absolutely
you
like on
to
a different.
answer. So, in your head, what is the difference between ethnic cleansing and genocide? Because in my head, right, I'm going to tell you what I see it as, and then I want you to explain what the difference is. In my head, genocide is where you're going all out to actually eradicate the whole lot of people. That's genocide. Ethnic cleansing is only when you're trying to remove a certain ethnicity from a certain area.
No, but you're really stupid.
Now, I want you to explain to me what I've got wrong there. So explain it to me.
No, you haven't. You haven't. That's exactly what it is. But the difference is that if you want to go,
so it's not genocide, then, is it?
They're very similar.
They can intersect with each other. So, for instance, you can do ethnic cleansing and genocide at the same time.
He tried to be clever, but he's so dumb.
Ethnic cleansing is when you
Reggie,
target.
seriously, mate, honestly, you didn't even know what ethnic cleansing was. So, really, come on. You're just trying to save face. I understand. You're just trying to save face. I get it. I get it.
Simon, I'm waiting there for 2 seconds, yeah? Hey, guys, sorry, man. Sorry, man. Sorry. 1 sec, yeah? It is an extremely good day today. If you know, you know.
You know.
Oh, mass. Jesus.
Gang.
Don't worry.
Jeez. All right, go on.
Don't be happy, baby. Don't worry.
He's a number 4. Watching different. And we watch him score.
Calm down.
He'll pass the ball. Calm as you like.
That was beautiful, that.
Virgil van
So what
Dijk.
I'm saying, Dark Magician,
Virgil
is
van
the
Dijk.
numbers don't bear out calling it a genocide.
Dirty old
There's more people that have died in Ukraine, for God's sake.
Then what?
Than in
Well, we don't
Gaza.
know. We don't know the numbers, do we?
Not
So,
civilians, but not
but
civilians.
the Lancet, there was a publication by the Lancet that was quite.
You don't know
was
the
awful.
numbers. You don't know the numbers.
I mean, I agree with both sides here. I don't think we know the full ramifications of the numbers yet. We can't really. If I'm going to sit here and say I hate Hamas and I don't like them and I want them gone, I'm not going to sit here and listen to the numbers that they're giving and be completely based on that. I'm not going to do that.
Israel
Absolutely
won't
not.
allow anyone in to actually count the numbers.
Exactly. So that's the point, really. Isn't it?
Once the hostages are handed back over and the dust settles, then yeah, people can come in.
That's nonsense, though, because there was chance for the hostages to be handed over, and Netanyahu didn't want that to happen. So,
No, don't lie. Don't lie.
Yeah, it's true.
Hamas refused to. Hamas refused to hand over the hostages. America had to put pressure on them. They then handed over the 3, I think it was the Bibi family. They handed them over disgracefully, parading babies' fucking coffins around while these savage beasts were all chanting in the streets. Funny you didn't see any women. All these fucking men chanting in the street.
Do we all agree that atrocities happen on both sides?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not in the same. I believe, Chrissy, I believe one side is full of intent to wipe out and eradicate Jews. The other side is no, I can show you that. I can show you where the chart is. Like,
I can show you the same.
The other side, i.e. Israel, is yes, committing atrocities. Chrissy, I've not responded to you. You've asked me a question, I'm responding to you. So one side is religiously. You can't say that the Jews are religiously against Muslims because Muslims weren't around when Jews fucking came about.
I didn't say that.
So let me make my point then. So one side has been religiously indoctrinated, hating the Jews and fighting and killing the Jews wherever they find them, to the point where they've put it into the charter and voted in Hamas on the basis of that. And the other side, Israel, I agree, are also committing atrocities, but they are doing so in defense, and it's completely different context.
When did they put that into their charter? When did they put that into their charter?
2000. It was in the charter in 1988, and then they voted him in 2005. They changed the charter.
Did you know that Israel's charter also says from the river to the sea? Did you know that?
That are living there were born, yeah?
Say it again. No, they vote no. So
in their charter. Before half of the country was even born.
No, because you're wrong. If you listen to me, then you won't have to ask these questions.
All right, go on. Tell me again. When did they put that into their charter?
The charter was born in 1988. The charter was born in 1988. That charter remained in place in 2005 when they voted in Hamas. So
okay, so still
around. Let me finish my point. I'm not finished.
20 years ago.
Chrissy, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Chrissy, I'm not finished.
Yeah, 2005.
Chrissy, I've not finished. Chrissy, I've not finished. Chrissy, if you be quiet, you might not have to ask questions. If you just let me finish what I'm saying. So 1988, that's when the charter came about. 2005, that charter was still in place when Hamas. So 2005, the land was given over from Israel. The land was given back to the people of Gaza. So 2005, the Palestinian people needed a government. They started voting in Hamas. In 2006, Hamas were voted in officially as the government of Palestine. The charter at that time included Sahih Bukhari, where it says that they must fight the Jews wherever they find them and kill the Jews, and that no tree or stone will hide the Jews.
Right, okay. Not only
did they have the Jew hatred in there,
but
they also had
the you said 2005.
If you've got a question, you can ask me answer.
No. It's not that you're not finished. You finished answering the question I asked.
They have that about the Jews in there. They also have a verse about jihad. And there's the call to jihad as well.
I don't need to know.
You don't have to understand anyway, because it's not about you.
That was 20 years ago, wasn't it? That was 20 years ago. The median age of Palestine is 19. So what they wrote
and that all these Muslims will fight for jihad, and they voted in Hamas for that. In 2006, they got in power.
Okay, and now it's 2025. So half of the population wasn't alive to even read that.
No, incorrect.
It's true.
Well, you said 2005. You said 2005.
Incorrect.
I believe it's 2005.
We know that the median age is 19 in Gaza. We know that.
The average age is 19, as the gentleman said. But you are determined. You're committed to misunderstanding everything. Now,
I don't need your little.
I'd like to ask the whole panel a question.
Even if Hamas changed their charter,
with some dirty.
Chrissy,
I'd like to ask the whole panel a question.
Chrissy, I'm going to respond to that statement that you made. I'm going to respond to that statement that you made. I'm going to respond to that statement that you made, Chrissy. I'm going to respond to that statement that you made. Chrissy, no, we're going to respond to that statement that you just made. Yeah, please. Please just mind your necking for like a few moments. Ask your questions out there, and then when you don't like the answer, because it's not, it's going to embarrass you.
No, it's not done like the answer. It's not done like the answer. You've given us the answer. We've given you the facts to your answer.
Who's
me and the other guy.
You see, before he was all Team Israel. Now that I'm on here speaking about Israel, he's against it. The guy's just a hypocrite.
Sorry, who's team? Who was all Team Israel?
Conviction.
Dark Magician doesn't speak for you, Chrissy.
You was Team Israel before, listening.
Who was?
I'm completely neutral. I'm just making my own points.
Yeah, I'm neutral as well.
You wasn't neutral.
I am neutral.
You wasn't listening before. I listened before. You was very much Team Israel.
No, I've never been Team Israel.
You need to listen back because that's how you came across.
How have I been Team Israel?
Yeah, sometimes there's going to be people that will agree with your point and they won't. You just have to hold your corner.
You was offering an argument about Hamas a terrorist organisation, why do not be a terrorist organisation, and why Israel have to do everything they can to ensure that Hamas never get in power. You were saying shit like that.
No, I wasn't saying shit like that. I was saying that Hamas. Listen, I was saying that Hamas are a terrorist organisation.
Billy, was this guy before saying that Hamas needs to be out of power?
That's not me backing Israel. That's me telling you the truth. Hamas are a terrorist organisation, and what they did on the 7th of October is abhorrent. That's what I said.
That's exactly what I just said.
That's not me being Team Israel. That's me just being a human being.
It's not.
I don't know.
Because Israel are doing awful things to Palestine. Palestine and Hamas have done awful things to Israel. They are both as bad as each other.
Yeah,
I want peace.
No, they're not.
I want peace.
No, they
majority of people
they're not as bad as each other. And I'll explain
peace.
why if you allow me. If you allow me to offer my opinion as why they're not the same. So one has been religiously indoctrinated by a religion that says that it cannot change and that it must be applied until the day of judgment.
That's the last three.
No, it's not. So let me
just clarify that, Luke.
To be perfect and final and applicable until the end of time.
Let me just clarify
that.
No,
I'm not finished, Chrissy. Stop being rude, Chrissy.
Let him finish.
No. You need to clarify a point.
No, let him finish first, and then you go.
Thank you, Billy.
Let him finish.
You just made a point that I need to clarify before we go all the way back to it.
Be quiet. Chrissy, be quiet. Thank you.
Tell me to be quiet, mate.
Every time you speak, I'm going to start again. Every time you speak, I'm just going to start again.
That's fine. And every time you speak, I'll start again.
No. We're not going to be playing silly games. Everyone's been having normal discussions for the whole fucking day.
Brilliant.
We've got some extremely good news. Yeah,
normal. Well, what's the good news?
Yeah.
We need a
we're not finished yet.
So,
what's the good news?
Listen, one at a time.
Thank you.
Yeah, you go, Billy. What's the good news, brother?
Not yet, Chrissy.
Yeah, don't worry, bro. All be revealed in good time.
Not for you to know, lad. You be quiet.
I'm telling you. Let me tell you. Wait, hold on. Let me drop some sprinkles on it. Sprinkle. Yeah.
Go on, bro.
Just know that the news that I receive is beneficial for all y'all. You get me? Yeah? All right, carry on with the discussion.
It's probably one thing that we can unite on there. But until we unite on that, let's argue more. So why I believe that it's in no way the same. No, don't start this. You just heard Veli tell you to be quiet and let me finish. And why are you being rude?
I'm not listening to anyone. You're telling me I'm not
listening to anybody. But if you're going to be on the panel, you're not going to ruin a conversation. We've been having a good conversation, and now you've just come on.
Chrissy, let him finish, man, and then you can go next with no interruptions. Listen, if you let him finish, you're going to not get interrupted as well.
Be quiet, mate. So be quiet.
All right. We don't know if he's your boss or not. Yeah, you still have to let him finish. Let him finish. Yeah, he's not your boss, is he? You don't work for him or whatever. But let him finish.
No, exactly. And he needs to know that. So maybe he does.
All right, bro. Let him finish now, man.
He goes there for some reason. Anyway. So why I don't believe that they are both the same, they're equally as bad. One group of people is religiously indoctrinated by a religion that claims to be perfect, final, and applicable into the end of times, to hate, and not only hate, but to fight and kill the Jews. And the verse specifically says it's Sahih Bukhari. Which one? 3528. I might even have the number in my head. Sure. Simon, where it says that the Muslims must fight and kill the Jews wherever they find them, and that no tree or stone will hide a Jew, and that if a Jew could hide behind this tree,
we know all that. Carry on, man.
You know,
this is play school.
If a Jew does hide behind this tree,
I did this at fucking.
We know this.
Muslim. There was a Jew hiding.
Let him finish his point, man. Come on.
Let me finish my point. I was
listening about it.
Yeah, can he stop?
Let him get to the end of the point, and then you're going to be able to speak with no interruptions. If you not keep interrupting each other, no one's going to get to speak.
Correct.
That's what happens all the time, though, Veli.
So try not to do it.
Well, that's why I'm telling you to stop it. If you know that happens all the time, let him finish, and then you get a free run to correct any mistakes made and make your point.
Can we not have repetition, though? Because we all know about the Jews hiding behind bushes.
All right, bro. Just let him make his point, and then you can make your point.
Keep it succinct.
No, you don't get to dictate. Thank you. So I'll start again.
No, you don't get to dictate either.
I'll start again. So why I don't believe that
these fuck's sake, man, stop being a
these two groups are equal is because one is massively indoctrinated by religion, another one is not. It's just trying to peacefully coexist and live in its original homeland, which all three religions recognise, by the way. Even in Islam, they refer to Jews as the children of Israel. Unfortunately, these Muslims have been indoctrinated. Yes, I do believe that they are a victim of their religion, but that's where it stops there. Once they start making victims of their religion, then unfortunately they're no longer
Israel as well.
Yeah, please just let me finish, Veli. I don't believe that. I believe that everything that Israel's done, and I'm not stupid, I'm not ignorant. In times where I'm arguing you, I might kind of ignore it, throw it to a side. But yes, I believe when we look back at this, once the dust settled, there might be certain things that will be classed as abhorrent, war crimes. But I believe the vast majority of the actions that Israel have taken will be justified and will be rightly so, for simply based out of the defense, the fact that they're surrounded by the enemies. They've tried to coexist. We can show through history from the 6-Day War onwards to the time that it gave the land back to Gaza, and all Gaza has done with that land is create a terrorist state and use it to launch missile after missile after missile, to the point where Israel have had to develop defense mechanisms like the Iron Dome and that. Israel will be able to show the rest of the world how they are doing all their things in defense, and they are up against a pretty impossible task. And I can assure you the rest of the world will not agree with him, because we've seen through history how for some reason Jews are just completely demonized wherever they are, and every single if people can unite on one thing, it's hatred towards the Jews. But I'm not going to stand on that. People accuse me of being racist and shit like that. I don't stand on the hatred of a certain group of people, especially when it's based off a fucking religion that tells you that you're not a good human being if you don't go and kill a Jew. That's fucking savage. I don't have any sympathy for people like that.
Argument.
But that's exactly what you are doing to the Palestinian people.
I'm not doing anything to them.
Yeah, you are. You're making exactly the same.
Yeah, you refuse to have any sympathy for any of them or their
You're not being consistent.
You are.
No one's not calling for the death of Jews and all that.
You don't have to be consistent when you're fighting against terrorists. You don't
You
have to
do.
be consistent when fighting terrorism. You don't have to be.
They're both terrorists, mate.
They're not
They're
terrorist
both
groups.
sides
IDF is
are
not a terrorist
doing
group.
stuff
A recognised
that shouldn't
army
be
and their
done.
allies. If there was a World War III, the IDF would be fucking saving your bald ass. So don't call them terrorists.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
They won't be saving anything of mine. So, Luke, do you agree that the killing should stop?
What do you mean? Explain. You just got to. It doesn't.
Right.
that's
So
more
the killing,
simplistic.
yeah,
You can't just say that.
people dying in this conflict. Do you agree?
Christians have killed more
that the
Jews
killing-
than
I don't believe it should
Muslims.
stop. I believe that
Do
all the
you
terrorists
agree
should be wiped
that
out.
the killing should stop?
Hey, wait. Do you
No, I don't believe that
Sorry,
the killing
who's
should stop. I
speaking?
believe
Someone
that every
speaking
single
there?
So
terrorist should
you
be
want
killed.
killing? You want death? Yeah.
Yes,
you
I want
killing,
I
you
want terrorists. Yes.
Don't want the killing
See,
to
that's
stop.
why the people with your mindset, yeah,
Did you
are the
just say that?
wrong
They were
people in
winning.
the world.
Are the ones who were winning the war?
No, but listen,
They're
if
not
you're going
winning
by
the war.
faiths, this one faith's killed this much people or whatever, the Christians have killed more Jews
Yeah, but we're not
than,
arguing about
than
Christians,
Muslims.
are we?
are.
That's what aboutism.
No,
It's
but
not-
that's the point that you made, right? That this
Yeah,
that
we
their
can have a
religion.
conversation tomorrow. Change
Wait,
it out
wait,
tomorrow.
hold
We'll
on,
have a
hold on,
conversation.
hold on, Luke, hold on. The point that you made was that Islam is calling for the death of Jewish people, right?
Yeah.
And it's in the ideology, and I'm saying, but that's what I was saying. So if you're making a comparison between people following
Yeah,
a
you
faith
follow Christianity.
and killing Jewish people or whatever,
Yeah.
then the Christians killed more Jews than
Yeah, but
than
does
the
it say
Muslims, man.
does it say it in like the modern day Bible?
No,
like
you
the
don't
New
know. It
Testament?
doesn't. I don't think it says it in
No,
any of the
you
Christian
can't
books.
compare it, can you?
That you
Because
must kill Jews where they stand.
unfortunately,
But
what
in
Islam's done,
the Old Testament, listen, the Old Testament calls.
How do
Listen,
you
the
work
Old
that out?
Testament.
Because England
Wait,
was fighting the war
wait. Let me
for
finish, man. Let me finish. Yeah.
it. Are you
The Old
talking about
Testament.
Germans?
Yeah,
Billy,
and they're Christians, right?
You know what my answer's going to
I
be
don't
already.
think there was a Catholic. You're talking
You'd
about.
make this argument at one point.
You
Billy. I know
sanctioned
you
by-
would.
he was sanctioned by the Pope.
I would say it's
Adolf
multiple.
was a Catholic.
Because the
yeah.
Germans also had Muslims that fought alongside
Adolf
them.
Hitler was a Catholic, and he
was,
was sanctioned by the Pope.
Yeah,
as
but he
well.
was also
Come
influenced
on,
by the
stop
Grand Mufti of Palestine. And if you have a look, it's the
Yeah,
Grand
but
Mufti
he's
of
a- he's a-
Palestine.
he's a Christian, though.
Hoodwinked him into
He's not a
going after the
Muslim, is he?
Jews.
And he like meth.
Right, so
Yeah, alright, Adolf Hitler, a Christian or a Muslim?
Veli, let me reply to your original point. So you said about the Christians. So the thing that Christianity does is it evolves and it develops and it modernizes itself. Islam, Muhammad.
No, but just these men don't follow.
Muhammad snook, and you would have made this. I fully believe you'd made this argument at one point, Veli, that Islam has kind of snooked itself, where it says, and it makes that claim very clear that it is perfect, final,
Perfect,
and
and it can't
applicable
change.
until the end of times. Christianity hasn't said that. I believe in Christianity, the belief behind it is that it can change and develop. That's why gays are allowed to get married in certain churches now, because they
Abrogated
find a way of justifying
the
it.
word.
That's never
No,
going
no,
to
they-
happen in Islam.
Abrogated.
because
I
of
don't
that
think he
specific
understands
verse.
that.
No,
One minute, guys.
They-
1 minute.
to
That
the
specific
word
verse in Islam that said that it's not allowed to change, and
I'm
it's
literally telling you
perfect, final,
something,
and
Luke,
applicable until the end of
but
time.
you can't
So that
hear
verse
it.
in there about the Jews, and you should fight and kill them until the end of times, that's never going to change with extremist Muslims that are in that medium.
Yeah, but
The only
the
reason,
idea.
Look, the only reason why the Christians don't follow any of the barbaric teachings. Wait, hold on. The only reason why the Christians don't follow any of the barbaric teachings now is because of like democracy and the separation of
Because of enlightenment. Because of
the
enlightenment.
separation of church and state. But like, wait, hold on, because the point I was trying to make though was that the Old Testament calls for more killing than the Quran.
Right, Billy. So
You know
what we'll
that's
do
true, right?
tomorrow, make a title on Good Friday. Actually, don't do it on Good Friday.
It
Don't
does,
take me. Do it maybe on Tuesday or something. Make a title about Christianity, and we'll have the exact same conversation, but base it more around Christianity. I don't know how. I don't know how. When we're trying to have a conversation about Palestine and Israel,
I've heard rabbis
going to achieve anything. It's not.
You make comparisons in the middle of
No,
our discussion.
I don't make
you
comparisons. I don't make
That's what
what
happens.
about them.
Hey, Luke, hold on. When we're having these discussions, though, right? We make comparisons between other bits and pieces and do that all the time, right? Like
Yeah,
do
you
all
can
the time,
do,
I
but
all
it's
the
it is
time,
irrelevant.
and others do it all the
It's
time.
a very good form of rhetoric.
Yeah, but all it's
It's a
going to do,
powerful form
though,
of rhetoric.
and if any of you disagree with this, then you're dishonest. All it will achieve, Veli, is
I already
focus
disagree,
conversation onto
because you're a
Christianity
dick.
and make it difficult for us to get it back to Gaza
I
and
already
Israel. 100%. That's all it's going to do.
No. It was just the one point. Like you know, like.
And we now spent 5 minutes discussing it. Exactly. That's
You're
what.
not on
No. It was just the one
do.
point, though, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, but Luke, you
again, the
can't
point's
just
been made
bully
now,
the
right?
conversation.
I
You
can.
can't just bully the conversation.
I can.
No, you can't, bro. You've got to allow people to speak, and you've got to allow people to have their points of view. You just want to be the one to talk all the time.
I can't be polite, so I'm not sure if you've watched me before, Dark Magician. It depends on who's on the
I've
panel.
spoken with you before, like many times.
I know you have, only once.
No one is
watching only once.
No, I spoke with you before.
Yeah, I spoke to you once. I mean, like previous, like obviously when I'm having like intense debates like this, or
look, your reputation precedes itself. There's many people on this panel right now that have spoken about your behaviour.
Like, we're not arguing. We're not like effing and jeffing. Me and Veli will go fucking head to head and like, yeah, we do effing jeffing at times. Like, but it's like a very civil.
I know that it happens. It does happen. Of course, it does. Like, but I'm saying what I'm talking about is stop bullying. Stop bullying.
I don't really want to insult anyone where we're having discussions here. But I just can't help getting triggered sometimes, innit? So I have to call you like a
exactly.
or something.
That's what I
mean. It's nothing personal.
I actually don't want to insult it. I don't really, innit? Like I just say, like, so I get a bit triggered sometimes, innit? Like, you know, I might call you a spasm. I don't mean that you're actually.
It happens, but obviously,
that's what I'm saying. I tend to like match other people's energies. So as you're saying, we all had a decent conversation. Then the second that Chrissy came in, and like obviously we're just talking over each other back and forth because that's what he tends
I think you get a little bit insecure, and you want to be the loudest person. You say things like, "I'll run circles around you," and you don't run circles around anyone.
I run circles on a few people, Dark Magician, definitely. I've proven that.
Absolutely, I'm sure you do, but like.
Luke, I don't like dealing with anyone
because of our size.
Fucking Simon getting triggered. Where's all Gummidge and Corner getting triggered? You're not really having any.
He's always triggered. He just talks over people.
Belly, what's this good news, man?
Yeah, hey, Dark, man, don't worry, man. You know, I'll holler you after the show, innit, man?
All right, brother.
You know what time it is, Kaz. Yeah, but yeah, man. Hey, listen, yeah. Oh, man. It is so peak out here in the dunya. Do you get me?
When's the big reveal, Belly?
In good time.
And Judge Rastafari. All of them things, they're all in one. Man.
I would just say one thing though on that point.
I don't know what you're on about. Bloody hell.
Don't worry, man. You'll have a clue soon, mate.
Christian anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of anti-Semitism. It's really old and it's really well documented. And even if you like look at the Plantagenets in England and what they did to some of the Jews and stuff like that, it's one of the oldest forms.
Like a running trend of like just like every century there seems to be a period of like Jew hatred.
What Veli was trying to say is that there is another religion that is very well known and very well documented for being that contributor towards.
I agree with that. But then we could go into thousands of religions that have different opinions on stuff.
But you see, this is the point, right? If you continuously bully the conversation, you haven't allowed somebody to make one throwaway point just to chew on the discussion and then move on, because you kind of want to win every single point and you can't let anything go. That's how I see your debate.
So I've always had the motto that I never get into a battle unless I know I'm going to win. Like, I don't know why you would get into a debate not wanting to win. Who gets into the debate wanting to lose? Not me.
You don't have to turn up for every single fight.
I didn't turn up. You turned up. I was here first. You turned up first.
I don't think you're getting with the point. Don't worry about it. You're young. You're young.
Has anybody ever accused you of being a gaslighter?
Is to learn, not to
you did, yeah.
Yeah, I bet I'm not the first.
No one else has ever said that to me. No, you obviously. I think you've got some good points to make, and that I'm just making an observation. I think maybe you should think about not trying to bully people on the panel and just speak over them all the time.
We've had this conversation.
It makes you look weak.
So if you've watched it over like the period of since like October 7th, basically, you'll see how a lot of times I was I held my opinions back. It's only recently. I think what it was is when I seen the children's coffins being paraded by these savage beasts. I've been like, I'm not holding back anymore.
But how can you call a whole group of people savage beasts?
Because they've proven it by voting in a terrorist.
No. Half of them didn't exist.
Not half of them. Not half of them. Do you have the numbers, Chrissy? Is it half? Is it half?
No, it's more than half. More than half of Palestinians didn't exist when Hamas was voted in.
Oh, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Right, all right. You made that statement. Dark Magician himself agreed that.
That's to do with age.
I think you might have been confused, but there's research out there that
age
even
of
West
the
Bankers, they bought in Hamas as well, because Hamas are the ones who want to kill the Jews. They're very much indoctrinated by religion.
No, I didn't.
You cannot say
Please don't put words in my mouth.
Luke, obviously Hamas done a double trick with that, right? Because if they use something like Saeed Bakari as part of their manifesto, how many staunch Sunnis are going to say, "Oh, we're not listening to Saeed Bakari as thing"? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like it's really a catch-22.
How many verses?
But even if they disagree with it,
Belly.
I would just listen. How would alright, so you tell me how any person that disagrees with Saeed Bakari's verse about the Jews hiding under the star, how would they refute that?
What do you mean refute what? The verse?
Yeah, how do they refute that and then say that, oh no, this is shirk what Hamas is saying, and we're not gonna agree with what they're saying? How that's the point I'm making, right?
I don't believe anybody's done that.
Because it's Sahi. Yeah, Sahi means like the highest level of
which everybody follows.
Say that it's definitely true.
Yeah, everybody follows it.
So they was able to, you know what I mean? Like,
okay, so let me respond to that.
It started with the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, right?
Then.
The Hamas.
So Saeed Bakari himself wrote thousands of hadiths. Why did you choose the one that said kill and fight the Jews until the end of times?
Someone put
why did they use it?
Why did they use that specific verse? Yeah?
Actually, they probably used it because, you know,
because they want to fight
their occupation. They're occupied by, as far as they're concerned, they feel like they're... Bro, let me answer, bro. They feel like they're occupied by Israel at the moment. So having a doctrine saying that we're going to fucking get rid of Israel and free all our people or whatever, they sound like some radical freedom fighters and all that sort of stuff there, you know what I mean? Like, so might have been some
call them radical freedom fighters
that was being oppressed or feel like they're being oppressed in that time.
No, I mean, you could make that argument if it was just that verse, just that specific one, but then they also bring up the verse regarding jihad. And
it's like, imagine there's a
wait. What about the jihad verses, though, Belly, where they're calling for a global jihad? That's not just about the Jews. What about the jihad one?
Could you repeat that?
What about the verses that call for jihad in the charter?
It's internal.
It's all from a fiction.
It's not an internal jihad. Don't you even go there, you're a fucking bitch.
Yeah, but this is listen.
Internal jihad.
You keep trying this bait and switch move here. You and I know that charter when they've been voted in on is not the charter that they've got today.
It doesn't. It's the one that they got voted in on, Belly. You keep.
It's the one that they got voted in on. The same one that Netanyahu allowed them to receive funding on.
Can we actually
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
can we have a look at the demographics?
You don't place none of the blame on any of the other people that was allowing this funding to happen. But you are placing blame on the voters.
It doesn't take away from their intent, though, Belly. You know it doesn't. So stop trying to say that because Israel might have known about it or even facilitated.
You understand why collective punishment is
Of course it does.
Intolerant behaviour.
If I'm the leader of Jamaica, think up. Alright, say I'm Veli Holders, the fucking Prime Minister of Jamaica. Barbados have got and Barbados and Jamaica are right next to each other, island to island, or like Dominican Republic and Haiti. Yeah, and then the leader of Dominican Republic or Haiti knows that the party coming in opposite or the party trying to gain power has in their charter that they want to destroy Jamaicans or whatever. But I allow this party to keep getting funding because it's going to disrupt the other party and might make the fight to keep Israeli or Jamaica and it's Haiti and Dominican Republic. Make it all Haiti or make it all Dominican Republic, whichever way or whatever. Like I'm gonna have to take some part in the blame for these terrorist people coming in. I've allowed the funding. I've allowed the funding to be flooded to them, and I've allowed. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though international, because remember the international community, including England and America, said that they would refuse. They're refusing to recognize Hamas, and so and so. Yeah, but Netanyahu was saying no. Let them be voted. Let them be part of the people that get voted in. he has to have some part to play in it.
Yes,
You can't blame him fully, but he's got some part to play in that.
Yes.
You can't take away
We've
no
had these
blame from it.
conversations multiple times, Billy. I don't mind we keep having that exact same conversation. I've already accepted that certain things like that, you can put a certain amount of responsibility on Israel itself, and things might have backfired, or what Jupiter says, where they might have even wanted it to happen, so they can show the rest of the world, look, regardless of who's in fucking power, they're going to do this shit to us. Again, every single extra bit that you add, extra caveat, doesn't take away from the fact that Hamas have this intent anyway, and they want to kill Jews. You can't say that people facilitating them or whatever are worse than the people who are wanting to commit the action or the atrocity.
No, that's a straw man.
But then adding that argument, Billy, it waters down the atrocities that they're willing to commit themselves.
But I never said that though. I never said that they're worse. I said they have a part to play. They have a part to play for them coming into power, and you're refusing to acknowledge that.
Do you understand that collective punishment is a war crime?
Multiple times. But I said that,
do you understand that collective punishment is a war crime?
By openly acknowledging it or bringing it up as an argument, waters down the intent of terrorists, and I won't do that.
Oh my
regardless of whether Israel aided them or not, they would still want to kill Jews.
I don't disagree whether they're terrorists or not. Like I'm saying, but I still say that Netanyahu still has a part to play. The Likud
regardless of whether they're terrorists or not,
other people that was facilitating Hamas coming into power have a part to play for Hamas being in power. Of course they do.
Again,
the same way that you're saying the voters have a part to play, the other people that are facilitating have a part to play as well.
Yeah, but the main issue at the moment is Hamas. So once they've eradicated Hamas, maybe they can look at themselves and.
You're not going to eradicate Hamas. You're not going to do that.
Well, at the moment, Hamas, which are the main issue, are the ones doing the killings.
Solution's better than cure, right? The solution in the first place. Wait. The solution in the first place was not for Netanyahu to allow them to get funded, for them to grow and to become a viable party to be picked and voted in.
Take away the intent.
Especially if they say that they want to destroy Israel. That's their main shit in the. Come on, man! I don't know why you're being staunch on that one.
Nobody's being staunch.
You can recognise that. You can recognise that. That's why.
Billy,
think about this then, yeah. Think about. Hey, wait. Let me ask you this then, yeah. So, do you blame
no,
the British voters that are allowed to?
I've just acknowledged it. I've just talked right here on this conversation. I've acknowledged it. I've said, yeah, I accept that.
No. But I'm making another point. Let me make this other point. Let me make this second point. Sorry. It's a bit hard for me to hear. Yeah, I've got a fucked up headphone on still. Yeah, I don't know where my other headphone is. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, like I was saying, yeah, obviously, like no one blames the British public for what happened in Iraq under Tony Blair. They blame Tony Blair and the government.
Yeah.
Yes, no, but it doesn't take away the intent of the terrorists that were fucking killed in the first place. I'm not saying.
But we voted in Tony Blair. We voted Tony Blair to be in, and they went and done
they come here and blow us up.
Billy, for some reason, I'm understanding your point. I completely understand your point, and I'm agreeing with it to certain levels. But you're completely refusing to ignore to understand my point. And my point is that even if nobody facilitated these people would still be in intent on slaughtering Jews based on religious scripture. Now, you can say this person's facilitated, that person's facilitated, and that person's facilitated. I agree with you. And all of them should be held accountable.
We already agreed that they're terrorists. No one's saying that Hamas are a good party.
You can't say that about the civilians. You can't say that about the civilians.
So I accept that there's other people, other parties in play that have got some level of responsibility to the level to where they got to today. But that doesn't eradicate the responsibility of Hamas, who want to slaughter Jews and will do so without the aid of any other people.
No one's trying to take away the responsibility that Hamas play in their actions. We've actually condemned
every time I bring up Hamas, you make arguments that
you're basically just talking.
But Luke, wait. Listen.
Allow other people to talk.
No, I don't think there's been anyone here. Listen, I don't think there's been anyone on the panel, even any of the fucking lunatics that you might have thought support Hamas or whatever. I don't think anyone's come on here and said that we support Hamas and they're not in the wrong. Like literally everyone said that they are in the wrong for what they're doing. But what we're saying. Listen, where the disagreement and the separation comes is the amount of facilitating or blaming that we're laying on any of the people that was facilitating Hamas to come in, like the money that they're receiving from UAE. Why should they be allowed to?
Luke is set on disagreeing.
I'm responding to you, Billy. So I've told you, I think you're way too focused on who's facilitated it, rather than focused on the actual fucking savage beasts who want to kill these people. Like, regardless,
no, you condemn them already, bro.
Billy, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point, please. So we can Take these people to
Oh,
court
you're
tomorrow.
always finishing a point, man.
Let me finish my point, Dr. Magician. So we can arrest every single person who you say facilitated it. Netanyahu, all those people could be locked up tomorrow. Do you think that Hamas are going to stop killing Jews?
Talking
Billy, please answer that.
No, but Hamas will get locked up as well. Also, don't you? Hamas have arrest warrants out for their leaders. I think there's going to be arrest warrants for the new leaders.
We're talking about the women and children.
What are you guys on about? I mentioned getting
I
arrested.
don't think that you hear when we say we condemn what Hamas's actions and we don't support Hamas. I don't think you ever hear that.
What percentage of Palestine do you believe are savages, Luke?
Yeah, this is where it comes back to. This point, you are trying to make the people savages and you're dehumanising them.
80%.
How do you know that?
Mr. Lottie said Simon's a suicide bomber.
I'm savage. Yeah.
Suicide bomber.
I'm way more savage.
I can believe that. So look, calling 80% of Palestine savages is just completely wrong.
I don't care what you
80% of them they're mostly children.
I know you don't care, and that's the right wing answer.
I can show you how the children are savage as well. I can show you videos of them trying to stab Jews, blaming Jews for killing Mickey Mouse.
Right, and we've got videos of Jews killing Palestinians. We don't believe that 80% of Jews.
Videos of Jewish children attacking Christians, bro.
Let me respond to Dr.
In Israel.
No, let me respond to Dr. Magician. He's making that point. I accept it, Dr. Magician, that the children this is why I don't like get into these arguments, because I feel like you're being dishonest. So before I acknowledged and I said that there's a level of sympathy there. The sympathy stops when they make when the victims of the religion, these children, then make other people victims of it. That's when my sympathy stops.
So they're not all beasts.
When they start trying to kill Jews, regardless of the age, I don't care what age they are. Once they try and kill a Jew, my sympathy for those children has stopped.
You've just made a very good argument against your own point.
Stance,
didn't he?
Yeah, but there's Jewish kids throwing stones at Christians in Israel,
and they're signing bombs.
Right,
and we've got Omegle footage. We've got Omegle footage. We've got TikTok footage of these Jewish Israeli kids talking to other kids online, basically, showing their genocidal intent towards the Palestinian people, saying things like, "Yeah, we just want them gone. Just get rid of them. They're beasts. They're animals. They're disgusting." So it's like, so should we have the same energy for the Israeli children as well?
I mean, I bring up evidence. So do you want me to show you the video that we all seen?
I've just given you evidence. Wait. Let me pin you on this. Ask the question. No. I'm not interrupting you. You have to answer that. Yes or no? Do we have the same energy for the Israeli children? Yes or no?
I am answering
yes or no?
Don't tell me how to answer a question. I'm going to answer you.
It's not a competition.
So we all seen a video weeks ago. So the last argument that you made there is where there's people on TikTok, people from Israelis who are mocking like Palestinians and calling for genocide. I can show you where there was Palestinian doctors in Australia who did the exact same thing to an Israeli and said that they kill Jewish patients in Australia simply because they're Jewish. So that doesn't make, like, what you're talking about, that doesn't add any
You made a completely irrelevant point.
I made a completely
you are floundering. You are floundering right now. You are literally, your legs are jelly right now. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I'll bring the evidence.
We have evidence of children signing bombs. We have children signing bombs. We have children on social media saying we want to kill. So are they beasts as well? Are they beasts as well? By your own definition, are they beasts?
I'm not heard your question because
we all agree that there are.
You are
Let Luke answer that point.
So he's saying that my legs are jelly. I'm not answering the question of something. What I will do is I'll bring the evidence. I'll bring the evidence of these Palestinian doctors calling for the death of Jews, and then we'll say, and then I want you. And then what
he said that's bad, and he condemns it. But he's asking you, you class children signing bombs as relevant. You class them as savages.
Haven't you just asked them to allow me to finish my point?
Signing bombs.
Belly, haven't you just asked them to allow me to finish my point, and then you just interrupted?
Speak to his point, though. Speak to his point, though, Luke. Because obviously, if you go around the houses, I'm going to keep cutting in.
Don't make me rewind it, Belly, like I always do. I put myself right. You know I'm always right.
You are a kite flying in the wind, bro. You're going all over the place.
Can I have a sponsor?
He's a Tesco bag.
Can I respond?
It's a simple yes or no answer.
It's not a simple yes or no
Are these
answer.
really children beasts?
Are these? No, they're not. I don't believe they are.
Oh, well, there you go. You're a hypocrite.
No, I'm not.
But yeah, you're being
You're not using, you're not using the same standards.
You're saying you're using the same standards for one side.
Right, so you just fell into the trap. Let me finish.
Applying
Let me
the same
finish.
logic.
I'm responding. I'm responding. So now let me play the video of the Palestinian doctors calling for the death of Jews, and then I want you to show your video of the Israelis doing it. I want you to show the Israelis doing it because I don't believe it.
Oh my God!
You're saying that you've never seen any videos of Israeli children signing the bombs.
You should log off. You should log off. This is embarrassing.
On, man, that's old news, bro. That's from the 90s.
Have you never seen Palestinians calling for the death of Jews?
Yes, and we said we condemn that. That's the whole point. Listen, it's because you're because you're asking
do you know what the difference between us is? We don't call them beasts.
Of the opposite side, you're not condemning.
No, you're making one example. So let me respond.
Bro, listen, you made an example of these men.
Let me respond to you then.
And he gave you the.
Let me respond to you. So you're making one example of an Israeli saying something on TikTok. I made an equal example of it.
No,
that to me equals out.
You've got Pew research polls.
Let me finish. I also mentioned that there's propaganda videos out there which I can show you now, where there's children as young as 3 or 4 being taught to stab the Jew and kill the Jew. I don't see Jewish people doing that. Let me finish.
Because they're too clever to put it on video.
That are on Palestinian national TV, where Palestine are saying to the children that Mickey Mouse has been killed by the Jewish people. I can't see that in Israel. If you want to show that, you can do. Now, the one example that you brought up, I brought up another example that he put out, and I've got the evidence to show it. Now it's down to you to show some evidence.
Luke,
we don't need to. We don't need anyone showing anything.
Remember we played a video. Wait. Hey, Doc, hold on. Hey, Luke, do you remember we played a video of an Israeli wedding where they had dead babies on the screen and everyone was cheering and celebrating? Are those people savages?
Oh, that's hard.
Right, show me a screen, please, Belly.
Luke, answer the question first. Answer the question first. And the people that was in the Israeli wedding celebrating the death of dead Palestinian children, are they savages?
Yes, they will be savage, yes.
Great. So we're agreed there are savages on both sides.
Why did you just change your view?
Yes.
Wait, because he's brought a specific scenario and asked me my opinion.
Okay, but there are savages on both sides, yes?
Yeah. But calling them, calling people, the point is calling people beasts is dehumanizing, and it leads to.
And what it kill Jews is dehumanizing.
Of course, and it leads.
Listen, I think it's right. I think it's appropriate to dehumanize.
You got there in the end. Well done. You did well. You did well. In the end, you've got humanity.
Let me respond.
Well done.
I think it's appropriate. So I'm responding to you. So I think it's appropriate to dehumanize and demonize people who want to slaughter Jews for no good reason other than the religion tells them to.
They are the minority extremists, though. And there are extremists on both sides, aren't there?
Have the same energy for the Israelis.
So have you seen this video before?
Do you follow any faith, Luke?
I don't. Dark Magician, have you seen this video?
Okay, shut up.
No.
You shut up, you fucking batty crease.
No, shut up.
Right, so have you seen the video? You've not seen this video of the Australian Palestinian doctors who are speaking to the Jewish guy saying that they killed Jews?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
What is this a video off or something?
Threats after she.
But I'm not going to call them. I'm not going to call them beasts.
There are extremists on both sides.
Video's playing. Thank you.
I'm not going to call them beasts.
Both know there is extremists.
That's the difference between me and you, Luke. I'm not going to call them beasts.
After the violence,
as a lawyer, I would always give them their
released. It was about 2 weeks ago. The 26-year-old.
I know you sympathise with beasts. I don't.
Who was already fired from her job, charged with the federal offenses of threatening violence to a group, using a carriage service to threaten to kill, and using a carriage service to menace and harass. That is according to police. Now, she is out on bail, expected in a Sydney courtroom back on March 19th, and the charges carry a potential maximum. She and a male nurse, who you see there on the left-hand side of your screen, were actually suspended from the hospital back on the 12th over an online exchange the night before with an Israeli influencer. She says she will not treat Israeli patients in the video, while the male nurse does suggest that he had killed Israelis. I did actually speak with that influencer, Max, who gave Live Now permission to air the conversation. It's about 2 minutes in length, so I do want to play it here right now.
I'm from Israel, from the Holy Land.
You know what? I'm going to be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm going to be really honest with you. You actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you, man.
But I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're going to get killed and you're going to go to Jahannam, inshallah. Like, these pretty eyes, they should stay in this world for longer.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm going to get killed?
Because inshallah, one day, God will.
Maybe because I served in the IDF. That's why?
That's definitely the answer, correct?
That's the reason, because I served in the IDF. What's the problem with that? What's the issue with that?
They killed innocent people. That's
Killed?
why.
I was protecting my country.
So you kill innocent people to protect your country. What kind of soul do you have? You have no soul.
In a war, people die, as you know.
No.
They started the war.
Not 1200.
Who started?
57.
Yeah, exactly, Justice. So Justice has put, wow, 2 doctors said bad things. Yeah, and wow, 1 TikToker said bad things. Exactly my point. What you're not getting. Anyway,
Okay, your time will come.
Who started this war?
I hope you guys.
Who elected Hamas? Who elected Hamas?
It's Palestine's country, not your country. You piece
How
of
are you? What's your name?
No, none of you.
We're talking politely here. We're talking politely here.
One day, your time will come and you will die the most horrible.
You sprayed hate. We sprayed positivity. We spread protection. We spread
listen to me.
Peace.
Listen to me.
And you spread
when your
death.
time comes.
How are you doctors? Wait.
I want you to remember my face.
Okay.
So you can understand
Gotcha.
that you will
I have
die
a question
the most disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though. I have a question. Let's say an Israeli, God
I won't treat
forbid,
them. I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
you'll kill them. So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him, and he comes
Not
to
God
your
forbid,
hospital,
I hope to God.
would you kill him?
Okay, you have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent it to Jahannam.
For real?
Sickening. Now, I'd like to see your video, the TikTok ones of the Israelis doing that, because I've not seen that, and I would absolutely condemn it. I hope you guys condemn that the way I would if the Israelis were doing it.
You've
that's
like, can you go and get the Israeli?
extremist view like yours.
Yeah, so can you go and get the Israeli one saying that, please, Dark Magician? I've never said that. I want
Hey, look, you know, there's numerous videos of Israeli people calling for the
I'm not
death of
seeing any. That's what I'm
Palestinian
saying,
people.
Billy. I've genuinely not
There's
seen any.
numerous
Any videos that I've seen from like Israeli influencers are all like trying to spread peace, showing the history of Israel, trying to educate.
And I've seen loads of other influencers trying to spread peace that aren't Israeli. Anyone that's sensible wants peace.
I'm just going to nip to the toilet. Please have a video for me when I come back. I'd love to see the evidence.
Yeah, we won't have a video still, man, because obviously I've got to search through the thing while I'm driving in it, so...
There's 4 views, one of me. I can do the evidence. I got 4 views. Come on.
Yeah, when Luke's...
Yeah, but like we're saying, yeah, I can get videos or whatever in it, but I have to stop driving in. I don't know how long's left on the stream yard, because I thought it was going to end in the morning, and it's still on now, innit? So, you know what I'm saying? That's 7 hours later and shit.
I mean, all you do,
I don't know what stream I was doing still. They just allow man to just do some extra long show.
I'll condemn it anyway. I'm not like you guys.
You was going to the toilet. Go loo, you weirdo. Veli, when is the good news coming out? When's the good news coming out, Veli?
When's the good news? At Christmas. In Christmas.
Oh, don't do that to me, man.
Yeah, Christmas, man. You know what I mean? You got to wait for Santa.
I can't wait until that
Santa,
long.
Mate. You know what I mean?
Nah, fuck Santa, man. He don't exist.
Man.
Fat cunt in a red suit. I don't want to wait for him. Come on, Billy. When are you posting the good news, brother?
Go shut. You know what I mean?
When are you going to tell us the good news?
When's your birthday, Chrissy? When's your birthday?
What are you saying?
Tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. Come, Billy. What's the good news, and when are we going to hear it?
Yeah, you definitely are going to have to wait for Christmas then, innit? Tomorrow's too soon, mate. You know what I mean?
But so you're not getting me nothing for my birthday?
Yeah, man. I'll get you a fucking add on to StreamYard so you can do your scholarly works.
No, I'm all right for that. Thanks.
Happy birthday.
So how do we find out this good news then, Veli?
What are you announcing
Don't
before?
worry, bro. Good things come to those
Come on,
that
you
wait.
know I'm impatient. You know I'm
Know that.
impatient, bro.
Yeah, but that's why you don't get good things, innit? You gotta just, you know.
I always get good things.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I might get you a Rasta wig. How about that? A Rasta wig for your birthday, so you can be
No,
Ras
do it
Chrissy
in
the
the autumn,
scholar.
man, when it's not so hot. I ain't wearing no hats in summer.
The Essex Rasta.
Is this one of them things where you put it out like you got something and you haven't really, just to make the person that you're
Cuz
worry?
I swear down, man.
Do you guys hear me?
Oh,
I don't
come on
really
then. Why
do
can you
this.
not tell us
I've
then?
got good news and then don't tell you nothing, bruv. Just suckle and cease.
I can't wait. I'm not a fucking patient person.
You know
I
we're
never
from
will.
the south and the east.
Suckle and cease. Did you say that?
Yeah, so there was a podcast by these guys called the Nice Jewish Boys, and in this podcast they're talking about if I could press the button and annihilate all of them, I would.
That's what Luke said. That's what Luke said.
Yeah, I said that. If
Luke
you ever
said
took my,
that
if you ever
if
took my
that-
family and kept my family as hostages, then I'd fucking whack a lot of you out as well.
Right, but wait a minute. You said we're not allowed to
it.
make those. We're not allowed to make those arguments because they're emotional.
I made the argument when involving my family. My family aren't involved.
Yeah, but when I said, like, do you have a mum? And you said, yeah. And I said, what if, a Palestinian grabbed hold of your mum?
I answered it.
Or a Hamas? Yeah, you said, yeah.
Yeah, but you should refuse to answer it.
It was an emotional argument. You're calling it emotional. That was an emotional argument.
So don't have any weight because they shouldn't be used. They're too emotional.
Well, it doesn't really, no, because my family haven't been taken as hostage. If they did, I'd have a completely different opinion. I'd probably be 10 times worse than I am now.
Exactly. That's
what are you talking about?
Exactly.
And that stands for the Jews as well, who have been fucking oppressed by him. What are you talking about?
Right, but do you understand that
just strengthens my belief that the Jews are innocent?
That's why we have international law and we have the Geneva
Convention. You tried making it out as like, that strengthens the belief why people should sympathise with Palestinians. No, it strengthens
international law. Stop me from ripping
can I say something now? Can I say something? So what it does do is it removes the decision from people like you and me, the emotive, and it puts in the objective legal arguments, which does make people safe. And in the long run, it's the best way to do things. Do you agree with
Follow the law, not your emotions.
Traditionally, yeah, but not when you're dealing with savages.
But we're going back. We're going round in circles now.
If you don't like
I'm now.
I don't care if you don't like me calling
Listen, have one stand for the Palestinians and one stand for the Jewish people. And my point is, this is exactly why
keep saying that stuff.
You know, this is the Nazis did the same thing about the Jewish people. They made the same argument.
It's your prerogative.
You're making these are
savages.
savages.
People call them dogs and all sorts. Like, it's your prerogative.
And these people taking over our country. They're going to take all our jobs. They're stealing all our business. They control the money. All that. The same stuff that the people them are saying about the Muslims in the UK. The same stuff the Nazis were saying about the Jews.
These things about the disabled people first. They said they were putting up posters
and
these people are useless eaters. They're no good to our economy. They're unsightly.
I've not said that about the Palestinians.
No, I'm saying
they was putting disabled people in the gas chamber because they think they're useless.
At this point, what we need to do is we need to move on from conversation with you because you don't.
You need to move on. Forward. I'm staying here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I think we should just ignore you because you don't move the conversation
forward.
Try.
Well, you can try.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is. Like you're just literally a pigeon on the chessboard, shitting everywhere. That's all you're doing.
I'm a pigeon.
You're not contributing anything.
Pause.
You're not doing anything to move this conversation forward.
What are you doing today? I've batted everything you've thrown at me right back at you.
You have absolutely not. You've actually made you've embarrassed yourself. You have not. Your delusions of grandeur, my friend.
Right.
You are literally a young boy with a motive
anger
towards Palestinians.
How old are you?
You've been shown to be a hypocrite.
How old are you, Dark Magician?
He's more mature than you, no matter what
your grandfather. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Put it that way.
No, you're not. I'm 34.
Yeah, I'm old enough to be your grandfather.
No,
Yeah,
you're
look,
definitely
you act
not.
That's all you need to know.
You're definitely not old
That's
enough to
all
be
you
my
need to know.
grandfather.
You've got the argument of a 14-year-old.
I could tell by your ball, like you like a ball dropping and voice, like you ain't.
The argument of a
You ain't over
14-year-old.
I doubt you're over 50.
Should we have a cussing match? Because you look at your picture, you look like anything but the girl, bro.
I'm telling you,
know
I'm
that-
talking
you know
about your
that-
voice.
you're
I'm
like
saying that you've
fucking
by your
Beverly
voice,
Hills
no way
type.
you're over 50. What are you talking
My
about?
cock
Personals?
is bigger than your neck.
How
Like,
do
what
you
are you
that?
talking about, bro?
Hold on.
And I talk about dicks with men on panel. Pause.
Just don't mention his nose.
I'd mention my nose, just don't mention
I
dicks.
can't hear you guys properly.
You absolutely.
I'd rather mention noses than dicks.
Whoa, yeah.
You absolutely have made yourself out to be a hypocrite today. You kind of like you came back a little bit, but I think that ultimately you
That's
do
right, and again.
absolutely have a different standard for the
Another,
Palestinian people.
you know, it's probably about the 10th time you've tried gaslighting tonight. I'm definitely not the first person to say you've gaslit people because it's clearly your tactic that when you lose the argument, you've not.
He hasn't lost the argument.
I've smashed fuck out of every single one of you tonight.
Is not what
I've
heard.
smashed fuck out of every single one of you tonight. And all you can do now is try and gaslight me and say that I shouldn't have this conversation. I should be cancelled. You should move away from me because you can't argue with my opinions because you know that you're siding, whether it's openly or inadvertently siding with terrorists. Checkmate.
Take a breath where the cock used to be.
Hey, Doc, hold on a
Whether that's
second.
openly
Hold
or
on.
inadvertently.
One of
Checkmate.
the hypocritical points that was made to you was the children signing bombs in Palestine are savages. The children signing bombs in Israel are not. That's a hypocritical
Wait,
point.
no, yeah, look, I'll answer that. No, so if you're saying that there's people in Israel who have signed the bombs and that's savage, no, I don't agree that's savage. I think that's payback.
Oh, he's dark magician.
Payback.
Then you already have.
That's my opinion. I do it as well.
You are done out here, bro.
You clown. This clown.
I could
you just literally just.
Wow, you're all really cringing.
It's true, isn't it? Did it?
With no lube. I could literally just...
You can't say one side's payback and the other side's savage.
If somebody smashed your window, would you not fall like a... I mean, I'll use calm tactics of like domestic laws. If somebody smashed your window with a brick saying from this neighbour, would you not do something back and say from this neighbour? Because I would.
Doesn't the original infringement start? Wait, hold on. Wait. The original infringement in British Mandate of Wait, hold on. The original infringement from the British Mandate of Palestine has been, first of all, the Jewish people done the King David bombing, and then it was the Nakba stuff. Like, so.
Wait, we're talking about fucking payback, mate, signing names on bombs.
Yeah, but you said payback, bro. You said payback.
If you invaded my country and slaughtered my people, if you invaded my country, slaughtered my people, and took more back as hostages, I would not only just sign the bomb, I'd fucking lick the bomb, I'd kiss the bomb, I'd fucking put my DNA all over that bomb, so then when you get slaughtered, I have fucking touched you in your life.
Just showing yourself to be a hypocrite.
Use the pussies,
because we keep saying that. You should condemn both sides. Two-state solution. We can't condone any of the people attacking any of the others, right?
I'd fucking sign that bomb fucking twice from base loot 2025 now. Fucking don't try it again.
Twice.
Fun.
Proper triggered.
There you go.
Triggered. I'm fucking batting fuck out of all of you. What are you talking about?
You literally showed yourself to be the biggest hypocrite. Listen, do you know why you said why you're making yourself out to be a hypocrite here? Because you're saying the Israeli side is payback, but we just showed you that the original conflict started with the Israelis wilding out in Palestine, in Israel.
No, it wasn't. What the 6 day war?
But the King David war, before the 6 day war. Again, you see why it's funny with Luke speaking with Luke here, because he's got like some funny checkered timeline where he starts at his own position.
No, we can go back further than that.
You don't start at the start of the conflict. The start of the conflict started at the King David Hotel where the Israelis were bombing England. Yeah, to say, yo, differently, don't take the piss out of us.
Luke, they was a terrorist group to us.
Billy, so you can start in the modern century. As evidence in history, I'd like to talk about the Romans, when the Romans kicked them out and renamed it Philistine. That's when the oppression first started. You might want to start in like the 1st century. But,
bro, we can't use Bible.
If we're going to start in the 1st century, then you're going to totally ignore thousands of history where Jewish people at the hands of Muslim people.
I tried to use Bible history, and he showed you that. I showed you that no historian can use Bible history.
Are you denying that Muslims? Are you denying that Muslims have oppressed Jewish people in that land, and they've only done so? And the only oppression that's come in the modern century is that what you're saying? No, it's not. I know you're not saying that.
It was actually the Jews Muslims.
So I'm asking you. So if you focus,
wait, let me speak. Well, I can't hear his question.
Exactly.
I can't hear his question.
Thank you.
What's
So
what I say,
if you focus on the modern century, then you completely ignore thousands of years of oppression towards the Jews at the hands of Muslims. So you might start in the modern century, and if you do, let me finish.
Where is that?
So by starting in the modern day century, I'll give it you. You might be able to paint a picture where Palestinian people are oppressed. I don't do that. I'll start with the fucking land was called renamed Philistines, and the Jews were kicked out, and I'll show you who's truly been oppressed.
Didn't the Jews kill
the people? Wait, hold on. And if you're going with that, then the people. Wait, hold on. The people with the most. The people with the purest or the biggest J marker then are in fucking Lebanon.
Exactly. The Samaritans as well.
Because you.
People
they're in Lebanon right now, cuz they're not even in fucking. They're not in Israel at the moment.
The Jewish people there are not the true Jews. That's what the argument you're making now, isn't it?
No, because the Palestinians.
What are you saying? No. That was your. You just made, bro. You just made the argument about.
I don't know why you would mention the Jews of Lebanon then.
And I'm saying that if you're going by, if you want to go by DNA markers, the people in Lebanon have.
I didn't mention DNA markers. I didn't talk about DNA markers. The only time I mentioned DNA was when I said I'd lick a fucking bomb and fucking send it to Palestine.
Irrelevant little annoyance.
That fucking turkey pig. Go and milk your tits.
Do you know what the name of that lady?
That was so rude.
Why don't you get your tits out? Not only will I sign a bomb, I'll sign your tits.
Tracy Ford. Go Tracy Ford.
What do you mean? I'm older than you, Dark Magician. Dark Magician, I'm older than you, bruv. If I blink my eyes, I can see her face.
No, swear down. Go and
I know exactly who you mean. I was bending up when you said it, man. I was like, nah.
Bro, why would you put that picture up? And why would you have the deck to put that picture up?
Because that's his boat. That is his. Listen,
you
Dark Magician. That is one of his
another picture. 1 minute, I'll put cards up. Let me put cards up. 1 minute.
Yeah, this is one of his better pictures.
Wait there. Let me get Khan's picture.
Bro, he looks like a clown. Khan, do you know what?
Guys, come on.
Let's see, the ugly one, Khan.
Let's get back to where we was. Get back to where we was.
Are you saying that Khan's not ugly? Are you saying that Khan's not ugly? Khan is fucking minging. He's fucking minging.
Oh, stop singing, man. Fucking hell, stop singing.
Oh, Chrissy, this geezer reckons he could have
Let's
you.
get back to normal. Let's get back to normal.
I've had these all tonight. I've had every single one of these.
This geezer reckons he'll have you in the straight now, he's saying.
Not a chance.
Honestly, he said it.
I'll break his nose again.
You're childish, you Khan. Really are childish. For a 55-year-old fat bastard, you're so childish.
You didn't give me your address last time. Do you remember?
You're disgrace your own brain cells.
Your address.
Yeah, the address has been out there for donkeys. I've been docked for 4 years now.
No one cares. No one's visiting.
I look in the bit. I'm driving. I can't look at the same time.
Luke, I've got a question for you. Did the Jews kill Jesus?
I believe so. Yeah.
Did Jesus exist?
I'm just putting that one out there, you know.
Existed, yeah. Whether he was a god or not, I doubt.
I don't believe in any of that shit, and I don't see why anyone else should, because we've got enough in this world now to tell us that we don't need.
We are the world. Yeah, we don't live in Disneyland, unfortunately.
Sorry?
It's like a logical argument against Trinity.
I agree, Chris. We don't need religion, but try telling that to Arabs.
Right, so why are we making it about religion? Why don't we just agree?
Because Arabs make it about religion, where they quote religion in their manifestos.
Do you agree?
Arabs
it's a bad idea for anyone to kill anyone?
I was talking about
my God,
Matrix.
you're just making arguments. Can't be asked with you.
Is that a good idea?
Your birthday party at
Ideally, in an idealistic world, nobody would die.
Great.
Nobody
So
would be
why don't we
starving.
try and
Nobody
get
would
to
be
that
poor.
possible?
And nobody would have any ailments.
That's not how the world works.
It's not, but it's how we
living in
should
a
try
realistic
and
world.
it's how we should try and aim the world, isn't it? We should try and make sure that as few people die as possible, and that we all get.
Unrealistic, though. It's called socialism, and it's been proven to be. It's called socialism, and it's been proven to be unachievable.
But how's a human being got no lips? How's it possible?
How's a human being got fucking 7 lips and fucking 7 rings around your belly?
Your mum,
How are
she's
you
got 7
55
lips.
living at home with your mum?
But your mum's
Look,
pussy's
you
got
sound
7
like you
lips.
fancy
Your mum's
cars,
pussy
man.
is dry as
man.
shit.
Yo, I can just about hear you guys speaking, yeah. So sometimes I can't hear when you guys are getting into cussing matches, innit? But
So it's only Khan who's really
Let's
being
get back,
personal at this
let's
point. As always, because the big cat turkey pig who lives at home with his
Jeffrey,
mum. Imagine being 55 living at home with your mum. Like, you can't bring a bird round or anything like that. Like, of course he's going to be depressed.
No.
Anyway, where else were we?
No.
Luke, you sound like you fancy Khan now.
Yeah, you're boring. You're just so childish. Not one of these are.
So you fancy
Are we going to
Khan?
get back to the Israel-Palestine conversation? Or are you scared of the
Honestly, I'm just
Israel-Palestine
telling you.
conversation?
If you had hair, he'd pull it.
Yeah, I thought you was. You've all been
Right,
demolished.
ladies,
You've all been exposed for either
Get
one
back
of
to
two
the
things.
discussion.
No, Belly, you've all
think
been
we should
exposed
move
for either
on
one of
from
two
this
things.
conversation
Either
because we've
openly
dealt with it.
or inadvertently supporting terrorists.
I only
Checkmate.
jumped
It's
off
all
the
over you.
position said we was going to ignore
Why are you
Luke.
using mulattoes?
Hey, Luke,
Why are you
you know what it
using
is?
mulattoes?
Mulatto,
You'll be
mate.
able to make the same
Mulatto
label
has
to you,
added
yeah.
something to his community.
Why are you
If
using
America and England
I'm
are
answering
so
you
biased
stealing
towards England,
mulattoes' fucking
sorry,
little
I'm
coat?
answering you, Chrissy.
Yo, guys, hold on. Let me
Mulatto
reply
has
to that. Let
contributed
me
to
reply to
their
that.
community. That's
Luke
something.
and Chrissy, let me reply to that. Yeah, if America and the UK and certain other nations wasn't so biased towards Israel or whatever, we'd be able to say the same thing about you, right? Because a lot of the stuff that you're saying and calling for would be classed as terrorism, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
It's true.
But can
It's
you?
true.
Can you though?
Classed as terrorism,
You
cuz.
can't. I can
State
say
endorsed
that
terrorism.
I can very clearly and openly say that yous lot are either one of two things: openly or
Yous.
inadvertently supporting terrorists,
just
and not one of you
used
is
the word yous.
defend it.
But it's
I
not.
can't
That's
hear
not true though,
anything
because
from
It's
at
a
the
checkmate.
same time,
It is
yeah.
a complete
When you say
checkmate.
that,
You're stupid.
when
You're
Why are
let
you
me
using
give you a
mulattoes?
checkmate. Let me give you a check. Wait, hold on. Let me give him a checkmate.
Don't
Cuz.
fucking
So,
kill
as a-
mulattoes, lying.
Wait. Luke, have you heard me and Dark Magician and others on this panel condemn Hamas?
I've not heard my Dark Magician. I've heard you before, yeah.
Yes, I have. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
he's literally just condemned
I've heard
it in
it.
this conversation.
Well,
You've got-
unfortunately, there's about 6
liar.
people fucking chewing my ear off, so I might not hear
You're
certain
a
things. I've not
liar.
heard
You
it.
don't want to hear
All
it.
right, that's the checkmate
If you
then,
say,
man.
if you
'cause
say,
you know,
if you say it, I
we can't
accept it. I'm not
support,
saying I
we
deny
can't
it.
support a terrorist group and
I've not heard
condemn
it.
them at the same
You know,
time.
I'm
You know what I
not
mean?
a liar.
Like,
You might lie. I don't lie. I've not heard that.
No,
You
just
do,
said
you
it.
fucking
No,
hypocrite. Fucking hell.
It's not right.
Fucking hell.
You're
What was I about?
a big hypocrite, and you literally just explained it.
If I've lied about stuff, you can give me an example. Give me one example, please.
You
Hey,
just
listen,
lied
man,
just
we're
now
going
in
to
a
turn
second.
Luke into a far right lunatic, you know, if we keep
Exactly.
fucking
Not one of you
pressuring
can
him
bring
like
evidence.
this.
So the only person who's
We're
brought
going to turn
evidence
Luke
is
into a
me.
far right
One of
lunatic.
you just
Yeah,
brought
other
evidence.
than
Just
losing,
give you
you know what I
evidence,
mean?
Luke.
One
might
time
think that you're winning
Luke
the
calling for the
conversation
end of the
because you-
BNP, and next
He's
week
not-
he might be a BNP member.
Yeah, Billy,
You
you
get
might
me?
think that you're winning this conversation
I
because
can give
it's
you an
obviously
example where you
5-on-1, but I can assure you, I'm slapping you all over, Gaff.
No, you ain't.
Yeah.
The only thing you're slapping, you told me you're wingy on your inside of your thigh.
Alright, then.
Use the ones who started all the personal attacks first. I've stick to the topic. I'm the only person who's brought evidence, and I've answered every single one of your questions. All you've done is try to go personal. The only one who's not gone personal is Veli. Dark Magician's gone personal. Chris has gone personal. Simon's gone personal. And Paul's gone personal. I have seen you evidently all over tonight, and you've all been fasting on your bruises.
I'm in a good mood.
Luke,
I'm in a good mood, look, mate. I'm still listen, I've still been home from work hours ago. I'm in such a good mood. I didn't even give a fuck about doing extra
We're
work
keeping him out.
today.
We're going to get the blame. Mrs. Willie's going to be on to us, boy.
You know, a couple of days ago, I was on the panel, and it was Wendy Wu, it was Luke, it was Jupiter, it was Reggie, and I was fighting against all of them. You didn't
But you lost that. I'm winning this one.
You ain't winning nothing.
You prove that you prove that you can't fight a battle against 5 people. I've proven that I can and win.
No, you
I
ain't.
come out victorious.
No, you haven't. You literally just said, I've got
You'll get
I
that
have
from
brothers
the
with
lot of
emotions.
people.
Then you have to let them speak.
quick.
You literally didn't know what was going on. You just literally misrepresented what I said. You said that I haven't heard Dark Magician say that. I literally blatantly said
the guy said October the 7th genocide. He even said Hamas is a T group. What else could he say?
Billy asked me a question. Billy said, "You've heard me and Dark Magician condemn Hamas." I said, "No, I've heard you, Billy, but I haven't heard him."
He's called them terrorists that committed the genocide.
That's not me believing that he doesn't condemn Hamas. I've just not heard
He's called them a terrorist organisation that committed the genocide.
But he condemned it. I said, I accept it. So he falls into the category of inadvertently supporting terrorists. Checkmate.
I can prove
You're an idiot.
Guys,
You're a big fat idiot. Checkmate.
Luke is feeling oppressed. Shall we take it in turns to go round and speak to him one at a time?
No, you speak, Chrissy, you speak to him if you want.
Not one of you.
No, Chrissy, you speak to him. You speak to him, Chrissy.
He needs breathing.
Not adding any arguments. The only real arguments that you brought that I've had to come down to your level with and accept are emotional arguments. Even then,
okay, whatever.
Of course, I brought evidence. Where's your evidence? You've not brought a single thing.
I think Dark Magician. Do you remember Dark Magician? Dark Magician.
Till I stop driving.
Okay.
Do you remember the advert, Dark Magician? Do you remember the advert? Oh, mash get smashed with the alien face.
Let's talk about food adverts.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
And he looks like Zippy. He looks like Zippy out of a Rainbow.
Look, you're pretending that you don't get personal. But last time I was on the panel with you and Jupiter, you were literally calling me names and giving me your address to come and fight you.
You started it.
He wants to bomb you.
I wasn't being personal with you.
You started it like you did now. You started it all
me, yeah, in the bed sheets.
Be some kind of saint. You're a happy little
I don't know if you got some form of bipolar, but you said the exact same thing to me that you did Banksy tonight. Out of nowhere, you said,
Dark Magician, look at the clothes he's wearing.
I turned around and said, I give you my address.
Look at the clothes he's wearing.
That's what I did.
He can't afford the train fare to London. He's got to entice you up to Preston. He's enticing you up to Preston because he can't afford the train fare to London.
You can't afford anything, Con. You're on disability allowance.
Why are you using Mulatto's catchphrase, Luke? Why are you using Mulatto's?
Yeah, forget about the war talk, man. Let's get back onto the thing.
Almost cat. Mulatto's contributed that to community. Checkmate.
Why are you using Mulatto's catchphrase?
I've explained why, because I like it. It's a good little phrase to use. He has contributed that. That's something that I take.
You're stealing another man's shit, brother. You're stealing
I don't mind being influenced by other people. I'm happy to.
You little faggot.
You're a big faggot.
Right, let me give Luke a little bit of room and say,
listen,
because he's
what
feeling a little
happens
bit.
Is that
you're both faggot.
Yo, listen, no one can choose who jumps on the panel. Whoever jumps on, and then whatever the teams or the side ends up being. Like I keep trying to say to you, I don't mind if it's 5 people that disagree with me and just me on the panel. I don't mind that.
Exactly.
So it gets like that certain times.
And it's just turned out that there's been 5 people who are completely against my argument, and I've smashed us all. I prove it. I can win a debate when I'm majority argument, or I can win a debate when I'm the.
Hey Luke, you haven't done that, bro. You've shown yourself to be a hypocrite on numerous occasions, man.
I hold. I'm gonna slap you all over, Gav, because
you want ADHD Mongo.
One of 2 things. You are either openly or inadvertently.
Man's on the spectrum, bro. Man's on the spectrum.
Luke, you checkmated yourself about 20 times.
I have not checkmated.
You gotta be serious, man.
You have
you know what is?
One minute. This is gonna explain how I've checkmated myself.
Signing bombs in Palestine are savages, and the people signing bombs in Israel are great.
Whoa, no, now you've fucking changed it. I didn't say that people signing bombs in Palestine.
You changed it.
That's what you said. You said the children.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Luke,
I called Palestinian savage because they want to kill Jews.
Signing.
No, you're a liar.
I swear on my
You've made that argument.
Children that sign bombs in Palestine are savages.
That was your initial argument. I did not hear that. 100%. I would not have agreed with that because I've never.
You did.
Let me answer.
He's his emotions. He don't know what he's saying.
Be quiet while I respond to you directly.
Emotional damage.
People like just pecking at you. What the fuck's going on? 5 minutes. Well, like what are you doing?
Calm
the fuck down, you little batty creases. Let me respond to Billy.
You need to go.
You need to go.
Seriously,
on a level,
you can rewind it and watch it yourself. Luke, rewind it.
Let me respond to you, Belly.
I don't know how long ago. Wait.
Belly, I've heard your statement. Let me respond to you. Thank you. So if you are saying that your initial statement included Palestinians signing bombs, I didn't hear that in any way, shape, or form. I would have immediately pushed back on that and said, no, that's not. First of all, I don't know that's happening. Second of all, my understanding, the quiet, Dark Magician, my understanding of Palestinians being savage doesn't come down to them signing bombs. It comes down to them wanting to kill Jews based on religion. If you've made that argument, I've not heard that, so you can't try and claim no victory over that.
Well, now that you've made that argument, because that was the point that was made, and that was the point that. Listen, Luke.
I disagree with you.
Luke, do you want to know what you said? Yeah, when that argument was made to you, yeah, you said no, they ain't savages. It's payback.
Yeah, payback because the Palestinians started the war.
That's what you said, bro.
October the 7th, not for signing bombs.
You got all emotional and you started
I'm lying to you. I did not hear you say about the Palestinians signing bombs. Let me respond, Billy.
I'm going to call it 7.
There's about fucking 6 people speaking. Let me respond to you, Billy. I've just said to you very clearly that I did not hear you say that Palestinians signed the rockets. I said I base my opinion based on the fucking the Palestinians. A lot of things that Palestinians do. When I say when I said payback, that's for October 7th, not for signing rockets.
You're literally
I swear down, yeah. Wait, guys, hold on.
I've not heard that. I'm telling you my argument.
Let me respond to Luke. Hey, Luke, hold on, listen, yeah. When we're finished, yeah, listen back, or double speed or whatever, and try and get to that point. And you'll see that I'm not even lying to you, innit?
So be quiet. So let me respond to you now, Billy. So I've accepted that already.
I'm saying
that you might have said that. You might have first mentioned the Palestinian people signing rockets. I've not heard that. I spit down now my mother's life. I did not hear you say that. And then you said that you did hear it because you said payback. I said no. The reason why I said payback was for October 7th. I swear to God, I did not hear you say anything about Palestinian people signing rockets. Don't try and make it like
that's the point that we was making it on. You see, even though you said the payback, and you think it was the October 7 point, that's the point that we were speaking on.
Yes, now that we've had the argument, I disagree with you.
By Israeli children to bomb Palestine.
Yes, right. So now that you've made that argument, I said, and I've already said this, Billy, I pushed back on that. That's not my understanding of Palestinian people.
Don't be pushing back on anything around these parts, bro.
But are they savages? That was the argument that was made, right? That the Palestinians are being called savages for the same sort of thing.
I did not hear the argument about people talking, Billy.
Just for doing that stuff.
You're getting slapped around, Luke.
I mean, I am fucking like just making false arguments, trying to gaslight.
No. Luke. Hey, Luke, now you understand the point, yeah? I'm going to ask you the same question again, yeah? No, I'm saying, listen.
You're not listening, Billy, because I've just said to you 3 times. Now that I've clarified the point, I'll give you an answer.
I'm giving you a chance to answer fairly. Now you understand what the point was made. Yeah, I'm going to ask you the same question that Dark Magician tried to ask you, and why I was trying to say let Luke answer Dark Magician's point. So, if the children are signing bombs to kill Palestinians and that may kill Palestinians, rockets and all that sort of stuff, do you class them as savages also?
No. So if you're saying that,
let
me answer.
You just keep it, bro. Like you're wild out here, bro. Honestly.
So Billy, can you please kindly ask
made earlier? Really,
so can I respond, Billy?
Let him answer. Go on.
So if you're saying that you should rephrase your question, or I'll rephrase your question. Do I determine Palestinians being savage because they sign rockets? No, I don't.
That's not acceptable.
No, I don't. So then you can't compare that with Israel, because I wouldn't then say that Israel is a savage for signing rockets. The reason why I designate Palestinians as savages is because of October the 7th, and that the fact that they are voted in a terrorist group and want to slaughter Jews, and that they are religiously indoctrinated to fight the Jews until the end of times. I've made that argument over many a debate plenty of times. Don't try and gaslight shit.
You don't have to explain anything.
What happening is it?
Yeah, this is what you do.
Hey, I'm not trying to gaslight you.
You're making false arguments from your own words. You've been checkmated all over, guys. All 5 of you.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to mulatto, yeah? If I lay a checkmate, obviously once the queen is ready to get her head taken off, you know what I'm saying? So that was the checkmate, because we were saying, like, you're labeling once, well, you said you didn't hear that, yeah? But that was the point that we was making at that time, right? That one side was being labelled savage for the same actions, but then when we mirrored the action, Wait,
that's what you've done there, Billy. Your straw man argument. I've not said that Palestinians are savage.
You're using a straw man argument.
I've said Palestinians are savage. What they did on October 7th and the religious scripture. You've said in the rocket sign and then made an argument about that. I've always said that I didn't hear. All I heard was that Israelis signing rockets. Didn't hear you say about Palestinians signing rockets. But now that we've clarified, I've already pushed back on you and say that's not my.
You can't have a serious conversation with you. We can't have a serious conversation.
Right, man,
I'm the only one who's being civil and serious here. You're trying to be.
No, you need a mental health evaluation.
And you need a fucking dietitian.
You need a mental health
You need a
evaluation.
dietitian, you big fat bastard.
Luke, take a breath.
You take a breath. There's about 4 people talking, you crackheads. What are you talking about? Take a breath.
You're ignorant and you're cruel.
Right. You be quiet as well, Baldy. I can have an honest conversation with any. All of you at once. None of you are doing it. All you're doing is prodding. All you're doing is trying to get me off the panel. That's not going to work. I'll see it all night. You know what?
Every minute you talk.
Oh my God.
That's not true.
I'm smashing these all over.
In this conversation, we've condemned the actions of Hamas. We've condemned Hamas as a government.
No, you don't.
But we've also condemned people that's facilitated Hamas. Hey, look,
the fact that you chanted from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, tells me that you called for the eradication of Jewish people from the river, from the Mediterranean Sea.
No, not Jewish people. Not Jewish people. The state of Israel.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. So your actions speak louder than words, Veli. You might say, them Hamas, because you know that supporting them is a crime. But you've also chanted openly from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, which calls for all Jews to be removed from the
your assumption.
Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea. You are supporting propaganda, supporting terrorism.
Wait. Luke, did you finish? Yeah, you finished. Yeah.
Not really, no, because people keep interrupting.
Oh, shut
No, but you made your point. You're saying that me saying from the river to the sea, yeah? Palestine. Wait, hold on. So you're saying me saying from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free is calling for the death of Jewish people, yeah?
I didn't say death. I said for the expulsion of Jews.
For the expulsion of Jewish people
from the Mediterranean Sea to the River Jordan.
From Palestine, yeah? But I'm saying that the Likud party have their own version of from the river to the sea in their charter.
Do you have the same?
Wait, listen. Now does that make Israel an ethno state because they're calling for the eradication of one ethnicity from their country?
Can I respond? Can I have 1 minute to respond?
Yeah, let me respond.
You don't have to ask, just respond.
No, I just want 1 minute. No, because I do have to ask clearly because even you just interrupted then. Thank you. I just want 1 minute without interruption just to respond to that. So no, I don't believe that somebody take it. So say if you've created this hateful phrase or chant or whatever it is, the N word, and you use it against somebody, I don't then blame them people who have been oppressed by that word, the N word, then take it back and use it and say you don't have that power to use it anymore. And we're going to fucking take that word back. Checkmate. The N word, where the black people have taken back the N word and seized the power from it, and now the Jews are doing the same with.
You can't say that because we don't use the N word.
Listen, a fair comparison is you don't condemn. You do not wait. Hold on. You seriously want to make that point, yeah? So you do not condemn black Americans calling white Americans crackers now. Is that what you're trying to say?
Getting up with Esau.
I didn't hear
you. Do you condemn black Americans calling white Americans crackers?
Do I condemn black people calling white?
Are you against it?
Yeah,
black Americans calling white Americans crackers.
Condemn it. Are you against it?
If anything's based on the skin color, I don't agree with it. Yeah.
So why was it?
No, a cracker's not next to skin color.
Comparison point you just made.
No, it's not.
And you said that it's okay. Wait, hold on. You said it's okay for Israel to say from the river to the sea because Palestine said from the river to the sea.
But it was Luke Kidd who said it first.
No, I didn't say that. That is so
that's exactly what you
that's
just
not
said.
just layman terms. That's like statement terms.
Oh my God.
This guy, he can't.
You literally just said that. I swear down on my children's life again. Literally just said that. And that's why I'm making that point. I made sure everyone was quiet so you could make your point.
Can I respond to you then? I'll try and say it word for word, Veli. So that's like when
he's going to say
people. So I don't blame people who have been oppressed by words or phrases or songs or the N word, who then in the future take that phrase or the word like the N word and say we're going to take it back and we're going to add a different meaning from it. So the Jewish people who use it now say, like, from the river to the sea, Israel will be free. Because the Palestinians started it. The same way as the white people started calling the black people the N-word, and now the black people take the N-word off the black people and say that you're not going to use the N-word, we're using it, and we're going to take away the meaning that you use for it. Completely.
It was the Zionists who said it first.
It's the Zionists that said it first.
Please, hold on. Wait. So now you're saying that it's okay for any black person and black people to call each other N-words, but it's not okay for any white person to use the N-word.
Black people say that. The same way that Jewish people now say that it's okay for them to
I'm
say
asking you. No, I'm not asking loads of people. I'm asking you.
He was using it.
Yes, I think it's better that the press group sees a word and strip it of its power. Yes, I think that's a better option.
It's the Palestinians.
But the Palestinians nicked it off the Jews, though. You got it wrong.
The N-words and whatever. But
how embarrassing!
Obviously, if a white person says it or whatever, we should condemn them. Yeah.
You have to ask again, Veli, because I think it was 3 people then.
Yeah, wait, listen. So it's okay if any black people call each other the N-words. So me and Goddy Jacobs on the panel, N-word. That's okay. If Baz jumps on and says, "Oh, what up, my N-word?" Yeah, we have to condemn that. Yeah.
I mean, if you really want me to speak on it, I think that nobody should be really using the word. But if the community who has been oppressed has said, no, we're going to take the word and change its meaning and use it amongst the community and strip it of its power, who am I to argue with that, Veli?
That's exactly.
Yes, and who am I to argue with that? You're the one arguing with it, not me. You're the one arguing, saying that Jews. You're the one that are arguing, saying that Jews can't take that fucking song back and strip it of its fucking hateful message and use it back at them. I'm not saying that.
Palestinian people that took that.
Ellie's saying that.
If it comes to wait, hold on. So Luke,
the Palestinian people
if it comes out, if it comes
it for themselves. So you've got it completely.
If it comes out that the Israelis, if the Israelis used it before Fingerboard, now what's your argument against that? If the Israelis used it before the Palestinians, what's your argument against that?
Ask that again. Sorry, one more time. Ask it again.
Chuck it in the bin.
I can't. Honestly, I can't hear you, Veli. Go on, ask it again.
Yeah, if the Israelis used it before the Palestinians, how do you argue against that?
I don't think they did. It was the PLO who invented it.
It wasn't the PLO. It was the Zionists that use it. No, it wasn't. It's on the Lukid Party. It's on the original badge of the establishment.
I'll get my evidence.
Let him finish what he said.
It's from the 70s.
Yeah,
exactly. So it represents the greater Israel. Why would the Palestinians make that up? You idiot. You half-wit.
I'll look into it, and then you can look into it.
You total half-wit.
Okay, we'll see.
You're an embarrassment, Luke.
Okay, we'll see.
No, you are an embarrassment, bro.
Okay, we'll see.
You're so cruel. You're just so cruel. You're so ignorant.
Do you want a violin now or later?
No, you're the one that needs the violin, mate.
Man with no lips can make trumpet sounds, though.
Are you getting your evidence or not? Where the slogan started from?
We don't need evidence. We've got logic. That's the whole. That's the whole point. You're calling a whole.
No, you do. No, you don't.
Evidence. We like evidence. No. We do like evidence. I like evidence. I like evidence. Yeah, what I don't like here is.
How do you like evidence in the morning?
Yeah, I like evidence. I don't like trust me, bro. Yeah, just believe me. If you can bring paperwork that makes your claim solid, then I love that.
I want to know
I
how.
learned that shit.
We'll get the evidence.
It gets me fired up.
I wanna know.
Even if you able to vote.
Yeah, I've got the keyless entry to kick the Night Rider car. Veli, where are we going to get some weed? Anyway. You hear me? Yeah, me can.
What did you say? What did you just no.
Any paperwork, boy, bring that forward, cuz. Yeah, I love to see that, cuz, man.
That's a musical.
And then you know what it does, yeah? It puts the end to. Well, it doesn't really, because we presented paperwork on stuff no times, but more times it should, in a logical way, should put an end to one side making points that is going against what the actual evidence says. But it doesn't happen in it, because with institutional racism and other things that we've been able to. that we've been able to bring up or whatever, yeah, it hasn't really worked like that, innit? You know?
Okay. So, the phrase "from the river to the sea" refers to the territory between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea.
Great
Including
Israel.
the entirety of the territory of the state of Israel, in addition to the West Bank and Gaza, which are not part of the state of Israel. While its origins are unknown, in the 1960s and 70s, it became the signature phrase of the Palestinian Liberal of the PLO. I stand corrected to indicate the replacement of the state of Israel with a state of Palestine extending from the river to the sea, including the expulsion of Jews who entered the land after 1947. Checkmate. Now bring your evidence.
What's your source?
How is that a nullifier?
What is your source?
You're like a nullifier,
Because
aren't
it
you?
became their phrase. But where did they? Who originated the phrase?
Well, that's part of evidence. Now can one of you bring evidence?
This is the thing, like, evidence don't mean nothing when you're a spastic.
Oh, wait, Jupiter says even Al Jazeera says that I'm right. Even Al Jazeera says I'm right. Honestly, why are you arguing me?
You lot are just too dumb.
Money rings around all of this, especially you, you big fat bastard. It takes me seconds to ring around you, you big fat
hold on. Let's see if we can at
I'm
least
highly
get some
embarrassed by
paperwork on it.
Billy. I'm not a magician at this
Luke,
point
Luke,
because
hold on,
you are
bro.
making false arguments and you're the one who's bringing evidence. If you're saying that the Jews invented that phrase, now you need to bring the evidence.
Bro, listen, bro. Do you know what? Wait, hold on. You read out there that the origin is unknown. You just read out there. That
The earliest start. So the earliest start that we can find is when the PLO used it, which is what I said.
But he said the origin was unknown.
What is your source?
I said that the earliest start was the PLO, which used
What is your source? What is your source?
Of Jews, which is what you're inadvertently doing. I can rewind and I can make my argument again, Billy. I can review all this.
What's your source, and then we can grab another source.
But I've been correct with every fucking thing that I've said, and I've got evidence to show it. And then when it's your turn to bring evidence, he just keeps them ranting, and not one of you actually bring evidence. Check this for me.
For no reason, literally. All I said to you is let's have a look at the other side. You're not willing to do that, and even in your own evidence that you brought up, it said literally says in the first line the origin. It literally says in the first.
1 minute, Billy.
It says it in the wait. Hold on. It says it in the first line that the origin is unknown.
Billy, did it? I just asked you to bring your evidence.
Yeah,
we want my initial statement. Billy, let me
listen. We can bring evidence, man.
Billy, why can't I speak for more than 2 seconds about everybody just coming in?
But listen.
Billy, but why can't I speak for more than 2 seconds about everybody
why
just
do you not answer the points that I make?
I'm answering you directly. I'm trying to answer you directly.
It's like, bro, it's really annoying, man.
He asked you very simply.
Billy, I am trying to answer you directly. There's about 6 people jumping in. Can you give me the floor for a minute? Can you give me the floor for 1 minute? What do you mean? No, you shut your mouth, Billy. Can you give me the floor for 1 minute? Billy, can you give me the floor for 1 minute, please?
So your evidence, please. Put your link in the back.
No, I've just shown my link. You put your link in the back.
Where is it?
Yeah, put the link in the back, and then we'll put a link in. Dark, grab a link.
All links in the back, you silly bastard. Wait. Are you going to give me a minute? Are you going to give me the floor for 1 minute?
No, put your link in the back. Put your link.
What is your source?
Wow, honestly, you lot are just terrified. You've been exposed as being fucking liars. That includes you, Billy. You've been fucking. You tried to lie about me tonight, and I've actually.
Can you say anyone's terrified?
Every time that I've tried to put the link to your evidence, right? You're not allowing me the floor. You're allowing 4 people to speak at the same time.
I want to look.
You're going mad, man. You smoke too much trees, cuz, man.
Then allow me the floor for 1 minute, then.
You going mad, fam? Like,
then allow me the floor for 1 minute, then, Billy.
Wait, listen. He just said you put the link to your evidence in the back.
You're going to allow me the floor for 1 minute, Billy.
Bro. He just said to you, put the link to your evidence in the back here, and at the same time, I was saying,
and before that, Billy, I've asked you for the fucking floor for a minute.
Listen. Yeah. He asked you to put the link to your evidence in the back. There's
And
literally
before
nothing
that, I asked for the floor for a minute so I can address you directly.
Man, stop speaking and listen to the point. If you don't listen to the point, you won't understand the point I'm making. Yeah. He asked you to put the link to your evidence in the back. Yeah. And at the same time, I asked him to find any evidence that he has and post it in the back at the same time, so you can compare evidence for evidence to see which one's more flipping credible. There's nothing wrong with that, man.
Now, can I respond to you? Before you said that to him, I asked for the floor for a minute because I wanted to respond directly to you. Before we start adding all these extra things into it, and 4 or 5 other people start talking, I want to respond to your point because you said that I lied and I said that the origins were known. I said no, it wasn't. I said the earliest adaptation of it was PLO, or the earliest origins of it was the PLO, and the PLO used it.
Nah, he said the origin. Nah, he didn't. He said the origins of it was unknown, and the earliest they heard of it was PLO.
So, you bring your evidence that he wasn't the PLO. I've just shown evidence that it was the PLO who adapted it. You show your fucking evidence.
Of your evidence.
Your evidence.
I've just shown my evidence. You show your.
Post the link to your thing in the back.
I
just found it. I put it in the back. It's in Deuteronomy. It's in Deuteronomy. It's from the Bible. It's in Deuteronomy. Abraham is promised the land from the river to the sea.
Thank you, Khan.
It's in Deuteronomy. I put it in the back. Go and have a look.
No, you show the evidence.
Where do we find Deuteronomy? Where do we find
I put it in the Bible, obviously.
Where do we know? In the Torah. In the Torah, not the Bible, the Torah.
Yeah, that's Luke, you're a spastic and you know it.
You're a big fat spastic.
Plus, can I just say something? Can I just say something? The slogan is a fragment of a well-known slogan that's been used by various different groups over time.
Like
The PLO did co-opt it. You were right about that. They did co-opt it, but it was the Luki Party that put it into their charter in 1977.
Can you show me? Right, I'm going to show you them. Show me evidence again. The link is here. It's the American Jewish Commission.
All the time you've been chatting about Sahih Bukhari, and now we brought you something from Deuteronomy, you spasmo.
You fat mong.
You lost, mate. You lost today.
Fucking loser.
You
Honestly,
lost.
You
can't argue with Deuteronomy.
How could you get lost when your mum finds you in your house?
Anyway, you can't lie, bro. It's in Deuteronomy.
I brought my evidence already. I will do it again, Veli. This is what I'm talking about when I said the origins of the Veli.
This is the American Jewish Committee. The American Jewish Committee.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know about evidence. You don't know about sources. You don't know about nothing.
You can't go to a source that is not a Zionist
bias.
It's not a viable source.
This is look at you, bro. You are not a real person.
You walk yourself into it.
You're a slimy.
You're an utmost idiot.
You are going to walk.
I've never seen such an idiot.
Slimy little rat. That's what you are.
And you're a fucking loser and a lefty.
He's a meerkat. He's not even a rat. He's a meerkat. He's a rat with no teeth.
Oi, don't be nasty to me.
I'm teeth, you weirdo. Right, so you're saying this is Zionist? Oh, wait, no, stop.
Don't go
Al
too far.
Jazeera, checkmate.
Let's get back
Checkmate.
on point.
Billy, let me speak. He just said that it's it's American Jewish, but well, checkmate, cunts. Now I'm showing you Al fucking Jazeera. Al Jazeera says, where is it here? So Austrian
mainstream
police
media, mainstream media,
claiming that the slogan, originally formulated by Palestinian Liberation Organization, had been adopted by the armed Hamas. Check fucking mate. Again, now show your evidence.
So you're saying Al Jazeera is a better source than the actual Bible?
Where are you now, Dr. Magician? Show me your evidence.
You're saying, look, you spaced it. You're saying Al Jazeera outranks the Bible. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. How are you saying that a Muslim TV channel is more important to you than the actual Bible? You idiot!
Now what you're saying?
You're an idiot,
right, so I brought two pieces of evidence now. Two pieces of evidence on this very specific topic, and yous have not brought.
Put a link in the back for him, bro.
Too long, and we all
I ain't gonna share shit. I ain't gonna share shit. You think I'm gonna share your shit? You can share your own shit. I brought two pieces of evidence.
Bro. You're an idiot.
I'll bring you evidence.
You're an idiot. You use your own shit as fucking face mask. You idiot.
And you're a big fat idiot. Whatever I am.
You play with your shit. You play with your own shit like Play-Doh.
You eat your shit.
You idiot. How are you saying Al Jazeera is more of a source to you than the fucking Bible? You idiot.
He said that me showing a Jewish source was biased. He said that me showing a Jewish source was biased and started laughing.
So
I showed him an Al Jazeera source, which is a big fucking checkmate, and he can't deny it.
How is it a checkmate to bring Al Jazeera against the Bible? You're bringing Al Jazeera against your own Bible, you idiot.
I'm bringing the exact same one, but it's called Al Jazeera. That's a fucking checkmate. That is a checkmate.
So you accept Al Jazeera as a source now, innit? So next time Luke, next time I make an argument to you and the video is from Al Jazeera or the writings from Al Jazeera, I don't want to hear
that one, Billy. You know what? This is how dishonest you are. So Dr. Magician started laughing the fact that I'm using the Jewish source, so I used the fucking Muslim source to have the same argument, Billy. Don't say that I rely on that. You don't. You clearly do.
Your nose is not big enough.
I've oranges regardless. That you called it and laughed that it was a Jewish source, and I brought the same article, but from Al Jazeera. Forget about it. That's got your fucking
No. I'm saying that, Luke. This is what I'm saying. Is that and you will have to agree with this because you know that this is true. I've brought you Al Jazeera as a source previously, and you've refused, as well as others like Banksy and.
Why have I refused it? Because I believe what, Billy?
Or Wendy or
whatever. I believe in Al Jazeera. I believe it's Islamic. Yeah, Islamic.
Come on, man. Let me speak, bro. I allow you to speak all the time.
You don't allow me to speak. Oh, don't fucking lie. You know you don't allow me to speak.
Bro, come on, man. Behave yourself. I allow you to speak. I keep trying to make the man be quiet when you're speaking.
Go on.
But like I was saying, numerous times I've brought Al Jazeera as a source for certain things that was happening, especially to do with the Keir Starmer removing Jeremy Corbyn in the Labour Party. And the man were refusing to accept Al Jazeera as a source in that side, and anything to do with Israel and Palestine, the man have refused to accept Al Jazeera as a source.
Right, so can I respond to you, Billy? Right, so do you know the reason why I brought up Al Jazeera article then? I would never have even touched that Al Jazeera article if you had accepted the article, the initial article that I brought. But just because it was a Jewish article, you all laughed on the spot and said I'm biased. So I had to bring up Al Jazeera.
No, he's biased. You idiot.
Argue with it, which strengthens my checkmate.
That's in your own mind.
I didn't say shit.
I
told you to grab his evidence. I said grab your evidence.
I don't rely on Al Jazeera. Clearly you do, so I've got evidence that you would accept checkmate.
Forget about the arguments in the
You did not accept my initial evidence, Billy.
We're not accepting your second evidence either.
Billy, be honest. You've not brought evidence. What are you talking about? None of you have brought evidence.
I brought
Billy, if you're honest, why are you crying? All these men crying. So Billy, if you're honest,
hey, Luke, can you repeat that? Because I can't hear you. I've bad headphones.
You're not a real person.
You're all crying, regardless of whether you got better headphones or not. I thought you got better headphones.
Right, if the phrase is in the Bible predates.
Exactly.
You're just dishonest. Honestly, watch this and you're all
if the phrase is in the Bible, that predates Al Jazeera, doesn't it?
I can hear it from
So what are you talking about? Bible and Al Jazeera? What the fuck?
Right, so they're saying it's in the Bible. I don't know. They're saying it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. The Bible.
I don't know where the Bible's coming to this conversation.
Al Jazeera cannot be right. You two.
What, from the river to the sea? That's why I've asked you for the evidence. You bring the evidence. You're saying from the river to the sea. You're saying from the river to the sea is Jewish text. Fucking bring that.
You're actually a donut. I don't think
you just said that from the river to the sea is Jewish text.
It's so flat. You're not getting oxygen to your.
Can we have the evidence, please? Instead of saying, "Oh, you're stupid," bring evidence. I brought evidence. You haven't
brought any evidence.
I'll bring it again. I'll share it again. I'll show it for the first time. And I'll get a different article this time. So I've shown a Jewish article. I've shown an Al Jazeera. It's the same shit. Now I'll share a different article. And not one of you will be able to counter it or bring evidence.
Really?
I'm going to fucking own you the third time again. You know why you asking shit once again, but I will do.
The fact you need to own someone means
again, why would you even want to walk into this? Stupid idiots.
The fact
if you really want to do it, if evidence for the third time of the same thing, I fucking will do. Scientific method. Don't say I don't like to put people when there's about 4 people talking shit.
Do you understand what primary and secondary sources are? Do you understand that?
No.
Do you understand what titiary? Do you know what the word titiary means? Do you understand what that means? Exactly, because you're a fucking moron. You don't.
And you're a lefty Mongo who makes emotional arguments.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to source evidence.
I do. I've just shown you evidence twice.
The first thing you went
for was evidence, bro.
It is evidence. I've just shown you twice. So can you counter that with evidence? Can you counter it with evidence?
I'll put it in the chat and in the back chat.
What the fuck does the Bible say about fundamental sea?
It's in Deuteronomy, you deaf twat.
Right, show it then. You show it on the screen. Show me.
Everyone's looking at it now.
Nobody's looking at it.
Everyone's laughing at you. Everyone's laughing at you.
Show me the evidence.
It's in the fucking chat and the back chat.
Oh my god!
You need to show
the only evidence.
I can bring my evidence to the screen. Use calm. You're weak as fuck. Not one of you's a proof point.
It's in the chat, bro. Everyone's looking at it now. Everyone.
Bring my evidence for the third time.
Proved yourself wrong.
Yo, you drop a link in the back for man.
I put it already, brother.
I've told you. If that magician can share his fucking screen, bring your fucking evidence.
I can't share the screen. I can only.
Why are you all fucking broke?
Stop squeaking.
You little fucking trams. I know Simon can share his fucking screen.
getting
Don't expect me
upset.
to
Hey, listen.
I know
Listen, let me read
I
out.
know I might be on Team Israel. Don't expect me to be Israel and fucking fight your battles for you.
Let me read it out. Luke, let me read it out quickly, yeah?
Allow
So
fucking aid.
every
I ain't gonna
place.
give you aid. Right, read it out then. Read out the origins of From the River to the Sea, because I said that the only time I
dumb bitch.
is when it came from the PLO.
One sec, yeah? Wait, let me read it out, yeah? Sorry, man.
You've
This
got other
fucking
evidence.
bitch just
I'm
left me in the
willing to listen
fucking
to
box, man. You can't.
Luke, shut up, man.
Stupid
No, you
fucking
shut up, Chris.
smelly
You're not
cunt.
having anything other than a
I'll
bowl
show you
there.
pussy stick. So listen. Every place where you set foot will be yours. The territory will be extended from the desert of Lebanon to the river. The river Euphrates to the Western Sea. Deuteronomy 11:24.
Why do you think that the Israeli
that's a
badge
major
has
remix. What a fucking remix.
map on it? Why do you think it has?
Did you realise halfway through reading that, Belly, that
where
was a
they
fucking
get it
remix?
from? This is where the Lukid party get
Sorry.
it from. They get it
Sorry.
directly
Wait, hold
from-
on. Let Luke reply, because I can just about hear it in a minute. So what did you say, bruv?
Finally, let me reply. So I can't believe that you've even tried to do that remix there. So let me respond. I can't even get 5 words out. How come that I can't get 5 words out without 4 minutes? Yeah, but isn't this supposed to be a conversation?
This is the joke, man. This has got to be mental health issues. It's got to be.
Arguments don't work the way that.
Luke, you read out. You read out what it says in the private chat yourself, innit? And see if I'm remixing what it says.
I'd rather just respond to what you just said, Belly.
You don't.
You say no, it's a remix, innit? But it's not. It's what's written there. It's what comes written there.
Wait, you've just said what I've said, but I've not finished what I've said. I can't believe how dishonest you're being tonight.
No, you said I was remixing, and I'm
before
saying
you interrupted me within 5 seconds and not allow me to finish what I'm saying. So how can you say that I've said something?
How many 5 seconds?
Not being dishonest.
Because you said in your first sentence that you're remixing. And I'm like, it says it there. You can read it yourself.
It would take you to talk. If you say what you want,
You're just being dishonest. You're really embarrassing.
then we'll all be able to hear it.
I'm the only one who's genuinely brought evidence.
Don't
I'm
hold
going
up
to
to
respond to
anything.
Belly directly
That's
about what
wrong,
you just
Luke.
talked
Say
about
it.
the Bible.
That's wrong,
If you
Luke.
just quiet
You're
for 2
lying.
seconds, then I
Luke,
can.
you're
not more
lying
than 2
again.
seconds.
Stop lying.
I can respond directly to Belly. If Belly wants me to respond, if he doesn't want me to respond, we can just have
Let him
personal.
respond, innit? Let him respond,
We're
man. Stop
trying
making
to let
emotional
you
arguments.
respond.
Respond.
let me then.
Spending more time complaining
then.
that you can't respond.
Well,
than
you're
you are
dragging time out now, aren't you?
talking sense.
Okay,
So
I'll
talk
listen
sense.
when you
Let him
finish.
respond, man. Let him respond.
I'm trying.
Do it in song.
No, I don't.
And I miss you from the river to the
Oh,
sea.
stop it, man. You make me want to top myself.
What is it? It's Deuteronomy 11:24. Can't carry on. I'm going to look for the Deuteronomy myself.
So yeah, so I acknowledge, I accept that there could be the phrase that was, in my opinion, again.
Thank
so
you.
let me know you finished.
It
Thank
came
you, Luke.
from the
Thank you.
it came from the Jewish people first, right? You admitting that?
You don't
You
even know what I'm
admitted
saying
that.
yet. You've interrupted me, and now you're trying
I'm
to answer
asking,
for
are
me.
you gonna? Are you
Oh, now you're trying to
admitting
answer
the Jewish
for me.
source?
Are you going to have to speak or not?
It's like
No, wait, before you speak, go and check what Al Jazeera said first.
You go and wipe your mum's bum.
Go and check what Al Jazeera says
You go and wipe your
first.
mother's batty, Kara, mate. You get paid for it.
Ladies
Go and
and
ask about Al Jazeera, mate.
You got me. You're not
You
even
need
let
to
me
send Al Jazeera a sniff email.
Everybody can see how you're not willing to have an actual
Come, guys, let
conversation.
him answer.
When we do have a civil conversation,
No,
I've demolished
everyone
every single one of
can
you.
see
The only time that you can
you
try and
haven't
claim a win is when you do
demolished
personal
anyone.
attack. That's childish as fuck.
Breath.
Carry on. Go on.
I
You
can claim
can
wins from the vast
call
electoral
me
argument.
out. You can call me Al
Evidence, all that shit,
Jazeera.
all that good shit. You're just being
Stop
childish, and
talking.
you're all older than me. How weird is that?
Yeah, 20
How
years
cringe
at
is that?
least. And you
How
can't
cringe is
stop
that? You're getting
talking.
rings reminded by younger lads.
Stop talking.
Intellectually as well, not just like physically.
Really?
Intellectually, I'm smashing all the fuck out of you.
I'm sure that's what you think.
As evidenced.
Not really.
Yeah, but he does say it in Deuteronomy, though, yeah?
I'll respond to you,
the
Billy,
river
if
to
you
the
give me a
sea.
minute to respond. Thank you. Right, we're getting a bit quiet. Right, so I accept that, yeah, that phrase could have come from some form of religious text, but the fact that the PLO have taken it and created a hateful phrase out of it has changed the context of it. Usually, in times when there's been like specific chants or phrases, they have a
actually
further
don't
origin
care
that
about
wasn't
it.
hateful, and it had like a good, like, you're not proving anything there. The fact is that the hateful terminology or the hateful context of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. because Palestine wasn't written in Judeology, whatever you fucking call it.
Judeology.
The full phrase of
Nah, if there's any Jews listening to this, I apologise. I apologise. On behalf of G-Block, if there's any Jews listening to this, please.
Wait, hold on, man.
Forgive us.
Hold on. Luke, your original argument was that this phrase was created by the PLO. Rah, this, that, and the other. And
yes,
Hamas savages.
I am correct.
It wasn't, though.
No, it was because Palestine wasn't fucking formed.
It wasn't, because it says in your text they don't know the origins.
You quoted a different fucking quote,
that's older than Hamas. Deuteronomy is older than Hamas.
Say the quote again. Say the quote again.
And PLO.
Say the quote again, Veli.
All right, let me read it out.
Nobody else speak, please. Just let this between me and Veli.
Let me read it out, yeah?
Just read that quote one more time, Veli.
Let me read it out, yeah?
Yeah.
So it says, every place where you set foot will be yours. Your territory will be extended from the desert to Lebanon, from the river to the river Euphrates, to the western seas. Deuteronomy 11:24.
Thank you. So let me respond to that. So that is completely different. You might say it's got origins and aspects of that fucking initial Judeology or whatever you call it. I've never really read that. Like I said,
what a dickhead! What a dickhead!
You're just being childish. So there may be aspects of that, but the full phrase "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" was founded by the PLO. Is what I said. I am correct in that.
We never said that it wasn't. We never said
Is the Bible going to say? Wait, hold on.
Belly chanted.
Is the Bible going to say from the river to the sea? Palestine should be free.
Did you chant what you just read out then?
Is the Bible? Wait, hold on. Is that Old Testament Jewish prophecy?
Did you chant what you just read out? You're a liar.
You're clutching at straws, Luke. You're clutching at straws, mate.
Did you just chant what you read out then, Billy? Or did you chant from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
Yeah.
Don't fucking lie to me. Did you chant what you read out then?
Careful who you're talking to, bro.
Let me try
Careful who you're talking to.
From the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. That's what I said. Exactly.
You said the phrase PLO coined, not the one that came from that fucking book. Stop lying, checkmate.
Oh, Luke, you're such an idiot, man.
The original phrase from the river to the sea, which is in the original. Listen, the original phrase from the river to the sea. Bro, you made your point, yeah, and then you said checkmate. So that means it's my time now, yeah.
I'm more embarrassed.
All right. So the original phrasing from the river to the sea is in Deuteronomy. That's the checkmate. Like that's what you was arguing for. To say that PLO, like obviously Palestine should be free. It's going to be the Palestinian version. Bro, stop. Listen, you gotta listen now, because you had your chance. I listened to what you said, bro, and I'm replying to what you said. Let me reply to what you said.
Not to interrupt and lie,
brother. I'm replying to what you said, man. Come on, allow me to reply. Yeah.
I'll expect right, fine. If we could draw the line at Sandy, and you give me the same respect where when I speak, nobody interrupts me.
Shut up! Stop crying like a little bitch.
If you listen back, listen. If you be honest and listen back here, anytime I hear that you're trying to make a point and getting spoken over, I tell the man them to allow him to make a point. Yeah, you can admit that. Yeah.
And do they?
So like again, let me finish this point then. Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I do. Every time I hear that,
you might try,
and I feel like it is your time
easily
to
say,
respond.
right, no, you can put everybody on mute like you do when you play a video, and say, right, guys, it's 4-on-1. We've asked a question here. I want to hear Luke's response. I've not heard you do that once. You've tried, but you've not really let it follow through.
Has anyone else tried to debate you other than Veli?
Bro, forget about that.
Talking shit about
bro. Listen, that's a move away from the original argument, yeah? The original argument, yeah, is the phrasing from the river to the sea is in Likud's manifesto, and the PLO party sing it as well, yeah? And so, I'm saying, the Likud, bro, listen, the Likud version of from the river to the sea, and the Euphrates to the Red Sea, Euphrates to the Red Sea, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
I can't remember whatever sea it is, yeah. But the two seas anyway, yeah. That is in between, yeah, or whatever, yeah. That's the way it's written in the Likud party is the same way it's written in the Old Testament.
No, it's not.
It's where it's the
Brother,
inspiration.
the Old Testament wasn't even written in English.
You might say it.
It was in Hebrew in the first. Bro, what kind of dumb argument is this? What kind of dumb argument is this? Do you think the Bible was written in English?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Because you're an idiot. The Bible weren't written in English. You're like, it's a remix. No, it's not a remix. It's a fucking translation. It's a translation, you idiot. The Bible's not in English, is it?
Now you're arguing about
fucking mug. You fucking mug.
Such a bitch, isn't he?
Why can't you just say, I didn't do my research, I was wrong, and we can move on.
Right, so like, what am I answering now?
Oh my God, your voice is always.
What you should do
and you're
is
always on
just
crack.
be quiet, go on mute, and allow us to have a conversation.
How about you go and suck my dick, you little fucking?
No, absolutely not.
Suck my dick, winner.
You always ruin.
Oh, don't pause when you suck my dick. I'll tell you when to pause.
We can talk about, and you just bully the conversation. You haven't got anything to say.
I've added the most.
Why can't you just say, I didn't do
the
my
most evidence from your podcast. It's not going to work.
Young man,
I've added more than anybody on this
Let me just say something quickly before you guys go. Yeah?
Change the topic
here. Change the topic, but let me say something before you guys go and we can carry on, yeah? Anyone that lives in London or close to South East, yeah, take your kids up to Zippo Circus in Blackheath Fair, man. My kids thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Cost me an arm and a leg, but they did enjoy themselves. Was it worth it? The smiles are worth it. You know what I mean? But, all right, let's get back to discussion. Yeah. Big up Zippo Circus still. Yeah.
Can't say Zippo.
Keep your arms and legs.
Zippo. What is that?
He just said Zippo.
Nah, I said Zippo Circus.
Where are they? Where are they at the moment?
No, you just need to be quiet, Billy, not speak.
In Blackheath.
Oh, okay.
Blackheath now.
Where?
Yeah, okay.
All right, listen, I'm going to jump off, yeah, and let Wendy take my place, yeah? I was about to jump off and let Jupiter take my place, but she ducked out, innit? I'll jump off and let Wendy take my place so we can equal up the panel a little bit, innit?
Cavalry are coming.
Take care, Billy.
All right, so...
Big up, Billy. Big up.
Big up, yeah?
You've been very biased now. Go and fuck off.
Oi.
You shut up, you crackhead. Hey, Wendy.
I wish I could afford crack.
What you all been arguing about now?
You.
Luke's been trying to cover his ass when he's been.
Just know that they can't argue with me intellectually. That they've just like resorted to personal attacks at this point.
Stop being such a gay.
You are such a hypocrite.
You bend over for men and you tell me to stop being gay. You bend over for men. You literally spread your bum all.
You're the gayest person on the panel.
A lamp up your bum all.
You can't stop speaking.
Neither can you, crackhead. You're not adding anything. I've added more like conversation than anybody tonight combined.
No, you
have just added like personal attacks.
Well, you haven't made
the most weirdest thing before. Jupiter laughed and you was like, "That's how childish you are." 55-year-old fucking gimp.
You haven't made one substantive point.
I've demolished it all over. I've told you, I've demolished this regarding the conflict. I've demolished it when it comes to.
Luke, do you have a disability?
He's got ADHD, bro.
There's no way.
What is it? No. Do you have a disability? I'm being honest.
ADHD, severe. If he smoke weed, can you imagine how bad he'd be?
When I made the statement that you are either defending openly or inadvertently terrorism, you can't argue with that.
Do you have a mental health issue?
So, reporters,
is it an issue if I do?
Not so.
That doesn't take away from my argument, does it? See what I mean, Wendy? If you listen back, Wendy, like you're being very proud of it tonight. I've smashed fuck out of all of them. So as you can see, they've all resorted to personal.
No, you ain't. Stop lying, bro. Stop lying.
The IDF are going to be bumping up my wages, no problem.
You're a deluded embarrassment, Luke.
Mossad are going to be sending me a nice juicy.
Are you neurodivergent? Are you neurodivergent?
Are you gay?
Yes, he is.
Are you gay, Dark Magician?
No.
No, well, why do you want to?
Why are you hitting on him?
Because I'd like to understand you a bit more. Because the way
you can ask me questions. You don't have to suck my dick to like get to know me more. Why do you want to? Suck
No, you're the one that has your dick sucked by men, though, Luke, aren't you?
Yeah, only Dark Magician. But I didn't know he was a man. He had a wig on.
Oh, yeah. What I don't get is the only people that support Palestine and they're gay right? Hang on. And they're gay. And only last week, I mean, there was 2 gays thrown off a building in Palestine. I don't get it.
So bored of that.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
Who do you think
Wendy, let's not pretend that you're an LGBTQ champion. You know what I mean? So
I'm not anti-gay. Hang on, right? I don't have anything against gay people, Dark Magician.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
You're a liar. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You hate everyone, man.
You've got no proof. You have no proof of that. None.
Yeah, what makes you come to the conclusion that Dark Magician that she's
doesn't.
anti-gay?
You've said many times that you don't support trans people.
That's not anti-gay. Gay's not.
I'm on about gay
LGBTQ,
people.
That's what I said.
No, you said gays.
No,
I'm
I
on
said-
about
you said
homosexuals.
that. I
Wait,
said
do you not
LGBTQ.
understand the difference or something?
She's fought my corner in places where
So don't clutch your pearls about gay people in Palestine. You're not supporting.
I will.
She tells about gay people
I
getting
will,
thrown off
because
buildings in
there is no
Palestine.
need.
buildings in
There's no
Palestine, you
need
can
for
throw anyone
anyone to
off
be
now.
thrown off
They've
a
all been
building
bombed.
because they're
Clearly,
they're
you're a
gay.
savage as well, Dark
We
Magician.
can all agree with that, but you're
Oh, you
like,
are.
you're
You
coming
say
in here like you're some kind of like LGBTQ champion. You don't care about LGBTQ people.
You've got no evidence
Why are you
that.
clutching your
None.
pearls? Why are you clutching your pearls?
You've got no evidence of that, you
just
silly
admitted
bastard.
it. You don't support
No, I
LGBTQ.
haven't.
No, you brought up
I've
trans.
spoken to
I can show you
Simon
people
for
in
years.
LGBT.
I've never said
You don't
anything like that,
Speaking to a gay
Simon, and I
man is
never
not
will.
necessarily supporting that community, though, is it?
you kind of have recently.
And being gay doesn't mean you have to
listen
support
to me,
fucking trans
right?
either.
I know a
You'd
lot
know,
of gay
you'd know,
people,
mate.
right? And most of them are
Yeah, so would
hairdressers.
your dad, who ran away.
You don't know anyone, Wendy.
Anyway, no
So
wonder
I
you
wouldn't take
life.
lightly those hairdressers
I
being
agree.
kicked off a fucking building.
no fucking
You don't
father
know
figure.
anyone,
He
Wendy.
raised
Your
by a
whole life
hairy
is on
fucking mother.
YouTube.
Oh, go and fuck off, you baldy cunt.
Alhamdulillah.
No one cares what you
See?
think.
Hey Wendy, tell
How's
us
your grave
about the
break
statue
today?
of Rome. Tell us about
How's
the
your
statue
grave
of Rome.
break
There's
today,
no
Wendy?
personal attacks now, and they just bought. They've realised that they can't win this debate when it comes about Israel and Palestine.
Well,
So now
I've
just-
come out with
it's
something
won the
honest.
debate.
I'm
You
still
can't
trying to listen to Wendy,
apart
and you're
from
still talking.
Simon's because he's fucking used to it.
I
You
come out
fucked
with
yourself
something
up, Luke.
honest
Luke,
that's
you slapped
happening,
yourself royally,
and
you
that
just
stupid
like,
dark
you've been
magician
slapped from pillar to
who
post.
doesn't know me
You've
at
made
all
yourself look like a slimy little
comes
rat.
out with some
Yeah,
You're a
silly fucking
hypocrite.
You tell
statement.
yourself that's right. You might get some
We
sleep.
literally battered you from pillar to
Yeah.
post, and you're
And
just
what
literally
evidence
trying
did you
to
bring
save
again?
face.
What
You're
evidence
trying
did
to
you
save
bring?
face. The
Well,
double
that's
Are
fine.
you
Anyone check
English,
balls
dark
up.
What's your
magician?
evidence?
Are you
Right?
English, dark magician?
I'm an Englishman, yeah.
You are
I
you?
was born in England, yeah.
No, I'm asking if you're English.
What does
Well,
that
he's
mean?
born in
She
English.
means,
That
are you
makes him an Englishman.
Anglo-Saxon? Are you Anglo-Saxon?
What colour
don't
are you?
understand-
She
I
needs
don't
to know
understand
because
what
she's
that means.
racist.
Are you an Anglo-Saxon? Are you?
I don't know. I don't know what is that. Tell me what that is.
White
How do
English.
you know? How do you
White
how do you
English.
define somebody?
Why
White
does it matter,
English.
Wendy? Why does
White
it
That's
matter?
the question
English.
she's asking.
Yeah, but why
How
does
many
it matter
times do I
to
have
her?
to say it?
Why ask
White
that question?
English.
Is that
It matters to
legal?
her. It matters to
It
her.
matters to me.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
know
know
because
who's
she's
white
What do you mean by
English.
white? What do you mean by white?
Are you white English?
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
I don't care. Are you white
I'm
English?
Jewish. I'm
I
Jewish.
don't care. Could you fucking not? Are you?
Yeah, I am
He
actually.
is.
My
He is.
grandfather was
How do you
Jewish.
know?
No, you're not. No,
Wendy,
you're
he's not
fucking not.
lying. Wendy,
My
he's
Which
not
grandfather was
lying.
explains your attitude about gay
Why?
people.
What do you mean, Wendy?
You're from
Anyway,
Mauritius.
Wendy, I'm glad you're here. I
Wendy,
want to hear
you're from
about Arthur
Mauritius.
Scargill. You was telling us about Arthur
You're from
Scargill.
Mauritius, Wendy, aren't you?
I'm pro LGBT.
Why are we being silly though?
I've argued
I don't know why
against
you're
many
being silly. You've been
people
silly
on this
for
panel
past
before for gay
Childish fat
rights
bastard.
and LGBTQ rights. I've argued against some of the people that are.
No, you haven't.
on
I've
this
never
panel. Yes, I have.
heard you argue
I've
against
had enough.
fuck all. All I've ever done is hear you
This
sit
was
there
before you used to
talking
come
rubbish.
on. This was
It's
before
not
you
been
used to come on.
hostile to me.
If you
Dark
go
Magician.
back, I
Ask
actually had
her-
an argument. I actually had an argument with some of the original founding members of G Block back in the day.
What? Dark Magician.
LGBT.
I was
Think.
for LGBT.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
no,
care,
first
Dark
time.
Magician. That
Dark
doesn't
Magician,
make
ask
up
her-
what you said.
Ask her this,
for
Dark
what you
Magician.
said
Ask her
about
if
gay
being left
people.
wing makes you
That
less
doesn't make-
English.
Doesn't make up for that.
What have I said about gay people?
Does being left wing make you speak you less
the
English,
way
Wendy?
you dismissed what I said or because it was the
No, I
Palestinians
didn't. I said it
throwing
was
the
terrible.
gay people
I
off.
said it was
Yeah,
terrible.
yeah.
I said it was terrible. Like, why are you not listening? You're like this Luke character.
Why
You just
don't you go and
you
fuck off? You're
selectively
another
hear.
one that needs
You
to fuck off.
selectively
Yeah.
hear. Why don't
Fuck
you?
off where? He's English.
Same energy for you, love.
He's English. Where do you want him to fuck off to?
Gaslighting.
He's
that's
not
what you're
English.
I swear to you, he's English,
Then
Wendy.
he was English. Do you want
me to go by the? I used to argue this point with Ralph. I used to argue this point with
Being
Ralph.
born
Yeah?
in England
Remember
does
when
not
Ralph
make
used to
you
come on?
fucking
You are
English.
from Mauritius, aren't
Wendy,
you,
he's
Wendy?
English.
Why can't
he be English and left wing, Wendy? Why can't he be English and left wing? Why?
Incarnation of Ralph.
Why did it take him so long to answer the question when I asked him if he'd endorsed that?
Yo.
Intellectual
question. Hey, no, magician. Don't let Wendy try to take away your white card. I want him to some girl.
I knew this would bring Velli on. I fucking knew it.
Bro,
You're not
you know what's funny,
going to
yeah?
get this
You
information.
know what's funny,
easy.
yeah? Wait, hold on. What's funny, yeah, is you're trying to act like being European means being European means that you're pro LGBTQ or whatever. Bro, listen, Dark Magician will contest to this, yeah? Where people that were English on the ends used to go queer bashing, P bashing,
Yeah,
and all
I know.
that. Like,
Yeah, I know.
So stop acting,
Yeah.
but so acting like someone who's pro LGBTQ
Well, it was
means
his
that
attitude.
they have
It was
to be
fucking
European or they
attitude,
don't.
wasn't it? He sounded like an anti-gay person. He
No, but it must be worse up north where Wendy's from.
Wendy,
Wendy,
you
it must
sound
be
like
worse
an
up
anti-gay
north.
person.
Oh,
Wendy,
my
you
God.
sound like an anti-gay person. That's the impression I get of you. That's the impression Dark Magician's
No,
got
I
of you.
don't care what impression you
I
get.
know you don't care, and that's what you always say. That is a right-wing motto.
Wait, how is it okay for you to make all these different points about Dark
Every
Magician?
time you get
But
pinned
now
down, you say, I don't care.
It's not
Guys,
okay
let's
for
be
anyone
fair,
to make
let's be
these same
fair.
assumptions against you.
I don't think Wendy's anti-gay compared to Jupiter.
I have never said anything
I don't believe
about
she
gay
is. I
people.
don't think Simon believes she is. Like, I don't believe everybody.
But you're
believes
just
that Wendy's
making
anti-gay.
assumptions about Dark Magician, though. You're
Proper
saying that
people who
he
just
Yeah,
want her
because
to be
he
anti-gay.
literally said
straight
it.
at me.
He ain't called anyone a white man one time or
Palestine.
not.
If you'd have
So
listened,
what he is, I was
you'd have heard me
wrong,
say that
and
was
he's
terrible.
a white lefty.
First of all, you tried to claim he's not English.
He's a lefty, obviously.
How can you? First of all, how
What's
can you
wrong with
claim he's
that?
not English? You don't
I'm
even
not a
know
lefty.
or whatever.
I'm not a lefty.
Are you not?
Yes, you are. Yes, you
I'll get the fuck out of them. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, man.
You're
Joking.
a lefty.
No, bro. Listen. I know
was
Dark
thrown
Magician
out of the Labour
for God
Party.
knows how many
He's
years.
a Corbynite.
You
Wendy,
can't tell
he's a
me that Dark
Corbynite.
Magician ain't
He's a
fucking
Corbynite.
English guy or that.
Yeah, Corbynite.
Behave yourself, man.
He was kicked out of the. He just said he was kicked out of the.
Behave yourself. You're trying to take away a man's white card, you know. This is mad, isn't it? Like, you make an argument against. You make an argument against any of these right-wing.
Hey, Wendy's the gatekeeper of whiteness.
White now.
She's the white keeper. She's the white keeper.
Look, if he wants to say I don't like gay people, I've got every right to say anything
don't like
back
gay
to
people. I
him.
said LGBT.
Yeah.
No, you're saying he's not even English. Are you English?
Well, I asked him if he was Anglo-Saxon. He don't even know what an Anglo-Saxon is.
Hey, Dark Magician, tell her what your favourite brand of tea is. What tea do you drink? Do you drink Earl Grey? Do you drink Earl Grey?
I don't need to know he's a lefty. That's all I need
He's
to
a
know.
commoner.
Are you white? Are you English? That's funny.
Yeah, he's a lefty. I don't.
Yeah,
need
he's
to know
winding
what
around
I
saying
know.
he's a Jew. Obviously,
Wendy, if I think I understand where you're coming from, right? Yes.
But you're a far right lunatic, man. What the hell? Listen, wait, I'm a Dark Magician. Dark Magician, don't answer that with no fucking logic. How is she saying no, but he's a lefty and right? You're far racist and a nutcase. Why should we take anything that you say serious then?
Yeah, you used to support Arthur Scargill. That's how lefty. That's how
He's saying he's a
lefty.
lefty. That's why we shouldn't take anything he said
No,
seriously.
you're triggered
But
now,
you're
you see.
racist.
You're triggered now.
You're triggered.
You're triggered
You
now,
don't even
Belly.
season your dinner. You don't even season your dinner, do you, woman?
You're triggered, Belly. Stop
Now,
it.
Wendy don't even have salt and pepper on the table.
I'm holding up the mirror to you, to your own point. You're saying you don't going to listen to what he's saying because he's a lefty.
I said I know
We listen to
now.
what you're saying.
I know what he is because he's a Corbynite lefty. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
we
but
know you're
exactly.
far right
You're
racist.
far right though. So why should we listen to
Why
what
would
you
I
say?
be anti-gay?
I'm not
Why would
far
I be
right.
anti-gay? Why would I be
I'm
anti-gay?
not. I
You
am
are,
not
man.
anti-gay.
You're
You
extremely
liar.
far right.
No, I'm not.
Now, Wendy, why would the Corbynite lefty be anti-gay? Wendy, that makes sense what you're saying.
Wendy, have you not heard yourself when you go into your rage and you're talking about the fucking Muslims and the fucking so-and-sos and the foreigners, the immigrants and the rah-rah?
Hang on.
Fucking Kenny
Belly, I'm not going to lie. I do not like Islam. I hate Islam with a vengeance.
You're against immigrants as well, man. You keep talking about how the immigrants are fucking up the place and blah 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 as well.
Yeah, because most of them they all follow that fucking Islam.
A lot of the points that you make come from KGB News or flipping Talk TV.
Yeah, but when you remix it, Billy, I thought we talked about being homophobic.
It's making a fair comparison. If you're hey Luke, this is a fair comparison. If you're saying you can dismiss what someone's saying because they're on one side of the political spectrum, why should we listen to you if you're on the opposite side of the political spectrum?
See, again, you're getting it all confused because you got triggered because he's your mate.
No,
what I mean is I know what to expect from him.
You guys are such. You're so
wild.
Billy, if you call him homophobic, you shouldn't allow it to.
No, I get it.
In the way that you do your thing, like when we hold the mirror up to your point and make the exact same point that you're making in reverse.
No, she didn't believe he was white English because he's your mate. Because he's your mate in real life. She's thinking he can't be white.
Fine. Yeah, he's a Corbynite.
Because he's your mate.
Me and Dark Magician have had disagreements on the panel.
Has Billy got white mates? That's what she's thinking. She's thinking, how's this black supremacist got white mates?
He's been my good friend for years. So none of that matters, innit? None of you guys can't take away his white card for any fucking being a left-leaning person or being a supporter of Jeremy Corbyn or whatever. That's bollocks. Like, that means, listen. So I'm going to make the same point to you. If you're saying we shouldn't listen to Dark Magician because he's left-leaning and he's a Corbyn supporter, why should we listen to you as a far-right-leaning person and a flipping Nigel Farage supporter? Why should we listen to you?
Right, okay, so I don't support Nigel Farage.
Yeah, but Nigel Farage.
You supporting him, finished, Belly. You've just made accusations to me. What I said was Dark Magician. Now I know what he is. I know what to expect from him now.
Okay, fair enough.
No, that's what you said later on. Your original point was you shouldn't listen to it
for ages.
No, I never said
spoken to me for a long time. What are you talking about? You know my views on things, like as if you don't know. Are you having dementia?
Come on, we was doing shows talking about how people.
Hang on, so let me talk to Dark Magician here, right? I do know you, Dark Magician, and I thought, hang on, what's happened to Dark Magician? He seems to have had a fucking personality transplant.
No, it's always been the same.
What?
What do you mean?
Hey guys. Do you see how these people are? They ain't got brain cells. They ain't got no fucking brain cells. They don't know what they say and what they do. They don't know what they're doing from one moment to the next.
I know who you are.
Listen, you've
had a personality transplant. You've gone more left. You've gone more left.
Put down the Lambrini, girl.
Leave the Rioja alone.
I don't drink, and you've gone more left, Dark Magician.
I've always been kind of left, but I've also got conservative views too. Look, for instance, I am with you on the Islam thing. I was saying this earlier. I'm an anti-theist. I've always said that. I've argued with Khan.
I know that you. Yeah, I know you don't follow religion.
I've had conversations.
It's all coming back. It's coming back to me now. She's starting to remember who you are.
I know who he is. And but over the last, when he's been turning up lately, when he's been on this panel lately, I've been thinking, this isn't the Dark Magician.
The next minute you're a Christian.
He's done the same position since he's jumped on the panel. When we was doing shows showing people how the different benefits they can claim and all the different any sort of disability allowances people might be entitled to and all them different things there.
He's done a lot of good shows, man.
It's been the same points, man. The man's been making. It's just because you don't like.
Really, it's the over and window. We've all moved right, and he stayed the same. He seems more left because everyone's moved right.
Doesn't mean you got a bully me, Belly.
I'm not
No,
bullying you.
like Wendy, you got to face it. You become
Everyone get a violin out
radicalized.
for Wendy.
Wendy, you become radicalized.
I tell you what, Wendy, I'm gonna let
hating him.
Simon jump back on in it, yeah, because Wendy
I'm
keeps crying
fucking
in it.
joking, for Christ's sake.
God,
I don't think
Well,
you.
why is all
Get
acting
your
like
tissue out, Wen.
Palestinians? I mean, savages.
I don't think you can grasp that I'm anti-Islam, but also left. I don't think you can quite square
The
that
window
circle.
is the only thing that moves.
Yeah, being
what I
anti-religion isn't a right or left political thing.
Well,
But it is.
No, you
yeah,
could be a communist. Communist.
Look. When you're talking about the loony left, it is because like you can't have those conversations with the loony left. You cannot say anything against religion at all, especially Judaism.
No.
You can about Christianity. You can.
Do you know how many times the left? I've been in left circles, and
The
I
left
can't
hate
stand them.
Christianity.
I cannot stand them because they're hypocrites.
Yeah, but they also hate religion.
They do.
Communists hate religion.
They don't.
No, they don't hate religion.
Communists.
They love Islam. They
No,
all
loony,
fucking love
he's saying
Islam.
loony lefty groups. I said the only religion that they hate basically is fucking Christianity. These loony lefty groups.
Yeah, but they love Islam.
Nah, they don't. They don't. Left wingers don't like Islam. Islam's
Yeah,
more
they do.
conservative. Islam
Yeah,
is
they
actually
do.
very conservative.
This is the inconsistency that I'm talking about. So I don't identify myself as left. Like when it comes to like economics, yeah, of course, I'm looking at like socialism. And I'm thinking making.
So would you like to explain why?
Yeah,
hang on. So why,
socially
after
left,
only 9 months in
economically right.
power, has Labour
Wendy,
now got the country?
tell me why
Has Labour now got the
you
country
don't like
dealing with a
Islam.
fucking
Tell me why
refugee
you
strike?
don't like
Why
Islam.
is
Tell
there
me
a
why.
refuge strike in Birmingham?
They're not
Why?
socialist.
That happened 5 years ago in Birmingham.
I'm on song number 5. I'm down to number 5 now,
That's the
Luke.
Labour problem.
Well,
That's something that Birmingham Council has suffered continually over the decade.
The
I
Labour
want to talk
government
to
is
Dark
not
Magician.
socialist.
I don't want to talk to you.
The Labour government is not socialist.
Well, you're on a panel, love. You've got to talk to everyone, sadly.
Yeah, but be honest, you're not trying to fucking get anywhere with the conversation. At least these two are currently trying to have a conversation about something. So allow them.
I'm having a sing-song. Don't know about you, lot.
What I'm saying is, that Labour is not socialist. They're not following a socialist program. That is why they're arguing with people on strike. The Labour Party
No, they're not
created
arguing
by-
with people
by
on strike. They're giving in to
Yes,
the
they are.
unions, as
No,
I
they're not.
predicted they
No,
would.
they're not.
Yeah,
Have a look
they
at
are.
Birmingham. Look at the bin men. Look at the bin men in
Because the
Birmingham.
unions have told them to go out on strike like they always
You've had
do. They're
Angela
out on
Rayner.
strike.
You've had Angela Rayner coming out. Angela Rayner comes from Unison.
Their wages by £8
Rayner
a year.
became an MP because she was
That's
a
a
rep.
diabolical thing to do.
She literally comes from the unions, and she's out there telling them, "Oh, no, you should take this £8,000 pay cut." What are you talking about?
I don't care about pay cuts, right?
Yeah,
I'm
again,
about
that's the
black
far
labour.
right
I haven't
mantra.
even
I
been in
don't
a
care.
year.
Have you ever
They
been
haven't
in a
been in a
union?
year, and already,
you
and these
ever
strikes
been
are going
in
to
a
spread up
union?
and down the country.
They
What do
are.
you mean?
Just
She's
like
from a mining family.
Because it's the
These
same
are
as
the
having
people
arguments
Of
with
course she's
Thatcher's
been in
government.
unions.
No different.
Your contract.
He's literally Thatcher. Of course he is. He's doing all the same economic programs as Thatcher would.
Of course he is.
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer. Of course he is.
No,
He is.
he isn't.
He's
No,
literally
he
a
is.
member
He
of the
is.
Trilateral Commission. What are you talking
He
about?
will allow the unions, right? And he's
No, he
relying on the army. He's going to rely on the army to go picking the rubbish up. Whatever the army shouldn't do it. They
It
should.
ain't about the rubbish, Wendy. It's not about picking up the rubbish.
It's
Listen,
Oh, isn't
they're
it?
all out in force, and they've been saying for a long time, we as MPs should not be on the picket line with people who are who are on the picket lines. We should be, and that is just not Labour. So for you to say that there's a left-wing government in power is absolutely not true. It's not
I'm
true.
telling you, right? Look, listen, right? I predicted this. Yeah, I predicted this would happen, and oh
What did you
dear, look,
predict?
it's happening. Just like
What?
I predicted it
What
would.
would happen?
What was
There
the
might not be-
prediction?
there might not be
The
far left
strike
on
would
something that you
start
wanted
coming
to
in.
do.
You
Guys, I've
watch.
got to go, you know.
Yeah,
because
you
of
fucking
this
watch.
background
They'd all
stuff.
come in
Happened all
because
through the
Starmer will
Conservative
not
government.
argue with the unions.
Strikes happen
Shut up,
in
you.
every
I'm not
Where
talking
do you
to you.
Cargill's coming in.
I'm not
a minute.
talking
Strikes
to you.
happen with every different government.
Oh, magician, why do you never tell anybody else that they need to be quiet?
I'm going to phone Office Gargle.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, that's
What are you
fucking
Officer
Morris.
Gargill's in the House of Lords, isn't he?
What are you talking about, bruv?
I thought I was very clear in my question then.
Why don't
Look,
I tell somebody
it's
to
a
be
fact
quiet?
that you're going to have to get used to
Don't tell
strikes.
anybody else that they need to be quiet. They need to go. They
I
need
never
to.
said I never told anyone to be quiet. I literally just said I've got to go because my missus is here and we want to have something to eat.
Before you said that I need to stop speaking.
Oh, that was ages ago, man. Oh, shut up, bruv, mate.
You do
Don't wash the fanny.
You two are trying to have a conversation. The only people who are stopping you are your fucking little fucking bum pals, are you? Chrissy Baldy Morris, fucking fat
I never told anyone to be
quiet.
quiet.
You've not told them to be
You
quiet.
little
Oh, you're
Begatron.
biased, aren't you?
You little Begatron.
Oh, mash, get smashed.
Mate, again.
Anyway, you guys have a great
Look,
evening.
how big is your nose?
You go to bed.
I'm off skis.
Off you go, mate. Off you go. Don't worry. We'll catch you next time. Don't
Bye,
worry.
not
It's all good.
magician.
See you
Bye,
later.
bye.
No bad will.
Take care, magician.
No, none at all. Bye, bye.
All right, big up.
Take care,
But that's
magician.
true. What I said happened in Palestine. So I don't understand these people that are running around. Gays for Palestine. I mean, please.
What is true? What is true?
Gays for Palestine. LBB. Fucking
You go over there as a gay person, you get thrown off the fucking nearest building.
What did you say?
Wendy, you trying to say gays ain't allowed to have morality or ethics, like, or be humanitarians or care about Palestinians?
Why would they support an ideology and a place that would kill them within seconds of meeting?
Because the thing that's happening to these people is so bad.
All over the world all the time.
Actually,
Are they supporting their own deaths?
No, Wendy, what it is, they don't actually, they've never actually researched Islam. They don't have a clue about it. They can't actually think that it's the religion of peace. Foolishly.
No, that's not true.
Not done any research.
That's not true. It's well known. Gays know that Muslims don't agree with them.
Do they? I can
Of
show you
course they
videos.
do.
I can show you videos where people at Palestinian protests are shocked when they find out that
The Bible says men shouldn't lay with men as well, though.
You know I know more about you.
Is
You know what was on
Christianity?
there.
I don't think gays are under any illusions about a religion.
Yeah, well,
people get thrown off of buildings by all different religions for all different regions.
Well, I'm not talking to you anyway, you fucking communist, boring bastard.
Oh, I'm a communist now. I thought you said I was BNP.
He's not a communist, he's a communard. Don't leave me this way.
And I would 500 miles out. Is that the one?
Nah, that's something else.
Is it? Hey, they're communards, aren't they? Simon, where are you?
Scottish.
No, that's not the communards.
No, he's not. He's Scottish.
It was in another band.
Yeah, it's a communard for 500 miles one.
The communards, look at your picture and you look exactly like Jimmy Somerville. Potato head.
It's Bronx beat in it.
Potato head Somerville.
Have another donut.
Jimmy Somerville. It was first communard.
Leave me this way.
We get away from the communards. We should have gone anyway. So do we agree that there's some horrible stuff in the Bible about homosexuality?
He was copying a different vocal track as well. Yeah.
That's not the communards.
It is.
But anyway, do we agree that there's some horrible stuff in the Bible about homosexuality?
No.
There is.
There is.
Well, I don't read it.
You don't read it, but you're a Christian, or are you a Buddhist today? What one are you today, Wendy?
She's a Buddhist.
Are you a Christian or a Buddhist today?
Have you heard of Zen Buddhist? She's a Jin Buddhist.
I don't live for the Bible, and I've certainly got nothing against gay people.
Right, so are you a Christian or a Buddhist today, Wendy?
Why should I answer your questions?
Because we need to know what stance you're going to take.
Who are you? Who are you at the end of the fucking day? I don't have to answer you.
Seeing as you've got a split personality, it's good to know what one we're talking about.
I do not have to answer you. You're a narcissist.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
He's not a narcissist, he's a
To help the
nastiest.
conversation with the rest of the panel, we would like to know what religion you are choosing today. Are you a Christian or are you a Buddhist?
I just told you I've got nothing against gay people. That's all you need to know.
Well, I'm not asking you that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're not going to get any more
I've
out of
heard
it.
you've spoken for hours on the internet, Wendy. I think we can all work out that you're a tiny little bit hateful to everyone, including yourself.
No,
Wendy, can you be a
lot
Christian and
hateful.
condone
I'm a lot
homosexuality?
hateful to Islam. That is it.
But Wendy,
Okay, so you're
Wendy,
hateful.
Are you condoning sodomy?
Who?
Like I'm saying,
as a Christian woman.
You can put it any way you want.
No,
I
but
have
no, I'm not putting it anywhere where I want.
homosexuals and
My ex used to say that to me. My ex used to say that to me. She said, "You can put it anywhere you want." I said, "No, I don't do that."
You showed your ignorance in what you said.
I can play the recording now.
Wendy, that was a sexual proposition from Khan. Don't turn it down, you'll never get another one.
I said that I can play the recording now where you admit to letting your bumhole getting leaked. So you would condone to sodomy, you dirty bastard.
That's not sodomy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you fucking
Sodomy means when you put your cock in someone's arsehole.
Anyway,
it's anal passage, mate.
You
Anything
admitted to getting your cock sucked by a man.
Too much detail.
Luke, you admitted to getting your cock sucked by a man, didn't you?
I don't forget my
You did though, Luke, didn't you?
Luke, did you have a moustache?
I would much rather let a guy suck my dick than let him bum me. What are you talking about?
Okay. So, who are you to talk about homosexuality and homophobia?
Somebody who's experienced, clearly, as you just admitted.
Right. So you're homosexual, yeah?
For your dad, I am, yeah.
Well, no, my dad's not homosexual. He's dead.
No, he used to be a
And you-
homosexual.
what-
You used to go to Canal Street with him. He used to wear an
I mean, what is it? I can't remember the word. Is it geriatrophobia or something stupid like that? You know,
necrophobia.
He likes having sex in the fucking woods with women.
No, when you like fucking dead people.
Gerophobia. Oh, that was
Why-
cougar.
Geriatric
He used to
phobia.
dress up in leopard skin, but I used to call him cougar.
So, Luke,
Yeah.
why, if you're now saying that you're gay, did you always claim to be asexual?
I was lying to you, Chris.
Easier.
It's a
Well, no, you were lying.
I've always wanted you. I've always
Does
wanted.
it make him less of a person?
Yeah, no,
being
you're
gay
only
then,
human,
Lawrence,
Bob. There's a lot of people.
Does it make him less of a person?
I've always had a
It's fucking
fantasy of getting
sweet.
head from a bald head.
Sorry?
I've always had a fantasy of getting head from just like a bald head.
Okay,
So
well, it won't be
I don't
me,
know,
mate,
yeah.
but I'm sure there's men out there that are blind.
Are you interested?
No,
You
not
sound
at all. Not with you, mate.
Sound interested?
Definition's
Mate, stop
extremely
trying to crack
broad,
on to me.
then surely
I'm
you would agree that
heterosexual.
the genocide that Israel stands accused of committing amounts to terrorism. Do you agree
Oh,
with
God,
that?
not
Because if you do, then
genocide.
you're sort of understanding the point.
I
that the
know when your
application's making.
headphones.
Let me say
don't
this,
match
Frank.
your
It's not about what I agree or disagree with. I am here on this program to ask you questions. When you have a radio program, you invite me on and I'll maybe answer your questions at that point. What I'm asking you is on the 7th of October, did Hamas commit a terrorist attack?
Yes. Yes.
Of course, the actions on the 7th of October are caught by the very broad definition of terrorism in the Terrorism Act. That's obvious.
Now, the law firm acting for Hamas in their legal application to be removed from the UK's list of terrorist organisations says the group's prescription is disproportionate and breaches the European Convention on Human Rights. Frank McGuinness is a barrister at Riverway Law acting for Hamas in this scenario, in this circumstance. Frank, good morning.
Judith, good morning. It's barrister at Garden Court Chambers, instructed by Riverway Law. It's very good to be here.
Understood, and thank you for that clarity, Frank. A prescribed organisation, then, is an organisation or a group that is illegal to join or show support for because it has been identified as being concerned in terrorism. Help us understand why there might be grounds, as far as this proceeding is concerned, that is a breach in the context of Hamas of the European Convention on Human Rights.
Well, I suppose there's two main things to say. Of course, it's a legal application which does rest on very extensive legal grounds. But what I'm trying to do today is to make that legible to your audience. And so the two things I think that will most help you and I to discuss what's at issue in this application are, firstly, that, of course, there is broader context, a number of propositions, legal propositions that are by this point completely uncontroversial. Some of those come to us from the International Court of Justice. Of course, South Africa.
We don't care what South Africa thinks. And this guy should be booted out of England as far as I'm concerned. How dare he?
I agree. I said let him take it to court and then we'll fucking hold him in contempt. And
Yeah.
I just want to know if he borrowed his headphones from his daughter in the morning when she was on her way to school. Babe, I need them.
How dare he? You does he
got
think he
interviewed.
is?
He's a cheeky bastard, that's what he is. Fucking kick him out. Straight into the fucking channel.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, babe, give me them Dre beats before you go out the door.
What?
I like his bit.
So in the headphones, they're a bit like girly colour.
The rose gold, Con. Get with it.
Is that what that is? Rose gold, yeah?
Would you buy them?
Would you wear them, Luke?
I got a rose gold TV. Oh.
TV?
something about Mary.
TV.
Jupiter's got a gold kitchen.
And
Fridge.
Video. Garish.
A fridge. Last thing I heard.
Over the top.
Kitchens again.
A growing number of EU states like Ireland and Spain accuse Israel of committing a genocide, and that is something that's
allowed. How can he be allowed to represent Hamas to get them off?
He's not going to get anywhere. What's the Home Secretary called again? What's her name? I forgot.
Came in Yvette
Cooper, is it?
No, Yvette Cooper. That's the one. She's already come out and said there's no fucking chance. He's not going to get anywhere.
Good.
But like I said, let it go to court, so then the fucking judge can say, "You cheeky bastard, I'm holding you in contempt."
Should go and protest outside their offices. He said Wayfair, didn't he?
Yeah, let's up there. Yeah, cheeky fucking bastards. Honestly, I'll hold you in contempt for 2 years. You fuck.
I don't think you could hold anything.
Triggered.
Yeah, I do. I tend to get triggered by terrorist defenders. Apologies about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The legal process is entitled to representation.
No, it's not a legal process. It's unnecessary.
He's taking piss.
They're within their rights to ask for their status to get revoked. So why are they doing it then?
Because he's trying to bring attention to it, like Palestine have done since get-go. They all want attention.
Exactly.
Oh, feel sorry for us. All we want to do is kill the Jews.
We just want to kill babies and
your
women.
Your nose, is that not fucking... Your nose ain't big enough.
Stop your fucking batty crease.
Why are you talking about Jews?
Why can't I talk about Jews? But look at the top.
Not Jewish.
Look at the top. So what? I can talk about television without television.
You don't.
I know more about fucking Islam than Khan does. I can still speak on Islam. What are you talking about?
Have I ever told you not to speak on Islam?
Does it say you're allowed to speak about fanny?
You're a hypocrite.
What are you talking about?
You're a hypocrite. I've never sucked a dick in my life.
Talk about you. Talk about fucking Simon who brought.
I definitely know more about Islam than you, Luke.
Do you? All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk to you. I said I know more about Khan, not you.
Yeah, well, I mean,
why do you always have to talk about disgusting things, like Luke? Right? Why is that with you?
Speaking to disgusting people, that's why.
But the man's a homosexual. You just now argued for 1 hour that you're not anti-gay. You and Wendy's come on in saying you're not anti-gay, and now you're reprimanding him for being a homosexual.
I didn't speak on that. That was Wendy who was speaking about
that. Was me.
Oh, so you don't agree? So you don't agree with Wendy on that? You're saying you're against it. You're a gay who's against gays, basically.
I'm not a gay who's against gays.
How do you work that one out? Fucking Ada.
The same way that, well, try and figure out the same way that like Muhammad's allowed 12 wives, but other Muslims aren't. Like some people are hypocritical, Carl. You might understand that. Especially Muhammad, checkmate.
That boiled it down.
Don't judge me like you would the perfect human being. I don't claim to be.
It was almost poetry.
But Muhammad does, and I can show you where he's not perfect, and then you'll go quiet, won't you, Con? Because you know you won't be able to defend it. Ever. Come at me when it comes to Islam.
Come at you.
You don't come anywhere near me, you little faggot.
Shut up, you little cunt.
Let it play.
Let it play. What?
Addressed extensively in the application. But in addition to the outstanding allegation of genocide, there are a number of things that are now simply uncontroversial as a matter of international law. One of which is that as of July last year, at the latest, the ICJ has confirmed that Israel is in breach of Article 3 of the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is to say that it's engaged in racial segregation and apartheid against Palestinians. Apartheid, of course, is legally defined as a system of racial domination. So there's no basis for doubting that Israel is an apartheid regime that's engaged in racial domination of Palestinians, and that forms a really important part of the legal argument in the application. It's also the case, of course, under international law, that the settled position is that people who find themselves occupied, like the Palestinian people, have a right to resist. That's an uncontroversial proposition of international law. And then turning, of course, to the International Criminal Court, that court has issued arrest warrants against sitting Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. That man's a fugitive of justice. And if he comes to this country, the United
Where do they find these people? Honestly,
they forward, don't they? That's what they do. They do publicity stunts like this to get the attention.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what he's coming out with.
He's got no legal standing. Like I said, regardless, so the same like convention that people mentioned, like Geneva Convention, that Israel have to follow, other people have to follow, and if they don't, and then instead they turn to terrorist acts, then they are rightfully deemed a terrorist organisation. You can't back away from that. You can't be prescribed a terrorist organisation, especially when you have the Martyrs Fund, which pays for people to blow themselves up. It encourages its people to stab Jews. The television programs are full of fucking propaganda claiming that Jews are.
I wish you could tell me something I didn't know.
Children should go and stab Jews.
Really be
evidence after evidence to suggest that Palestinian anything in Palestine at this point should be classed as a terrorist organisation. Especially
no. You can't label a whole country as a terrorist country.
That's my argument, Chris. I'm saying especially Hamas.
It's not a very good one. That's like me claiming that you are Labour because there is a Labour government.
That's your opinion, isn't it? But
no, it's not.
Nobody, and I mean, like when it comes to like
that is more logic to you, Luke.
Right, Chrissy, what I'm saying is when it comes to moral, decent countries, they might debate about stuff like that, but when it comes to Hamas themselves, they're like, no, they're clearly terrorists. They commit the terrorist atrocities that they commit are all defined in this legislation here, which clearly says they're terrorists.
I haven't heard a person yet that doesn't agree with you that Hamas are terrorists. I agree. Hamas are terrorists.
This guy on the telly is making the argument now.
But the whole of Palestine isn't Hamas.
Right, I'm not getting into that. I'm arguing with this guy on telly who's saying that Palestine shouldn't be Hamas shouldn't be classed as terrorists. I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with this guy here.
Say that. Everyone I think that's watching this, apart from the really dim people, believe otherwise. Right, you can find a solicitor to agree with every different fucking position you take. That's what they do. They'll take thousands of pounds off of the idiots that are paying them to do this, and then they'll turn around and say that they've got no jurisdiction. I don't think they've got jurisdiction.
They don't. We agree on that. I don't know why we're arguing. We agree on that. We know that this guy is.
I'm giving my opinion on the video.
People who do believe that he's going to be successful. There's backward people who believe that. I'm talking.
Yeah, but there's also backward people that believe that bombing a whole country for the actions of a few extremists is also good. Like you.
Yes, right, but that's a completely different subject. Can we continue listening?
Well, no, it's not completely
different. When you murdered 1,200 people for no fucking reason, what do you expect another country to do?
You don't murder tens of thousands of people.
Well,
it's not called murder. It's not called murder.
Sorry,
it's legally not murder.
Law.
It's legally not murder, so don't talk about law when you refer to it as murder. It's not murder.
Put out an arrest warrant for them, and if they go to trial, we'll find that because they'll get what's called due process.
There is no genocide.
What is genocide, Simon? Explain genocide to me. Please define
it. Genocide was what Jupiter and Wendy said the police were doing to the rioters last year.
I don't think so. I'd never use that
word.
Yeah,
you know what? I heard the Big Bad Rick show the other day.
Yeah,
Jupiter turns around and says, genocide, that's what the police are doing to the rioters. Words to that effect. And you agree.
Again, we're moving away from this guy. Can we go back to this video, please?
Go on then.
Let it play.
Kingdom, he will be arrested by the UK government. That's the law. And so all of that is to say that the first point is that Israel finds itself in a crisis. And it seems likely that it's going the way of apartheid South Africa is in the process of collapsing. And if that's right, then the Secretary of State has to ask difficult questions about what does a post-apartheid Israel look like.
Fine,
and it seems
but Frank, if I may, sorry, as you'll understand, restraints of time are against us on a radio program, and I've asked why a proscribed organisation, which Hamas is, I've asked why that would be a breach of the European Convention on Human Rights, and you've spoken a lot about Israel. So if I could just bring you back to my question, what are the grounds for this potentially being a breach of the human rights of Hamas?
Well, your framing is perhaps unhelpful. I will, of course, talk to you about human rights. The obvious human right engaged by the Terrorism Act 2000 is the Article 10 right to freedom of speech and expression. And that mostly relates to people in Britain who may not support Hamas at all, but may think that this application should be granted because the chilling effect on people's speech is so pervasive that that, you know, people who want to talk about what a just solution, a peaceful solution to the conflict in Palestine might look like, find themselves unable to talk about it. And that's especially the case at the moment whenever Israel stands.
So I can respond to him, but I'm also reading the fucking side chat where you're having a completely different argument with me. So let me respond to your inside chat first. He's asked, Luke, is the rapist soldier a savage? Of course he fucking is. He should be fucking hung. Any rapist should be fucking hung, regardless of who they are.
People get hanged, not hung.
Regardless, he's a celebrity in Israel. Are they savages for celebrating rapists? I've not seen that.
That was a lie. I heard someone earlier say, "Oh, apparently the soldiers want permission to rape the Palestinian prisoners." Absolute.
No, the soldiers were being prosecuted. They were wrong, Wendy. The soldiers were being prosecuted for raping, and the population came out in defence of them.
Again, you just argue with yourself. So if people are being prosecuted for raping, then clearly the government don't agree with it.
What are you on about?
So if people are being prosecuted for raping, if soldiers have been prosecuted for raping, then clearly the IDF and the government don't.
They're doing their job right then.
Prosecute people, don't they?
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. No, you don't. Because the rabbis that advised the Knesset came out and said that according to their scripture, they're allowed to do it. So the people in the end were not prosecuted.
So they say the same as Islam does then?
No,
I don't know what Islam says on that. I'm not going to lie to you, but I know that I spoke to a rabbi in person.
No, I want to see
and
that.
he said to me that I spoke to. Excuse me, you cutting me off. I spoke to a rabbi in person, and he said to me that because it's based in scripture. Can I not speak?
Anything. No, listen, that's hearsay. We want evidence.
Look, if you do that to him, I'll do that to you. You'll do that to me, and we won't get nowhere. So let's
He's in fucking Israel, you mug.
So you've been to Israel?
What are you talking about? I spoke to a rabbi who advises the Knesset.
Oh, right, yeah. So
because it's based in scripture.
How much was he making? That you're fucking.
Because it's based in scripture.
Sorry, I had to jump back off so you could hear me, innit? I had to jump back off so you can hear me, yeah. But if I swear we played it on here before, yeah, where the far right Israeli crowd, that Likud party supporters, rushed the jail to make sure my man got released from jail, and now my man's an actual celebrity. Where they're saying, they're celebrating the guy that done the raping with the mash against the.
Yeah, so listen, that's
so he wasn't prosecuted. Is the point?
I'm responding, Carl. Stop getting triggered. Fucking hell.
He's not said anything to you.
Again, he's getting triggered again immediately as soon as I told him to get triggered. He'll do it again now.
But why do you see yourself as the opposition? Like no one's saying things for you to oppose.
You're licking Veli's bum.
No, but like it's not a one-to-one with you and Veli.
You can ask that question again, Veli, because I forgot what you asked now. Go on.
But what did Veli? Did you ask a question to Luke?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Let me ask him a question. Yeah.
Yes, he did. Thank you.
Was the question to Luke? Yeah.
Yes,
was
he
was.
Yeah. So is the
take it now? Shut your mouth.
Listen, the people that supported the Likud party. The guy that the soldier rapist got arrested and taken to jail. The Likud party fans rushed the jail and was I think they kicked open the gates and all that and was demanding the release of the rapist guy. And he's now like a air quote celebrity in certain circles now.
Wait, hold that 2 seconds, Veli.
Is this reality TV?
No, it's real. This is real deal, Holyfield.
Right, rape is never okay.
But listen, I just got home in it, man, so I want to fucking have a massive scud.
No, go on, go on, I'm here.
So, can we all agree that rape is not okay?
The rapist guy.
I would
listen.
Oh my god, come on, let me respond.
Yeah, sorry. The rapist guy got taken to jail, but the crowds rushed the prison, and he's been allegedly released. And now being looked at as a celebrity and all that, and been given TV interviews about how.
Right, so can I respond to it? Please let me respond. Thank you.
There you go. I'm going to mute up.
I wouldn't necessarily see that as I condone it in its entirety. Anybody who's defending it should be fucking condoned, especially if it's been proven and evidence that they did commit rape. Which I haven't looked into it, so I'm not making that statement. But if we want to have that full conversation and bring evidence in that, I'm more than willing to. But I don't believe that's a good what's the word I'm looking for? to paint the entirety of Israel with that lens, I don't think it's fair. The same way,
what we're saying to you about Hamas
the same way that
doesn't
some
represent the whole of Palestine.
I'm not finished. The same way that in America there was people who were supporting O.J. Simpson, R. Kelly.
Yep.
There's people in this country who would support fucking Jimmy Savile. I don't think it's an overall paints a picture of the. I think the laws that are set in place and the fact that these rapists, as you said, got either convicted or at least was even tried. That shows that the country and the wider community doesn't condone it.
Waiter.
No, Luke.
The same way you don't condone. The same way you don't condone Israeli children signing bombs, but you would condemn Palestinian children.
Chrissy, give me 1 sec. Don't distract us away from this point, please, because I want to show where Luke's being inconsistent with his own view, right? Because if Luke's saying that Palestinians are complicit in being supporters of Hamas because they voted for them. Wait, I'm laying it out, right? And then he's saying that they're terrorists, right? So he's also saying that terrorists shouldn't receive any legal representation
that's what the government said.
in law. Wait. You've said this yourself, that terrorists should not be entitled to legal representation in a legal process. So therefore, if a Palestinian is raped, how is he going to bring a case against an IDF soldier if he's not entitled? No. This is why the people were protesting, because they were saying that Palestinians. Wait. Can I just finish my point? Let me finish my point. So if you're saying that all Palestinians are Hamas and all Hamas are terrorists and terrorists shouldn't get represented in law, then if you got raped, you would not be able to get a rapist prosecuted. So you would be in favour of those people that protested against the conviction.
Okay, we're responding to you now. Veli, did the Israeli soldiers who raped these Palestinians get tried in an Israeli court, yes or no?
Somebody else.
I'm not sure if they was tried. I think they might have been on remand, awaiting trial.
But they was put through a legal process?
No, I think the charges were dropped. My memory is the charges were dropped.
Yeah, but they've not carried through with the
charges were
process.
dropped.
That's my memory of it.
Yeah, but the charges. Once there was the charges, we've seen everyone's seen the video of the great.
No.
Listen,
a couple of
everyone's
soldiers.
I'm shouting.
Chrissy, you're interfering in a.
What you need to do now is bring the article or bring the evidence, so then we can all go through it.
All right, we'll go through that after still. Yeah, but like I was saying, that with everyone, there's loads of witnesses that witnessed the actual video of this, the great with the strap. You know, where they put the cover up.
So they actually videoed a soldier raping a woman.
No,
a man with a gun
raping a man
in his ass.
Yeah.
He stuck the gun in his bum. Wendy.
I don't need. Yeah, you need to stop that, Khan. I don't.
Sorry.
Anyway, you're more getting late.
Beg your pardon, Wendy.
I didn't want to say it either.
I beg your pardon. It was a bit crude.
Simon, you've seen worse.
Paid for worse.
I'm glad you trivialised that.
You've been involved in worse.
I probably have, yeah. But you just.
Look, you can't agree with that kind of behaviour.
No.
But that's not the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is not whether. Excuse me, 1 second. The point is not whether the man was guilty or not. They're arguing that a Palestinian, so-called Hamas sympathizing terrorists should not be able to have representation in a legal process. They should not be able to prosecute a soldier for anything, whether he's right or wrong, guilty or not guilty, evidence or not evidence. They're saying that these people...
And that's anti-democratic.
Who's saying that? Hang on, who's saying that? Because our soldiers...
The people that support the soldier. The people that support the soldier are saying that.
Oh, in Israel.
That is parallel to Luke's
and
beliefs.
It's been a debate on TV versus the right-wing Jewish people and the left-wing Jewish people. On Jewish TV, on Jewish news, the guy, remember, the soldier had the balaclava on first, so no one could identify him. And he's there arguing the point, and then there's a right-wing guy
that's saying yes, it's good. They should be able to do stuff like this.
No,
And then there's the
can't
left
agree
wing
with
people that are saying no, they shouldn't be able to do this.
There you
stuff.
go. So
it's
do you think
anti-democratic.
it's fair to say that Israel like allowed rapists and shit? No, it's not fair.
No, it's not about whether it's a grape or not. It's can a Palestinian prosecute Israeli?
Israel as a whole in its entirety.
It ain't about that. It ain't about that. They're saying that these people should not be able to prosecute the other people.
I agree with that. I agree that terrorists.
I know you agree. That's why I'm pointing out the fact that you would be with the people that protested.
No, but that's not democracy, though. Luke, we're saying, I'm saying that's listen, bro. But that's anti-democratic, right? Because even in the UK, wait, listen, even in the UK, yeah, the IRA had representation in court, right?
Yeah.
And they was listen. But bro, listen, yeah. The IRA had representation in court in it, so that was part of the democratic rights. So make sure they got a fair trial. They got legal representation if they want it, and then they have a fair trial or whatever. Then Israel's not really looking to do that for anyone, or that's made a violation against any of the Palestinians, especially that soldier that done the great. So that I'm saying that's anti-democratic as well.
Right. Listen, if me saying that I don't care whether people who are being oppressed by these savage people who clearly don't follow democracy themselves. If there's people who say you don't deserve to follow the rules of democracy, you don't follow them yourself, you don't apply them to us, so don't start crying when your ass is getting kicked and you start crying democracy. I completely agree with that. Right. You might not.
How do you know they're not? How do you know they're not following law until they've had a fair trial?
Because if a
soldier
was captured in Palestine,
you need to give them a fair trial before you take their right to wait.
Do you think an Israeli soldier in Palestine would have the right to legal representation? No.
Yes.
Why?
No,
that's not a strong enough point, Wendy. Because the point is that Israel claims to be the only democracy in the Middle East, right? So as a democratic state, democratic state, they're supposed to hold fair trials for anyone that's on the trial.
Right?
I was let me respond to that point. Children to military court.
Let me respond to it. Yeah, so listen,
in the world that try children in a military court.
You make a statement. Right, so let me respond to
children are used.
1 minute, Wendy. 1 minute, Wendy. So during the war, and not only I'm an advocate of it, but my grandfather was a victim of it. So during the war, we can have specific laws in this country. It's 18B of the Defence Regulation, and that means that anybody seen as an enemy to this state, that we can instantly intern them, put them into prison without trial. I agree with stuff like that, especially during war. You might not because you're lefties. I fucking think, fuck you. You're a potential enemy.
You'd agree with it as You'd agree with it as long as it wasn't you.
No, but that works against yourself as well, right? Because at any time, if you're saying that, the government can just point at whoever they like and say, okay, you're an enemy of the state and we're just going to lock you up.
We need to take those risks.
Well, that's what happened in Northern Ireland. Internment was
because ain't that what obviously that's not what's happened to Tommy Robinson, yeah, but that's basically what the people were trying to say against that, like the right wingers and all that sort of stuff. They're trying to say, he's being singled out by the state, even though he's not. Even though he's not, yeah, I don't agree that he is, or whatever.
But you can't apply 18B of the Defence Regulation to Tommy Robinson.
18B of the Defence Regulation.
When was the last time that was enacted, Luke?
1944, I think. I think it stopped 1944.
Right. Okay. So you've got 75 plus years.
No, in Northern internment, going to jail without crime, without a trial. Was in Northern Ireland for years.
Remand. You can go to jail without being found guilty of a crime when you're put on remand.
No, it's called internment. You just get
I'm not saying
in jail.
It's not just internment. Yeah, if you are suspected of a serious crime, they can remand you. So they put you in prison without finding you guilty. Idiot.
Listen, we're talking about war times, and in war times, we've got very specific laws.
I know, but I'm saying to Wendy saying, no, they can't do that. I'm saying they can do that, and they do that. That does happen. But we need to learn from our mistakes. We need to learn from our mistakes, not remake
75 years. It's not been used in 75 years. We can't use it. Oh, it's not going to be used. Yes, that law is dormant.
I asked you when was the last time it was used. Because that shows how current the legislation is.
No,
that's what they're going mad in America.
Used in Northern Ireland.
Back in the 1800s.
Morris, it was used in Northern Ireland.
Right, let me Google.
Because I said it was 1945. You calling him a liar?
I'm
Luke is
saying
saying
he
it's
forgot about
1945.
Northern Ireland.
He's a liar.
Margaret Thatcher introduced internment, right, in
What does that
Northern
mean,
Ireland.
Wendy? What does
We're
that
not
mean for me?
talking
I don't
about
understand. What does that
internment.
mean?
We're
It
talking
means
about
that
the
they pick you up
specific
off the street,
legislation.
throw
We're
you in
talking about
jail
the specific
for 5,
legislation
6
that
years,
Luke was
and
quoting
with no
that hasn't
evidence,
been
no
used
nothing,
for
just leave you there.
75
I
years.
said there's no
It's not
trial or
arguing.
nothing. You just go straight to
No,
jail.
nothing.
All right. Okay.
Don't pass go.
Basically, anybody who the state
You know
deems
what's
as an
crazy? Yeah,
enemy of the
imagine, yeah,
state,
especially,
if you went to war with Turkey, we'd see you as an enemy of the state, unfortunately, and you'd be interned without trial. You'd be sent to like Isle of Man. So it happened in World War II.
How do you know this?
He was Italian.
How do you know what someone
Why
else
is it Isle of Man? Why is it Isle of Man? Why is it Isle of Man?
There's a few of them. So my great grandfather was Italian. He was immediately seen as an enemy. He's the first
He'll have
Scottish
been
person.
interned.
He was the first Scottish
75
person to be
years ago.
interned. I'm
How
answering
did
you.
they
It doesn't
know he
matter.
was Italian? Look, how did they know your granddad was Italian?
Because they got records. We keep
Oh,
records.
so it's
in this
not because
country,
someone
Rob.
grassed him up or anything.
No, well, the local police didn't like him. Like,
Oh.
they still know he's Italian. Like, they've got records of
Sorry,
him.
was this your dad
So one day,
dad or your granddad?
Churchill. 1 minute, please, Chrissy, just let us have a conversation.
Just
man.
answer the question. Was he your dad or your granddad?
Probably you shouldn't argue about online.
So,
Was it your
Khan, so
dad
one
or your
day,
granddad?
there was 18B. It was a regulation, defence regulation, and one day,
This is why he's not a nonce. Yeah.
Churchill made a statement to the
No,
world,
that was too much, Simon.
to the world, and said, "Collared a lot of them." And the day after that, 18B was enacted, and
18B is not a nonce.
or anybody who was seen as an enemy of the state, so a foreign national of an enemy of the state, so Germany. Italy.
Was it your dad or your granddad, Luke?
He was immediately locked up and he was interned. There was multiple camps. There was one in Peel.
Was it your dad or your granddad, Luke?
There was one in. Well, my granddad was first sent to. There was a prison in down south beginning with W.
So it was your granddad, yeah?
Say that again.
So it was your granddad that got locked up for that, yeah? Right, okay, so why didn't they look up your dad as well?
Because he's not Italian.
Well, he goes by the country of birth.
He's the son of the Italian.
He goes by the country of birth.
We wouldn't
No,
have
he's
been
not.
at
My dad's
war
Irish.
then.
My dad's Irish, Mongo.
You
My
realise?
mum's side.
No, but your granddad was Italian.
Yeah.
Which makes your father would
No,
also
his
be
mum, his
considered-
mum,
No,
his
the
mum,
mum's
his
side
mum.
your mum. That's
His
how
mum.
Son of an
mum.
Italian,
That's
yeah?
Irish.
His mum
Okay,
thing.
so was your dad, yeah, the son of your grandfather?
No, you.
Not the Italian one, you mong. What a fucking
Right,
mong.
that's what I'm asking. So your Italian granddad was locked up in this country. Did he have a son or daughter?
They're not going to
Yes, he had
intern
multiple.
a
He had
child, you
multiple sons
fucking
and daughters.
Why
idiot.
weren't they locked up as well?
It was children. They were sent to fucking nunneries, you mong.
They're not going to intern a child.
So they were sent to nunneries. Why was they sent to nunneries?
Well, a lot of
Was that
children were
internment?
evacuated.
Because they couldn't send him to prison.
What a mong.
So they can't send children to prison, but they can
No,
send your
it was evacuated,
granddad
Chrissy.
to prison. But they
Evacuees,
didn't
Chrissy.
send. Did they send your grandmother, your grandfather's
Chrissy, I'm
wife?
sorry,
What, for
but
being
you're
married
showing
to an
just how
Italian?
thick you
We're
really
Italian.
are.
Being married to an Italian. Did they do that?
He
We're
is
Italian.
showing just how thick he really is tonight.
Doesn't
Vic,
matter
just
that,
stop
he's,
it.
that
It's
she's not
embarrassing.
Italian.
It's like
What
1,000
matters is,
questions with
if
Chrissy
you're gonna
Morris.
if you're going to
Yeah.
lock up a husband, you should expect the wife to stand by the husband. shouldn't
Why?
you?
That's your made-up rules.
No, it's not my made-up rules. It's how it worked back in that day.
They did stick with the husbands. They sent through sugar and shit to so they can bake cakes on the intern camp. What do you expect the women to do? Go over like chicken run and fucking break them out?
Chicken
There are
run.
some women that would
There
do
was a
that,
lot
and
of
there are some
people
women that done that.
all the
But what I'm
Germans that
trying
lived
to
in the
say to
country,
you,
they
women,
were
obviously
interned as
that
well.
was not a
Most
good bit of
women-
legislation, was it?
Or Chrissy, most women were signed up as land army girls and they were fucking harvesting crops.
No,
and
they
shit.
weren't. No, they weren't.
No,
No, they weren't.
you've got, Morris,
are we
right,
agreeing
stop
that this is a
showing
bad
how
piece of
stupid
law?
you are.
Because was
I
your
like
granddad
it. No.
was your granddad working for the Italians, or was he, doing the right thing by the
Because
English?
he was a man of fighting age. That's why they interned him. But why would they
didn't
intern
have to
a
be
woman?
working for the fucking
Why would they
Italians.
intern a
He was
woman?
Italian, was he not?
In today's world, they would look at everyone and they would say, right,
Oh my
you
God,
might be
we're
as
not
orange
talking
as
about
Russian.
today's
Yeah,
world,
you
We
might
won't have
be
time,
Russian,
you
but you've
idiot.
lived here for 20
Was
years
your
or
granddad
however long,
Mussolini?
and they would ask whether or not you were
Oh
a
my
threat to
God,
the
listen to
country.
him.
No, that's
If
not how
you
it
were a
works. They get
threat to the
interned.
country,
They
they
get
might treat
interned, and
you
then
like a
during their
threat to
time
the
in
country.
intern, that's when they go
If
on trial,
you
and that's
were
when they start
fucking
proving their
friendly to
innocence, and then they
Russia,
might get early
they might
release and
treat you
stuff.
as a
Oh,
But
so
they
they
don't have
get
a
a trial.
trial
They do
proving
get a
people
trial.
or guilty.
They
No,
do get a
they
trial.
don't
you
get a
weren't,
trial.
they wouldn't lock
No,
you
Luke's
up
saying
today.
with the Italians, they got a trial.
This is like being in
No,
hell.
so
Look, they were
right. So, Colin, what
during
I'm
the
saying is,
war. The
so
Germans,
immediately,
German and Italian civilians that were living in this country
yeah,
when the war
Yeah.
started were
I know what you're saying,
interned.
Wendy, like the
It's as
Japanese in
simple as
Not all of them
America.
were. Not all of
Like
them were.
Like the
Yeah, they
Japanese in
were.
America.
No, they
The
fucking weren't.
Japanese.
Not all
Oh
of
my
them
God.
were.
Chrissy, why are you
All right,
typing
okay,
up
so one
argument? I
minute,
don't get it.
Who wasn't then, Chrissy? Who wasn't?
Certain people that they didn't think was a threat to the country.
Who?
Like
Tell me who.
Oh, give over,
White
Chrissy.
people
It's
that
not, you haven't
weren't a
spoken
threat
enough.
to
You
the
want to speak some
country.
more.
Tell me who. Give me names, because I can give you names
My
of people.
my nan had a
Oh,
German
you're a
friend
fucking liar.
that
A
wasn't
friend.
No, shut up.
But was she a woman, Chrissy?
No, she was a man.
Oh, your nan had a
You're
German
a
mate,
liar.
like a dude.
If he
She was a man.
if he was young and he was
Look,
German, he would have been
my
interned. You're a
nan
liar.
had a
Immediately
German friend that wasn't
You are a
interned
liar.
during the
Incorrect.
It's
Second
all a
World
bit
War.
suspect,
liar.
How
Chrissy.
am
It's
I a
all a bit
liar?
You're a
suspect,
You
liar.
mate.
are an
Liar.
admitted
It's
liar,
all a
Wendy.
bit sus,
You
mate.
are an
It's all a
Through the
bit
admitted
law,
liar,
sus.
Wendy.
through the law that
lying
says that you're
about
lying.
You
history.
are
You're
a
Chrissy, it's all a
admitted
bit
liar.
sus,
Through the law,
Chrissy.
Chrissy, that says that you're a
I've
liar.
got quite a bit of
You
history.
tried
with
to kill your ex,
What, being
Free Tom.
interned,
Oh,
Simon?
shut up, Chrissy. Right,
No,
Colin, so
Sounds
what
like a
happened?
free holiday,
Immediately,
doesn't it?
Jews and
Colin,
So,
immediately,
so
that
not
Jews
all
and that.
people
18B,
were
you've been
interned
probably
just
interned for about
because
3 or 4
they
years,
was
and
the
during
same
that process,
nationality as
you
the
were like
people we
facing
were
some form of
fighting.
trial
The
where they'll decide
legislation
whether
was
you are a
shit.
genuine threat or not.
The
My granddad
legislation
served
is
about 4
shit.
Oh
years
my
intern,
Shit
and then after that, he put to
legislation
work as
doesn't
importing
usually
stuff,
get
probably booking hotels and
fucking
shit afterwards.
done.
A lot of the
my
Italians and Germans who were either captured and put in prison or were interned because they were, Italian or German.
Yeah, they fled. Well, they fled
But Wendy,
Italy.
how would they know? Was it on their birth certificates that they weren't born in
Yeah,
England or
when
something?
they come, yeah, they have to. They either get naturalized and become British, or they don't. But then the
What the fuck
censuses
is that?
tell them that they're Italian. When they come into
Someone's
the country and
ringtone.
shit, they have to declare themselves, haven't they?
Well, they get
Is that your ringtone, Luke?
No.
Simon's
Sounds like
No, that
Twitter's
was
running
my
low on
ringtone.
electricity. Oh, it's Wendy's
That
one.
was my
Obsessed with me, I won't start
ringtone.
again.
That was Luke's
Sorry,
ringtone,
sorry,
wasn't it?
sorry.
That was my ringtone.
No, it
Okay,
wasn't.
okay,
You're covering
okay.
for Luke. So, guys, I think we can all agree that legislation is shit legislation.
No, it's not
Yeah, I mean,
shit.
was your granddad a bad man? Was he an Italian, like, sort of like fucking that was over here to
But it weren't
undermine
personal
the government?
thingy. It weren't a personal thing against him. They done it to
I'm not saying
everyone.
it was. I'm not
Right,
saying
so
it
what do you
was.
want him
Give
to
him a
do?
chance to
Right, so
get
let me
out.
want him
If
to
they
do?
didn't get out, they were
So, Khan, let
interned
me ask
for
the
50
question.
hours. What part of that
Luke's
don't you
granddad,
understand?
was
Yeah.
Luke's granddad an enemy of the state, Luke?
Oh God, he doesn't understand it, does he? He don't
He
get
doesn't
it.
want to. He doesn't want to
I do
understand
get
it.
I do get it. If you
No, you
let
don't.
Luke answer the question. So, Luke, was your granddad that got interned an enemy of the state?
I didn't hear you. I went to the toilet, Mongo.
Oh, God almighty.
Luke, was your granddad that got interned an enemy of the state?
He was deemed one, yeah.
No, but was he?
No, he wasn't.
He
no.
said the local
So
police
that
fitted him
means
up.
that means that you must agree then that law was a bad law because it put a good man behind bars for no reason. Is that?
No,
is that
I think that's a no. I think that's a willing sacrifice.
But
and
that
so, if,
good
one minute,
man,
Wendy, let me
that Italian
when
your granddad bang up.
Listen, I'm answering you.
reason.
I'm answering you.
That
Stop
is the
interrupting.
strength of you
I'm
as a
answering
person.
you. So, say for instance,
Jesus.
if I was a tourist in Japan and immediately we went to war with Japan and I'm there, I'd expect
Yeah.
myself to get fucking lynched, let alone arrested.
Yeah. Lynched? What do you mean by the population?
I'd expect you
By
to
the population, by the civilians, yeah, they've seen an enemy in their country, and that's what happened the day after
Japan's the wrong country
Churchill
'cause
enacted
they
18B
don't run.
and said follow the law.
Japan's the wrong
It's
country
all
to
over-
put
all
yourself
over- it's
in
all over
that
England,
in that
sorry.
predicament
Italian
because
shops
they don't
all
run
smashed in,
on the same sort of cultural norms as
all
we
the
do.
Italians that served the community at that time were all run out by the community because of 18B.
Chrissy, you're just showing how
They were run out by right-wing goons like yourself and Wendy. They were run out by right-wing goons like yourself and Wendy.
You are showing how thick
Hasn't he
you are
embarrassed
tonight.
himself royally?
No, you can't call
You
anyone
are
thick.
so
Again,
thick
like
and
fourth time on the
You
trot.
stupid.
can't call
You
anyone
don't
thick, Wendy.
understand it. You don't get
I
it.
do
You
You don't
can't
know
understand. I
about
believe
his
it.
understand it
being
better than
fucking
you
thick as
do.
fuck.
I understand it better
No,
than
you
you.
don't. No,
Clearly you
you
don't,
don't.
lad. I've just educated
Yes, we do.
you. Who's we?
We, as in
You
me
weirdo.
and
Weirdo.
other people that I've spoken to about.
Oh yeah, that
on
easy.
this
Clear
very
to me, you
People
do
in
not
background and helping you out
understand
like easy.
anything.
I'm not a
like
very,
that.
very simple, yeah? When Ozzy Ardiles was a fucking soccer player for Tottenham Hotspur, yeah, and we went into the Falklands War, do you know what we did? We shipped him out. We didn't just put him inside and go.
Yeah, but he was the only Argentinian in the whole country.
You're an
There's only one
Argentinian.
person.
You're locked up.
We didn't have 18B then, did we? Last time it was used.
Yeah, we did. It was fucking 1982, you cunt.
1945 was the last time it was used.
Listen, right?
That's what I was
The
saying.
fact is,
It's not
it
been
was a
used because
world
it's a
war.
shit law.
We've not had a world
It's
war,
not been
Mondo.
used
We've not had a
because
world
it's a
war.
shit law.
World
It
war.
was a world war. No one
Doesn't
trusted
matter. It's not about
anyone.
world wars. The
So the
legislation won't
Italians and the
stipulate.
Germans were
People
also
forget
going
they
to be
did it back then,
rounded up and
Chrissy.
interned.
That it's
Oh,
about
like
world
arguing
wars.
with a fucking
It was
banana.
just put down
I'm good for
enemies
nothing,
of the
because this guy
state, for
is
instance.
so fucking
Doesn't matter
dishonest.
what
Let's just give
war,
up. Let's just give up. There's no point.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
not
I'm
doing
gonna
this
give up.
with him.
Bye,
No.
Chrissy.
There's
You've
no
absolutely
point,
ruined
mate.
the fucking panel, man. Not willing to have a fucking
Still
civil
here.
conversation with anybody. You've
Still
just
here.
fucking added
Still
non
here.
basic argument. Go and suck out your fucking baldy.
Yeah, you
Guys,
win.
Oh,
You win.
what's the
Fuck off.
argument again? You've been slapped around tonight, Luke.
You
Badly.
win. You win. Fuck off.
I know I win. I always win.
But you don't.
Yes, I do. You just said
All
I
you
win.
do is talk over
You
people.
just said I win.
But
What,
you don't.
I do what Luke does when Luke does that.
Chrissy, why didn't you just ask the question, like, if that was to happen now, would you not agree with it? Why didn't you just
No, I
word it like that instead of saying back then it was wrong? When they're saying, well, back then it was a necessity.
No, it was wrong back then. If it's wrong, it's
No,
wrong.
but I'm saying
No, it
you're looking
wasn't
at
wrong
it
back then. It was
retrospectively,
not wrong
saying,
back
let's
then.
go in
Wendy,
a time
I'm talking
machine
to Khan.
and tell people how to live when we weren't around. Why not just word it differently and say, well, would you not agree with it happening now? Like if we went to war, for example, if England went to war with China, would you agree with the old bill going around to all the Chinese takeaways and carting off all the Chinese that were born in England?
No,
Would you agree with it?
I
No,
would.
I'm asking you. I'm asking, would these not agree?
I would, yeah.
Yep. Let's,
There you go, Carl.
Let's completely encircle Chinatown.
How you doing,
No, I
Kingston?
want to go back to this Second World War thing because Chrissy's too thick to understand.
How
So
am
you
I
got
too
to
thick?
understand.
You don't even
you've got to
season your food. That's
understand-
thick.
Can you let me talk and then you can talk? So you got to understand
Yeah, but you keep
that it was
interrupting, don't you?
whole war. See, you can't, can you?
No, I can. I'm just
Chrissy,
proving to you that I can
people
talk.
get off their chest
So we're
first of
dealing
all.
with World War II. So Germans and Italians living in this country, right, are
All right.
automatically told go home. They don't. They stay. So they get
Right.
interned because at that time anyone could be a spy. They didn't have
Right.
the technology they've got now.
Yes,
Anyone could be
exactly.
a spy. Anyone could be doing anything. So I don't
Yeah,
see
I agree.
what's the fucking problem, Morris.
Right. So the problem is that spies don't always come in their nationality, do they?
Oh God.
But who's got time
Do
for all that? It's a
they?
war.
It might well be a war, but there were fucking English people here spying on the English government and reporting it back to the Germans, weren't there?
Were there?
Yes.
And what happened to them, Chrissy?
Whatever.
Well, they were hung.
I'm not.
When they were caught, Khan, they were hung. Yeah, traitors.
Exactly.
Right.
They were
Right.
hung.
People don't get hung; they get hanged. Curtains
Whatever.
get hung.
Whatever,
Right.
whatever.
You're
as
meant to have
long
been
as
a
you now
journalist. You don't even know how to speak.
As long as you now understand, right, that Italian and German people were interned because there were so many spies about, and there was no technology
Spying was a
like
big
there
thing
is
back
now.
then.
And they might have,
Right.
got, and they
Spying was
might
a
have
big
got a
thing.
few of them by doing
James
that,
Bond
but
style.
ultimately it was the wrong thing to do, and that's
Well,
why
no
we
one
wouldn't do
cares
it
what
today.
you think.
No, I know, but again, no one cares. You've got the
You
right
know,
wing motto
I'm
going,
glad
haven't you,
that
love?
you weren't around during that time because we'd have
Mate,
lost the fucking
I'm
war
glad
if
you
you were.
were around during that sort of time because that's how old you are.
You know,
Chrissy,
if
can I ask you a question,
if
Chrissy?
someone like you had been fucking round,
I'm
we'd
gonna
have
ask Chrissy a
lost the war.
question. Look, Chrissy, let's say, for example, like, this might sound a bit weird, but like, just bear with me, right? Imagine you had a dream tonight that tomorrow you died in a car crash, right? So
Yeah.
you didn't drive all day tomorrow and you didn't die, right? Would you say that not driving was the right thing to do?
What? Sorry, mate. Say again.
Would you say that not driving your car tomorrow was the right thing to do?
I'd say that when your time's up, your time's up.
No, but what I'm saying to you is, when you've like thwarted an attack or a terrorist activity or something that hasn't happened yet, right? Because you stopped it from happening, you can't actually prove that something was going to happen, can you? Because you've actually stopped it from happening. Do you get what I mean? So it's a paradox. So when these, like for example, when all these undercover cops say, "Yeah, we stopped 20,000 terrorist incidents last year in England," right? They can't prove that there was. What is it called?
I think it's called the time loop paradox.
Right. So what I'm saying is, you can't then, based on that argument, go, "Oh well, things that happened in history were the wrong thing to do," because for all you know, out of all those Italians that got interned, one of them could have been a super spy that lost us the war.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
But that's been far too intricate in your logic. Yeah,
Go on,
it's not.
Explain it though. Let him explain.
If you employ Occam's razor, basically
You
doing
can't
the right
employ
thing.
Occam's razor when it comes to a world war, you fucking
Of course
idiot.
you fucking can. Occam's razor
No, you
works.
cannot.
Wendy, let him explain it. Let him explain it, because you can't talk forever.
You don't know the difference
Let him explain
between
it.
being hung.
Explain
and being
what Occam's
hanged.
razor is, because I ain't got a fucking clue. Go on.
Right, Occam's razor is basically the quickest way to the easiest answer is usually the correct
So what
one.
is the most likely event, like probability-wise?
Well,
the most likely event.
It's more what makes the least assumptions.
Yeah, the least of some. That's a very good one. Thank you, Kingston. But basically, right, you can't fucking.
But here's the thing, Chrissy, you can't make that argument because if actual English Chrissy, if actual English people were getting convicted of spying, why would Italians and Germans be spying?
Are you going to let me speak or not? Or am I going to talk over you all night?
Go on.
Right, thank you. So you can't lock up thousands of people just because one of them might be the right person.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
During war times, yes, you can.
That is totalitarian.
I
that
don't give a
is
shit what it is.
literally
No,
a Nazi
it's a
way
bit
of thinking, which
protecting
I'm
our
not
country.
surprised
No,
with you.
sorry.
You cannot lock up thousands of people just in the hope.
Either way you look at it, it's not Occam's razor. Either way you look at it. No, but wait, your logic still didn't work out, though. Your logic didn't work out, though.
It had nothing to do with Occam's razor.
That's nothing to do with Occam's
He
razor.
doesn't even understand Occam's razor. You don't understand the
You
principle
never even
of
heard of it,
you
love.
fucking idiot.
You never even heard of it. You've just used fucking hung for people getting executed
so what?
when it's hanged.
So what?
You're
At
meant to
least
be
I'm
a
not-
journalist, love, aren't you? You don't know fuck all. You don't know English.
It's colloquially
You don't even
used.
know
don't even understand
No, it's not.
the
It's
principle
wrong.
of
People do not get hung. They get
Yes, they
hanged.
do.
Curtains get
Yes, they
hung.
do get hung.
No, they don't. Look it up.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Hung, drawn, and
get
quartered.
hanged.
People
Curtains
get
get
hung, drawn.
hung.
Listen, it's not hanged, drawn, and quartered. It's hung, drawn, and quartered.
Yeah,
It's not the same fucking thing. They're not fucking killed by the hanging.
The point is, hung is usually.
It was just a word muddle, Jamie, love.
It's a word muddle.
Does it matter? Does it really matter?
She's just worked out she's wrong, and I'm right again. She's wrong. I'm right again. She's wrong. I'm right again.
Like roast execution. So
No, you're right, Jamie. You're right, but I'm saying, like, in colloquial terms, like, what difference does it make?
Jamie, turn
really?
your microphone up a little bit, bruv. Can't hear.
Like, it's not an academic discussion, is it?
No.
No, but you should be able to get simple English right, shouldn't you?
It was word muddles. Big deal.
I wasn't. You was wrong. You're uneducated, Wendy.
You need to stop
You
coming
are
up with,
uneducated, Wendy. That's what it
Occam's
is.
razor and not understanding what it's about.
I did. I told
Tell
you
him, Wendy.
perfectly what it was. And
You know what the
Kingston,
fuck it's all
who's
about.
been a teaching
Full of
assistant,
shit.
had a better fucking explanation than I did.
Yeah, because he's English and you're a chav.
Oh, come on.
And there's a difference.
Let's not start. let's not start the insults because the
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I just want to add a quick correction. The 18B wasn't just used against Italians and Germans. It was also used against British people, in particular the British fascists, in particular Oswald Mosley.
Yeah.
So when was the last time it was used?
1945. I've told you that 4 times now.
Right, I know, but Wendy said it wasn't. Wendy said that it was used
Can you tell me what Occam's razor is all about?
No, you can look it up if you can read.
She got you by the Sean Curly stack. She's not letting go.
Right, so I brought up Occam's razor.
Occam's razor.
I brought up Occam's razor, and I said it was the fastest way to explain something. And then Kingston come in, and what did you say again, Kingston?
I said that it's the one that makes the least amount of assumptions.
And I
so
agree
basically, it's the one that's most probable.
Yes.
The probability does increase when you reduce the assumptions, right? But here's the question from me, Chrissy. Who is more wrong? Wendy for saying hung instead of hanged, or you for explaining Occam's razor a little bit, let's say, unorthodoxly? Who is more wrong?
Wendy, because she was completely
orthodoxy.
Orthodoxly. Yeah, I'll do that. Wait, Luke knows I do things like that. Standards.
Right, so Wendy got it completely wrong. She got, primary school English wrong.
So what? No, it's not practical. You got to learn about getting fucking hanged.
I'm talking to Khan, Luke.
Yeah, but being childish.
Right-wing witch's coattails, son.
It's been so childish. Grow up.
Oh, how am I childish?
Chrissy, what are you saying? Chrissy, what are you saying? How many people's interned for you to then be able to say, well, it wasn't really probability that one of them would be a spy? Like there'd have to be like a lot of people, right, Chrissy? Look, how many people are actually interned? Do you know?
No, I don't. But if what they were saying is true, it would have been thousands.
At Skanking belongs to the whole RAF instead of one person.
A couple of thousand ain't a lot. That's not a lot.
Mate, it's enough. Putting a thousand people during the war to stop spying is a lot of people to me.
No, that's not a lot.
No, was it in prison?
Well, okay, that's where I'm going to disagree with you. Because
they weren't in prison though.
One innocent person.
What were they?
One innocent person.
They were treated well, actually. They weren't treated
yeah, so at first might have been processed in like a jail.
Did you just say they was treated well?
Yeah,
there was
treated love. Treated, again, get your English right. They were treated well. Treated, you idiot.
Listen, why are you not willing to have a conversation? You're just.
I am willing to have a conversation, but she can't speak English.
Do under 18B.
She can't do primary school English. Threat isn't a word. Treated.
Can we agree, Luke?
She was meant to be a journalist.
The people that were interned had good treatment and were treated well.
Yes, so there was a lot. It was put to work. It was put to work during the day. The community. So the stories. I can show you stories from like my great aunt in the memoirs where she's wrote about sending stuff to my great granddad who was interned. My great granddad once needed some sugar, but they had the rations, didn't they? So they couldn't really give sugar. But he was treated very well. They was able to cook and clean for themselves. The interns in Orkney, so the Isle of Orkney. If you look at there's a church on the Isle of Orkney. I think it's Orkney Island. Yeah, there's like a church. It's made out of an intern camp, and that's what the Italians did.
Oh, so they stuck them on an island.
Yeah, if you look at there's one church on Orkney Islands, and it's basically like it looks like a bomb raid shelter, but inside there is this magnificent, beautiful church, like it's in Italy, and that was done by the Italians who were interned.
And a lot of
the interns built the church.
Yeah, the interns built the church.
Also, a lot of German soldiers who were captured, they had to live here, right? When in prison, when it was time to go home, they didn't want to go home. They stayed.
You are right on that one, Wendy. You are definitely right on that one.
Why was that, Wendy? Were they all married with kids by then?
A lot of them married English women, yeah.
That's the thing about England. You can't leave because of the women.
Well,
and you'll find many Italians who was interned. If we all believe
that they were all married as well.
Like they understood that yes, like we're Italians, we're living in your country. We understand now that our country are at a world war against you. Thank you for not fucking lynching us in the streets. Thank you for interning us. I mean, like we understand that we're seen as enemies, but you'll learn in the future that we're not, and we'll move past from this. So our relationship will become stronger which has been proven.
Most German
Evident.
POWs
The Italian
treated very
communities
well
have
in this
had
country.
great contribution to this country and continue to do so.
Well, I think the Italians should have been compensated for the labour they put in building that church.
They was willing to do it.
They were compensated
Well,
by
if you
they
look
were
at
given
it,
their
it's like a
lives.
little
What are
church
you
car.
on
And it's
about?
like there'll probably be fit about 30 people in, like squashed in that. It's like a
Oh,
little,
right, like a little
it's
town
like
hall or
one of
something.
the camps that they slept in, that, and they turned it into a church. But it's beautiful inside. Like they've done like all the ceiling, like you'd see it in Italy. Like
It's
it's
just
still
Did they
there,
make
like,
any mosques?
turned it into like
Did
a
they make any
museum
mosques?
now. No,
No,
there
they
was no
fucking
Muslims
didn't.
back then, especially in England.
not?
Down there.
If there was, the
The Isle of
RAF would
Orkney,
have
it was
bombed
very.
them. Yeah.
I don't think there'd be any Muslims on the Isle
What,
of Orkney. Who was
the
interned.
RAF would have bombed their own country if they'd have built mosques.
They'd have
They'd have
bombed the
bombed them.
fucking
Wrong,
mosque.
innit?
Yeah.
Why are you so against Islam, Wendy?
I don't
Why are you
like
so
what it
hateful?
represents. I don't like
What
what it
does it
represents.
represent? What does it represent to you?
You got to remember, Chrissy,
Evil.
Islam's
It
been invented to
represents
separate the believer from the kafir. That's the whole purpose of Islam. Someone says they don't like Islam, you shouldn't really
You
hold
should
it
call us
against
kafir.
them.
That's a bad word.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
I don't
like
hold it against
not
No,
to
no,
like
no, no.
Islam.
Well,
It's not a bad word. It just means not a
I
Muslim.
actually have.
Look,
I
I'm
actually
not a
have-
Muslim, Khan, but
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
I have a
agree
Very
burning-
word.
that I
It's not
should
a
be
bad.
hating
It's not really a
more
bad
religion.
word. It's not a bad
It
word.
is
I
in
have
both
a
ways,
burning
whether it's to a
hatred
black
for
person or whether it's to a
Abraham.
non-believer. It's still bad.
I mean,
hate
I've got
for
every right not to like Islam. A lot of people don't like
What right is that?
Christianity. I haven't
What
got a
right
problem
have
with
you
that.
got not to
Exactly,
like
Wendy.
Islam? Why do you hate Islam then, Wendy?
It's got
Islam
nothing to do
hates
with you.
us.
I'm just asking. I mean, you've got so much
I'll
hatred,
tell you,
and you
because Islam
project your
refers to us as
hatred,
edges.
but
We're
you won't
impure.
you won't tell
See
us
us as
why, so
filth.
we can't
Unfortunately,
understand
like
your unnatural
it's
hatred
understanding.
for it.
I personally, although I'm very tolerant of it, I don't agree with the core tenets of Christianity.
But you don't
I
hate
don't.
Christians, do you?
No, I don't
No,
hate Christians,
obviously
but I'm
they
saying
hate
as
Muslims. You have
a
to
philosophy,
Islam.
what it promotes for me is subservient people that bow to like monarchs. Like they're
Well,
happy
yeah, but
for a
Khan, I
monarchy.
don't have a problem with you having that view. Obviously, Chrissy Morris thinks everybody shouldn't hate or dislike anything.
No, I never said that. I never said that. But I want to know. You seem to hate Islam.
I'll
You
tell
seem
you.
to hate
Avion
Islam,
Conde
and I
concert,
cannot
9/11,
understand why you hate
7/7,
Islam.
and the London
And
bombings.
if I could understand,
Stabbing, sorry.
obviously we'd get on better. But I cannot understand your
Yeah, it's called.
seemingly
Hang
unnatural
on.
hate
It's
for it.
called the London bombings.
Yeah.
It's called all the
7/7.
stabbings.
Right.
All
Yeah.
the
They weren't
terrorist
done.
attacks.
Ariana
They were
Grande
done
concert.
All
by
the terrorist
extremists.
attacks. Yeah.
Taylor
All of
Swift.
They were
that.
done by
And I will never,
extremists.
ever bow down to Islam. Never.
They were done by extremists. Why don't you hate Christianity?
No,
because of
because
their
I've been
extremism?
around enough people to know that other people have the same
change
view.
the fact. It doesn't change.
Yeah,
the
no,
fact
but it
that-
doesn't mean to
doesn't
say
change
it's the
fact
correct
that
view.
there are
It
plenty
means
of
it's
I
the
don't
easy
care.
view.
There are
I
plenty
have
of
a
I know
right
you
normal
don't
not to
care.
like
You
it, and
always
I'm
say
going to
you
carry
don't
on not
care.
liking it.
And that's why
do
you'll
that.
never get anywhere, because you don't want to explore your views.
I
No,
don't
you
Why
want
do.
to
don't
No,
you
know.
we
hate?
try and explore.
Why
You just try
don't
and
you
get
hate
gotcha moments, but you
Christianity
always
because of
fail at
what
gotcha
Anders
moments.
Breivik done?
Can I ask Chrissy Morris a question? Chrissy,
Right.
Well, can I have my
there was
question answered first?
No, you can't. Nobody's with
Chrissy,
Why
there was a
don't you hate Christianity because of what Anders Breivik done?
He wasn't a
Chrissy, I want to
Christian.
ask
He
you a
was an
question. It's
atheist.
about logic. It's
He
about
was.
logic.
He
Chrissy,
was not. He was an
He
atheist.
was.
forget about
I've
that.
just
Forget
read
about
up
all that.
about him. He was
Who cares
Christian.
about him?
What
Who cares?
What verse out of Christianity did he quote? Like ISIS and that
Yeah,
dude?
did he? What did he quote?
Checkmate.
What do you mean checkmate, you idiot?
Checkmate.
Why are you
ISIS and
stealing
Islamic extremists
Mulatto's
use Islamic
catchphrase?
scripture to
Why
justify
are
their
you
behavior.
stealing
And if you're saying that
Mulatto's
he did,
catchphrase?
then show it me.
Like he's got a good catchphrase. It's not
Okay.
even a good catchphrase.
There
Why
you go. You
are
can't do
you
anything about it.
stealing
Then
other
over
people's
then
work?
settle for the checkmate.
No,
Anything
but why are
like
you stealing other people's
anything he
stuff?
can nick off black people,
Are you-
he's all about it.
Yeah. Have you not got your own imagination, Luke?
Nope. Checkmate.
I mean,
He's a
you know, you're
fan.
full
He's a fan,
Brexit.
isn't he?
You
He's
see,
a fan.
guys,
saying
he's not been
bingo
he's obviously
or something like that,
checkmated.
isn't he?
Otherwise, he would offer
He's
an
a
argument
fan.
back at it. But he can't. All he's
Right,
arguing
right,
now
right.
is
Look,
I've
look,
used the
look.
word
It's
checkmate. really,
really simple, right? You are a closed-minded,
Maurice, let me ask you a question. Maurice, I want to hear your point of view. There's an interview between Muhammad Ali and Parkinson, and Parkinson says to Muhammad Ali, "You don't think all white people are racist, do you?" And he said, "No." He goes, "I don't think all white people are racist. I think there's a good amount of white people that aren't racist." He goes, "But," he goes, if you chucked a bucket of snakes at me and they were all coming at me to bite me, I wouldn't expect the good snakes to fight off the bad snakes, to make sure that
and
I
at the
don't
end
get
of Muhammad Ali's
attacked.
life, wait a minute, calm, because at the end of his life, right, Muhammad Ali said he'd wasted so many years, right, hating white people when he realised that the world is just one race.
I agree with that, Wendy. I agree with that.
Right,
But my question to Morris is that logical?
That is exactly
Oh, here we go. What's the point in letting me say half the story? My question to Morris is, Morris, is that logical for someone to say, okay, I accept that not all Muslims are terrorists, but because some of them are, I'm going to keep them all at arm's length?
Yeah,
is that logical for someone to say that? The same way Muhammad Ali said, I don't think all white people are racist, but I'm keeping my distance from them because some of them are racist.
Right. So putting it back to the snake analogy, some of the snakes might be poisonous, and most of the other snakes aren't poisonous. So you'd be all right with the non-poisonous ones.
Well
the ones
said,
that damage.
Khan, by the way, I've got to say.
But the ones that are poisonous,
it's not me that said it was Parkinson.
Stay away from it.
Yeah, no, well done for bringing that up. Yeah.
So, Khan, you talk about Guthrie? Yeah, I want to talk about Guthrie. It's important, yeah. Let me come in on this. You said it's not offensive, yeah. It's very offensive.
I actually wanted to hear Morris's response, actually.
Shut up, man. Don't put me off. Shut up, man. It's important.
But Morris is the logic guy. He wants to come with some logic now.
Shut up, man. Right. It's important, yeah. Logic,
Morris, don't let this guy cut in, Morris.
He wants to cut me in.
Let him, he's just got on the panel. Let him have his say, and then I'll respond.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, you're only saying that because he's Muslim, Morris.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that because he's just got on the panel. Let him have a chat, and then I'll respond to you.
Yeah, this guy doesn't just have a chat though.
No,
I don't know that, do I?
Every 2 minutes, listen, every 2 minutes, yeah. This Guthrie word is very offensive. I'll tell you what it is, yeah. You know, I told you about our name here, BRK, yeah. You know, in Semitic, yeah, the root of the word here.
We can't hear you.
You're a bit muffled, bro.
Why is the Indian geezer always talking about Semitic? What's Semitic got to do with Sanskrit? You're on a Sanskrit thing, bro.
Listen, let me tell you, yeah, the BRK is in Arabic, yeah. So in Arabic, the letters can switch around, and you know our name here, BRK, the B becomes an F. I told you, the B becomes an F, yeah. You know Guthrie, yeah. You know Guthrie. It's just our name, bro. Barak, yeah. It's just our name with the letters switch around. It's just the Barak.
Listen to Mooney with his whole new fucking religion. Why are we listening to him?
I'm telling you, because you know, in this religion, yeah, all the demons.
We're trying to focus on what people actually follow.
Yeah, but even Iblis, BLS.
We don't care. We don't care. Morris, what's your reply?
Right. So
they can't chat shit. They after us chat shit.
Wait, I got one for you. I got one for you as well. You hold on in the background there. Go on, Morris.
So Khan, some people are dangerous. Some snakes are dangerous. If you don't know what humans are dangerous and aren't dangerous, you have to work them out. So it's good to be cautious. Yeah, it goes back to the survival instinct and the negativity bias, which says not Occam's razor, the negativity bias, which is part of the chimp paradox. Yeah,
the
your brain will tell you to run away from everything until you know you're safe, and then if, for instance, one of the snakes is a friendly snake that isn't poisonous and isn't going to fucking strangle you to death, you can then make friends with that snake if you want to. So getting a bucket full of snakes chucked up.
Friends with a snake.
So I mean, my daughter's got a beautiful snake called Rogue, and that one is absolutely fine. It's not poisonous and it's friendly. I wouldn't treat a fucking black mamba or something the same way, because that has got the ability to kill and is probably wild and it hasn't been domesticated. So you can't treat one snake like the other snake. If you've got a bucket full of snakes being chucked at you, you're best off steering clear until you know that they're
You do know
safe.
he wasn't talking about real snakes, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, no, but he's used snakes in the analogy. And using snakes in the analogy is probably not the best
Occam's razor, yeah.
Can get quite venomous.
Yeah, Occam's razor. What about it, Wendy? You didn't even know about it until tonight.
Of course I knew about it. Well, you think you're the only one that's fucking ever heard of Occam's razor?
No, I don't think you knew what Occam's razor was. Because you said, what the fuck was that? You didn't know to use
I
the
did
word
not say
hanged.
what the fuck was that.
You didn't know that the word hanged.
You're a liar, Morris. Wow, you must get through your life by just lying.
You didn't know to use the word treated. You used the word tret. You are
Tret.
You are an
It's because they're northerners. It's because they're northerners.
commoner.
I'm from the north, and I'll talk the way I want to.
Okay, but talk the correct English. Talk the fucking King's English. Talk the
If I
King's
said to a
English.
foreigner, speak English, you'd say, "You fucking racist! You fucking racist pig!" Now you go.
She is a fucking racist.
I'm a northerner.
She is a fucking. I've not claimed to be a journalist, you idiot. I've not claimed to be a journalist.
Look,
She
I
has.
used the word hung where I should have used the word hand.
You
Oh my
got it
God.
wrong, yeah? You got it wrong. And you used the word threat when you should have used the word treated, yeah?
I did
Why
that
don't hung up on
deliberately.
it, Chrissy?
Yeah,
You're
I
an
did
idiot.
that
There are
deliberately.
primary school
Yeah.
pupils that speak better
Just
than you.
because you
You
didn't
said that
know what
5 times now.
vocabulary of 300
That's how
words.
unoriginal you are. All you've done is
You have a vocabulary of 300 words. You have a
You don't
vocabulary of
know or
300 words.
understand Occam's razor. You did not even understand Khan's analogy.
We're
You
trying to have a
didn't fucking
conversation.
understand
Khan's
what Khan was
analogy.
saying.
And then
I've
this guy
just
just
answered Khan's analogy.
arguments all
What
the
was
time.
Khan's
There's
analogy?
nobody else
What
bored
was
of this
Khan's
fucking
analogy?
song. There's nobody else
What
bored
was
of this guy who
Khan's
just interrupts
analogy?
conversation all the fucking time.
What was Khan's
Anytime that we try to have a civil
analogy?
conversation, even though me and Khan fucking hate each other and we'll go back and forth, same way me and Veli will go back and forth, we always manage to get somewhere and at least have a semi-fucking decent conversation. This cunt is just adamant to get his name known for being a fucking interrupter.
You
whether it
just
be in
hate it that you can't beat me in an argument, you idiot.
You guys are gay.
You just hate it that you can't beat me in an argument.
Shut the fuck up and let
There is
people
no
talk.
argument.
You just can't handle it that you can't beat me in an argument because you are a racist,
and you make
ignorant,
things so repetitive.
raw arsehole.
Chrissy, you made the claim now, Chrissy. You got to back it, right? I think, Chrissy, you're saying Luke can't beat you in an argument. We'll all go on mute. You two have let's say a few rounds back and forth of a debate.
We got to pick a subject, though.
No, when do you get to pick the subject, but they have to debate it?
Yeah, and they have to debate it.
Go on, you get 2 rounds each, yeah? A starting round and a finishing
Luke,
round.
what would you like to debate, Luke?
Israel.
Any subject.
Right, Israel and Palestine. Off you go.
All right, what's the question, Wendy?
Who is right between? I don't know. What kind of question would you like? Oh, right. So, does Israel have the right to exist?
Yes.
Did you want to go first?
Yes,
right,
it does.
That's too easy, though, Wendy.
Yeah, maybe so.
I think we should ask the question: if Benjamin Netanyahu comes to England, should we arrest him?
No.
Right.
Sorry, who?
What do you reckon? Benjamin Netanyahu's set to come to England.
No,
should we arrest him? And why? And why? And why? Go on.
Now debate that.
Because the ICC have put out an arrest warrant.
Last one first. Don't be rude. I think we
Hang
should roll out the red carpet and give him a
hang on,
statement.
Luke, hang on.
Wendy, don't be rude.
No, Wendy's not.
I'm going to play referee. So, Luke.
No, you're not.
Nice to the judges. Chrissy, be nice to the judges.
I'm not having you as a referee.
Chrissy, there's one each on each side. We've got one each on each side.
So Luke goes first, and then Luke lets.
Jay's going to be the decider.
Yeah,
Go on.
and Chrissy finish.
I won't be.
Jay, I love you, man, but I can't trust you're non-biased.
He's an Englishman and he plays fair.
No, he doesn't.
Chrissy let Luke finish, and then Luke has to let Chrissy finish, right? No interrupting. And Jamie can be the one that will say who wins or loses.
No, Jamie can't. Cool. Jamie's the right winger.
Chrissy, can I give my answer regardless? So, not only do I think that Netanyahu should not be arrested if he comes to this country, I also highly believe that we should give him one of the warmest state visits that any president or prime minister of a foreign country has ever received. I think we should show them that we do support them. We do stand in solidarity, and that any form of support that they need from the British people, we're willing to back them in any way, shape, or form. Red carpet time.
Chrissy, you get to cross-examine him now. You got to ask him a question.
I don't really need to, mate. There's nothing really.
No, you can't. That's why you can't.
I thought there was no interrupting.
Go on, Chrissy. It's your turn. Don't waste your time. Quickly.
So Netanyahu should be arrested because there is an international criminal court warrant for his arrest. We are signatories to that, and our own government, even when the Conservatives were in, and now that Labour are in, have both said that he has committed war crimes. We should be pulling away from what they are doing to the Palestinian people, and he should definitely be arrested, and he should have his day in court to argue his case in court at The Hague, and if he's done nothing wrong, he should have nothing to fear.
Right, Luke gets to ask you now. Go on, Luke. You've got to cross-examine him something.
So that tends to happen after the dust has settled. As we know, the hostages haven't even been given back over yet, so the war is still ongoing. So to expect somebody to answer for what you call war crimes when the war hasn't even finished yet has never been seen or done before in history, to my understanding. And it's just further example of how Israel are held to not high standards but unique standards, and not even a one-on-one death ratio is going to be acceptable for them. They're going to still call it a genocide.
Finished?
Any last words from anyone?
Right, so I'll respond.
Yeah.
So there have been, many arrest warrants issued by the ICC, in history, and they've not all been caught after the war. I think I always get his bloody name wrong.
Milosevic.
Yeah, Milosevic was caught before the end of that war was officially over, and he was tried. The moment the crime has happened and the court have enough evidence for it is the moment that they issue the arrest warrant. So the arrest warrant should be enacted as soon as possible, not the end of all. Not let's give him loads more months or even years to commit more war crimes. The moment we understand that someone's committed a war crime and they've got enough evidence.
All right, Chris, you're running out of time now. You're running out of time.
Okay,
right,
let me finish.
Let's say, no, that's it. You've had your time. So let's say,
for
argument's sake, wait. You've had your 2 minutes.
Wait.
I'm
You
timing it.
The panel,
you've had your 2 minutes. I'm the timer.
No, I haven't had 2 fucking minutes.
You've had your whole 2 minutes.
No fucking way. Why are you sticking up for the fucking Preston gay boy?
I'm not.
Preston
gay
boy.
Let's say for
argument's sake, Preston gay boy. You've admitted that.
Look, Chrissy. For argument's sake, wait.
You are gay tonight.
Guys, can you let the adjudicator speak, please? Excuse me. So let's say for argument's sake, Wendy voted for Luke and I voted for Chrissy. Now we got to hear Jay. Jay, who do you think made the most compelling argument?
Luke.
Ding, ding,
okay.
Round one.
So your argument, Chrissy,
he's a right winger. He shouldn't even be voting.
Chrissy, your argument that Luke can't beat you in a debate. I'm afraid you can't ever say that ever again.
Can't beat me in a debate.
But he just beat you now.
His right wing mates to join him.
Look, whether it was a fair debate or not, it's not the point. The point is, it was a debate of sorts, and you lost.
It doesn't matter if it's not fair. Come on, Tom.
No, we've done the best. Like, given the circumstances, we've done our best.
Right wing race.
No. Look, Chrissy, stop making big boasts and boastful claims that you can't
They're not
manage
big boasts.
Look, you said he can't beat you. He made the point. Look, Chrissy. He made the point that the war's not over yet. And it's only a possible genocide. So to arrest somebody on that, he's saying is a bit, up in the air.
But that's not
so
the
he
way
made a good point.
If they haven't got evidence, they will not issue the arrest warrant. You need the evidence before you make the arresting criminal.
So on that grounds, I voted for you. But unfortunately, there was no one else here apart from Jay to be the final thing.
Fucking lost,
there was no one else here, Chrissy. What can we do?
Well, we can have a fucking proper debate. Rather than the Preston gay boy singing in the background.
I'm just saying, Chrissy, I voted for you. I voted for you, yeah? So, it's not my fault, is it? You're the one that made the boastful claim. You boasted.
It's not my fault you lost. Well, it is my fault, but it's not
I haven't lost. I haven't lost.
You did lose.
No, you did lose.
No, I didn't.
It was 2 against 1.
I said to you right at the start that Kingston will vote for the right wingers because he is right wing. He has voted with a bias, not with his.
But you offered him out on his home turf, so you should have expected that.
I didn't offer him out. I said
yes, you did.
You can't beat me in a debate, and he can't beat me.
But he just beat you.
I just did.
He hasn't.
I fucking did. I just did.
No, you haven't.
You just won't accept it because you're Baldy.
No, I won't accept it because it's not happened.
Oh, look, Chrissy, I voted for you, but you let the side down. You could have been better. You could have been a bit better, Chrissy. You could have been a bit better.
I'll get on my channel and we'll have a debate over there.
Okay, let's do that.
How many people on my channel agree with me? I think you're going to lose every time.
No, you can have a rematch on your own time, innit?
When's this?
I would win. because you are relying on
I agree to that.
people.
Rematch.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. We all know because it never goes live on his fucking channel.
No, I don't need to.
No, so why say do then?
Because if I did,
the argument.
my channel would see me the winner every time. Even if I lost, my channel would see me win.
Chrissy, if you had the rematch with Luke, what would Chrissy? What would your question be? What would your panel? Chrissy,
you've got two
what would your question be? What would your question be?
Biased to your view.
Chrissy, what would your question be to Luke in a rematch? What would you ask him?
There's nothing I would want to
He's already lost.
I
So you can't even think of a question.
He doesn't have an answer. He doesn't have a response to me. He's lost.
Why do you hate people? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Why do you hate people?
We're not on your channel yet. I thought we were going to your channel for it.
Why do you hate people you've never met?
That's a wide but. Like, can you give me an example?
Yeah, you hate Palestinians.
I don't
you
hate
think they're savages.
How do you know he ain't met a Palestinian?
Because if he had, he wouldn't be saying what he says.
You don't know that.
But they're all savages.
You're just assuming, though. You thick as fuck.
I think you got to think a better.
You have
Chrissy,
said all Palestinians are savages.
I'll help you think of a better question because I know it's not easy. It's not easy thinking, but that's not easy.
Khan, you've not been a help so far, so please don't help me.
Oh, yeah, you've embarrassed me.
I voted for you, Chrissy.
You've let me down.
Luke, you have said that all Palestinians are savages.
No, I said 8%.
No, when I pushed you on it, you said 80%. But even 80%, previously you've said the Palestinians are savages, which isn't saying 80%. That's saying all of them.
The majority of Palestinians.
So the majority of Palestinians.
Right, let's have round two. Let's have round two right now. Chrissy, let's have round two right now. The question is it racist to say all Palestinians are savages?
No.
That's the question.
I can justify why they are.
Chrissy, do you want to have round two right now?
No, I'm not playing your stupid games.
No, because you know you're going to lose again.
No, it's not about losing. It's about if you're fucking going to go. Whoa, gay boy.
He's lost again.
Stupid fucking
Oh, now he's going to go all homophobic. I'm here. Please help me. I'm a gay man who needs help. No, I'm not going to help you. My name's Chris Morris and I'm homophobic.
And you're here to sing silly songs and make stupid noises.
Yeah, and you're an upstanding lefty hating gay people. What a brilliant
I'm not a lefty, I'm a centrist.
Yeah, and you're a centrist who hates gay people. Well done.
No, I don't hate gay people.
Why do you keep bringing it up then?
What? So are you gay?
Oh, you must be interested then. Do you want to suck a dick?
Are you gay?
Do you want to suck a dick? I am for you, Chris. You want to suck a dick?
Definitely not. I don't want to suck any dicks.
You have homophobic.
You have had your dick sucked by another man.
Which one is it?
You have had your dick sucked by another man. Are you?
Yeah, your dad. I told you, but he had a wig on and he was wearing knickers.
My dad has never sucked a dick.
He has. He wears knickers.
No, he hasn't. What is wrong with you bringing up?
It's not wrong with me. I didn't wear knickers.
You see, the thing is, look, you've never been able to forgive me since your dead fucking racist friend died.
Why? You didn't kill him.
No, I didn't. He killed himself.
You got to do with that? Why would we need to forgive you?
He killed himself, didn't he?
No.
How'd you know?
Because I know he didn't kill himself. I know his
How many times did you meet him, Luke? How many times did you actually meet him?
Twice.
I don't think you ever met him.
You met him more times than me, didn't you? You went to his house.
I met him about 3-4 times, yeah.
Yeah, more than me. You went to his house.
And as soon as I worked out he was a racist, I cut him off.
No, you never.
You didn't know, did you?
No.
Was he keeping it a secret from you, Chrissy, at first?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I remember when he was friends with Rainer and supposedly he didn't know he was
racist
who stole money.
And then one time he referred to the Indian lady that I was helping.
Ever since I met Wasp and Seven, I from the get-go knew where they stood in terms of race relations. Yeah, you don't need to be a genius to work it out.
No, the way I saw it, yeah, they've said like racial words, whatever. Some people may say that's immediately racist. I don't. The way I see it is that they don't give a fuck about those conversations where people start focusing too much on race, religion, And that's
you laughed along with their racism, didn't you, Luke?
I don't necessarily believe that they're like a true racist where they don't want to live next door to a black person or they're intolerant towards another.
You laughed along with their racism.
I'm not going to allow people like Chrissy to like change my understanding of racism. My understanding of racism is that you've got a genuine intolerance towards somebody, and like you've just got this.
Yeah, that's what was bad.
Yeah, but I don't believe all 7 has that in any way, shape, or form.
Well, then you're dumb. But we all knew that already.
I beat you at a debate.
How about the Hive phoning up elderly women threatening with sexual violence?
You lost the debate against the dummy.
No, I haven't lost no debate.
You did.
Why did you sit there and laugh when Wasp and the Hive rang up Ostrich's mum and threatened her with violence when she's 78 years old?
Yeah, because because at one point Wasp turned around and said, obviously they were threatening each other back and forth. It was more banter, but his mum.
The mother wasn't threatening anyone.
Yes, she was definitely. No, she was vile with her mouth. Anyway, Wasp turned around and said, "Carry on, I'll kick your tits off." And I just fucking burst out laughing.
No, he didn't. He said he'd kick her in the nether regions.
No, he never. Kick your tits off.
Yes, he did. He said, "I'll kick you right in the see you next Tuesday."
I remember that. I remember him saying
exact words. And you
I now use that phrase saying "kick your tits off." He was definitely kick your tits off.
Oh right, yeah. But you're sort of like, you're a transsexual gay man, are you? What are you? Are you asexual, transsexual? What are you?
No, transsexual.
You sound very feminine. You sound very feminine. And it's okay to be gay, and it's okay to be transsexual, but you sound very feminine. So coming from a feminine man, that might be more acceptable. And considering
you don't sound very straight yourself, Chrissy. You're quite high pitched yourself, Chrissy. Mate, nobody told you that.
You are the gayest sounding person on these streams.
I'd say you're
second. You are gayer than Simon. You come across gayer than Simon.
Yeah, I think Simon sounds a lot more.
Because of your let's all go and watch.
Deeper voice than you have. You're very high pitched.
Housewives program that you watch with the ladies.
With the ladies.
Yeah, with the ladies.
My name's Chrissy Morris, and I'm pretending that I am straight, and I'm not.
My name's Luke, and I've admitted that I've had my dick sucked.
Bang bang.
My name's Luke, and I've admitted that I've had my dick sucked.
I'm pretending that I'm fucking straight as fuck. I can't pretend to fucking put a voice on. Well, why don't you give us like some fucking Danny Dyer type accent?
It's okay to be gay, Luke. It's okay to be gay, Luke.
How are you? Again, he's just a mong. Stop being childish.
How am I? Right, so. You told everyone that you'd had your dick sucked by a man, didn't you?
And you asked your daughter whether she got kissed by her stepdad, and you recorded it, you pervert.
That's not perverted. That was something that the police said to me, well done
put it out on the internet, and you put it out on the internet.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Dirty pervert. You don't give a fuck about your daughter.
When did I do that? When did I do that? Prove it. You can't.
You put it out yourself, you little pervert.
Luke,
you don't have to prove it because
is your uncle gay?
I ain't fucking
is your uncle gay?
But don't worry, the evidence is out there.
Is your uncle gay?
He's gay for your dad when your dad wears a thong.
Is your uncle gay, Luke?
He's gay for your dad when your dad wears a thong.
14-year-old boys living with him.
No, he lived with your dad when your dad wore a thong.
No, he didn't. He's never met your dad.
Dad wore 2 thongs a night.
Luke, you can't answer a straight question, can you?
Your dad used to wear a thong.
You knew that your uncle was a paedophile and you did nothing.
I was 14 when he got accused, Mongo.
Right. So you knew your uncle was a paedophile and he did nothing.
And you knew that your daughter wasn't getting abused, but you tried to manipulate her into thinking that she was.
No, I'm not at all.
Yes, you did.
So why if that happened, why was she allowed to stay
your daughter into thinking that she got abused by her stepdad? And she had to say, no, it's not weird when he does that. No, he might kiss me on my head, but it's nothing bad, Dad. You tried to groom her to say that you were fucking wrong, you little dirty pervert. You're a seedy, dirty pervert. That's what you are. And you're 2 steps away from being a paedophile. You're 2 steps away from being a paedophile, Chris, if you're not already one.
Your uncle admitted to paedophilia.
And the fact that you
blamed the victims of the paedophilia
for no, he has not done anything of the sort. You're making
your uncle did to those boys. He admitted to pushing,
trying to get her to say that he's done something sexual towards her.
I haven't tried to get her to say anything. I haven't got her to try and say anything.
Towards your own fucking
I haven't got her to try and say anything.
You're a fucking pervert. That's what you are. You
No,
recorded
you
your
are
daughter.
the
You asked
pervert.
your daughter
You are the
whether
one
she's been
that
fucking
doesn't
touched by your
fancy
dad,
women. You
stepdad,
don't
whether he's ever
fancy
fucking
men.
got into bed with her.
So
You
what
asked her
do
whether he
you
was fucking
fancy?
kissing her. She had to tell you
What
that he's
do
only ever
you
kissed her on the
fancy,
head,
Luke?
and it's nothing
What
weird.
do
It's
you
nothing like
fancy, Luke?
normal people wouldn't do.
You don't
And you
fancy men.
wasn't happy with that.
Don't
You kept
fancy
pressing
women.
and pressing and
What
pressing.
do you
fucked
fancy?
your daughter up in the head. You have
Don't
fucked your
fancy
daughter up in the head,
men.
and I can tell you that he's
Don't
going to come
fancy
back you on your
women.
ass.
What do
Chrissy,
you
why are you
fancy?
so on his sexuality? What's the thing about the
He's
sexuality
a seedy
thing?
little bastard, that's why. If you can't get
Because
fucking
I get
he
that.
his
refers
daughter,
to other
you'll try and get out of
people.
me.
He refers to other people as gay boy and batty boy and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
you
he is
accused your daughter being groomed when she wasn't. You groomed her, you pervert.
I haven't accused my daughter of anything.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
did. Yes, you did.
No,
You
I
put the
didn't.
footage out.
I haven't accused
Yes,
my
you
daughter
did.
of anything. You can't
You
even get
accused your daughter, and even though she told you that no, he hasn't done anything like that, Dad. He's only ever kissed me on my head.
Did
You
she?
kept
Did she
asking
tell me
more
no?
sick,
Did she
seedy
tell me no? That
questions.
never happened.
You fucking
Did she tell
pervert.
me that? How do you
You're a
know?
pervert.
How do you know?
Why would you want to? You're a pervert because I've heard it.
She's
I've
never
heard your
said that.
fucking voice. I've heard you and your daughter
No, you
speaking about it,
fucking
you
haven't.
pervert.
I've
No,
heard the
you
phone
haven't.
call.
No,
I
you
heard
haven't.
it.
I've heard the phone call as well, you pervert.
You don't know fuck all about me or my little girl.
I've got the fucking recording. Don't
But
fucking
I
test
do
me.
know
Actually,
that your
after
uncle
that,
is gay.
I won't walk into your trap
and
like
he
you
was
trap
living
was.
with one
I won't
or
walk
both
into
of
your
those
trap
young
like you trap
boys.
was. Just remember, I'm
Was
5
he
steps ahead of you.
living with one or two of those young boys that took
Pervert.
him to court?
What was you
he
doing with your
living with
daughter
them?
recording and asking her sexual questions about a stepdad? You pervert.
Not asking. I wasn't
Why
asking
can't he
anything.
protect his daughter? Maybe he was protecting her.
Listen, Carl, because she turned around and said, no, there's nothing going on at all.
No, she didn't.
Because
You
the
don't
stepdad
know
was
what
his
she said.
ex-best mate.
You don't know what she said.
So he tried to
You
accuse him of
don't
being a
know
paedophile like he has
what
done
she
to me.
said.
So he asked his
You
daughter and
don't know
recorded her asking a
what
sexual
she
question, and the
said.
daughter was awkward as fuck, saying, "No, he doesn't do anything like that. No, he might kiss me on my head, but that's
You
about it."
don't
And he was
know
saying, "No, does he
what
kiss you on your
she
lips? Does he do
said.
this? Does he touch her?" The guy's a pervert asking his daughter questions
but
like that.
schools
Colin, if you
advise
heard
parents
it,
to
if you heard it, I
talk
can show you. You say, "Nah,
with
this
their
guy's
kids
thinking."
about
You're
these
the
sort of things. I
pervert,
don't
Luke.
understand.
You're the one with the
I
pervert
can show you. If
uncle,
you
aren't
heard
you?
it, you'd be sick to your
Did the
stomach.
pervert uncle touch you, Luke?
Did you hear the one the other day about the what Jupiter put out with the fucking social worker? Did you hear her say that you have spots inappropriately towards your children, and there is
By
concern
asking them
about
where
you?
they want to stay. By asking them where they want to
Another
stay.
recording out there where he's speaking very sexually towards his daughter. I
I've had
assure
my
you of
daughter
that.
live with me for the whole of her life. If there was anything wrong, they would have taken her off.
You've groomed her.
Luke, did your uncle touch you?
No, I answer you. You don't answer me. You groomed your daughter.
Yeah, I can answer you because I can tell the truth, but you can't, can you? You knew
Understand,
all
sir.
about your uncle being a paedophile, and you said,
and you sat your daughter down,
Now,
recorded
fair
her,
enough, you
asking
was
her sexually
14,
graphic
by your
questions.
standards,
You're a
Shamima
pervert.
Begum
And it was quite
should
clear
have
by
been
the
let off
recording that you was
running
trying
away
to
to Syria.
back into the corner, or you tried to get her to say something that she clearly wasn't going to
I
say.
haven't tried to get her to say
She
anything.
was not getting abused by your best mate. You tried to say
How do
that
you know?
because your best
How
mate
do you
cheated on
know?
your missus behind your back,
How
and your
do
missus fucked off with
you
your best
know?
mate. Because your daughter said that she wasn't getting abused.
know?
Your daughter said it.
There was
Your daughter
no
said
best
it.
mate involved.
Yes, there was. It
There
was your best
no
mate,
best
Joe.
mate involved.
And your daughter said that he wasn't abusing her. Why would you ask? Why would you put that out on the internet, you pervert?
How do you know that? How do you know
heard
that?
it, pervert?
No, you haven't.
What? Arrested, pervert.
Was you in the police interview?
Oh, so it happened, did it, pervert?
Was you in the police interview?
Mongo, it clearly happened then. You're admitting that, pervert.
Was you in the police interview? No, you wasn't. You haven't heard the police
recording that you
interview,
put out.
have you?
I listened to the
You
recording
don't
that
know
you put out where you
anything,
asked your
Luke.
daughter sexual questions.
What I know is that your uncle had 1 or 2 children living with him that he tried to fuck. He's a paedophile. You knew that.
I know that you let your daughter down, and I know for a fact
You
because
knew
other
that.
people can back
Look,
that up.
I said to you, you knew that your uncle was a paedophile,
We've got
and
a
you said I was
recording.
14.
We've got a recording of you
So
where you've
you
set
know
your
he's a
daughter down,
paedophile.
and you've
Why
tried to
didn't you
convince
tell
her
your
and
sister?
manipulate her into thinking
Why
that she has
didn't
been
you
sexually
tell your
groomed and abused
sister?
when she's saying no, she hasn't, and you wasn't willing to
Why
accept
didn't
that,
you
were
tell
you?
your
You're a
sister?
pervert and you're a dirty seedy cunt.
Why
And that's
didn't
the
you
fact.
tell
You
your
always talk about
about your
always talk
nonce-uncle?
about children. And it's say
Why didn't you tell your sister about your nonce-uncle?
The fact that I have told people. So the fact that you've
why didn't you tell your sister
you've gone
about
straight,
your
you've gone straight
nonce-uncle?
to talk about children again. What is it with
No,
you
I
always
haven't.
speak about
No,
paedophiles
I
and
haven't.
children?
I never
And what is
brought
it?
up children.
Wait, Chrissy, you trying to say? Chrissy, you trying to say he failed to protect his family members?
And then every single time he goes live, he's always speaking about sexually graphic shit when it comes to children.
Yeah,
So he's not
when
only
it comes
speaking
to
about
you, I am,
he
because
speaks
you are
about
a
it online on
paedophile
panels.
protector.
This guy has
You
got an
are a
over obsession
paedophile
with
protector.
perverted shit.
Luke, you are a paedophile protector.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you say that,
Because
Chrissy?
you knew all about his uncle.
But
As
it
he's
don't mean he
admitted when
protected
he was
him.
14.
It don't mean he protected him.
No, of course
What are you on
not.
about? He was innocent, guys, by the way. Not found not
should
guilty. What are you
have
talking about? And I was
spoke out.
15 when he got accused, you fucking Mongo.
You said 14 earlier.
No, I said 15.
No, you said 14. I was 14. You said 14. Look.
Whatever, man, whatever.
Doesn't matter.
14 and a half. 14 and a half, who cares?
Chrissy, you're just a fucking. You've caused an argument in an empty room.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck's sake.
It's good, isn't it? It's good for the views, son, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it?
And you fucking
Yeah, it's
know
good
that.
for the views. But Luke,
I mean, it's good for the
you
views.
knew
Talk
your
about
uncle.
paedophilia and
You
shit.
knew
You're
your
not-
uncle was a nonce,
You're a
and you
nonce.
didn't
You
tell your
nudged your
sister,
daughter.
did you?
You nudged your daughter.
You didn't tell your sister.
You nudged your daughter and you put it on YouTube.
No, I didn't. I've not put
Yeah, you
anything
did.
on
You nudged
YouTube
your
about my daughter.
You made her speak sexually about shit, and then you put it
No,
on the
I
internet. you
didn't.
dirty nonce.
I haven't made her do anything.
Yes, you did. You pressured him to
didn't.
speaking sexually. Everyone's
No,
heard
I
it.
didn't.
Yes, you
So
did.
if that happened, why has my daughter been living with me for her whole life?
Because you groomed her.
I haven't groomed her. If I'd done that, how come she's still living with me?
Stockholm syndrome. You know about that, don't you?
Look. You got groomed by your uncle.
Yeah, and you groomed your daughter.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
My daughter still lives with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Chrissy, are you saying these things just to be horrible, or do you think that is true?
I think it's true.
Because
based on
if you want
the thing is, the only information, Chrissy, wait, Chrissy, the only information available is what Luke's told people.
Luke
And I
had
doubt
with some
if he's
members
told
of the
anyone.
Hive
He's been
when he was
no, he's not
basically telling
listening.
them this.
He's not
I
bothered.
remember the
Yeah, it came out of his mouth, so you should know what he said, innit?
That were basically
People in the chat are being 100% groomed her. Louise is saying you groomed her. Say, I'm not the only person who believes that you groomed her daughter. And you put it out online. And you put it out online.
To be fair, Luke, if you're saying your uncle's not convicted, then Chrissy was like far from convicted.
I'm not saying he was convicted. I'm saying it's
Your
wrong.
uncle. No, but I'm saying you can't. If your argument saying my uncle weren't a nonce because he weren't convicted and they found him not guilty, then Chrissy can use that same argument.
Chrissy a nonce is when he called me a nonce. I've retaliated by calling
I
him a
hear you. So you're just saying it to be horrible,
I've
right?
never called you a nonce. You called me a nonce the first time you spoke to me.
And it's perverted to record your daughter.
It's not. It's not.
Yes, listen. Yes, it is.
I don't know if you're a nonce, Luke.
Have you heard it, Carl?
Have
you heard it?
I've not heard it. But what I'm saying is,
I've not called you.
I have heard it.
Schools,
I can assure you,
schools advising parents to have these sort of conversations.
If I was going to say it, I'd say it now. And I don't know that you are a nonce. I suspect you're a nonce.
I'm not defending him. I'm saying based on what you've said, asking your daughter because your stepdad touched you is not illegal.
Have you heard it, Carl?
It's not nonsense either.
So you think it's normal just to go up to your daughter and ask her if she's been touched, and she's saying no? How the fuck?
If I had a daughter and she had a stepdad,
hey, you guys, everyone mute up for a second.
When she says no, would you keep fucking pressurizing her? Would you keep asking her? Even though she says no, it's only
you guys, I beg you, everyone mute up for 1 sec, yeah? Mute up
I
for
did
1
and
sec.
put it online. You wouldn't do that, would you?
Okay, listen, stop now, yeah? Because everyone's had enough of these two subjects, man. You know, it always
every fucking time, Billy, and you know it is.
Wait, hold on. Luke, allow it, man. I'm just trying to make sure that it don't matter who started it or whatever, yeah?
Every single person on the panel
bro, listen, but come on, man, you know what?
Belly, we can have a decent conversation.
You know, we are going to have a decent conversation, but you have to let it roll in it. Let me handle it.
Can't let it roll when this stops us.
Brother, come on, man, stop for a sec, yeah? Like I'm saying, everyone's had enough of these food mobs, innit? Like, so, Chrissy, stop making these accusations on Luke and his uncle and whatever. Obviously, you can't do nothing about.
Right, he's got to stop making accusations on me and my daughter. Then.
Bro, stop, man. No, you know what I'm going to say after. If I've said one, I'm going to have to say the other. So let me say it, and then we can just carry on with a normal conversation. Yeah, so obviously Luke, and opposite way around in it. Yeah, let's not make the accusations the same thing with his daughter or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying?
Leave my family out of it. I'll leave yours out. I've always stuck by that.
Everyone leave each other's family. This is why I always say, that guys, it's not to make the thing personal or whatever. Have discussions on stuff that you dislike or disagree on or whatever, but just try not to make it personal arguments and all that, man. Because it's just like. Everyone's heard of this sort of stuff. When it's just like the personal arguments for other channels, innit? For the silly channels or whatever. Like, obviously, we're smarter people than that, so we can argue about the topics.
Yeah, no,
without
you
even
are
having to get personal.
perfection. You are smarter people, and me and you can go back and forth, and we'll never get to that point. Every single time that there's somebody on the panel who opposes Chrissy or Chrissy opposes, he doesn't want to actually get down to the meat of the bone. He wants to get down to personal attacks and do the same shit over and over. So this stream ends up like the same fucking 40 other streams that we can just rewind and listen to the same arguments, same accusations, same fucking shit, nothing fucking new. And it's always this guy every single fucking time. That is facts.
Look, it's always you that gets triggered first.
No, you started it. I don't
let's
know.
just get.
I can rewind it, Chrissy, and prove you wrong again.
Billy asked for everyone to be quiet.
All right, listen. We're putting a line under it now, innit? We can put a line under it now.
Well, I hope it is a line.
Let me find something real quick.
If it's not, and if it happens again, I'll be pulling
interrupted
people.
again,
I've put
Luke.
a line under it now, yeah.
But really, did you catch these two's debate? Did you catch the debate?
No, I didn't, you know. But I've got another video though, still, man. That I was gonna play this shit tomorrow.
Are we gonna get a thing? A pre?
You broke up, Billy.
Sorry, I was just loading up the video.
I was watching something on Bob Marley the other day.
today,
They were saying that the CIA
because
killed
they
him.
tried to do this in America, ban trans women.
All right, let me pause it for a sec. Obviously, we know that the definition of a biological woman was argued in the Scottish court.
Yeah, they go
a little while ago, right? So we was going to speak about this tomorrow, but you know, like we're going to speak about it now for a little bit, and then we can go on tomorrow. And
maybe this is something that we can all find common ground on.
Yeah, so they've said the definition of a biological woman is like obviously a female born female.
Woman, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't actually disagree with that. And you know that for respectful purposes of the trans community or whatever, if anyone wants to be, and I was against this before in it, yeah, but as I've grown up a bit and matured a little bit or whatever, I will say like for political reasons or for just to have conversations about stuff that we disagree with or whatever. Like if you decide to call yourself a female, I'll just address you as that for the purpose of conversations and respect or whatever. But I agree with the finding in the court. And you know, I don't usually disagree with James O'Brien, but you know, like, can you man say I never play videos of people I disagree with, right? James O'Brien is going to disagree with most of the points that I would make in this sort of stuff there, yeah? So, all right. Ready, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. We blow.
From women-only spaces, and the only thing they achieved in doing is having women that don't fit, cis women that don't fit these gender critical narrative of what is a woman, thrown out of women's changing rooms and toilets. It will, you know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I do. I mean, almost bathroom bans affecting cis women with short hair or particularly tall or particularly muscular.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, I personally transitioned 10 years ago. I had my operation 8 years ago. I've been using changing rooms, bathrooms, etc. for a decade. Without an issue, no problems at all. No one ever blinks. It's no problem at all. And with this ruling, won't change a thing. I had my gender recognition certificate for years.
Yes.
And a gender recognition certificate, the sole purpose of it is to change your birth certificate, which I did straight away. So if ever I was questioned, I'd say, well, here's my birth certificate. Prove I'm transgender.
And what does your birth certificate say? Sorry.
It's female.
So if we were going to take Katie's point about the cards that she uses to access her gym, you'd have the same one that she had.
Absolutely right.
Well, maybe this will be the next stage of the legal action then.
Well, exactly. This is one step in one of many for them to try and erase trans women. Wes Streeting has already gone after trans youth to stop them properly transitioning. He's taken away their medical treatment.
So I don't think it's, again, they're just being selfish. That's what I hate about these fucking groups like LGBT and that. They just become completely selfish and everything just has to orientate around them. So this isn't to restrict the rights of you transgender people. It's to protect the rights of women. and more and more fucking women were getting
exactly
like women like that guy in Scotland. This is the reason why it all started. Remember the guy in Scotland who's full of fucking face tattoos, was a thug, he was a rapist, and then
and he wanted to go to a woman's prison.
And then he put a wig on and fucking wore fucking tracksuit bottoms and a pink jacket and that. And there was, I think at one point he was in a women's prison. It got stopped because of the public outcry, and that's what influenced these 3 women to tackle it in the courts. And I think it's just another. Again, I told you, 2025 is going to be the year of common sense. And again, it's not to oppress transgender. If you want us to call you Linda, we'll call you Linda. But you're not going to tell women that you are the same as them, and that you've been through the same oppression as them, or you've been through the same struggle as them, and that you understand. Like, that's not going to happen anymore. Like, women are women; they're very different. They're unique for a reason, and they need to remain unique. Big up women.
It's not just that as well. In sport as well, you're putting a man in a ring with a woman, and he's battering the shit out of her. The Olympics that time, the runners, and it's not right.
Boxers as well, though, like an Italian woman. No, he's an Italian man, I think.
And
Italy was involved, but basically a man fighting a fucking woman, and he took the medal.
Yeah,
and banned from the World Championships. They were banned from the World Championships, but the Olympics let them in. And this is the first Olympics ever that I've refused to watch the boxing. The thing that really flew under the radar was there was a beach volleyball player that was a convicted paedophile. Did you know about that?
No.
Yeah, there was a beach volleyball player.
It was, and they allowed him to play, and they didn't allow someone else who wasn't.
What,
I think it was something to do with weed or something, and they didn't allow that person
I didn't watch any Olympics, and I won't watch the Olympics again. Every
the guy with the paedophile was he a transvestite as well, or tranny? What you call?
No, it was just a paedophile that was in the beach volleyball.
He was a man still.
That's what I mean. So they'll allow shit like that, but then there's such fucking virtues. All these organisations, award ceremonies, and that. I don't follow any of that shit.
Yeah, but look,
not even suspected. You know, he's convicted. That's mad, isn't it?
Agreed with trans men, being involved in, for instance, boxing in the women's category. How many people do you actually know that are completely for transgender men competing in women's sports? Because I'm
a northerner. I'm the wrong person to ask. You need to ask the fucking.
Well, no. How many do you know? Do you know any? Because I don't know one, and I've got a lot of lefty mates.
So on Facebook, there might be like a few little people even there that will.
I think you're looking at bots on Facebook. I think they're bots because I don't know.
I don't have bots on Facebook. I'm talking about people who know on Facebook. So there'll be a few people, not like mates or anything, but
whether they're doing that for clout or whatever. But I don't know. I actually know a single person that agrees that a trans man should, for instance, be in female boxing.
The Olympics
one. I think it's a massive con by the media to keep us poor people arguing whilst they continue their fuckeries and making us poor.
But then if nobody agrees with it, then we're not arguing, are we? We all agree on it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, me and you ain't arguing about this one for once, are we?
Then that defeats the theory that they're doing it to
divide and conquer.
They're doing it. They're actually uniting on it.
What I'm saying is, I believe that it's a tiny minority of idiots that do believe it, and they are getting magnified by the media to be a far larger group than what they are.
I think it's a left-wing stupid ideology that gets too much attention.
Do you guys think here that it would be like protested against, like, for like a trans category to be able to compete in sports as well? Like,
I reckon there will be.
In trans.
Yeah, in London. And say that again. Rephrase your question. Sorry.
Do you think that there would be trans, like you see, like if it was like trans versus trans in sort of sports, like people was campaigning for that? Do you think that there would be outcry from like the LGBT?
I think all common sense people would support that.
No, but I'm saying, do you think that the LGBTQ community would be thinking that you're trying to mug them up and all that sort of stuff there? If you said,
they wouldn't be happy with that.
For trans versus trans.
Yeah, because you're isolating them.
They would see. Yeah, they'd probably see that as like segregation or something. I'd say it's right for segregation. We segregate men from women, and if you're confused about it, then you're gonna have to go in your own category.
See, this is where I come in now. I'm saying if a man's arguing that he don't want to be recognized as a man because he's something else, then I can't argue with that. But if he's saying he wants to be recognized as a woman, and I'm saying to him, how the fuck do you know what it feels like to be a woman and you're claiming womanhood right? Then he can't make that case because that it's not like he's tried both of them and he's comparing them and he can offer me an argument for why he's more one than the other. If he could tell me that yeah, I don't feel like a man, fair enough, don't feel like a man, but then you're a trans, isn't it? Like Veli's saying, trans versus
he
trans.
would never be a woman.
Then it's trans. Yeah, then it's trans versus trans. But that's not their argument. They're saying no. He's insisting. He's saying I am a woman. I'm saying yeah, but you're not. And he's saying yeah, but I am. And I'm saying how the fuck do you know if you are or if you're not? And you can't give a shred of evidence one way or the other to back his claim of he knows how it feels to be a woman.
Yeah, but Colin, the thing is, no, if the movement, so the trans movement, wasn't so fucking pushy, like all these movements are, where they take an inch and take a mile, whatever you call it, the fucking phrase is, nobody would have a problem. So say if a woman in the chat now says, or a man in the chat now wants to be a female and says, call us Linda, we'd all maybe have a giggle, whatever, but respectfully, we call him Linda. Do you know what I mean? We recognise, say, yeah, you're a woman. We might, if we get into like conversations and debates about science, we might say why we don't believe he is. But I think on a personal level, I wouldn't have a problem calling a man who wants to be seen as a woman, and calling him by his new female name. But it's the second that they start pushing more and they start impeding on women's rights. So they don't just want that.
Right
they
if I make an argument
against women. They then want to start claiming women's benefits. They then want to start getting into women's spaces. And that's when I'm like, now you're taking the piss.
Yeah.
Right. Let me make an argument against it for you guys. Wait, hold on, because everyone's making the same point. Yeah. So let me try and make an argument against it, so it's at least worth listening to. Yeah. And so the trans lady that's on the panel that's on James O'Brien's calling at the moment has said that they have been using bathrooms and so for years. So as far as the people in those bathrooms or thingamabs are concerned, they must think that that person is an actual lady as well, like a female. What do you say about some of the obviously, you know, some trans people you might not even think that they was trans or whatever. What about those sort of ones? Do they have to go through
becomes an issue when you make it one.
Being in the trans only category versus in the sports.
It's all this woke business.
So Luke, the thing is, right?
But that's not an answer. Listen, man, you can't say silly stuff like that as an answer, man. We gotta be better.
Luke, you said that these trans organisations are pushing it. Look, you said these trans organisations are pushing it. And mate, I'd just like to come back to what you just said. You said that these trans organisations are pushing it. You did. You said earlier that the trans organisations are pushing it.
Exactly. Now, Veli's made his own point.
What trans organisations are pushing it, please?
I'm not saying the trans organisation. So the fact, so when I say like awards, it's like Grammys, for instance. In order for you to now, not the Grammys, but Grammys might be a bad one. Let me use BAFTA awards. In order for you to be nominated for a BAFTA, you now have to have all these tick boxes: trans representation, Chinese representation, gay representation, and it's all these people that are pushing it. I'm not saying any particular person. Like, why are you narrowing it down to that? There's loads of different organisations who push these
organisations are pushing it.
Yeah, the awards, and obviously that the awards who make these fucking checklist that they have to take in order to get nominated in the first place, and that the Olympics who allow them to compete against the opposite sex.
Right. So let's not check, mate.
Yeah, but listen to my listen to my point, though, innit? Because like
stating are pushing it.
Forget about that argument, innit? Yeah, because
it's the media that's pushing it.
No, they allow.
Yeah, but you got the answer to your question, yeah. But answer this other question though. Obviously the lady on the panel is saying that they've been passing for a female as a trans woman for 9 or 10 years or whatever. Would you put that same trans female in the same trans versus trans category, or would they be able to compete in the female category?
No, I'd put them in trans versus trans. Hormone levels.
How would you know that she was trans though? How would you know?
It's about strength. So scientifically, we know that men are just stronger than women. Full stop. And even though you might take hormones or
outlier females that will have higher testosterone than some of the outlier men in it.
Yeah,
but
on an average, no. Yeah,
women
on an
are
average,
50% weaker and 10% slower. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
There's definitely a benefit to being a man competing against a woman. I want to argue that there is a benefit. Maybe on an individual level, if you get somebody 300 against a fucking little skinny dweeb like me, yeah, it might be different, but we're not, are we? We're talking about like.
Yeah, I need to argue against it, so we've got a discussion
sport
worth listening to. So we're just going to be all agreeing, innit?
Categories.
Right. So the thing is, guys, yeah, I think the problem is people are conflating the problem with a trans woman that passes for a woman using, for instance, a women's restroom, and a blatantly masculine trans female entering a female boxing competition. They're both massively different into the scale. Yeah, that woman on the radio that's on the panel, James O'Brien's panel, she's basically saying, I've been using the toilets for 10 years. I've never had a problem. That's because she is not sort of like, standing outside a toilet going, look at me, I'm a man dressed as a woman and I'm going to the toilet in the females. Yeah, that's because it is what it is, which is.
And she will be able to continue doing that.
Yeah, she should be able to continue. And
nobody will notice.
Toilets to know that there are no urinals in there and they're all cubicles. So you're not going to actually see anything unless someone literally wants you to. Women's toilets are all cubicles. Yeah, you wouldn't know if she had a dick and bollocks if she didn't, as long as she didn't fucking want to show you, for instance. And if she hasn't got a dick,
the legislation hasn't got to that point anyway.
It's not a female toilet.
That's down to a commercial property whether they want to do that. I think now they'll be legally allowed to do so. They wouldn't be able to be pulled into some discrimination court because they are making trans people go into the toilets of the sex that they was born as. But if you are a genuine trans person who's been transitioned for years, there's one on YouTube, I forgot her name, Blake something, like most men would fucking shag her. So I don't think that's going to cause an issue. Like, I don't think that's going to. She's just going to walk in the toilet and nobody's going to blink an eyelid. We're talking more about the men who were fucking prosthetic fucking tits, fucking clothes from Gap in 1990s, knowing that they look like fucking Miss Doubtfire. They get off on it. Like, there's clearly this law is aiming at a group of people in it.
Yeah, again, we're talking about the tiny extreme minority, aren't we?
Yes, unfortunately, they're the ones that made the loudest noise, like the rapist who changed his gender and tried to get into a female prison.
So you've got a tiny extreme minority that are demanding men going into female toilets, for instance, and men competing in female combat sports. And then you've got a tiny minority of lefties that are going, I don't give a fuck what you say. If I think I'm a woman, I should be allowed to fucking do it. Yeah, two minorities are raring, tiny extreme ends of both fucking side are raring about something that the majority moderate people don't see as a problem at all.
Yeah, I think we do. I think the majority of people would see it only takes a minority to bust a woman's nose open. It takes one guy.
Sorry, what do you mean, mate?
So in the context of an Olympic boxing match, one guy can demolish a woman, and that's
that guy is the extreme, isn't he?
That's
that
enough.
Guy,
that's enough for people to say,
"Wow, that was a man, or he's still a man, and is competing against women."
Yeah, and that's what brought people up. So that the majority of people watching that think, "Well, that's fucking out of order." Not the minority of people. The majority of people think that.
Why have they allowed a tiny, extreme minority to have such prominence in the media?
The majority of people will say that's fucking out of order. Do you think it's out of order for a man to beat a woman? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
1 minute, Billy. Do you think? No, we're going to do a test. So, Billy, do you think? I don't want to argue with Chrissy for no reason.
You've not heard me.
Billy, do you think it's wrong for a man to beat a woman?
Minority extremist, and he is caused almost everyone.
Con, do you think it's wrong for a man to beat a woman up and bust a nose? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah. J.A. Kingston, do you think it's wrong for a man to beat a woman up and bust a nose? Yes or no? He's not there. Popeye, do you think it's wrong to beat a woman up and bust a nose for a man to do that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I've already proved just by this that the majority of this panel
Popeye, are you sure that's your answer? Do you want to think twice before you answer?
We all disagree on everything possible, but we all agree on this. The majority do agree.
Have a think about it.
The question you asked would be answered probably up to about 99% in that way to everyone you asked. There is no lefties out there, apart from a few extremists, that would disagree that a man should not be hitting a woman. That there's a tiny minority of idiots that would go, yeah, that's fine.
It was enough for them to get in there in the first place, weren't it? That's the problem.
No, it's enough for the media to magnify it to make
we got it
seem...
stopped, haven't it? That's what I mean. We got it stopped. So the media bringing attention to it.
Well,
The majority of people
actually,
think this is
the
fucking wrong.
Olympic
This we need to
Committee-
stop it, and now it's stopped.
The Olympic Committee are still running with letting trans men fight females. Yeah.
Are they?
And you know what's going to stop it? The next
Trump.
Olympics is going to be Los Angeles.
Yeah, Trump stopped it already in January.
Well, no, he hasn't. He stopped it in America.
Yeah, and if it's happening in America, then what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I agree. I'm in total agreement. But the thing is, right? Yeah, it still hasn't stopped the media magnifying this shit to try and take everyone's. The media is trying to magnify this shit to try and make everyone think there's fucking, thousands of nutty lefties out there.
No, we don't need thousands of nutty ones. That one alone in Scotland who tried to get into a women's prison, who was a rapist, him alone, that one person, not thousands, just him was enough for us to say, whoa, sweet child of mine. This is getting too far.
So if it's one person, we can deal with it legally.
That's all it took, one person. We did, so that's all it took. So I'm not sure if you heard me before, Chrissy. So it took that one person who went into a female prison to inspire these 3 Scottish women to challenge the courts, and they got the law changed. Or they got the law established.
So what I'm saying is that this isn't a problem. There are not literally hundreds of thousands of men
but you
trying
saying that. I'm saying one person's a problem. One's a problem. You might not think one's a problem.
Right, I agree. One person is a problem.
Thousands there. I'm saying that one rapist in Scotland was a problem.
Such big media coverage.
Because it was a problem.
No, it's not. It's not a problem. Not compared with the thousands of people dying every day.
A male rapist going into a female prison. You don't think that's a problem?
I said that is a problem, but it's not the problem.
That's all I'm saying. Stop arguing with me.
Trying to make it out to be.
Stop arguing with
the media want us to think that there are thousands of men.
He agrees with everything that they're saying. He just can't help himself, can he?
That you can't stop fucking over talking people, Luke.
You just can't stop arguing for no reason.
We're supposed to have
lads. Let me play the rest of the video because we've been on this point for ages.
So the media are trying to portray that there are thousands of men trying to get into women's boxes.
I said that. I said one. You said thousands.
No, you're talking about
guys, come on. Let's move on now. We're going to mute up now, man, so we can play the rest of the video.
The guy with tattoos on his face from Scotland. Checkmate. You said thousands.
He's denied
tattoos on
health care.
And you think that's a checkmate?
Shut up for a sec.
Listen, the video's playing.
Cannot live as transgender women, and that's the first step. The second step is taking away all of our other rights, and they start in the courts by the gender recognition certificate.
Yes.
They take that away, and then they'll go to the gender recognition certificate next. That will be the next step, and it's all about erasure of trans people. But the thing is, we're born this way, James. We have gender dysphoria, which is you're born with it. They'll never erase us. It will. We will. As much as they would like to try to,
the erasure.
they can paint a pink triangle on our shirts as much as they like. It's never going to go away.
The erasure is the point.
Yeah, that's this is just a stepping stone.
Talk about the band, the gay band.
And the thing is that this group, the Scottish women's group, they're funded by right-wing activists from America.
I don't know that. I'm not.
Right-wingers,
I can check.
Right wingers, Luke.
Oh, it's right wing.
That's your lot, mate. The right wingers, they're your lot.
I think we have evidence tonight, guys, on this panel that not everybody is right wing, very evidently, but we all agree on this. So this woman is just a fucking crybaby. It's not a right wing issue at all.
Oh, at least you called her a woman, though.
Yeah, I said I'll be respectful. I'll call her what she wants me to call her. But if we're going to get into a debate and like saying, I've already said that. Why are you trying to go like make out like?
You haven't always said that.
I've already said that if you want me to go on,
no, he did say that. Hey, Chrissy, he did say that. He did say that. All right, let's put this to bed so we can carry on playing the video. So it's going to take 10 minutes. He said that he would be respectful and call them a woman if they wanted to be called a woman.
Right, but if she had tattoos on her face, Would he call
I was a rapist. I was a rapist. I
Oh,
won't
for
want to go
fuck's
into
sake! Listen, mute up, man.
check
Mute up. We're playing the video, man, because you man want to play
You
tit
just
for
want to
tat for
argue for
too
the
long,
sake of it,
man.
doesn't it? I hope I'm proving
I
that.
can check. So what I should probably know that actually, but as I've explained a few times
Very
already
easy
today.
to find out where the money is coming from, James.
No, I'm sure it
And-
is. I'm just.
and-
Hey, I'm
and-
doing a mea culpa. Give me a chance. I never do mea culpas. I'm admitting that I should be across these facts. I'm just acknowledging that currently I'm not, which means I can't fully endorse what you're saying without that knowledge.
For sure.
But let me nudge you, if I may, to the question of why actual champagne corks are popping on the steps of the Supreme Court today.
Because they've gotten up a rung on the stairs, on the ladder to have us arrayed. The next step, they will be coming after the gender recognition certificates to stop us changing our birth certificate.
I run a charity on the South Coast supporting the needs of transgender people right across the UK, but based in the South. And you said many things I wanted to say, so thanks very much. However, I think the people celebrating on the steps of the courtroom today are probably lawyers, because this is an issue that you've actually really illustrated. It's not in the definition, it's in the detail of how you make this thing happen. So,
well, they're definitely not lawyers. I'm looking at the footage now,
I think they will be.
and obviously they are the people who brought the case. They may be sharing their champagne with their lawyers, but it's the people that brought the case and their supporters, of whom there are many, and they are today very, very happy.
And there is an argument that presumes that there are two sides to this equation, where there are a bunch of radical feminists on one side and a bunch of radical transgender people on the other.
Yes.
And the reality of that's just not true.
No.
There are people like myself who can say it's important that there are women-only spaces where women can go and be safe from men who are coming to commit acts against them.
Yes.
Now, the people that come to commit the acts against them are very, very, very rarely, if ever, transgender women. And I think what we're doing here...
But they might say that they are.
Yes, but the evidence and the law and the case law doesn't show that.
No, that's
even
true.
Case law proved, cited by the other side, the trans exclusionary.
But if you are... Lily made a point, I've lost her message, about how if you are a victim of rape as a biological woman, then a penis is a weapon, and
of course it is.
And keeping it out of safe spaces is therefore a priority. And it doesn't really matter how disproportionate the statistics may be or how rare the actual instances may be. The principle demands a complete exclusion. The practicalities of it strike me as close to impossible, but I understand and fully sympathise with the principle, the feeling in principle. I don't want anybody like that in here.
But the other community of people we're forgetting are intersex people, who are people who have actual biological biological sexual issues.
Yes.
So people who are born in one gender, for example, a female, but their testes descend during puberty. Those people are marked as female, but actually have all the male genitalia. We have trans people who have different genitalia that doesn't work, for example.
Hey guys, if you want to make a point, just say pause, yeah? I'm letting it play until someone says pause, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's not really, again, it's talk about a very minority group of people, and I'm sure that these legislations maybe find tweak to account for, if it's already not, I'd be surprised if it's already not, but to account for people like intersex. He's just making an emotional argument here. I just want to quickly take the moment. I don't think we've ever done this on G Block. If anybody's got a drink, please raise it now. I just want to hold a cheers to common sense prevailing, protection of women's rights, fairness, biology, reality. I think today marks a good day for women.
It's an amazing day today. Yeah. And Tommy Robinson not getting his appeal go through? Fantastic.
He is to clarity, courage, and common sense. Big up
British
everybody.
justice. British justice.
There is
that. Let it play.
Legal system, not a justice system.
One time for the trans man, two times for the trans hoes. Sorry.
Valley, what is your good news?
Because he's gone through a form of chemical castration, for example.
The court will recognise this, and the court's challenge today was to determine essentially what a woman is, and they have determined that a woman, by definition, is somebody born into that biological sex. So
that's it. So does that mean, and how are they defining it? Are they defining it by the ability to have children? Are they defining?
You know what? Yeah, it's like I'm trying to be the opposing voice here, but it is hard for me to.
You don't always have to be, Belly.
No, but you know what it is, yeah? Just for the point of listening to everyone just pat each other's back and shit. Boring, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's stuff like this, and I'm glad we can unite on stuff like this. But to me, anybody if we were to argue on this, I'd have a massive different view on you, because I think that you've got to the point where you're not actually following common sense or logic. You're following the crowd. The same crowd.
He's just going mad, though,
living like this Disneyland and stuff. It's just unreal to me.
There isn't a crowd
what's
to follow on
happened,
this.
It's like, especially when the dude was going, when the trans lady's gone to James about something about the biological side of it, and it's like he was like, you know, like I was like, raw, come on, cuz man. What is actually wrong with that? I don't really see what's wrong with that. Still, I don't mind any of the people calling themselves what they want to call them or whatever. I want to treat them respectfully and all that, but it's a bit mad, isn't it, man?
I think J.K. Rowling will be fucking doing backflips, swimming in rivers of money at this moment in time.
Easy.
I've been watching all of the Harry Potter films, you know. Just
in recognition of
no, I'm just saying, like, goodbye, you know, once the TV series comes.
Do you know what I watched?
It's over. It's over.
I watched
the memory and the magic is gone.
Yep.
You know the Lord of the Rings TV series? What's it called? Rings of Power.
Rings of Power, yeah.
I watched it. It was excellent. Really good.
Have you watched all of it? Yeah. What?
How?
No, right, listen.
I'm not really a fan of the films like The Hobbit and things like that. I really think they're cringe. But
I'm like a casual fan of Lord of the Rings, and I recognise where the weak in certain points, but I think overall it's a decent. I wouldn't not watch it. I've not watched it so far. It's kept bringing me back.
The TV series is better than the films.
No, how dare you? Now I'm fucking.
It is because the films are stupid because they got like dwarves and elves and midgets and hairy feeted little fucking.
They got all that in the series.
It's all bullshit. Not really. No.
They've got black dwarfs in the series. Do you know what they've done? So this is why I don't agree with all this like box ticking, because they think that they like appease certain things or they actually do represent people, but they don't. They just tick boxes. So Lord of the Rings, this series, Lord of the Rings, they got the rights to do pretty much anything. They could rewrite certain things. And what they've done
the geezer's wife's black, isn't she? The ginger geezer.
Yeah, they made one black dwarf and they made like one black elf. And to me, if I was black, I'm like, that's not appeasing me. That's not. I don't feel like
But they've done that thing as well, Luke. They've done that in
what they could have done, Con, is they could have
Game of Thrones,
an entire new race. Exactly, they could have introduced an entire new race of people with a new backstory and origins, and introduced them into the world of Lord of the Rings. But no, what they've done is say, no, you've got a black dwarf and a black elf. Be happy with it. That's why I don't agree with it all. I think it's all artificial shit.
No, I agree.
Like they had the rights to if they really wanted to, you know what I mean, like introduce black people or appease black people, make them feel more welcomed.
No, but you know what was weird about the thing, like the Game of Thrones? There's a race of people who like literally got no melanin, even their hair is fucking white, and they've come out with a black one, and he's still got white hair. Like, it looks wrong, man. It weren't convincing at all.
Is he
evil? Is that House of the Dragon?
Yeah, like they got black, what they called Targaryens.
Yeah.
Just didn't go. It just didn't work out. Like the thing is, if you're going to do a black Targaryen, give him fucking black hair then, innit?
Or just do something different. You know what I mean? Like, don't just the same way Lord of the Rings, like make an elf. So elves have been recognised, and if you're going to piss people off, the way to do it is by taking law and then just shitting all over it, like the Snow White that we've seen. Like, they're just taking law, shitting all over it and said, you better like it. They'll do that with Lord of the Rings where elves are described as, like, fair-skinned and stuff. If you want to make a black elf, I'm not fucking against that. Do a black elf. But I think if you really want to like...
make it real.
make it real, then you could have created an entire new race of these black people who've come from this part of the world in the Middle Age or whatever, and they've got these powers or they've got
because
these.
it'd be more realistic.
Exactly,
More
and given the entire backstory, it could have led on to their own fucking feature film. Do you know what I mean? Like fucking Black Panther, but no, they just ticked a box. That's all they've done.
See, that's why I like the original Game of Thrones, because there was all like different races. Like, you know, the people from Dawn, they're sort of like Spanish, like they're from the south. They're like browner, isn't it? Like there's a brown race. Then there's the blonde race, like the fucking what they're called. What's her name, man? I forget them lot. But the Lannisters, like they're all blonde. And then you got them like up in the north who got black hair. Like there's all different races. When they like started bringing in black people with white hair, I was like, nah, they're taking them piss, man. They're literally taking the piss.
They think it's like inclusivity, but it's not. And again, yeah, it might be set in fantasy, but it kind of fantasy follows like a bit of like history or whatever. If they did it in a modern day TV film where they've got equal representation for everything, you kind of have to like, yeah, that's represents today's life. But to take something historic and just do what they're doing currently, like it's just ridiculous. And I hope every single person who does it gets fucking go woke, go broke, like fucking Snow White did.
But you know what? Like what spoiled it even more, because the girl in the Targaryen girl that has an affair with her bodyguard, and none of her children come out with white hair. So they were looking at her side-eyeing her, like, how the fuck have your Targaryen kids got fucking, do you know what I mean? Like brown hair, like the human hair.
Strong.
Right? But yet they've got a black guy with white hair. And I was like, no, but it don't make sense now. Now they've totally ruined it.
Yeah, as Victoria pointed out there with the Snow White, so initially, they removed all dwarfs, didn't they, from the new remake? So the dwarfs had fucking no representation. And then there was a backlash to that. At first, I think we would call that Merry Men or something like that. And then there was a bit of a backlash, so they did do the dwarfs, but they made them all CGI. So then all the dwarf actors, it was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is one of the only films that we can fucking audition for. And you're giving it to CGI. And you're saying that
you're in the Chocolate Factory.
You're not woke at all. You're just fucking doing things to tick boxes.
In the original Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, all the Oompa Loompas were like dwarfs, like small people. It was
one of like the first.
But then they CGI just got one geezer and CGI'd him, and it was like, why? Why are you even doing that?
And it wasn't even who was it? Hugh Grant. He wasn't even a midget.
Piss take.
They did Hugh Grant, exactly, and all the midget dwarfs are like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, I thought you meant to like want equal representation. You give us 0.
As long as they make James Bond a man, I don't really care. I don't watch any of that shit anyway, so.
I don't know if you guys heard yet, but apparently they're going to be having the first gay dude starring as Batman.
No.
Batman.
And in brackets, they've got
Batman.
Man.
No.
Wait, ain't it Robin that's gay? It's not Batman that's gay. It's not Batman that's gay. It's Robin that's gay.
Batman.
Actually, no. There was this comic book of that had Batman and Robin sleeping in the same bed together.
Oh, fuck off!
That's
They're meant to be father and son, weren't they?
Yeah, what was it? Emergency line? Did you have to uncut top and tail or what?
Well, it was kind of like it was suggestible, you know.
Yeah, no, was it an emergency situation? Could they not sleep on the floor? Do you know what I mean? It was like one bed.
What? This is a fucking millionaire who has a mansion. You really don't think they can afford a fucking
situations? They might get locked up.
I thought Batman and Robin were father and son.
No, Batman. I don't know much about him.
Yeah,
I think Robin was
Batman and Robin are father and son.
It's one of those things where it's like the similarities between Batman and the Pope. You know, both of them have their own automobile. You know, Pope-mobile. Or,
I'm telling you now, I'm not like. If I do you want to be first thing to do? Say if I want Euro Millions. Say if I won 23 million, I'm gonna finance a film of like Martin Luther King, and I'm just gonna make him white or something. I'm just gonna throw it out there and just let people fucking get triggered as fuck and say, right now, do you agree we've gone too far? Yes, I agree. We've gone too far. Let's take a few steps back now. Let's go back to common sense.
You're gonna waste your lottery.
Somebody just needs to do that shit.
Hey, forget that, man. Just give me half.
They need to do a what's his name, Marcus Garvey film, but make him a white man, and then people can just be like, right, yeah, we've gone too far now.
Forget that. You just wasted your lottery win. Yeah, just give me
No,
half the money.
I think it's worth it for humanity. That will be my. I'm not achieved much in life, Ellie. I'm a fucking council estate lad. That will be my count. That will be my contribution to humanity. Paying for a film that's just going to trigger every single person around the world.
But Luke, not being funny, there's nothing new about replacing historical black figures with white actors. Like, we've seen it being done. Like, Cleopatra was a black woman. They've done a white Cleopatra. Fucking Alexander the Great weren't exactly white. They've got Irish people running around to be ancient Greeks. Like, it's been done, bro. It's been done, isn't it?
We need Black Hamlet, didn't they? Black Hamlet.
Yeah, no, we need it more. Yeah, that's it. It's happened the opposite way around. I think they've had like a black queen. We need a historical figure like that's more modern.
I'm really concerned if there's going to be
Garvey. I'm going to do Marcus Garvey film.
No, we need to capture back Hannibal Barker.
I'm going to do a Marcus Garvey film called The White Man in Me.
Hannibal Barker.
I'm going to do a Queen Elizabeth.
He was a Caucasian.
Called Jaja Lizzie. Jaja loves Lizzie.
Hannibal Barker was a white.
I think people might accept that. See, we're too tolerant, all. We're too tolerant.
See, back in the days when Lizzie was a little dreadlocks. Oh, naughty dreadlocks.
Yeah, we queue up to watch that.
Yeah. I might make money from it. See, there you go.
All right, what if they done the film on Malcolm X was actually a white man?
Yeah.
He's just putting on makeup and tricking everyone.
A white transvestite, yeah. Let's do it.
It's transracial.
Belly, what did you make of Kanye West doing the black KKK uniform thing in the end?
I thought that was all right. I liked it. I think he should have got a horse. He should have got a black horse and started riding that as well.
Now, what he should have done is he should have had Mel Brooks walking at the end of it and watch Blazing Saddles with him.
I think even
entertainers are for entertaining, politicians are for politics, isn't it? Like writers are for writing, you know.
I mean,
if there's anyone that shouldn't be watching Blazing Saddles, it's you, Chrissy.
I love Blazing Saddles. My favourite.
You'd be laughing for all the wrong reasons, wouldn't you? The sheriff's a nerd.
I'm laughing for the right reasons.
Sheriff's a nerd.
I love Blazing Saddles, bro.
You dickhead. I bet you fucking do. You're such a dickhead.
I love it. I love it. It's fucking funny as fuck. Did you know that in the 70s or something, there was a fucking KKK meeting somewhere in a small American town, and they basically hired out the fucking local cinema, independent cinema, to put some sort of fucking weird nationalist film on or something stupid like that. And the guy basically took a large deposit off of them because he knew the place was going to get smashed up, and he played Blazing Saddles to them and locked the
just jump off when you're ready, man. I'm gonna go to bed still, man. I'm a bit tired still.
Go to bed, my brother. Go on. Tomorrow's another day, innit? You going live tomorrow, Vel?
Veli, you promised you'd tell me your news before you went to bed, bruv.
No, I didn't say that to you, bruv, man.
Oh, go on, tell us anyway.
What?
Let me tell you this, yeah. Let me tell you this, yeah. This is a saying that my mum used to say to me: "Get it, I want it, and want it, I get it."
Yeah, I know the English version of that.
Yeah.
How are we going to find out, though, Veli? Dangling the
my favourite one is Veli. My favourite Jamaican one is "Every mickle make a muckle." That is the best one ever. The first time I heard that, I was baffed for days, thinking, "What?" Just thinking about it, my brain was just itching. I was like, "What?" That is a good one still.
All right. Big up, you guys, yeah?
Big up,
man. Big panel today, so. All right, big up. Big up everyone in the chat as well, man. Big up yourselves. Come on, let it play.
That was where was slagging off. I forgot what we were talking about completely.
We're talking about representation in films.
Oh yeah, walk shit.
Diversity. Yeah, like I said, I just hope they don't start fucking with James Bond, because James Bond just can't be a woman. Sorry, can't be.
I think he can be. I think James Bond can be a woman.
Severus Snape cannot be a black guy.
Who?
I agree. Severus Snape can't, because his character has been portrayed by. It's been described by skin color. Hermione, I don't think Hermione has it. So Hermione, there's an argument that all she's been described as is having like curly hair. So she could have potentially been played by a black character. And that could have been still canon. But I agree. Like I hate just when they take original things and just shit on it.
I've never seen any of them Harry Potters.
You ain't missing much, mate. Trust me.
No, I didn't think I would.
Dude.
I'm not a big fan of Harry Potter.
Dude, guys. Imagine if Hermione was black, you know, and then you know that the second film where Ron Weasley says, "No one cares what you have to say, you filthy mudblood," you know.
Oh shit, yeah.
Mudblood. That'd be racist, wouldn't it?
Filthy little.
Maybe she was meant to be black the whole time.
Yeah, that's
racist still.
Maybe that's why they're not doing it. Yeah, I think Dumbledore's going to be full on gay in this one. They made him gay in the Fantastic Beast, didn't they? This one is going to be he's going to be like Simon, batty clapping in fucking Dumbledore's office.
I'm literally watching the first.
Simon does not act gay, bruv.
He does like fucking gay clubs.
He's not camp. Simon is not camp at all.
He put sex swings up and that's gay. I can't do that.
But how do you know that actually gay clubs?
He's told us. He says
he's right up there, isn't he?
He's told us that he set like sex swings up and collects them the day after and clean them up and that. I'm not joking. He said that. That's gay. That's not straight, is it? Would you do that? Sex swings up for gay men. And
if there was ever a case that somebody could be homosexual without being gay, Simon is that person.
Khan, but would you
he don't act gay
and then clean up the cum afterwards? Would you do that, Khan?
There's when it comes to disgusting things like there's people that clean other people's bumholes for a living.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, but I'm saying that there's people that don't have that itch, like they're not like,
I certainly shall not be cleaning semen off a fucking sex swing.
Yeah, but that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gay, exactly. It's different to wiping the bum. You might have to wipe your fucking.
Wait. What if you were a taxi driver, and whatever was happening, you know, back there, you had to clean up after.
I get out. That's someone to clean it.
You pay someone, wouldn't you?
Picked up in your car, you tell them to get out, and they leave, and you got to
just go straight to the car wash and pay the Albanians to clean it.
Slam on my brakes, they fucking go forward. Hopefully, I'll slam on brakes as soon as she like goes down on him. Slam up brakes like that. So hopefully, she fucking bites and say, "There you go, silly cunt! Now get the fuck out of my car." £20, please.
What if it was an emergency where someone was like shot or wounded and he was?
Oh yes, they start giving each other head. Silly bastard.
No, I mean like he's still like aside of the sex, you know, if he's like bleeding out, you know, then he's like causing a mess in your car.
You drive to the hospital, don't you?
No, the second that he starts undressing, I'm like, get out. Whoa, sweet child of mine. What do you call this? This ain't fucking fake taxi code. This is a real one. You're paying. Get the fuck out. I don't care if you want motorway or not. Pervert. So who wants to have sex in a car when I'm driving? I'd fucking ring police.
While they're driving or while they're being driven.
They'll make it worth your while, yeah.
It wouldn't. I'll ring police and I'll drop him off at the police station. Perverts, voyagers, get him in fucking jail. I could have been a child driving.
What if you double their fee and they agree to it?
Say it again. I wouldn't agree to it.
It just does double your fee.
Keep your eyes on the road, double the fee.
Nope, I won't be agreeing to shit like that. Can you imagine it smell? Fuck that. Driving down and someone's like, fucking fuck off. I'm there listening to fucking Meatloaf. Why would you even ask such a question anyway, Jay Kingston? It's happened to you that before, hasn't it? Are you a taxi driver?
No. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just like, it'd be a very fascinating thing, you know, if you.
The longer you live, mate, the madder things happen in your life. Trust me, things you never think would happen will happen to you.
You don't know anything about me. Anything you know about me?
I'm saying life is mad, isn't it? You can't predict what other people are gonna do. It's out of your control, isn't it?
I've told you what I want you to know. There's a hell of a lot more that I don't want you to know.
Well, just write in your memoirs and leave it. When you die, we can read it.
I've started writing my memoirs. I got bored of it though. I stopped.
Such a narcissist. Stop writing my memoirs.
I stopped when I got kicked out of high school. After that, I was like, well, there's no. I've not really done much since. That was like, I don't think I'll ever have a memoirs. No, I've not really wrote memoirs. What I've done is, first time I told people this actually. I've wrote like a short novel. It's not even finished, so don't ask me for it. Like probably about 20 pages or something. No, not even that. Maybe about 10 pages. Based on like my great aunt's memoirs, and just like historical family data. And I've wrote a little story about Italian immigrants coming over here, then getting interned, then getting oppressed.
What you should do with that, you should make a screenplay of it and see if you can get money for it.
Netflix, turn into a document, turn into a TV
see if you can get some money for it. Yeah,
all Italians moving over here, and then they start making a bit of money on ice cream and that. And then all of a sudden, World War II kicks off. The worst things happen. They get interned overnight. Families are broken up. Children put into care homes, and then you see for the next season, it's all fast forward into like when people are in internment camps or the women are getting put into women's mental hospitals and shit or whatever, and then showing the season where the war is over and they come back building up the shops and that again. Yeah, we're a good one.
Like a sort of Tenko.
What's Tenko?
Tenko used to be a series of on Second World War and stuff like that, didn't it? Tenko. Female.
Do you remember Chrissy? Dad's Army, not Dad's Army. Whichever one.
MASH.
Yeah, MASH was good. What was that other one, man? Fucking. It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. Do you remember that, Chrissy? It Ain't Half Hot, Mum.
Only vaguely. I didn't enjoy that sort of comedy. So that was Alberti, wasn't it?
No, that's Frank Spencer.
Yeah, that was him. That
It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. He's they're in the army. They're in I think they're in India or something like that.
Oh,
they're in the British Army.
Yeah, right. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
And it's really hot there.
Yeah, was it that Sergeant Major with a wicked voice and a fucked up moustache?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was good. He was good in his role. And that used to be on a Sunday afternoon. I used to watch it around my nan's. Well, I didn't used to watch it, but the rest of the family did, and it was on. So half of them programs would never be made now.
It's true. If you watch old episodes of Friends, it's so.
I've been watching.
There's so many bad things in it, like so
uncouth. Don't be woke.
Sorry.
He's saying that there's bad things in Friends. That's what like the left are saying, that like there's too many like gay insults. Do you know where?
What I'm saying at the time,
trans or something like this.
The reason why I'm saying it's bad, Luke, is because at the time when I was watching it, it seemed pretty normal. But now looking back on it, I'm like, wow, we're really laughing at fucking.
We've been told
that.
Like, yeah, we've been told that you can't joke. Like Ross's girlfriend was a lesbian, and like people joke at him that he's married, that he's a lesbian and that, and they're saying, "Oh, that you can't say that his girlfriend was a lesbian." Well, she is a lesbian. What are you talking about? You can't say it. It's just people being.
Who remembers Alf Garnett?
Yeah, the few good shows.
See, the one I really liked was Little Britain, and even Little Britain is near the mark now.
I've seen him in real life. I don't rate them.
There's a few like sketches I didn't mind, but
there were some really good bits. I mean, the old ladies that ate the cakes at the Women's Institute, and they'd be eating the cake going, "Oh, this is lovely. This is absolutely lovely." And they'd say, "Yes, it's done by Mrs. Patel," and she'd be like, "Whoop," like stuff like that. They'd never make now.
No, best one when she's going like, "What did you all have for tea today?" And the Asian woman's going, "Fish and chips." And she's going, "Sorry, say it again." And she must say it about 10 times. She's going, "Sorry, say it again. Can't understand you." And at the end, she walks around, turns, goes to the whiteboard and writes curry.
I used to like the wheelchair. The guys in the wheelchair. I want that one. That was always good.
But listen, that's why
I still like Blackadder.
I'm hoping.
Do you used to watch
I'm genuinely
Blackadder?
hoping we get back to a time
Love
where we can do
Blackadder.
stuff like that, because that is what makes us all laugh. Like that will. I've always made the analogy me of like an alien race could come down now, enter a British pub. At first, people were like, "Fucking hell, what the fuck's that? They're ugly. Oh, they're weird. They're weird looking. I don't want to speak to them." Next thing you know, some pisshead near bar cracks a joke towards this alien. The alien cracks a fucking joke back. Next thing you know, everyone's buying each other's pints and they're all fucking joking about each other's mothers. It's a British way of like mocking each other that kind of breaks down barriers and walls. And I think that we need to get back to that. Like Little Britain, people can laugh at that and talk about it at work and shit. And like, yeah, we need to get back to that. Stop being fucking woke. It's not achieving anything. It's creating divisions and fucking heading towards some form of like segregation because we're not allowed to joke with our neighbours anymore, where I don't think that's achieving anything other than division.
Yep.
Humor is the answer to a lot of things.
There needs to be one supreme, culture.
What the West? I agree in the West does, not necessarily British, but well, I'd rather British than anybody else. But I do believe in like Western chauvinism and supremacy, and I think that everyone should follow the way that West does.
Mm-hmm.
No, I won't go 100% with that because we're too promiscuous and greedy.
Successful and dominant.
Sorry.
Oh, and anyone else is
successful and dominant,
and everyone else is less greedy. Like.
Well, everyone should be less greedy.
Right, but we're the ones who
you're
still like set the best example, but you're still expecting us to.
No games I've touched around on.
I just think that like we'd have a limit to the amount of stuff we have in our, houses before we get called hoarders. I think they should do that to money, because there's only so much money you can spend responsibly, and once you've got that amount of money, you should be helping the people behind you, because that way we'll all run a little bit faster, won't we?
I can agree.
So, I mean, how much money do we need to live? If you had to sort of like give a figure right now, and that was your lot.
Oh, it sounded like a communist there, Chrissy.
No, I'm not a communist, mate. I'm a socialist.
People say £1 million not a lot of money. I could retire now on £1 million.
Conrad, I require 20 potatoes per week.
I thought fucking Putin jumped on them. Why the fuck he's speaking Russian?
Because that's a communist.
All right.
Can you do that for me?